Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Accidental Baby, a Billionaire Secret Baby Romance by Lara Swann. Narrated by Heather Costa and Brandon Utah. Chapter 1. Ava. I raise myself out of the bath with a contented sigh, water and bubbles sliding down my legs as I reach for a towel and blow out the candles on the side. God, I've missed baths. See, Ava? A bubble bath, a good book, and some candles are better than a man any day. Or maybe just one man in particular. No, don't go there. I shrug off that thought before Jackson can kill the nice warm buzz the bath has left me with, bringing my attention back to what I'm doing, as I wrap the towel around my body and tie my hair up with another. Mindfulness. That's what everyone's talking about, right? Just focus on all the small, insignificant things, and somehow all your bigger problems will disappear. I'm still trying to convince myself I believe all that self-help advice as I step out of the bathroom, almost colliding with Mom as she appears in the stairway, holding a basket of folded laundry. "Ah, sweetheart," Mom says immediately, her voice that familiar mix of warmth and concern I've come to know all too well over the last few months. "I know you said you weren't hungry, but I thought I'd set aside a plate in the fridge for you, just in case you change your mind and want it later. That's waiting for you downstairs, and do you want some help?" I say, hiding a smile at Mom's never-ending attempts to feed me. I reach for the basket of laundry, while also trying to hold the towel tight against myself, but she pulls back with a small smile and shakes her head, eyes crinkling as she looks up at me. "No, don't worry about this, sweetie. This is just mine and your dad's. Your things are waiting for you on your bed. I wasn't sure where you wanted them, so—" "Oh, Mom," I shake my head, feeling immediately guilty. "You didn't have to. I was going to—" "Nonsense. It's no trouble. I'm just glad to have you back here with us for a bit." She says that as if I'm here for some reason, other than the total breakdown of my life. Dramatic, maybe, but also true. "Thanks," I say softly, trying not to sigh. It's the least I can do for how nice they're being about everything. "Hey," she says, blue eyes sparkling as she looks up at me. "You know, I was thinking that maybe we should have a girls' day out tomorrow. Find a nice nail place, do a bit of shopping, that sort of thing." Thanks, Mom, but, well, I should really be doing some work, I think. And I'm not sure I can face another day of all that concern and pity, or the idea that just because I don't have a real job, I'm not working, even if I guess commissions have been pretty light recently. Either way, this is starting to get too much. All the days out, distractions and attentions were okay at first, but it's been 3 months now, and I don't like the idea that she still thinks I need all that. Or the way it highlights the voice in the back of my mind that secretly wants to agree with her. It's not that I'm not over Jackson. Really, I am. He had his reasons. They were kind of understandable, even though I still maintain he didn't need to be a dick about it. But either way, it's done. Maybe I think about him a bit, maybe every day, but damn, who wouldn't after 9 years together? That doesn't mean I want anything to do with him anymore. No, I'm over Jackson. I'm just not quite over where it leaves the rest of my life. I feel a little bit guilty as Mom nods easily at my refusal. Yes, of course. Well, if you change your mind or you need a break, just let me know. I'm not doing anything tomorrow." "Thanks, Mom," I say again. "I've got a few things to get done tonight," she continues, her eyes sweeping over me with something too close to sympathy for my liking. "But your dad is downstairs if you want him. He's buried deep in all those papers about the Civil War. But if you're looking for something to do, I'm sure he could be swayed for a few games of Scrabble." She grins at me, and I try to smile back, something flip-flopping inside me as I do. "Actually, that's okay. I think I already had plans with Vicky." I squirm a little over the semi-lie, but I'm pretty sure that within 10 minutes I can turn it into the truth. I just can't face the thought that this is what my life has come to. My parents trying to find ways to entertain me on Saturday night because they're worried that I'll be alone and miserable otherwise. Sure, maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but right now that's how it feels. "Oh, okay," She smiles at me, and I wonder whether I'm imagining the relief there. That's nice. You two have a good time then. Oh, and say hi to Vicky from me. I will. I manage a slightly more genuine smile as she turns toward her room, and I continue walking down the hallway. When I make it to my bedroom, I close the door behind me and sag against it with a sigh of relief, looking around at the room I've come back to. It's still painted a slightly garish pink from when I was a teenager, with fluffy white pillows and rugs thrown around, but at least I've taken down the slightly embarrassing posters of boy bands. Not that I'm complaining about the pillows. My teenager self had that right, at least. You can never have too many pillows. Everything else, though, it all just slams home that I'm right back where I started. Only this time, I'm older and have less to look forward to. I flop down on my bed, still cocooned in the towel, and reach for my cell phone before I can dwell too much more on that. Me. Please tell me you're not doing anything tonight. I barely have a chance to put the cell down again before it buzzes in my hand. Vicky. I have a feeling I'm about to be. Wine, chocolate, and Bridget Jones's Diary again? Thank God for Vicky. A real smile finally tugs at me, relief loosening some of the awkward knots in my stomach. Me. Anything. I just need to get out of here. Vicky. Oh, sounds bad. Don't tell me. Your mom tried to force too much food on you again? I roll my eyes, not bothering to answer. For as long as I've known her, Vicky has teased me about how ridiculously nice my parents are, even more so when I dare to utter a complaint. I guess knowing her all my life gives her the right to keep me grounded like that. But just occasionally, it'd be nice to be able to grumble the way everyone else seems to get to. Though she'd probably say I'd do that anyway. Me. I'll see you in 45. I roll off the bed, pulling on a simple top and jeans as I start to feel better already. Relaxing bath, fun night ahead with a great friend, caring parents. You've got a lot going for you, Ava. Think of that. It mostly works. I say goodbye to my parents and let them know I might crash at Vicky's tonight. Something I do frequently enough that it almost feels like I'm living between her place and my parents at the moment. Being on her couch isn't exactly the same as having my own space, but sometimes it's easier to deal with having her around than Mom and Dad. I catch the bus toward her apartment in central Fresno, and within the hour, I'm stood at her door. I knock at the same time as unlocking it with my own key, as I always do, and call out as I walk in. Hey, Vicky. Hey, babe, with you in a minute. I'm in the middle of a very delicate operation. Her voice floats to me from the kitchen, and I laugh softly to myself. Do I want to know? I ask, starting to walk in that direction. You will in a minute. Go on, there's snacks in the living room. All right. I've known her long enough to hear the unmistakable, if you try to come help, you'll get in my way, tone to her voice, so I head into the living room with a shrug. I sling my bag down beside the couch and flop into it with a sigh, the deep leather seats threatening to engulf me as I do. She got this couch in a thrift store a couple of years ago, and it's a worn old thing, the leather cracking and its age obvious, but it also might be the most comfortable couch I've ever known. So? I look up to see Vicky appear in the doorway, curly dark hair bouncing around her face and sparkling green eyes looking back at me from her slightly larger figure. The summer dress she's wearing swirls around her curves in a way that makes me envious, the splashes of color as much a part of her as the enthusiastic gleam in her expression. What's the emergency this time, babe? She folds her arms as she leans against the doorframe, and I twist on the couch to bring my feet up onto it, shuffling back against the armrest and looking up at her. Were your parents being too nice again? She continues in mock sympathy, not giving me a chance to answer. Too much food, or attention, or, something else? Oh God, please don't tell me you're starting to get stupid thoughts about that dick again, not after all the times I've already set you straight on that one. I laugh, her teasing tirade making me smile. It's impossible to take myself too seriously around Vicky, which is something I need more than I'd like to admit. No, none of that. I shake my head before putting on a deliberately mournful voice, sinking my head into my hands. My dad suggested I spend the evening playing Scrabble with him. Oh, really? Her eyebrows rise even further. And just what's wrong with that? It's Saturday night. I'm 25, not 60, I exclaim as she saunters toward the couch, pushing my legs over so she can take the same position as me on the opposite end. Our feet slide up against each other in the middle as I continue, only half joking. What do you think it says about me if I'm playing pity Scrabble with my dad on Saturday night, Vicky? Hey, there's nothing wrong with Scrabble. I'm quite addicted, actually, ever since they brought out that app version, you know? Yeah, I know, I grunt. I've got enough notifications inviting me to download that app and play with you. She grins, nudging me with her foot. Well, you should. Then you'd be playing Scrabble with me on a Saturday night, and that would solve all your problems, huh? I roll my eyes at her. You know what I mean, Vix. Come on, she nudges me again, eyes smiling with a lightness that has never failed to lift my mood, even through all this shit. It's not that bad, Ava. Isn't it? I ask, raising an eyebrow back at her. My tone is half despairing, and only because it's impossible to be fully despairing around Vicky. My relationship of 9 years is over. I have no boyfriend, no apartment, and my job barely even counts as something real. That last statement comes out with a little more bitterness than I'd intended. And if I'm honest, it's the thing that's weighing me down the most at the moment. I'm mostly over Jackson, but if I really want to start my life over again and get out of my parents' house, I need a job that actually pays. I'm starting to wonder how long I can cling to creative graphic design work that no one seems to want to pay for. Hey! She swings around, pulling me up, too, until we're sitting in the middle of the couch together, and her arm is wrapped around my shoulder. I lean my head against hers with a sigh. What's that about your job, babe? As always, Vicky picks up on exactly what's really bothering me. I've been working at it for years now, you know that, and I'm still not really any further along than when I started. I don't get enough interest or commissions, certainly not enough to live on. But what about that company? The marketing agency you signed on with. That was a huge breakthrough, Ava. My stomach twists. That's what I had thought, too. I'd done a little work for 2-Bit Designs, and they'd liked it. Enough to invite me to sign on as a freelancer for when they need additional support. It made me hope I was finally getting somewhere. But since then, I shake my head and force myself to face the truth. That was months ago, and I haven't had any work from them since. I thought it might go somewhere, but... I shrug, suddenly wishing I'd never started this conversation. Now I'm probably just bringing us both down. And I hate that I always seem to come around here to complain. Hell, maybe Jackson was right. Oh, no. She pulls back to scowl at me, her hands landing on my shoulders. We're not starting that again. What have I told you, girl? He was a dick, I repeat dutifully. But that doesn't mean... It does mean that. Forget that idiot. I've seen your work. You're great at it. And that agency obviously saw it too. You didn't work this hard for this long just to give up now, Ava. I won't let you. And you won't let yourself either. I know it. You couldn't stop trying even if you wanted to. I sigh, but some part of me is smiling inside at her intensity and the ever-present support I need more often than I'd like to admit. I squeeze her arm in silent gratitude. I know, you're right. It's just that... Everything I thought I would have achieved by now, none of it's worked out, Vix. I'm going nowhere. I just feel stuck. Even my idea of a life right now seems to be eating ice cream, drinking wine, and watching movies about people dumber than me who somehow managed to achieve their dreams, just to reassure myself that if these fictional people can do it, then maybe I can too. Well, that one I can fix. She grins at me, suddenly jumping up from the couch. In fact, I'm already 4 steps ahead of you. 4? I repeat, but she's already left the room. I blink in confusion. It's impossible to follow Vicky sometimes, before slowly standing, wondering whether I'm supposed to be going after her. Before I can call out to ask where she's going or what she's doing, she comes back into the room with the same grin on her face and 2 margarita glasses in her hands. Here, babe. She hands me a glass and I take it carefully, the liquid sloshing against the edges precariously. My delicate operation from earlier. Margaritas, huh? I smile automatically, catching onto some of her enthusiasm. Well, that's definitely a step up from wine. Uh-huh. She takes a sip from the glass in her hand. Ooh, Ava, this is actually nice. The surprise on her face makes me laugh, even though I know exactly where it comes from. I never would have thought margaritas were that hard to make until Vicky thoroughly ruined them, and then insisted on doing it again and again and again. Too much salt, too much lime, too much alcohol. There was always something. If it hadn't been for an amazing little cocktail bar downtown, I would have thought they were just supposed to taste terrible. Of course, anyone else would have moved on to a different cocktail after the third failure, but not Vicky. If she can't do something, she won't stop until she's got it right. So yeah, these days, bad margaritas are our go-to drink. Very cautiously, I take a tentative sip myself, and my eyes widen with my own surprise. Hey, you're right. Her grin gets even bigger. What did you put in these? Lots of alcohol, lots and lots. Her eyes sparkle back at me, and I laugh. And I made a jug. Maybe that helped? So tomorrow morning is going to be interesting then, I raise my glass, not really objecting. I'll take a hangover the next day for enjoying a very drinkable margarita tonight. In more ways than one. Her smile turns saucy as she clinks her glass against mine, somehow managing not to spill either of them. We're going out tonight. I try not to splutter on the sip I've just taken. Wait, what? You heard me. My stomach flips. Vicky, I'm not sure. Come on, Ava, it'll be fun. A little drinking, dancing, maybe a bit of flirting. Who knows what could happen, right? I'm pretty sure my eyes bug out of my face as I shake my head quickly. Vicky, I'm not ready for that. Oh, come on. I thought you were over him. I am, I exclaim back. But that doesn't mean I'm ready for all of that. Yet. I only just got out of one thing, launching myself into another. She bursts out laughing before I can finish. Oh, Ava, you are sweet sometimes. Only you could think that some light flirting in a bar is the same as looking for a whole new relationship. If that were the case, I would have been shacked up a dozen times over by now. But, look, if you'd been any other girl, I would have told you right from the start. The best way to get over that dick is to find another one to get under. She winks, and part of me wants to laugh even as my nose wrinkles at the crudity. She's right, though. I don't think I'm that girl. Vicky, if you ask me, that's exactly what you need. Some damn good sex to get you out of this mood of yours. I shake my head. I don't think so, Vicky. I was with Jackson for 9 years. I don't know how to... You're right. I'm not the sort of girl who can just go out and do that. The idea of sleeping with someone casually, I don't know. Maybe it's old-fashioned of me, but I guess I never quite understood it. Vicky gives me a searching look. Correction, babe. You weren't the sort of girl to do that. You never got the chance to be. You were with him all the years you might have experimented, played around, had some fun. Now, though, well, you can be whoever you want to be, Ava. You can forget the way Jackson saw you, forget all that idealistic childhood sweetheart nonsense, and just do what you want for once. You're free of all his stupid expectations and ideas about you. I pause at her suddenly serious expression, a tingle running down my spine. I'm not quite sure when the conversation shifted, but something about her words make me stop for a moment, a suspiciously liberating feeling building within me. Her face breaks into another grin, and she winks at me again. I promise, it's fun. I can't help smiling back, even if I still shake my head. There might be a part of me wondering whether I have missed out on a lot of fun, whether the voice that says, I'm not that kind of girl, is my voice or Jackson's. But I still know I'm not ready to suddenly do that. Maybe it's something to think about in a while, when I'm ready. Maybe in my new post-Jackson life, I'll be just as confident and sassy as Vicky. But still, you can't take me from curling up on the couch, watching Bridget Jones's Diary and eating ice cream, to having casual sex with a stranger, Vicky, I say, my smile turning wry. All right. But girl, we are going out. You can't hide in here with me forever. You said it yourself. You need a life. And I can highly recommend the kind of life that can be found on a good dance floor. She takes another sip of her margarita, eyes sparkling again. Dance a little, flirt a little. You don't even have to do anything at all. But I'm just saying, it's fun. It does wonders for a girl's ego to have a hot guy hitting on her a little. Right now, that's exactly what you need. I look down at myself, uncertainly, but there's a strange flicker of excitement in me, too. Come on, Vicky. You don't even know anyone will be interested. She snorts, waving her hand over me. Oh, don't be stupid, Ava. You're gorgeous. All cute and pretty, blue eyes, blonde hair. Isn't that like the universal beauty standard or something? I flush, but I laugh at the same time. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. In my mind, her energy and confidence seem so much more attractive than something stupid like the color of my eyes. That's exactly how it works, she shakes her head. I keep forgetting that you've never really done this scene, have you? Believe me, you have no idea how much fun you could have if you went looking for it. I'm not looking for it, I say resolutely. Just a girls' night out, right? Yeah, just a girls' night out, she repeats, grinning back, and I realize that she knows she's won. Somehow this became about how we're going out, not if we are. With maybe a little flirting. She tries to make it innocent, and I roll my eyes. But there's an edge of excitement and anticipation in my stomach now, and I finally give into the small smile tugging at my lips. Okay, maybe a little. Chapter 2. Ava. By the time we leave Vicky's apartment, the whole jug of margaritas is gone. The world is a little more hazy, and I've stopped telling Vicky this is a bad idea. I'm having too much fun fooling around with her and laughing to overthink it anymore. Ooh, we should check out that new club. Vicky grabs my arm with sudden excitement, her voice loud, even though I'm standing right next to her. New club? I repeat, slightly more slowly. I haven't exactly been out much in the few months I've been back home, and it's been a long time since I lived in Fresno. I'm pretty sure all the clubs are going to count as new to me. Yeah, it's meant to have this really cool vibe. It's got the standard club music and dancing, but apparently you can sneak off to a sophisticated little bar and chill out, too. She nudges me with a not at all subtle wink. Perfect for ending up in with a hot guy, finding a little secluded space. I laugh, linking my arm with hers and shaking my head. You are not disappearing on me, Vicky. She grins. I wasn't talking about me. And for the record, if you wanted to disappear on me, I won't hold it against you in the slightest. Yeah, I don't think you'll have to worry about that. The margaritas might have left me feeling a little silly and giggly, with a few butterflies of excitement at the idea of a different kind of night. But that doesn't actually mean anything. This is just going to be a fun girls' night out. And Vicky is right. I probably need that more than I thought. Somehow I'd forgotten about all the fun I can have now that I'm free and single and totally my own person again. Ooh, just down here, I think. Vicky pauses at a side road, glancing back at me. You up for it? Sure, I grin back. It's not like I know any other place to go. Forget disappearing with men. That bar sounds like a godsend for stumbling into when my feet feel like falling off. After much debate and switching between a dozen different outfits, everything I'm wearing belongs to Vicky, including the strappy heels that fit me well enough to convince me they're not too bad now, but that I just know will be killing me in a few hours. Oh, yeah, that too. I'm always up for a few more drinks in the middle of the night. She leads me down the road, and I can see the bouncer at the head of a queue in front of us. I grin at the floaty, lightheaded feeling as we walk and shake my head. I'm pretty sure we don't need any more of those. Many more, and I really might end up making some stupid choices. Vicky ignores the queue and walks right up to the bouncer. Hey, Max. He looks over at us, grinning when he sees Vicky, and the wide smile manages to turn the hulking presence of his 6-foot-plus muscles and tattoos into something almost jovial. Hey, little lady. I didn't know you were working this place now. It's temporary. They needed a little help here for their opening month. I'm hoping to make it permanent, though. Yeah? Pay is good and the boss is actually cool. That's a rare combo. Don't I know it? Vicky grumbles, then brightens up, grinning at him again. We were hoping to check it out tonight. He raises an eyebrow, looking over the queue behind us and then back to her. I'm guessing you have your usual place on the guest list? Which is to say, none at all. Uh-huh, you know me. A small smile tugs at the edge of his mouth, and he unhooks the rope in front of the entrance, waving us through. "Just this once, little lady." "Eee!" She gives an excited squeal and jumps up on her toes, leaning forward to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, Max." She waves as she walks through, and if it wasn't so dark out, I'd almost swear that he actually blushed. "Do you know everyone in this town?" I laugh at her, grabbing her arm as we walk down the stairs and toward the pulsing sound of the interior. She laughs back, shrugging. "Probably. Fresno ain't really that big, babe, and I've lived here practically forever. Well, I have no problem enjoying the benefits." My voice gets lost the moment we step through a doorway, thumping music washing over us. Vicky's face lights up with excitement, and with the slight haze of margaritas still very much pulsing through my blood, I get the immediate desire to dance. By the time we get to the end of the queue to pay and get our hands stamped, our hips are bumping against each other, we're nodding along to the beat, and I've started wondering why I didn't do this months ago. Talk about the perfect post-breakup remedy. "Come on," Vicky yells in my ear, but I'm already tugging at her hand, moving us forward. The slight pain in my feet is forgotten as we drag each other over to the dance floor, any idea of checking out that cool bar totally disappearing in favor of the music and the overriding alcohol-fueled need to move. "Oh my God, this is great," I yell back to her, and she laughs, pulling me further into the writhing mass of bodies until we're somewhere near the center. There's actually a live DJ up front, with crazy lights going, and the music all blurring into one hard, heady rhythm. Yeah, she picked a good place. If there's anything Vicky can be relied on to get right, it's finding a good place to party. We start dancing, laughing, and yelling things to each other that neither of us can hear as our bodies start moving together. It gets slowly more naughty as we go on, the pounding of the music merging with the pounding in my head from the margaritas, until the idea of throwing sexy moves at each other just seems more and more hilarious. I'm half dancing, half laughing, when somehow the space between us widens, and suddenly there are other people involved too. A group of guys joins us, and I almost stumble for a moment, unsure, but Vicky doesn't hesitate. She takes one of the guys by the hand and starts dancing around him to the cheers of the other guys there, shaking her generous ass and making me laugh. Then she grabs my hand too and pulls me into the whole thing, until I'm dancing with her and this guy. And then everyone else joins in, the circle widening and shrinking between us all as we move. It's like being back at college, and I grin. Only this time, you don't have to hold back. No boyfriend in the next city over, no clearly defined lines. Suddenly, I feel wild in a way I never could have pictured at the beginning of this evening, and all of Vicky's not-too-subtle comments come back to me. A little dancing, a little flirting. Maybe she wasn't wrong after all. I find myself starting to make eye contact with the guys, letting them come a little bit closer, and finding myself using some of those semi-sexy movements Vicky and I were throwing around earlier. Only this time, not as a joke. One guy catches my gaze, his stunning blue eyes looking back at me and making my heart pound for a moment as he saunters closer. My breath rises up in my throat as our bodies shift together, not quite touching, but mirroring close enough that it almost feels like they are. And then he puts his hands on my hips. Electricity runs up through my body, and I gasp. And then we really are moving together, getting closer as a totally different kind of energy surges through me. I hold his gaze, the music too loud to say anything, as we dance tight against each other, the excitement of everyone around me pulsing like a living thing, mixing with the physical exertion until I'm out of breath and giddy. The cheering and yelling around us redoubles, telling me we're in the center of the group. I sway in response, shimmying against the guy with the lovely blue eyes and putting on a bit of a show, laughing and glancing over to a grinning Vicky as I do. I end with a flourish, and he pulls me closer toward him. His head tilts down, and in a flash of panic, I realize exactly what's coming, pulling back before he can make the contact, sliding away to start dancing with Vicky again instead, my heart pounding in my chest. She saves me admirably, rolling her eyes at me in a way that says everything, even if she can't actually talk over the music. It makes me laugh, relaxing me a little again, and the circle widens so we're back to dancing in a big group. I can still feel the energy and excitement running through me, and I give the guy I was just dancing with a slightly guilty look. I just don't want him to get the wrong idea. Vicky might have been right about the dancing and flirting, but that's far enough for me tonight. Even if the idea of maybe sometime sends a thrill of excitement through me, I never thought I was like Vicky, but hell, maybe I can be. I can be that confident and fun. I can be anything I want. I throw that into the next dance, picking another guy from the group and whirling around with him as Vicky woos at me from the side. I think the first guy, blue-eyed guy, looks a little put out, but hopefully when I move on to dancing with someone else again, he'll work out that this is all I'm interested in. Just a bit of dancing, a bit of fun. By the time I finally pull myself back, I'm out of breath, exhausted, and I can't remember the last time I had this much fun. It's totally exhilarating, but the intensity and noise and energy is starting to overwhelm me, and I definitely need a breather. "Hey, Vicky!" I yell into her ear, making her look up at me from where she's almost hanging off a hot blonde guy. "I need a break. Going to check out that bar." I point off in some random direction that's probably inaccurate, but it makes my point. Vicky looks between the guy she's dancing with and me, almost reluctantly, then nods and starts to detach herself. I wave a hand, shaking my head. "No, it's fine. I'll come back." She has a moment of hesitation, but then she grins and leans in to kiss me on the cheek. I catch something that sounds like, "Love you, babe," and grin back at her, squeezing her shoulder before turning and slipping out of our little group. In the writhing mass of people and confusion, it's easy to disappear, but it feels like it takes an age to make my way to the edge of the dancing. In the process, I have 2 near misses with other people's drinks, and more than one person steps on my foot. That's enough to bring me out of the haze of dancing and music, leaving me grumbling under my breath as the loud beat behind me slowly fades until I can start to hear myself think again. I make my way through the maze of narrow underground corridors in the direction that must be toward the bar, suddenly aware of how much my feet ache and how tired I am. Alcohol. That will fix things. More alcohol. Then you can go back and have fun with Vicky. If she hasn't already disappeared with that guy, that is. She promised she wouldn't, but I did sort of give her permission, and I don't want to spoil her fun. When I finally find the entrance to the second part of the club, this sophisticated bar Vicky was talking about, I'm almost taken aback by how different it is. All that distance reduces the noise of the club to just a distant, inviting rhythm, and the air conditioning is a welcome relief to the heat of the dance floor. Fancy leather couches are artfully arranged, and there are little nooks set around the dimly lit place, as well as a long corner bar with suited-up staff and gleaming surfaces. There are a few people sat on the nice-looking stools in front of it, but most are spread through the large space, providing a nice background hum of quiet talking and occasional laughter. It's nothing at all like the mess I'm used to in clubs, people jostling and shoving to get to the front of a sticky bar. Damn, Vicky didn't exactly say this was going to be upmarket. I wonder idly whether I'll be able to afford a single drink on the menu, but I find myself walking toward the bar anyway. The idea of a place to sit down and some classy drink to rejuvenate me is too tempting to resist. I slump into one of the high stools, trying not to look too much like that's what I'm doing, then sigh in relief as the weight comes off my feet. One of the impressive-looking bartenders comes over to me with a smile, sliding a menu in my direction and giving me a wink as he continues down along the bar to a guy 2 stools down from me. "Hey, babe." I've barely glanced at the menu when the suggestive voice comes from behind me, someone sauntering up to cock his hip against the bar stool next to me. I glance over, and my heart sinks when I see the guy I was dancing with earlier, the first one, blue-eyed guy. He smiles as my eyes meet his gaze, his hand rising to the bare skin between my neck and shoulder, thumb stroking my neck as an unpleasant shiver runs through me. Touching a little when we were dancing was okay, but this feels weird, uncomfortable. "I'm glad you came back here. I wanted to get away from everyone else for a little bit, too." His eyes glitter down toward me, and all of a sudden, I don't like them so much. I shake my head, trying to shrug his hand off me. I'm sorry, I hesitate, biting off the rest of what I'd been about to say, the phrase I always say when someone approaches me. I have a boyfriend. The churning feeling of the breakup comes back to me suddenly, something it hasn't done for a while now. I'm not interested. Sorry. Somehow, that doesn't seem to have quite the same impetus of I have a boyfriend. Though, of course, if I'd had a boyfriend, there's no way I would have been dancing with him the way I was earlier. That's not what it looked like. His smile widens, becoming something closer to a smirk, and I'm pretty sure he thinks that's attractive. It's not. If anything, it makes him seem creepy. Though I don't know whether that's just me. I haven't exactly done this much. I shake my head again and try to turn my attention back to the menu, hoping he'll get the hint. Sorry. Aw, come on. He leans further toward me, blocking my space, and I swallow as I look around. Where the hell is Vicky when I need her? She said this would be a girls' night. Except, of course, I said I'd be fine. I'm not fine. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. You can't dance with a guy the way you did and then totally ignore him, babe. It ain't right. I lean back deliberately and reach up to push his hand off, Screw trying to be nice. I said I'm not interested. Leave me alone, please. I try to stare him down, but he doesn't seem intimidated in the slightest, and he doesn't back off. My heart starts pounding. We're in the middle of a totally open bar, right? There's a bartender right over there. There's nothing he can do here. So why are you so freaked out? Well, maybe I'll just sit and have a couple of drinks here. See whether you change your mind. Oh, shit. What the hell can I do about that? It's a bar. I can't stop him from... He slides onto the stool beside me, one hand reaching for the menu in front of him, and the other landing firmly on my leg. Oh, hell no. I almost knock the stool over as I stand up abruptly, moving backward and shaking my head. I'm not changing my mind, asshole. I turn around and stride off, hopefully before he gets the chance to follow me, and look over to the side for the bartender. Surely if I let him know this guy is being a dick, he'll do something about it. Isn't that what they're there for? My head swivels around to look for him, my adrenaline-fueled feet moving faster than they should, and just as I finally catch sight of the bartender, I walk headlong into someone else. I crash straight into his rock-solid body, my hands coming up to grab him as I try not to land in a heap on the floor. His hands catch my arms almost immediately, the collision barely seeming to impact him at all as he steadies me. Sorry, I say quickly, slightly out of breath as I try to regain my footing. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I shake my head as he sets me easily on my feet again, moving back a little to give me space to look up, and see a man I can only call stunning looking back at me. Dark hair curling on top of a shockingly handsome face, chiseled features, a strong jaw, and brilliant bright green eyes set under an almost imposing brow. Some voice in the back of my head tries to remind me it didn't go so well for me the last time I swooned over beautiful eyes, but I can barely hear it. Whatever I'd been about to say completely disappears as all of that overwhelms me for a moment, despite everything else that's going on. Are you okay? His brow creases with concern as that deep baritone washes over me, and I nod dumbly. Yes, thank you. Sorry, Hey, babe. The voice behind me makes me wince, and an arm comes around my shoulders. Where are you going? My God, what is it with this guy and taking a damn hint? I shrug him off again, irritated, and whirl around. I told you, I'm not damn interested, and if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to... My mouth moves faster than my brain, and I stumble as I realize I don't have a clue what I'm going to do. Tell someone? Yeah, how very fourth grader of you, Ava. Excuse me? That deep voice comes from behind me again, and I glance back over my shoulder. But he's not talking to me. That intense gaze is now focused steadily on the guy in front of me. I believe she said she wasn't interested. Who asked you? An irritated glance takes blue-eyed guy's gaze away from me, and I take the moment to slip to the side, uncomfortably aware that I somehow ended up right in the middle of two guys with testosterone boiling all around me. How do you end up in these situations, Ava? This was meant to be a fun girls' night out. I suggest you leave. Mr. Green Eyes ignores the question, staring intently at Blue-Eyed Guy. I start thinking I need to come up with better names, too. What if another guy with blue or green eyes suddenly joins the fray? Hell, what color eyes does the bartender have? Where is he, anyway? Blue-Eyed Guy hesitates, and I suddenly see the difference between the two of them. He might have been intimidating to me, but Mr. Green Eyes has a couple of inches and a whole hell of a lot more muscle on him. Not to mention something else. Compared to the air of power and control on the guy I just ran into, my pursuer doesn't look like much more than an idiot college kid. Hell, he might even be a college kid. Did I seriously kind of like dancing with him? God, what does that make me? Some kind of cougar? I left college 4 years ago. You're an idiot, Ava, and you obviously have shit taste in men. He shoots me a glare, which somehow doesn't seem nearly as threatening as it did before. Fine, you weren't worth the trouble anyway, he mutters, shaking his head as he turns to leave, trying to act like he was never intimidated at all. The moment he leaves, though, I can't help the slight sigh of relief. This whole evening is turning out to be more trouble than it's worth. Are you okay? That deep baritone asks for the second time, and I look back, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry about... I wave my hand, trying to indicate everything. A silly, prideful part of me wants to say I could have handled it, but the truth is I was doing a terrible job of that. I'm adult enough to admit that I'm really glad someone else stepped in. Don't be. His eyes linger on mine, the green there seeming to burn brightly in the dim lighting at the edges of the room. But I'm pretty sure half of that is the margaritas from earlier, even if they seem to have mostly worn off by now. Can I buy you a drink? It comes out before I can think about it. I mean it in a thank you kind of way, but the moment I say it, I can feel myself flushing, thinking just how hot this guy is and how many people he probably has coming on to him all the time. His eyes crinkle at the edges, and he smiles a little. Isn't that supposed to be my line? He asks, amusement tinging his voice and warming something inside me. Or at least, it would have been if I hadn't been concerned about being yet another guy bothering you. No, you're not. I cut myself off, pretty sure that all I've managed in front of this guy is incoherent babbling. Instead, I try to sound semi-respectable and nod toward the bar. I just wanted to say thanks for catching me and then getting rid of that guy. The smile tugs his lips up a little further, and I catch the slightest hint of a dimple in one corner. God, this guy has it all. I don't think I've ever had a girl buy me a drink before. Well, there's a first time for everything. I grin at him and walk toward the bar again, sliding onto one of the stools. I don't even glance back to see if he follows. Go you, Ava.
Chapter 3. Damien. Did I just get picked up here? I look over at the woman walking back towards the bar, sweet and sexy with her long blonde hair cascading down her shoulders and caressing the top of the strapless, shimmery dress she's wearing. Yeah, wishful thinking, Damien. It took all of 2 moments for that heart-shaped face and those anxious, big blue eyes to hit every one of my buttons, but she's already made it clear she's not interested. No, this is just what she said it is. A thank you. Not that it's needed. Creeps like that set me on edge. There's no way I wasn't going to step in and help, and make sure she really is okay now. The idea of her buying the drinks still amuses me as I follow and slide into the seat next to her, but I'm not going to complain about the offer. I take a menu from the counter to try and distract myself from casting a glance over her in the way I want to. She seems to be furiously studying the menu herself, and I have a moment to wonder whether she's trying just as hard not to look at me, or whether it's something else that... What can I get you? I glance up as the bartender interrupts the thought, looking back at the menu instinctively, but I already know what I want. I've been here for a little while now, and he made this one so well for me earlier. Sidecar with the Hennessy XO again, please. It's splashing out a little, sure, but hey, this weekend is supposed to be a celebration. I have no intention of the woman next to me actually paying for it. I'll have the same, she adds, surprising me, but the bartender just nods and scoops up our menus before turning to make the drink. I finally let myself look over at the woman beside me, giving her a small smile as our eyes meet, and a strange heat flares within me. This isn't something I do often, drinking with unknown women at a bar, but I think I'm starting to see the appeal. It's probably why most guys come here, even if it's never interested me before. Partying? Sure. Staying up all night? Having a good time? Getting drunk and going a little wild? Yeah, I haven't exactly been holding back since Emily left for college. It's the first time I've really been able to let loose a little and, well, let's just say I'm making up for lost time. Not so much with women, though. I don't know what it is. I mean, sure, I've had a few dates here and there, a couple of one-night stands, but, if anything, I'd say I'm avoiding it. I love my little sister, and I wouldn't have traded all those years raising her for anything, but I guess it's left me a little burned out of responsibility and commitment. I just feel done with all that. I just want to be me for a while, with only myself to worry about, or mostly, anyway. As my eyes linger on the sexy, sweet face of the woman next to me, though, I wonder whether I've been missing out on something. There's just something about her, the hints of shyness and vulnerability she showed when that guy was pursuing her, mixed with the confidence to offer to buy me a drink and walk right over here before I'd even accepted. Well, that's a heady combination. I'm Ava, she volunteers after a moment, and there's an endearing awkwardness in the way she half looks in my direction as she does. Damien, I nod, surprised at the sudden realization that I didn't even know her name. Damn. But she's distracting. The bartender comes back with our drinks before I get a chance to say anything else, and Ava looks at hers with a small sigh of relief, her body subtly relaxing. It makes me smile, just a little. Tough day? I can't help wondering. She roots through her handbag and pulls out a credit card, and my smile widens slightly as I cover her hand with my own. A small spark of electricity runs through me as I nod toward the bartender, and something between us seems to shift, almost accidentally. Just having her soft, small hand under mine. Put them on my tab, I say, trying to shake off the feeling as I turn to her with a smile. I'll take the company, but the drinks are on me. I'm sure there's an unwritten rule about that I shouldn't risk breaking. Besides, I'm not about to order Hennessy and expect someone else to pay. I withdraw my hand before that slight electricity becomes anything more, but as I look back at her, some of the feeling lingers anyway. Well, thank you, then, she finally agrees. Though you don't strike me as someone who particularly needs the company. Oh, really? The comment amuses me as I raise an eyebrow, taking a slow look around. You see many people with me? Hanging out in bars alone isn't exactly my ideal, but I'm used to it. I convinced Katie to come out with me and celebrate last night, but there was no way she was going to be interested in another round tonight. Not when the alternative is reading bedtime stories to her 2 children. And apart from my business partner / best friend, years of raising Emily while juggling 14-hour workdays hasn't exactly left me anyone who might be more inclined to kick back and have some fun. There were a few guys at the bar who were ready to continue the good time after Katie left last night, but after the way that ended, well, inviting them out again tonight seemed like a bad idea. She follows my gaze, then gives a small laugh. I guess not. Her head tilts, and I can see the curiosity there. You came here alone? I nod, even as I wonder whether she thinks that's strange. I guess most people come in groups, but I like the atmosphere anyway, the chance to drink a little and have some fun on the dance floor, or kick back in the bar and watch the little stories of people's lives unfold in front of me. Being alone has never bothered me much. If anything, sometimes it feels like a relief. Though tonight, it's nicer than I would have guessed to have a little company and conversation. Yeah, I say, smiling easily. I've heard enough about this place to want to check it out, even if everyone I know is too sensible to be out this late. Besides, I've got a business milestone to celebrate. Sure, we celebrated yesterday, and I celebrated hard. Doesn't mean I can't enjoy the excitement and potential for the rest of the weekend, before the reality of the actual work it involves hits me on Monday. Doesn't look like you're here with anyone else either, I add, raising an eyebrow with a smile as I glance around. It seems way more unusual for a pretty girl to be here all alone. She shakes her head, smiling back. My best friend is out on the dance floor, where she'll probably be all night. I came to see the bar she was raving about for a break and a little alcohol-fueled energy. She can be hard to keep up with sometimes. She grins and something about it transforms her face, lighting it up from the inside. It makes me smile back, and the comment reminds me of the untouched drinks in front of us. Well, we'd better fix that, I say, turning toward them and handing her one. She takes a long look at it as I take the other for myself and raise it toward her, waiting until she matches the movement. To your business milestone, then, she says, before I can propose anything, and I grin as we clink them together. To having someone to toast it with, I say, and I mean it. Celebrating these things is much more fun with someone else. I take a sip, enjoying the smoky sweet taste as it slides down my throat, burning in just the right way. Yeah, the bartenders here really know what they're doing. Hey! Ava's exclamation interrupts the thought, and I glance over at her as she grins. This is pretty good. I only just catch myself before bursting out with laughter at the surprise in her voice. What was she expecting? You haven't tried it before? She shakes her head while I watch, slightly bemused, as she gives the drink a measuring look before taking another sip. She seems to weigh it up for a moment, squinting slightly. This isn't whiskey, she finally pronounces. Brandy, I tell her, and this time I don't stop myself laughing. You didn't even look at what was in it when you ordered? She just shrugs, totally unperturbed as she takes another sip. I figured you probably had good taste, and looks like I was right about that too. I didn't recognize anything on the fancy-ass menu they have here, so that seemed better than blindly guessing. I raise an eyebrow at that, picking up the menu again as I try to remember whether it had seemed unusual to me, but no, everything is pretty standard. This isn't your scene? I ask, curious now as I smile at her. What's your drink of choice, then? Sex on the beach, she says immediately, and I have to fight not to wince. Instead, I laugh again, teasing. Well, you definitely have bad taste then. Hey, she objects, but she's grinning as she retorts. Well, maybe once I hit some business milestones of my own, then I'll be into all these fancy drinks. But until then, I'm happy being a simple girl. Simple pleasures. The moment she says that, I forget what we were talking about. Our gazes lingering on each other for just a little too long, as my mind starts wandering to other pleasures. And by the heat in her eyes, the small flush creeping up her chest, I can't help imagining that she might be doing the same. She breaks that gaze a moment later, turning back to her drink in a sweetly awkward way. but it doesn't quite break the heated tension between us as I keep my eyes on her. It feels good just to drink in the sight of her. I take another sip slowly, feeling alcohol fuel the desire that caught me the moment I saw her, but I don't push it. Instead, I steer us easily back to the casual banter of moments before. So what business milestones would those be then? The question is innocent enough, but I'm still distracted as I look at her, my voice a little deeper and thrumming with things I can't quite contain. Her gaze matches my heat for a moment, but then my question seems to register, and she hesitates, her eyes clouding as she shakes her head. When I come up with some, I'll let you know. Her voice is deliberately light, but the way her expression closes off tells me there's more behind it. It teases my curiosity, making me want to know more about who this enigmatic woman is, and just what's going on there. After starting my business from scratch, and spending the last 10 years building it into something sustainable, and then even further, to the point we've started dealing with serious money now, I've always had a special place in my heart for hearing about other people's endeavors. It takes something special to try and strike out on your own. Well, that or sheer desperation, and it's always fascinating to me. She continues before I can ask any of the dozen questions suddenly floating in my head. And yours? I shrug at the obvious attempt to deflect, but reluctantly give up the idea of pursuing it any further. I might be curious, but she obviously doesn't want to talk about any of that tonight, and I can understand the idea of coming out to get away from it all. It's just a deal we lined up this week, I say instead. It could take us from being a small-scale niche app to a platform that's installed across every financial institution in the country. Well, it would be the first step to that, anyway. Wow, that's impressive, she says, and I think she means it, even though her eyes glaze over just a little. That makes me smile. I've never been able to talk about my work without getting that effect, even with some of the people who work in the same field. And totally boring to anyone not in the industry, I say with a grin. Actually, some of the time, it's not all that interesting to me either. Really? She asks, giving me a doubtful glance. Okay, maybe not, I admit. It would be hard to ever completely lose interest in the baby I created out of nothing at all. But I've been working on it for years, and that initial excitement only sustains you for so long. I definitely have days I'm not feeling it. Well, it's good to know that working on something for years can turn out to be a success, she says, and the momentary wistfulness there only redoubles my earlier curiosity. It's more than just business talk. Why the hell am I so interested in this woman? Still, she continues, hitting goals like that must enthuse you all over again. Oh, yes, I grin, raising my glass and clinking it against hers in a sudden burst of enthusiasm. It's true. I can't deny that. I'm excited about this deal. That's why I couldn't stay home tonight. Even after a very late night yesterday, all I wanted was to be around other people full of the same kind of energy, even if in here it's from dancing and music instead of business-fueled adrenaline. Well, congratulations, she says again, her eyes warm as she smiles at me. I feel warm, too. There's something about talking to her like this that just feels good. We continue for another few minutes as we do. Ava's enthusiasm for the sidecar seems to increase with every sip. I watch it slowly draining, wondering with some amusement whether she's drinking it the same way she would her sex on the beach, but also remembering what she'd said about needing a drink before heading back to the dance floor. The more I sit with her, talking and drinking, the harder it becomes to stop thinking about that, or about the pleasant heat that seems to linger between us, making me want more than just this easy conversation, until I start wondering whether she's feeling the same thing, her eyes holding mine just a few moments too long and gliding down my body when she doesn't think I'm looking. The moment she drains the last of the drink, I can't hold back anymore, and I don't want to. "Did it work?" I ask, nodding toward the empty glass. She blinks at the question, drawn out of whatever she was thinking about. "Huh?" "To re-energize you." I smile, repeating her earlier comment and meeting her gaze as my voice lowers with the offer I've been wanting to make for most of our conversation. "If you wanted to get back to the dancing, I know the perfect place for it." I can see the flush just under her skin, but she keeps her expression light as she raises an eyebrow. "The dance floor?" That makes me laugh, but I shake my head with a grin. "Somewhere better." "Oh, really?" she says, tapping a finger against the bar as she considers it, her eyes already lit up with enthusiasm. "I think I might be energized enough to see that." I smile, not saying anything else as I slide off the bar stool and take her hand, anticipation humming through me. The moment I saw this place, I wished I had someone to show it to. And now I get to, and not just anyone either. The most gorgeous girl in the whole damn club.
Chapter 4. Ava. The moment Damien takes my hand, a jolt of electricity runs through me. His enthusiasm is obvious, and my heart starts beating a little harder as he leads me through the bar, the tingle of energy between us almost intoxicating. I don't know what it is exactly. This excitement, anticipation, something. But I couldn't stop looking at him the whole time we were talking, just drinking him in. I mean, damn. He's probably the only guy in the club wearing a suit, apart from the bartender, I guess. But he's doing it so well. The perfect balance between sophistication and sex appeal, with his half-open shirt giving a tempting glimpse of skin that I couldn't stop admiring. I know it was only supposed to be a simple conversation, just a drink to say thank you. And honestly, I didn't even think he'd be interested in anything more than that. But now, I have no idea what's happening anymore. But I'm not going to think too much or question it either. I'm having fun. Being with Damien is exciting and interesting. And more than a little distracting, too, as I try to work out what the hell he's doing to my previously extinct libido. Maybe this is what Vicky meant by flirting, and attention, and just how damn good all of that can be. As he leads me through the club, it starts to feel like an adventure, something inside me going giddy and light at the thought. We walk to the back of the bar, and through an arch I hadn't noticed, opening into another room filled with couches and little nooks in the wall, creating a slightly darker atmosphere than the main bar behind us. I spot a couple of people making out and find myself flushing again as I look at Damien, wondering what exactly is on his mind here, and just how I might react if that is what he's thinking. He doesn't stop, though, instead taking me to a door set into the side of the room, my hand still firmly grasped in his, and the contact, as well as the darkness, making my heart thump a little faster. "Are we allowed in?" "It's the way I came." He glances over his shoulder at me, grinning at me in the low light. "The bar and club have 2 separate entrances." "Oh." Before I can comment further, he opens the door, and I suddenly realize why it was closed as the thump of music hits me again. Not as loud as from the dance floor, but still definitely there. He takes me further in, and the room lightens up a little, with different colors flickering over the walls. It takes me a moment to find the source, and when I do, I gasp. One of the walls is entirely glass, and through it, the whole dance floor of the club is spread out in front of us. Oh, wow! I step away from him to walk up to the view, the flashing lights and the music feeling like they're pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I can feel the brandy as well now, the slightly tipsy, happy feeling making me want to dance again. I turn to Damien with a laugh. "This is amazing." The laughter fades as I catch his eyes, the way he's looking at me, sending another thrill down my spine. He steps closer to me, a smile hovering around his lips that's not nearly as soft or easygoing as it was before. "Still want to dance?" he murmurs. "Yeah." I find myself breathing in response, unable to stop looking at him as my heart pounds in my throat. "Yeah, I really do." He doesn't need any further invitation, his hands settling on my shoulders as he draws me closer to him, one thumb stroking the side of my neck and sending a shiver of pleasure through me. Almost breathless, I rest my hands on his chest, the muscles underneath feeling just as hard as I'd imagined. And just like that, I start dancing with him. Our bodies sway together, and I realize immediately that this is nothing like the way I was dancing earlier. It's a world apart from the crush of people and chaos surrounding the little group we'd created. This feels like it's just him and me, those intense green eyes stirring something warm and exciting inside me. I'm sure there are other people in this room too, but I don't remember seeing a single one as we came in, and all I can see now is him. We get a little closer, and one of his hands drops down to my hip, my arms wrapping around him in return. I haven't been this close to a guy since... No, absolutely not. He does not belong here. I'd forgotten how nice it feels, though. The strength and size of Damien's body seems to completely engulf my own, giving me the feeling of being overwhelmed and sheltered at the same time. Without thinking, I find myself tilting my head up toward him, my eyes following the strong line of his jaw, the sharp cheekbones and aristocratic set to his face, until he lowers it toward me. The kiss takes me completely by surprise, but it feels like the most natural thing I've ever done. An extension of the dance, of being this close to him, with the heady beating of music and lights around us. His mouth is warm and soft against mine, more gentle than I'd expected, and I find myself melting into him, my lips opening as we slowly explore each other. It feels like my heart has jumped into my throat, something inside me spinning with the kind of heat and desire that I'd thought had died a slow death over the last couple of years. I clutch at his shirt, tugging him forward until he's close enough that I'm pressed back against the glass wall, and I can feel the weight of him against me, exactly the way I wanted. We're still dancing, our bodies sliding against each other as the kiss gets more intense, but it's got an edge to it now. Every touch between us feels electric, sparks sliding along my skin and winding something inside me tight until I'm almost aching with it. I can't help myself. I moan into his mouth, and my hands start roaming over his body. I haven't had this for so long, and suddenly it's right here. Overwhelming, intense. Something I didn't even realize I needed. Hell, if this is what Vicky was talking about, maybe she was right. I kiss him back hard, tasting the brandy on his tongue and letting the sweetness of it mingle between us. He responds in kind, his hands tightening on my body until I feel I could melt, the strength and power there affecting me in a way I didn't even know was possible. His hand cups the back of my head, pulling my mouth closer to him and almost lifting me from where I'm standing. With his body supporting me against the wall, I almost feel like I'm flying, my hands tangling in his hair and deepening the kiss. Desperate to taste, to touch, to have more. The wall is vibrating from the club behind it, every beat making my heart pound harder and faster and sending pulses of pleasure to my core. It's alive and electric in a way that I've been missing for months, years. Who the hell knows? All I know is I don't want this to stop. We're fully grinding against each other now, and I feel more naughty than I ever have. But I love it. Vicky was right. I am different now. I can be, as much as I want to. I jump forward, trusting him to catch me as I hook my legs around his hips. His eyes widen, and then I settle perfectly against... Oh, my. His hands grab my ass and make me squirm, but it's the bulge I'm pressed right up against that holds my attention. Fuck, he grinds out, and the word sends a shiver through me. I think fuck is right, I murmur, unable to help the way I want to rub myself against what I feel there. The sudden ache in my pussy is unbelievable, unbearable, so desperate and needy that I kiss all along his strong jaw, the slight stubble tickling me as I do. This is amazing, I whisper, and I'm not talking about the glass wall or the view of the club below anymore. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe how much I want to. But damn, I do. Damn Vicky for being right. But also, thank God for her being right. He chuckles, and I run a hand under the open part of his shirt, enjoying the adventurous impulse and his hard pecs flexing under me. He groans, kissing me again, and I automatically squirm against the tempting bulge nestled right where I want it. He draws back with a curse. Damn it, Ava, you're making this difficult. Oh, I laugh lightly, leaning forward to nibble on his ear. Seems to me like I'm making it quite easy. His eyes light with a sudden fire, and I don't know if he's taking that as some sort of permission, but his hand suddenly slides under my dress where he's holding me, and right onto my bare ass. This time I gasp, my arms around his shoulders clutching tight as heat shivers through me. Oh, God. Oh, God. And thank God Vicky insisted I borrow something sexy to wear. If those were my nice, comfortable granny panties. I don't realize I'm saying, oh God, out loud until he laughs, catching my mouth against his again, while his hand caresses my ass, inching closer and closer toward the narrow thong barely covering me. I moan, but then I grind myself against his hips again. Another wave of heat rushing through me as I feel that bulge rub deliciously against exactly the right spot. He groans into my mouth, his hand squeezing my ass while his hips thrust up to meet me, making my eyes widen with the movement. His fingers skim along my thong, and I can feel how drenched it is, how slick and wet I am for him already. God, I have no idea who this guy is, but he's hitting every button I never knew I had. He's driving me crazy, and if he goes much further, well, two can play at that. I let my hands fall down to his hips and reach for his belt, trying to figure out the buckle despite not being able to see it. He pauses, shifting his weight so he's still supporting me as he takes one hand from where it's fondling my ass to cover my own, stopping me. Ava. What? I ask, breathy and surprised, and wanting more. If he's going to... It's one thing to have you muffling screams as I get you off here against the wall. But if you go any further with that right here in the middle of this club, well, that would be something else entirely. My eyes widen at his words, even as they produce a shudder of desire that seems to heat me all the way through. I don't think anyone has ever said something like that to me. So dirty, so naughty. Oh, God. But what about you? I mumble, more than a little confused. He chuckles. Believe me, this will give me weeks of fantasies to enjoy. I get a hot and cold shiver as I suddenly picture him going home, beating off, thinking of... But I want that, I murmur, my hand gliding over the hard bulge that's been pressed against me this whole time. And I do. I don't want him to go home and take the thick cock I can feel beneath me in his hands. I want it inside me. I want to feel him. I want to feel you, I whisper before I lose my nerve. Before my mind can come out from under the hormones and desire and need racing through me, I feel him shudder slightly under me, his eyes hooding with matching heat as he takes my mouth again, almost crushing my body back against the wall. I tighten my legs around his hips, grip his hair with the same ferocity he's showing me, as the ache driving through me only gets worse. If we're doing that, he rumbles against my mouth. Not here. Anticipation, fear, disbelief surges through me, and I have no idea whether I'm being totally stupid, but I don't care anymore. I've gone from swearing up and down that this wasn't going to happen to being desperate for it. And I won't deny it. Some part of me is secretly thrilled for my first ever one-night stand. My first experience of single life, according to Vicky. "There's a hotel right next door," he says, finally pulling back enough to look at me, grinning with the same anticipation that's running through my blood. "Come with me?" Oh, God. This is crazy, impossible, stupid, surreal. It's an adventure, I remind myself. That's what you wanted. "Okay," I breathe, and just like that, he lowers me to the ground. I step up to him quickly, wrapping an arm around his waist and leaning into him. "Just don't stop. Don't let me overthink it." He chuckles, leaning down to kiss me again, and he does exactly what I ask for. We hurry through the bar's exit, too eager for another wasted moment, and he doesn't stop touching me the whole time. His hand stays tight around my hip, fingers trailing along the outline of the thong strap that I know he can feel through my dress. Enough to tug on it, to have it ride up and make me gasp. And the whole time, I have my hand in the back pocket of his suit pants. Not as snug as if he were wearing jeans, but still. Damn, this man has an ass. Hard and tempting, and something I can't wait to see naked. Excitement courses through me and drives out all other thoughts. Except the moment we leave, it suddenly occurs to me that Vicky is still in there, probably looking for me. I drag us to an abrupt stop, and Damien looks over at me with concern. "One moment," I say quickly, fishing around in my handbag. I feel a stab of guilt that I'm not going back in there to find her personally, but I have some idea how hard that would be in the middle of the writhing dance floor. It would definitely be enough to lose my nerve for this whole thing, I'm sure. She'd want this for me. I mean, she told me that just a few hours ago. I swipe open my cell and fire off a quick text. "Heading out with a guy. See you tomorrow. X." It'll have to do. I shove the cell away and look back at Damien. "Sorry." My apology is cut off by the way he brings me back into his arms, kissing me deeply again. I can still taste the remnants of the brandy between us, but I'm not sure I can feel it anymore. This heady feeling isn't alcohol. It's something else entirely. Then he pulls me to his side again, leaning down to start to murmur to me as we walk the short distance into the hotel lobby. "You taste so fucking sweet, Ava. I can't wait until I get to taste you properly. To have you in that room, legs around me, as I stretch you wide." It makes me blush and stutter and clutch at him all at once, and the ache inside me pulses with need. I always thought dirty talk was kind of stupid and awkward, but, oh fuck, hearing him murmur those things in my ear, right in public, while I'm thinking about exactly what we're going to do, it's so damn hot. I feel like my mind has been blown a dozen times this evening, and it's just the start. I barely notice as he checks us into a room and gets a keycard from the reception desk. I have no idea if it's obvious what we're doing to the clerk there, but at that moment, I don't even care. The old me might have been mortified, but the new me is about to pick up the hottest guy I've ever met to go and have crazy sex just because I can. By the time we get up to the room, I'm grinning, and as soon as the door is open, we fall on each other. I'm tearing at his shirt buttons to get it off him, and he's searching for the zip at the back of my dress, tugging, even as his leg kicks the door closed behind us. I think a button flies off, and I don't care about that either. If anything, it makes me feel more wild, more free. I kiss him desperately as my dress falls to the ground around me. And for once, I'm not the slightest bit self-conscious that I'm now standing in front of him with only Vicky's sexy two-piece lingerie set to cover me. Maybe it's that Vicky's lingerie is a hell of a lot nicer than anything I've ever bought, or the way he groans just at the sight of me. "Fuck, Ava, you're gorgeous." His head dips to my neck, kissing all the way along my collarbone and making me shudder. "So are you," I murmur back. I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to call a guy gorgeous or not, but he is. He chuckles, the breath whispering along my skin. And then he's picking me up to carry me over toward the bed. Hey, wait.
What?
He raises an eyebrow at me, one arm supporting my ass and the other on my back, keeping me pressed against his chest. You're not even half undressed, he chuckles, nuzzling against my neck. I have more important things to be doing. He sets me down on the bed so I'm lying fully stretched out, then joins me to kiss across the skin of my chest. He dips a tongue into the cleavage between the lacy blue bra as he does, and for a moment it's enough for me to forget my objections, to completely forget everything. Then he works himself a little bit lower, nipping at my stomach, and as desire curls through me, all I can think about is how much I want to see the chest I've been tempted by all evening. I plant a foot on his shoulder, pushing him back, and his eyes heat even further. I want to see, I say firmly, then stretch my arms above me deliberately so that he can see me, just to make my point. If he gets to enjoy himself, I damn well will too. He chuckles, but there's a dangerous edge to it as his hands reach up in acquiescence, slowly undoing the buttons I missed before he shrugs the shirt off very deliberately. I look over the hard muscles there with admiration, pulling him back toward me again. We kiss. It's even better now that we're skin to skin, the heat from his body flush against mine. You don't look like a businessman, I say, in the breaths between kisses. The corner of his mouth tugs up. Maybe I'm a businessman with dreams of being a football star. I laugh, my arms going around his neck and my hands tangling in his hair again. I bury my head in his neck and breathe deeply. Everything about this seemingly completely unreal, but so damn intoxicating. He smells so good, too. Masculine and solid, with a slight sheen of sweat. It's good to know that even uber guys like you have unattainable dreams. I grin at him. Hey, he puts on a mock-offended look for a moment. Who says it's unattainable? Yeah, sure. I laugh again, then wriggle under him, my hands running over the firm muscles of his chest with more than a little delight. He reaches underneath me, his hands finding the clasp to my bra and fumbling for a moment, then slipping it apart. I sigh as the firm hold relaxes, and then moan as it's cast away entirely. His hands reach down to grab mine, placing them above my head as he slides a little further down my body. Something inside me contracts with pleasure, and I let him, wriggling a little more to entice him further. I don't think I've ever felt like this before, not in 9 years of totally routine, ordinary sex with Jackson. Tonight, I feel fun, naughty, provocative, and I love it. He growls over my breasts, and I get an excited little shiver just before he sucks one into his mouth, tongue swirling around my tit and making me writhe from the sudden sensation. His hand comes up to massage my other breast, fingers stroking over my nipple and sending electricity all the way through me. I moan hard, bucking up into his mouth, and I can hear his appreciative response, the vibrations of it rippling across my sensitive skin. I'm on fire in a way that's totally new to me. Pleasure going straight to my pussy and making me ache so badly. It has me moaning continuously now, and he seems to love the way that I can't stop wriggling against him. My hands held firmly above my head, and my body open and exposed to him. His tongue drives me crazy, swirling and flicking until my tits are harder and more sensitive than I can believe. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, his hand releases my arms, and he starts gliding further down my body, his hands running along my sides and making me shiver as he reaches my hips and spreads my legs wide open for him. Oh, his breath whispers across my aching, pulsing core, and I wrap my legs around his head automatically. I've wanted to taste you all evening, he growls just above my pussy, and I finally realize what he means by that. Before I have a chance to respond, he buries his head against me, one finger sliding my thong to the side and leaving me totally exposed for him. His tongue comes out slowly at first, just teasing, whispering along my inner lips. But my God, the first time I feel it. And then he takes a long, deep stroke all the way up to my clit, circling around it, blowing against it. And I think everything in me explodes, just like that. The buildup that had me moaning and writhing against him all suddenly becomes so intense, too intense, and I can't control it. I can't help it. It feels like he's hardly done anything, but everything in me is wound up and sensitive and wanting and, oh my fucking God, I think I scream. I'm not entirely sure, since every part of my brain seems to disappear in that falling, plunging, unending wave of pleasure. Distantly, I think I feel his tongue working harder, carrying me through it, his hands on my breasts, and every part of me sensitive and desperate, and so insanely turned on that I feel like a writhing mass of nerves and overwhelming sensation. My legs clench around his head, my hands make fists on the sheets, and I arch up into him as it takes over. By the time the whiteness clears from my vision, I'm gasping and panting, and that crazy, powerful, amazingly intense tongue is licking slowly and softly around my aching sex. When I look down, his eyes are on me, slightly wide, blown and hazy from the intensity of what just happened. I reach down and find his hand, grasp it, unable to say anything, unable to explain. He seems to understand at least some of it, coming back up over me, curling me up into his arms and kissing me deeply. I can taste myself on his mouth, and something about that gives me a little thrill, even through the haze of pleasure. "My God, Ava," he murmurs against me. "I barely touched you." I take a deep, gasping breath and clutch him to me, burying myself in his arms as I come down from possibly the most intense orgasm of my life. Okay, not possibly. Definitely. "I know," I murmur, my mind still scattered into little pieces. I don't have the words to be able to say I've never felt anything like it. That all those years of fumbling sex and mildly pleasurable fun times were never like this at all. I've tried oral sex before, a few times, but it always just felt a bit weird and sloppy and, well, wet. But if what he just did is what it's meant to be like, then damn. Even as I'm struggling to process what just happened, I still feel achy, needy, and my body knows exactly what it wants. I find myself shifting so that I'm under Damien, directly under him, his thick cock bumping right against my eager entrance. I close my eyes and give in to the sensation, not trying to understand anymore, and just going with the way all this feels. I cup a hand around the back of his neck and start moving my hips, sliding slowly against him. "I want to feel you," I murmur, still slightly breathless. Something heats in his eyes, becoming dangerous in a way that leaves me shivering with anticipation. I press up against him again, and that's all the invitation he needs. His hands curl around my hips, fingers digging deep as he pulls me up to him, positions himself, and then slides right in. I gasp as he stretches me, the pleasurable burn running all the way through my overly sensitized body. "Oh, fuck, Ava, you feel so tight, so good," he groans, leaning forward to meet me in a kiss as he starts slowly thrusting inside me. I cling to his shoulders, my hips moving in response to his rhythm and the slow pulse of pleasure he's spreading through me. "More," I breathe. I start to rock faster against him, and he groans in response, the long, slow strokes becoming faster and more urgent. I can feel every part of him filling me, and his slightest movement giving me a burst of delicious friction. I'm still sensitive from that crazy intense orgasm, but it doesn't matter. The pleasure of it all combines and melds together until that warm tension starts to burn in my stomach again, the anticipation growing with every moment. Our mouths slide against together as we breathe hard and clutch at each other, kissing and moving as everything becomes more and more urgent. He shifts slightly, changing the angle, and my eyes open wide as he thrusts hard, again and again, His cock slides against my most sensitive spot, his pelvis rocking up against my clit and sending shivers of pleasure through me as I gasp. "I love the way you sound," he growls against my ear, the deep tone only adding to my need. "The noises you make for me." I want to respond, to say something, but I can't. I'm too far gone. Instead, all I do is give him more of that, oblige him with exactly what he wants, moaning and gasping against him. He grips me hard and takes my mouth in his, our bodies tangling together as he thrusts forward harder and faster, filling me deep and giving me everything I never knew I needed. Oh, damn. Oh, I can feel it building again, impossible to resist, the tightness growing within me until I feel ready to explode. "Damien," I breathe, wanting to warn him, to tell him, to... I don't get another chance, my fingers digging hard into his shoulders as my hips rise to meet him again, my pussy spasming around his thick cock as I moan uncontrollably. The wave rushes through me, slower than last time, deeper and longer, making every part of me tingle and shudder. He groans on top of me, his arms clutching me close as his hips work at a furious pace, thrusting deep inside me and carrying me through it, drawing the sensation out until he grunts hard, thrusts deep, and then I feel him shooting inside me, warm and deep and deliciously satisfying as I collapse in his arms. He kisses my mouth, my neck, everything he can as he grunts and breathes hard, buried deep inside me. I keep myself wrapped around him, even as my limbs weaken and I slump slightly, until he gathers me up into his arms and turns us both to the side. He slips out of me, and I can't help the small, disappointed noise I make as I feel it. He chuckles slightly, nibbling on my ear and making me shiver. "Give it a little bit, then maybe you can have that back." The words make my aching, satisfied pussy spasm again, the idea of more. Oh, God. "Yeah?" I whisper. "Hell yeah," his deep voice echoes. "It hasn't been this good in a long time, Ava. I'm not stopping there." I moan softly, my voice feeling slightly hoarse as his arms wrap around my chest, pulling me into his back. I tangle my legs with his and just try to breathe while my heartbeat slows. It hasn't been this good for me ever, but I don't say that. I just close my eyes and enjoy the moment. Until he starts again, kissing and nibbling down my neck, turning me around and bringing my body to life all over again, with his hands, his tongue and mouth, and that beautiful, thick cock, a whole body just made for a woman's pleasure. And I'm the one to get it. Tonight, it's all mine. We spend hours like that, not quite able to keep our hands off each other, not quite able to turn around and drift off to sleep without reaching out for just something more, just a little more, just one more time. He shows me positions I never knew existed and takes me to heights I've never known. Through it all, there's a part of me thinking that this might be the best night of my entire life, and a part of me that feels a little guilty about that, considering just how many nights I had with Jackson. I guess I never knew that this was what people meant by chemistry, this kind of mind-blowing, out-of-control need. By the time we finally collapse into sleep, I'm aching all over in the best possible way, exhausted and totally satisfied, my whole body warm and languid and relaxed as we drift off together. The last thing I think as I fall asleep is that I'm so glad I ignored my overactive mind and did something different for once. At least, until that overactive mind kicks right back in a couple of hours later. I wake up with the beginnings of the headache I usually get from Vicky's bad cocktails, and then notice the powerful man right next to me. I have a moment of confusion before everything comes right back to me, with a dreamlike quality that makes me wonder whether any of it was even real. The moment I shift slightly, the delicious aches and lovely languid feelings inside me make it clear it was definitely real. A million things raced through my mind at once. Wanting to reach over, to touch, to kiss like we were just before we finally slumped into an exhausted sleep. Wanting to wash my face and drink some water to get rid of the dry sandpaper feeling in my mouth. And wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do now. What on earth he'll think when he wakes up and finds me in his bed. His bed? The bed. I belatedly remember the way he pulled me from the club, checking into a hotel, racing up here, and I blush, which is stupid, because it was me doing all those things, and I sure as hell wasn't embarrassed then. But then none of that felt like me, not the me I know. It felt like the kind of wild, sexy woman I've never been. At least, not until now. I bite my lip as I look over at the heavily breathing man next to me, dim light outlining the delicious body I was enjoying only hours before. What the hell do I do now? I've never done this before, and some part of me starts to panic, in a distant, slightly hungover way. Is he going to regret this when he wakes up? Will he still want me here? What the hell will we even say to each other in that hungover morning-after state? What if it's all just awkward? What if he wants more? What if... I resist the urge to search for my cell phone and ask Vicky about appropriate post-one-night-stand etiquette. I have no idea what the time is. She's probably asleep, and my cell is probably in my bag, scattered somewhere on the floor. It takes me all of a few minutes to work out the best thing I can do is just leave. Part of me wants to stay, to reach out, to wake him up and see if he'd be interested in another round. But as much as the idea of that lights my body up with interest, I'm not even sure I'm physically up to it. I ache everywhere. And I'm definitely not mentally up to it. It won't be awkward if I leave. It'll just be an awesome night to remember. Your first ever one-night stand. Nothing to get in the way of that memory. No complications. That's what settles me. This was crazy, carefree, and wonderful. And that's all I want. I carefully sneak out of the bed, watching to make sure Damien doesn't stir, before quietly gathering my things together. I hesitate by the door one last time, taking a long look at the man who just gave me enough material for every fantasy I might ever want to have, while a stupid part of me wishes I didn't have to leave. That, if anything, tells me how much I do need to go. I've never done this before. I can't allow my long relationship-oriented brain to get confused. So I slip softly outside and make my slow way back to Vicky's apartment, half hungover from the cocktails and half from mind-blowing sex.
Chapter 5. Damien. Please tell me this isn't you. I look up from the photos I'm browsing on my sister's blog to see Katie walking into my office, a long, suffering expression on her face and a newspaper in her hand. She drops it on my desk, strands of long brown hair coming loose from her ponytail as she cocks her head at me and spins the paper around so I can see the article. The headline reads, "Paddle Boat Joyride and Crash," with a photo below showing a vague outline of a man standing up on a small boat shape in the middle of the water. It's a distant, blurry photo with, at best, a slight resemblance to me, and only if you really think about it. Unless you're Katie, the girl I've known all my life. Then, of course, you'd recognize me at a glance. "You didn't go out and do this with those idiots on Friday night after I'd gone home," she says, making it a statement but giving me an intently suspicious look anyway, with one hand cocked on her hip. It's a look that she's become very good at since she had children. "Well," she groans, slumping back into the chair opposite my desk. "I paid for the damage," I say, trying to be soothing about it. "More than that, actually, and they won't be pressing charges, so it's all sorted. Plus, it was kind of fun. I mean, not so much the crash, though that was hilarious. But who knew paddle boats could be so much fun late at night with a few drinks inside you? So, nothing, she glares at me. This is not the sort of thing we need right now, Damien. Well, if you'd stuck around a little longer, I grin at her, still in far too good a mood to let this bother me. It was one of the best weekends I've had in a really damn long time. Though the paddle boat was only part of that. A rather small part, actually, considering everything that happened the next night. And I figured Katie would end up finding out about the crash. She has a knack for that sort of thing. So I could babysit you and the random frat guys you bought drinks for? She raises an eyebrow. No, so we could go out and have some fun together. Come on, Katie, we've spent years working for this. Surely we get to have a little celebration. We did have a little celebration. Okay then, a big celebration. Go out, a night on the town. Think about something other than work and responsibilities for once. Yeah, those frat guys might have been idiots, but at least they know how to have fun, which is something we've never seemed to master. I take a breath and Katie pauses, looking at me. I didn't exactly mean for all of that to come out the way it just did. I have fun, she says, but her tone is softer now and I don't like the concern behind it. I just don't need to go crazy, party all night, and crash boats to do it. I run a hand through my hair. I didn't mean to crash it, okay? I just wanted to go out and do something, you know? And I worked it all out with the paddle boat company, so where's the harm in having a little fun? My eyes drift back to the screen and the group of girls grinning there, holding up crazy-looking drinks in an old wooden bar somewhere in rural Africa. Her fingers tap on the newspaper again. Here's the harm. We can't afford to have you getting a reputation for crazy partying and idiot behavior just because you're suddenly looking for cheap thrills and a good time. I glance back down at the paper. You're the only one who would even know it's me in that blurry picture, Katie. Even the paper says, unknown daredevil, and mentions that the paddle boat operator confirmed they weren't pressing charges. This time, Katie shakes her head. That doesn't make it okay. And how many times has this even happened? I let out a slow breath. Look, I'm sorry about Friday, but this deal, it could change everything for us, Katie. You can give me one wild night of celebration. I just won't tell you about the second, even more wild night of celebration. Then again, the only headlines that one made were for me. She gives me a long look, but gradually sits back in the chair with a sigh. Yeah, it could change everything, Damien. But didn't anyone ever tell you not to count your chickens till they're hatched? Stop celebrating a deal that isn't even signed yet, idiot. Nope, my mom always told me I could do anything I set my mind to. So it might as well be signed already. She rolls her eyes, but I see the way they soften, too. That's a low move, Dick, she says, huffing out a breath as she pokes at me. Seems wrong for me to argue with your dead parents. I grin. Yeah, she's right, it is. But after all this time, it's not difficult for either of us to mention them. The bitter pain of their early death faded into a low ache a long time ago, and although I doubt that will ever entirely disappear, it's not a bad ache. Bittersweet, if anything. And I decided right from the beginning that I'd rather be able to talk about them, any which way I want, than try to pretend that car crash had never happened. Then I guess I win, right? Dick, she mutters again, then sighs and leans back. You do know this deal could still fall through, though, right? It'll be fine. I give her a slow smile, picking up the stress ball I keep on my desk and idly playing with it. Have a little confidence, Katie. I wish I had half your confidence. She shakes her head, but there's a wry smile tugging at her lips. If you did, you'd be running this place without me. She laughs, and I know we're back on even ground. Not likely. That's too much work for any single person. No, sticking to the day-to-day operations suits me just fine. I'll leave the big, ambitious gambles, high-powered deals, and risky visions to you." "How kind," I grin back. "Just don't screw it up," she adds, attempting to look serious again. "I'm counting on this deal to put my kids through college, you know." "What was that about not counting chickens until they're hatched again?" I ask innocently. She rolls her eyes at me, but it's obvious how much this deal is putting her on edge as she stands up and leans her hip against my desk, too wound up to sit still. I get it. Being this close to something this big, the adrenaline can be hard to take, especially for someone like Katie, who thrives on the steady, consistent pace of running our daily operations. She'd be the first to admit she's never had the temperament for this sort of thing, and I'm the one that loves it. The excitement, the adrenaline, the potential, all I can see is the opportunity, while Katie focuses on the risks. It makes her invaluable at what she does, but when something like this comes along, it's understandable that she's a little edgy. "After it's signed," she continues, looking down at me from her perch on my desk. "When that's done, sure, you can do whatever you like. We both can. If you want to hang out with dumb college kids and live the party lifestyle you've never had, then sure. Why not? You can even go and do the whole college experience thing if you like." There's something in the way she says that, and the knowing way she's looking at me, that makes the comment hit a little harder than I'd like. Is that what I'm doing? Trying to live the period of my life I missed out on? But until then, behave, Damien. I've been looking up this guy. Yeah, Prestige Trust is owned by one guy, and I think we need to tread carefully. Oh? I look up at that, my attention sharpening immediately, even though Katie's default position is always careful. Sure, I might have a casual attitude when I'm talking to Katie, but when it comes to actually making this deal, I've got the familiar adrenaline and excitement coursing through me. This is serious, for Katie, our business, and me. And if she's found something that could help? This is old money, Damien. About as old as it comes here in the States, maybe even older. They have a hell of a lot of overseas investors. I nod, already knowing all of that. She folds her arms and looks at me, her expression turning serious. This deal is a great opportunity for them as well as us. If we put some of the tech we've got behind our app into a platform for them, they could have a serious trading advantage. As soon as word gets around about that, we'll be swamped with attention and interest from other firms. I know. I was the one that put that proposal together. Yes, but what I'm not sure you understand is that just because they'd benefit from this doesn't mean that they're going to like you, Damien. From what I've heard about the CEO, about Michael Thompson, he's got the sort of pride that could have him turning down a deal like this for that reason alone, regardless of the money it could make him. I frown. I've never failed to charm potential partners, suppliers, distributors, anyone, really. Katie continues as if she can read what I'm thinking. Hell, we've been working together long enough that she probably can. They're not like the other guys you've talked to in Silicon Valley. In fact, from what I've heard, they're going to despise those sort of people. Our sort of people. Don't forget, these guys have worked for years in a prestigious, hierarchical environment to get where they are, and as much as our success could benefit them, I'm pretty sure they resent us for it too. My frown deepens. What makes you... I know a couple of people who've been burned by trying to work with firms like Prestige, so I went digging. And what I found tells me we need to be careful, Damien. You need to be careful while you're negotiating with these guys. Make sure you know what you're walking into. They're an old, super conservative firm with old money clients. Mr. Thompson is stiff, formal, and a family values type of man who expects to be respected simply because of the decades he and his firm have been around. I can't help it. My nose wrinkles at the idea. Katie is right. These aren't my sort of people at all. I run a hand through my hair and nod. Okay, noted. Thanks for the warning. That's why this sort of thing makes me nervous, Damien. Katie taps the newspaper article again. They won't like how young and successful you are, but they know about that. They're obviously willing to talk anyway. But any little thing, this sort of thing, if they start thinking you're some idiot party boy too, then the deal is over. Done. I glance down at the paper again and sigh. Okay, I see her point. I cover her hand with my own and look up at the dark brown eyes that feel like they've been with me for my whole life. Sure, she's gotten bossy and a little serious since she had kids, but she's always looked out for me and Emily. Yeah, okay, point taken. I want this deal as much as anyone. I'll be careful. I shake my head, a small smile playing on my lips. And come on! It's not like I'm the kind of guy to be out every night anyway. I spend almost all my life right here in this office. You know that. She sighs, and with it, her posture relaxes. And it's not until I see that I realize just how tense she's been all the way through this. I get a belated stab of guilt, reminding myself I really should be a better business partner sometimes. Yeah, I know. She shifts where she's half sitting on my desk. I know I'm overreacting a little. I'm just nervous. We can kick back and celebrate a bit. I'd just prefer to do it when all the paperwork is signed and finalized. But I won't deny I felt a little wild too when all the preliminaries came through on Friday. I get it. It was just that one night. At least the rest of your weekend was obviously tame enough to avoid the tabloids. She grins at me, but the comment takes me straight back to Saturday night, something that's been on my mind since I woke up alone yesterday morning. Images of Ava and I tangled together in bed flicker through my mind, the way she sounded when she was under me, how tight and beautiful and good she felt. My God, that girl was gorgeous, and the sex. It's never been that all-consuming before. I was totally addicted, unable to stop touching her, tasting her, feeling her. Even after we were totally exhausted, kissing her was still too tempting to let myself sleep. Yeah, tame isn't exactly how I'd describe it. Damien? Hello? Huh? I look up, blinking, to see Katie's raised eyebrow, distracted by the flush of heat from the memory. I said that wasn't the only reason I came in. It takes me a moment to shake the feeling and image of Ava from my mind, and I haven't had that before with a girl. The few times I've actually taken one home, focusing on business has never been hard for me. What? She pulls out a folder that I hadn't noticed under the newspaper. I came to save your ass a second time, too. I lean back in my chair, linking my hands behind my head as I wait, watching her perched on the edge of my desk. If you didn't know us so well, the picture of the two of us like this could almost feel suggestive. But any chance of that dried up 13 years ago, in the most awkward teenage date I think either of us have ever been on. My 15-year-old curiosity about whether I should be doing something more with the girl I was spending all my time with quickly turned into something far closer to distress. We decided friends was much better, though it took until Neil came along and swept her off her feet for that remaining awkwardness to disappear. I don't think I've ever been as relieved as the day she came running to me to tell me all about her amazing date. Now we're more family than anything else. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just thinking about that date we had that one time. Her mouth drops open as she stares at me, completely blindsided, before finally bursting out with laughter. What? Why? I have no idea, I say honestly. I think I've been in a weird mood all morning. Come on, Damien, now is not the time to be regretting what you passed up. Her laughter turns into a grin and she tries to hit me with the folder. I don't know what is up with you today, but please, Focus. On what, exactly? On the key to those talks you're going to in a couple of weeks. I raise an eyebrow. The tech director at Prestige dropped me a line the other day. Oh? Since when did Katie know the people at Prestige? I'm starting to get the feeling she's doing my job better than me at the moment. She nods. He gave me a heads up about the issues we can expect when you go to meet them. Long story short, they love our tech and want us to create a platform for their traders to use. But Thompson hates our design, branding, all of it. The tech guy, Andrew, is concerned Thompson won't want to be associated with us purely because of that. If we get the deal but lose any chance of our branding being visible, our chances of advertising this platform to other firms will plummet, and he might not even let us implement the pure tech if it looks bad. Apparently, investment trusts like Prestige are all about image. My face screws up a little. Design and graphics and all that fancy stuff is the one thing I've avoided thinking about for a long time. Okay, sure, I know the app looks ugly, and, damn it, it's probably badly designed too. But the functionality has always been so good that it's never mattered. That's on the to-do list, I say. Hasn't it been on the to-do list for years? Katie says, echoing my own thoughts. She gives me a knowing smile. Somehow it always manages to get bumped down that list. I grin. Functionality is more important. That's what got us this far. Yeah, I know you. There's always some cool new feature to work on, or bright idea that will make household investing even easier. Exactly. All that has got us to where we are today, sure. But it's not the thing that's going to make a breakthrough anymore. Our tech is good. We know that. But if we want to get any further, we have to look good, too. You know what I think of all those flashy apps that don't have any substance? So we'll be a flashy app with substance. We've already got the substance. The hard part is done. Speak for yourself. We've got a team of experts in coding and developing new features. I don't think there's a single user interface designer among them. Yep, she agrees, looking pointedly at me. Okay, that might be slightly my fault too, but my priorities have worked out for us so far. But I've got the answer to that as well. She pulls something out of the folder and slides it across the desk to me. 2-Bit Designs. A marketing agency? They specialize in online design, graphics for websites and applications, user interface, all that stuff. I frown, flipping through the information in front of me. They look fine, I guess, but Katie doesn't usually go looking for contractors. If anything, that's my job. And I've never gone with the first thing I find. You think we need to hire contractors? You said it yourself. It's not our specialty. Keeping costs down and working on the app ourselves made sense before, but when we've got an opportunity like this, let's get it right, Damien. Let's go into that meeting with potential designs to answer the first objections that are going to be thrown at us. It'll be so much smoother. I can't deny that she's right about all of that. It's not something I've considered before. I've always been proud of building our app from the ground up ourselves, but having people who actually know what they're doing take a look at our design, if anything, that would be a relief. And, she adds, let's do it with the agency right here on our doorstep, who happen to be Prestige's favorite marketing group on the West Coast. I look up at her. What? Yep. Andrew was kind enough to give me that little detail. He wants this to work, Damien, as much as we do. Since when do you know people at Prestige? I finally ask the question that's been playing on my mind this whole time. She laughs. That's what people like Andrew and I do. If we see a deal that would have real benefit at risk of going south, we'll get together and figure out a way to knock our CEOs' heads together so that it works. I look at her for a moment, then can't help smiling. Oh, that's what you're doing, is it? I shake my head. I didn't know I caused you so much difficulty. Just sometimes, when you feel like taking a paddle boat out for a joyride at midnight, for example. I'm already getting the impression that I'm not going to live that one down. She shakes her head. I don't think you even want to. Are you sure you're not running this place after all, Katie? I'm surprised it's taken you this long to notice. She grins back, winking at me before reaching out to squeeze one shoulder. Then she passes the folder over to me and finally stands up, the usual signal that ends our impromptu meetings. Hey, thank you, I say genuinely. However you get your information, it's invaluable. I'll give 2-Bit Designs a call. I know, she says with a smile. Now I'll get back to my job instead of spending all my time on yours, if you don't mind. I nod, but she catches a glimpse of my screen as she turns, then looks back immediately. Hey, does Emily have a new post up? The serious, business-like tone disappears, replaced by the warmth and enthusiasm she's always shown my sister. I nod. Yeah, look at this. She's on her last stop in Africa now, and the pictures are just stunning. She comes around behind me, one hand on my shoulder as she leans over and smiles while I scroll through the images. My God, it makes you want to go, huh? I laugh. Yeah, leave everything behind and just go do something totally different. She's a lucky girl, Damien, Katie says softly, and I know what she's trying to say. I ignore it anyway, uncomfortable. She's my little sister. Anyone else would have done exactly the same thing in my position. We've both been lucky, I shrug. Unlucky, too, I guess. Katie gives me a sidelong look, but she doesn't say anything more about it. Emily and I were dealt a crap hand, sure, but this business has saved us in more ways than one. When does she get back? In a month or so. I think I'm barely going to recognize her, Katie says with a fond smile, her eyes on the pictures. She's so skinny now, and tan, too. She gives me an amused glance. Nothing like your pale ass. You could do with taking a few lessons from her, I think. Like not working 12 to 14-hour days inside? I ask. After this deal, yes, she says pointedly, and I laugh. It's a good thing my pale skin does so well at setting off the darkly handsome look I have going on then. She just rolls her eyes at me, poking my shoulder. Yeah, did no one tell you vampires are out now? I think Twilight got replaced with 50 Shades of Grey a while ago. So you're saying I should carry a whip around with me instead? I say, considering. No. She slaps me lightly on the shoulder before moving away from my chair. You promised. No more scandals until after we sign this deal. I grin. Okay, I'll wait until then. Idiot, she mutters, and I give her a smirk, grateful as always that she's right here in my life. I love my job, but if she wasn't a part of it, I think some of the appeal would have dried up a long time ago. She hesitates before stepping around my desk, looking back at me, and I see her expression change from exasperated amusement to something more serious. I did mean it, you know, she says quietly. After all this is over, if you want to take some time out, go back to college or something, you can. You covered me for years while I was having babies. I can always do the same for you. I pause, some of my good mood sliding from me. Why would I want that, Katie? I'm shaking my head, denying it, even before her words can register. You said it yourself, college kids are idiots. I'm beyond all that now. She looks at me for a long moment. Maybe, but these last few years, okay. Maybe this is the first time you've crashed a boat, but you have been spending a lot more time at all the bars and clubs. You've invited me often enough for me to know, and I just wonder, I wonder what you're looking for sometimes. I let out a deep breath. I'm not looking for anything, Katie. I'm just having a good time. Since Emily went off to college, I've been able to. That's all. I'm just making up for what I missed out on for all those years. She still doesn't look convinced, so I give her a slow smile. 15 years' time, when your boys are both gone too, maybe you'll see what I mean. You'd be surprised by all the things you suddenly want to do and catch up on. That makes her laugh. Like sleep? I roll my eyes. Just hope I'm still having a good time when you're old, Katie, or you'll have no one to enjoy the freedom with. Uh-huh, she says dubiously. Well, okay then. Enjoy that freedom, Damien. I'd be the last person to deny you deserve it. Just remember the offer, in case you ever do want to do something different. She doesn't give me a chance to respond, turning toward the door instead. I watch her disappear, still a little conflicted by all those assumptions, before my eyes drift back to the computer screen. The sight of my beaming little sister goes a long way to easing some of the sudden tension within me. At least you've done one thing right in your life, Damien. Whatever regrets you might have, you'll always know that. You did right by Emily all those years. And I meant what I said to Katie. I'm not interested in college. I can tolerate that crowd for a fun night out, maybe. But 3 years with them? No, it's not even a little bit tempting. I tap my fingers against the desk, wondering if maybe I am feeling a little bit restless at the moment. I shouldn't be, with this deal on the horizon and all the potential changes that could bring to our business. It's a new project, and I love new projects. They're enough to bring all the initial energy and enthusiasm right back again, just like Ava said. Ava. I'm still thinking about her. Unbidden, Saturday night comes back into my mind again. The crazy night that still doesn't seem entirely real. I didn't go to the bar looking for that. That's not really what I do. I might like a good time, but in general, that doesn't tend to involve girls. There was just something about her. And then, in the hotel later, I found out a lot more about what that something might be. My God, Ava. I shake my head, still disappointed that she didn't stick around for the morning. I woke up definitely ready for another round, craving more of what we'd had just before I'd fallen asleep. And for a long moment, I couldn't believe she wasn't there next to me. I even wondered briefly whether I'd imagined the whole thing. But I didn't have nearly enough to drink for that. And waking up in a strange hotel room with such vivid memories was more than enough to convince me. For a moment, I consider going back to that bar, like I thought about doing yesterday, looking for her. But for what? I'm not sure. It's obvious she just wanted the one-night stand. That's why she left. I should respect that, and I do. But that doesn't stop me thinking about Saturday night. I have a feeling Ava is going to be a hard girl to forget about, or relegate to the back of my mind as a spectacular memory of a one-time thing. It takes me a while to shake off the idle daydreams. I have no idea what's wrong with my focus today, but eventually I let the reminder of Saturday night fade and reach for my desk phone. As I do, I glance down at the information about 2-bit designs that Katie left me with. There are more important things for me to be thinking about than a one-night stand. And right now, I have a call to make.
Chapter 6. Ava. I can't believe you didn't tell me all this yesterday. Vicky gushes from where she's sitting cross-legged beside me on the couch, bumping me every time she leans forward with her enthusiasm to hear about Saturday night. Weren't you busy yesterday? I thought Sunday was your do-not-disturb study day for that exam you're always complaining about. After I woke up at hers slightly later in the day, she still wasn't home, and I'd guessed she'd taken my text as encouragement of her own. I dragged myself back to my parents, and unashamedly enjoyed the comfort of some home-cooked sustenance before going straight back to bed. Yeah, it had been one of those morning afters. Yeah, busy frantically texting you for updates, girl. There are some things more important than exams, you know. When it comes to Vicky, I could easily believe that some things might just be everything. Don't get me wrong. She works hard, and I can only respect anyone who voluntarily chooses a career that involves endless exams and jumping through hoops after college, but she's totally determined not to let these exams stop her from having a life. I don't blame her for that. The idea of exams still makes me shudder. I was hungover as fuck yesterday, I say instead, still feeling the ache of it behind my forehead, though by now I might just be imagining it. I don't know what you put in those cocktails, but it's enough to convince me I don't ever want to drink again. Aw, come on, she almost pouts, taking another sip of wine, an obvious testament to the fact she's fine. Of course, she drinks a lot more than me on a weekly basis, so that's probably why. You liked them this time. I laugh. Yeah, I did. Plus, it was probably all those drinks Hot Sex Guy bought you. Damien, I say with another laugh. His name is Damien. I think Hot Sex Guy works better. And he only bought me one drink, Vicky. I wasn't even drunk when I left with him, you know? Maybe a little tipsy, just enough to stop thinking so damn much. But that, if anything, is an argument for drinking every day of the week. Is that why you do? I ask, raising an eyebrow, and she grins. Course not. I don't think all that much to start with. I roll my eyes. And here I thought you accountants were always thinking about complicated math things. Though I'd always thought all accountants were totally boring, too, before Vicky decided to become one. Of course, she says they are. That's why she insists on having so much fun outside of work. It's mostly just systems and repetition. And wait, did you really just change the subject from your hot sex to accounting? How are we even friends? I laugh again, but I can't help the heat behind my smile as I think back to that night, the much-talked-about hot sex. I lean back on the couch with a sigh. I'm not sure there's much more to tell you, but damn, Vicky, it was perfect. I didn't even know sex could be like that. Well, yeah, that was obvious, or we would have been talking about it years before now. That's true. Sex has never really been something we've discussed much, and not because Vicky hasn't been curious. It's just that I've never had much to say. It always seemed to me to be an intimate, private thing, with nothing all that much to talk about. It was just a nice thing between a couple that happened occasionally and didn't really require any special comment. So the idea of this sort of conversation always struck me as a bit crude and unnecessary. But now I actually get it. It's like there's a fluttery, excited butterfly feeling in my stomach that just wants to come out. A giddy excitement I want to share with my best friend because it's too much to contain myself. I never knew, I admit. I never knew that all those times you were telling me about this guy or that guy, or you'd start trying to talk about it, I didn't realize it felt like this. Vicky lets out an excited squeal, clutching at my arm. Oh, Ava, this is perfect. I tell you, breaking up with Jackson is the best thing that ever happened to you. And to me. Now you're done with all that boring, tame, long-term relationship sex. We can finally do this. Go out together, have a good time, swap stories, crush on guys. I laugh at the idea of it, but I'm smiling too. And I can't deny some part of me likes the thought. Suddenly, post-Jackson life seems like it might actually be a good thing, filled with the kind of excitement I missed out on for years. You know, I think you're right, Vicky. Of course I'm right. When am I not right? I roll my eyes, then give her a nudge. You still haven't told me about what happened to you that night. At least I made it back by the end. Yeah, what was up with that? She asks, completely missing my point. I can't believe you snuck out of there in the middle of the night. I laugh, feeling a small flush of remembered embarrassment. I didn't know what I was doing, Vicky, I say, almost relieved to have someone to confess it to. It's the first time I've ever done anything like that. I had no idea what people do afterward. I almost text you to ask, at something like 4 a.m. You so should have, she grins. That way you would have stayed with him and had awesome morning sex, too. I laugh. I think you were probably a little busy yourself to be answering texts at 4 a.m. Nah, her expression scrunches up. Sounds like you had more fun than I did. He fell asleep after the first round. Boring. I grin at the way Vicky sounds about that. Before last night, I'm not sure I even realized that some people expect more than falling asleep after the first round. And I'm not sure it would have been awesome morning sex, I continue. It might just have been awkwardness and confusion, with a damn headache, too. Oh, Ava, you always do this. So focused on the worst that can happen. Have a little optimism, you know? Start thinking about all the good things that could happen if you take the risk. Vicky shakes her head. Poor guy, waking up all alone like that. Poor you for missing out, if he was half as good as you say he was. I laugh at her mournful tone. I still think it's for the best. Now I just have a great memory, with none of the possible unpleasantness. She takes another sip of wine, then perks up. Ah, well, maybe next time. Uh-huh. Let's just wait a few weeks for next time, okay? I'm going to need a little while to recover from those margaritas. But even as I try to moderate my overly enthusiastic friend, I get a little tingle of excitement at the idea of doing all that again. Of going out, having fun, coming back to tell Vicky all about the amazing guy I met. Maybe you'll see Damien again. Wait, no, Ava. That's not what a one-night stand is. That's not a simple night of fun. Seeing him again might make it complicated, remember? So I just have to find someone as hot as Damien, with that ability to set my blood on fire and drive me crazy, like Damien, who isn't Damien. That should be easy, right? I mean, it worked when I wasn't even trying. And you know, I add, as that hesitation catches up to me, just because Saturday worked out that way, well, I might not always want to. I'm cut off by my cell phone ringing, and I hold up a hand in automatic interruption as I pull it out, even though it was me talking. Then I just stare at it, the contact flashing up on the screen. 2-bit designs. My eyes dart to Vicky's, wide and suddenly excited. After all this time, do I actually have a real job coming in? She shoves me. Answer it, damn it! That's enough to break me out of my paralysis, and I go from disbelief to hurriedly swiping at the phone so I don't miss the call. Hello? I ask as it connects, uncurling from the couch and standing up. Standing and walking across to the other side of the room is, of course, far more professional than taking this call on the couch, where I was just discussing the hot sex I had over the weekend. Is this Ava Lockley? The female voice on the other end of the line asks. Yes, speaking. I say, trying to simultaneously sound like a consummate business professional who receives these calls all the time, but also interested and attentive anyway. In 2 words, yeah, I'm great at this shit. Really, I'm just trying to get the words out through a throat now clogged with my rapidly beating heart. Please be what I think this is. Please, please. I have you down here on our list of contractors who may be interested in additional work. Is that correct? Yes, it is. I am. I cut myself off before I can repeat that again. Damn it, Ava. Ah, good. We've just received details of a very big project that we're lining up for next week. Looking at the scale of the work involved, we're looking for some additional resources to supplement our own. Due to the intensive nature of the project, we'd need it to be a full-time in-house role where you'd be fully integrated with our team of designers for the duration of the work. I don't know whether that would be of interest to you or what your current commitments are, but I've reviewed the designs you've done for us in the past, and if you're available, then we think this would be a great fit. Oh God, oh God, oh God. I want to turn around to Vicky and jump up and down. I want to tell her everything I just heard. I want to yell that finally, just maybe. Instead, I try very hard not to let myself feel the rush of sudden hope and adrenaline and excitement that wants to overwhelm everything else. Yes, I'd be very interested, I say genuinely, and I can't help the enthusiasm in my voice, even if I'd rather keep it somewhat contained. I continue anyway, trying to keep a straight face as I try to emulate her words and manner of speaking. I have a few commitments at the moment, but I should be able to wrap them up within the next day or so. After that, I could clear my schedule. I'm slightly making that up. I mean, I have a few pieces of design work that I've been doing mostly for myself, but I don't really need to finish anything at the moment. Yep, that's how dry it's been recently. Not that I want her to know I've been sitting on my ass for the last month or so, for obvious reasons. Perfect. The voice comes back to me. I'll email you the full details, and if you can get back to us by the end of the day tomorrow to let us know your thoughts, that would be great. It will be Tina Johnson leading the team. Thank you, I will do. Thanks for calling. I stop myself before I thank her again, and she quickly checks the email they have on file before the phone clicks off and I'm left just staring at it. Did that really just happen? Did it? Oh my God. Well? Vicky demands from where she sat on the couch, looking at me expectantly. The hope that's obvious in her expression warms something inside me, and I'm thankful all over again that I made a good choice back in 2nd grade when we became best friends. Though it was probably her choice. Seems more likely she was the one to approach me. I got it, I breathe out, hardly able to believe it. What did you get, Ava? Come on, tell me. That's all it takes for me to rush over to her, pulling her up and gushing at her about the brief call I just had. A real job. A real one. Full-time, in-house, part of their team. My God, Vicky, I think this is my way in. Finally, if I do this well, they might offer you a permanent position. She finishes for me, her eyes lighting up as she squeezes my hand and jumps around, hugging me. Oh, Ava! I pull her tightly to me, clutching her hard as I fight for breath. Out of nowhere, emotion overwhelms me, and I have to blink back the stupid moisture I feel pricking at my eyes. It's happening, Vicky. It's really happening. She pulls back, grinning as she looks at me. I always knew it would. I knew it. I smile back, then hug her again. Yeah, she always did, far more than me. Come on, let's go celebrate, she says, starting to drag me toward the door, her half-finished glass of wine forgotten on the table. What, now? Yes, now. No drinking, Vicky. I'm serious. It's Monday. I've got to be fully alert for that email, and I can still feel Saturday's hangover. No drinking, she agrees, though not without a slight roll of her eyes. Tacos, then? That makes me smile. Oh, yeah, definitely. I let her drag me out of the apartment, excitement buzzing through my veins as I think about everything this means. For the first time in months, I feel alive and invigorated by the thought of the future. Maybe everything that happened between Jackson and I was for the best. Maybe this is how it's meant to be. Maybe this is where it all starts for me. Hot sex, a real design job. Yeah, Ava, life is finally looking up. Chapter 7. Ava. By the end of the week, everything is arranged. I start with the 2-Bit Designs team at the Indivest offices on Monday, as a real member of the team. To Indivest, they won't even know that I'm not a permanent employee. And maybe if I do well by the end of this, I could actually be one. At the very least, I'll have a great credential that will get me the chance to get more jobs. I'll have more contacts in the industry, and hopefully, I'll have impressed 2-Bit Designs enough to offer me more work, even if they're not hiring. If I do a good job. So as I walk into the impressive, modern-looking office on Monday morning, saying I'm feeling nervous would be a total understatement. At 10 people, it's a big team by design agency standards, and I can understand why they felt they needed support. With the other projects and long-term clients, I'm sure it was hard for them to find the 8 permanent employees to devote to this job. The people who will be your best friends and biggest advocates by the end of this, Ava. Tina Johnson, the team lead who was mentioned over the phone, turns out to be a tall woman with long brown hair and stylish glasses perched at the end of her nose. She seems nice enough, as enthusiastic as we all are about a potential new client, or in my case, the potential new job, but with a no-nonsense attitude I can appreciate. When we arrive, an assistant comes down to greet us in the main lobby and takes us up to Indivest's floor. We've been given a brief about the household investment app they created, and hell, I've already downloaded it just to take a closer look, but I'm still bursting with curiosity and anticipation as the elevator opens. I don't know the first thing about investing, but the app was simple enough that if I'd had any spare money available at all, I could tell how easy it would be to get started. I could also tell, almost immediately, just how damn ugly the thing is. For a successful app, it's a lot more basic and unrefined than I would have expected. No wonder they wanted 2-Bit Designs to come in. I try not to swing my head around to look at everything, as we're given a brief tour and led through to the room set aside for us to work in. 2-Bit Designs would usually work from their own office, but Indivest made a special request. According to the brief, the CEO likes to be close to the most important projects Indivest is working on. In return, 2-Bit Designs requested an area with a lot of space for us all to work together and play with ideas. For someone who has just done design work from a laptop and a spare room, it's my idea of heaven. And these are the offices for the chief execs. They keep their doors open when they're in, and if you have any queries, I suggest you come by to discuss them. We've always worked informally here. The execs like to take an active interest in what's going on. I'm nodding along, appreciating the environment they seem to have here, and it's only a casual glance at the door to my side that stops me for a moment. Damien Blake. My feet stumble, and even as I force them to keep moving with everyone else, my head swings back. No, it's not. The door is closed, and I don't think there's anyone in the office, but I feel my heart speed up at the idea. Damien. It can't be him. It's definitely not him. That was just a random guy, and you never got his last name. There must be dozens, hundreds of Damiens running around Fresno, right? Dozens of Damiens who happen to have some sort of financial app. Something like Indivest? I shake my head, trying to cut the thought off. It's just me overthinking, that's all. Worrying about something stupid, like Vicky always says. I mean, what are the chances that the guy I had a one-night stand with, the guy I disappeared on before he even woke up, actually works here? Might in fact be the CEO here? I tell myself it's stupid, but I can still feel the slight sheen of sweat start to gather down my back. That's so not what I need. Sleeping with the CEO who just hired us is probably making a bad impression 101 on him and Two-Bit, and, well, everyone. Damn it. I can barely focus as the assistant continues the tour, pointing out the kitchen, bathrooms, leisure area. Leisure area? Wow, this place is cool. And finally showing us to where we'll be working. I have to keep resisting the urge to get out my phone and text Vicky with my most recent crisis. That definitely would be a bad first impression. Maybe you'll never see him. I mean, you're probably the most junior person on this team. You're not even a real employee. No way are Two-Bit going to let you have any contact with the actual client. So even if it is him, maybe he'll never know I'm here. I can avoid him, right? I can make this work. It might not even be him. I've just managed to convince myself that it'll all be fine when the assistant turns to leave. I'll let you get settled in here, she says, pausing in the doorway to look back at us. Damien, our CEO, was hoping to meet you all in the main boardroom in about an hour to discuss what needs to be done. Tina nods easily enough, but my heart plummets. Seriously? He wants to meet all of us? Well, I guess that will tell me whether it's him. Of all the things that could happen to you, Ava. I try to ignore the feeling and let myself get distracted with the hubbub of people setting up laptops and moving equipment around, chatting animatedly about their initial impressions of the app, the company and the office we're working in. It's obvious the rest of the team is excited, and it brings back my own enthusiasm as well. Almost enough to stop me from thinking about the imminent meeting with hot sex-turned-possible CEO guy. The nickname makes me laugh to myself, and I wish again that Vicky was here to exclaim over this crazy situation with me. But I soon get drawn into a conversation about one of the design elements of the entry into the app, and as I focus on that, some of the anxiety fades a little. You're here. You're going to do this. You belong here, with these people, in this team, and no one is going to stop you. Not even the CEO you might have accidentally had sex with. Well, okay. Maybe him, but hopefully not. I tell myself I'm going to make this work, and that I might be worrying for nothing. But when the time comes and we leave for the boardroom together, I find myself almost trying to hide in the huddle of people around me. I just want to see him. I want to know if it is the same guy before he sees me. Though how that will help, I have no idea. We get there a few minutes early, and my concealment disappears as the group dissipates into individual seats. I sit down in one of the chairs to the side of the table and try to continue the conversation I was having anyway, but I can't stop glancing over at the door. Of course, the one moment I'm not looking is when he appears, striding into the room with the kind of confidence I'd expect from an impressive CEO. And a sex god. The moment I see him, there's no doubt about that anymore. As soon as my head turns, I know exactly who it is. Damien. Hot sex guy. And obviously CEO of Indivest. Fuck. Hi there, he starts casually enough, even as my blood rushes to my head, loud enough that the only reason I can hear him at all is because it's his voice, deep, seductive, powerful. I'm Damien. Thank you all for coming in today. I'm really glad you had the time to take on this project. I wanted to meet now, before any work is started, to talk through My eyes are drawn to him as he speaks, even though my vision seems slightly hazy with disbelief. Because as much as I want to curl in on myself and pretend I'm not even here, pretend he's not here, I can't help looking at him. And I can't help the curl of desire that whispers through me either, as inappropriate as that is. My mind flashes with images of that night, of everything we did together. Despite the professional setting we're in now, despite knowing that my attention should be on the project that's the start of my new life as an awesome single woman, it's not. It's all on Damien. And it's only because I can't stop looking at him, my body remembering everything my mind wishes I could forget, that I catch the moment he stumbles. He's looking around at us all as he speaks, which is no doubt some leadership technique for making everyone feel welcome. But as everyone in the room starts to relax, it seems to be working. For everyone except me, that is. I see the moment his gaze lands on me, and I see the immediate reaction there. The slight widening of his eyes, the interruption to the easy flow of his words, as for a brief instant he just stares. I look away immediately, and not just out of awkwardness or embarrassment. There's a part of me that's worried he'll see exactly what I was just thinking about, almost as much as I'm worried about what the hell is going to happen now. To talk through the project, what I'm expecting and hoping for, your initial thoughts, and how we'll work together. He recovers quickly, far more quickly than me, his voice becoming smooth as he picks up from where he left off. I can't help it. I sneak a glance back to see that his expression is similarly easy and casual again. Then I look around, wondering if anyone else picked up on that little diversion. But no, everyone just seems eager and interested in what their new client has to say. It's almost an anticlimax. But as he starts talking through the brief, giving chances for questions, stopping to discuss initial ideas and potential design options, the part of me that's wound so tight I think I might burst starts to breathe a small sigh of relief. I'm still on high alert. There's adrenaline pumping through me, and I feel impossibly embarrassed to have ended up in this situation. But maybe it will be okay. Maybe that's all there is to this. An awkward encounter and recognition now, and then we avoid each other for the rest of this project, right? I mean, that's probably what he thinks is best, too. After this meeting, I probably won't even have to be in the same room as him again. And if I am, it'll be just like this, as a junior member of the team who's hardly going to speak up in front of everyone. All I'll have to do is forget the fact that the guy who did all those things to me is working right down the hall. Easy, right? Except, even as the meeting runs smoothly and we start to get a better understanding of what everyone expects from this project, I can feel the way his eyes flick toward me, just occasionally. I try not to notice, but something about it sends hot and cold shivers down my spine. I don't think those subtle glances are quite the same as the way he's looking at everyone else in this room. I can't help but wonder what he's thinking. About what we did. About the way I left. Does he regret it? Is he pissed about me disappearing? Will any of it affect this? I tell myself that it shouldn't, but Vicky has told me more than one story about asshole clients who cause trouble just to be difficult. And, well, Damien would probably have more reason for it than any of them. By the time the meeting finishes and everyone files out of the large boardroom-style room, I'm just relieved that it's over. Everyone around me leaves buzzing and excited about the new project, the potential options we discussed, and some of the design questions we're going to have to work through. And I'm definitely buzzing too. But despite how much I've wanted to work on something like this for so long, I don't think my reaction is to any of the things we discussed. In fact, I'm not even sure I remember them. Great, this good impression thing. At least by leaving in the middle of that whole group, I'm away from Damien, and there's no chance for him to say anything. If he was going to say anything. Damn it, are you going to obsess over this the whole time you're here? There's an uncomfortable part of me that thinks I might do exactly that. But as the team gets back to our working space and starts talking about plans and designs, I find myself getting drawn in again. The anxious worry is still there in the back of my mind, stopping me from relaxing completely. But what we're doing here is exciting enough that it manages to distract me. Thank God for how much I love design work. If it can distract me from thoughts of awesome hot sex and then terrible, awful embarrassment awkwardness, well, I guess Vicky was right. It's obviously what I was made to do. That doesn't stop me from texting my best friend the moment the team decides to break for lunch. The morning of setting up initial work and tasks and dividing them up between us was invigorating. But the moment we stop, Damien is right back at the front of my mind, and I feel like I've been waiting to tell Vicky for years already. Me. Oh my God, Vicky, hot sex guy works here. He's the frickin' boss. I'm so screwed, so screwed. On impulse, I don't use Damien's name, even though calling him hot sex guy really isn't going to help me forget what happened. But something about using his name here, in the place he works, seems like a bad idea, and maybe kind of inappropriate. Besides, if someone casually glances over, it's way less obvious I'm talking about our new client, right? Me. This was not supposed to go this way. You told me one-night stands were a good thing. Simple. Never again, Vicky. Never again. Even as I write it, there's a twinge in my gut that tells me maybe I don't entirely mean that. I think I had too much fun to really rule it out forever. Though that's the damn problem. I had entirely too much fun. I've been thinking about it entirely too much, which was great when it was some crazy, mysterious stranger. When it's the guy down the corridor, God damn it. The buzzing of my phone distracts me from where I'm pacing in the bathroom, which is the one place around here that I feel safe I won't accidentally run into Damien. Vicky. Oh, wow. Oh, Ava, your luck. I can almost hear her laughing on the other end of the message. Not helpful, Vicky. Vicky. Has he said anything? Me. No, but damn, he won't, right? This is so bad. How the hell am I going to avoid him for this whole project? Vicky. You sure you want to avoid him? Me. What? What else am I going to do? Walk up and start casually talking to him about that time we had the most amazing sex ever? Vicky. Well, it was the most amazing sex, right? I can't believe you found the guy again. Wink. Me. I wasn't looking for him. I didn't want to find him. This is the worst, Vicky. Vicky. You sure? You didn't want to just a tiny, tiny bit? Me. Hello? CEO of Indivest? My boss's boss. A client. The guy controlling this whole damn project. He could fire my ass just for that one stupid night. I want this job, remember? Vicky. Yeah, okay. Bad idea. Pity, though. He sounded great. Me. Ugh, Vicky, I'm gonna have to get back. What the hell do I do? Vicky. Pretend it never happened? The bathroom door opens and I almost jump out of my skin, thrusting my cell phone into my pocket as I try to look like I was straightening myself up in front of the mirror. Not that there was anything wrong with what I was doing, but I'm already on edge with Damien working right here in this office, so someone walking in on me sending texts about him is enough to freak me out a little. The woman just nods to me, though, her ponytail bobbing and the caramel-colored eyes barely looking over at me, before she disappears into one of the stalls. I breathe a small sigh of relief and try to get myself back under control, then give myself a quick check over in the mirror before walking as calmly as I can back out into the office. I try very hard to stop myself from anxiously looking around for Damien and manage to walk the short distance back to our room without incident, my hand hovering subconsciously over the pocket holding my cell phone. Sure, Vicky, I can pretend it never happened. But what if Damien doesn't? I can still feel the way he looked at me in that meeting, like eyes on the back of my neck making my whole body feel warm and tingly. I manage to shake off the feeling as I get back to work, and surprisingly, that takes over again, the thought of Damien slowly sinking away as I start looking at the section of the app I've been assigned. As the day progresses, I force myself to forget about the whole issue. What I'm doing here is more important, for my future, my life, everything. You can worry about Damien if that becomes an issue, which it might not. That's what Vicky would do. It's enough to let me fully enjoy what I'm doing, and I'm surprised how quickly the day passes as I start working on my assessment of the app, the strengths and weaknesses of the current design, as well as potential options to improve my section in line with some of the ideas already thrown around. I'm really pleased with how well it's going, and how lively the whole team is as they discuss what they're doing or ask for opinions, and it's not hard to throw myself into it all and just get in the kind of work I've always wanted to do. I barely notice as it gets later, and people slowly start to head home for the day, happy to stay late myself with a couple of the other designers who've obviously struck onto something they're not ready to leave yet. I feel the same way, energized by everything I've been doing, and my mind working a mile a minute with a few of the ideas I've had. I've never worked on a project like this, and I just feel like there's so much to do that I'm not quite ready to leave it. When I finally manage to tear myself away from it all, I belatedly realize that I'm the last one left in the room. That makes me smile wryly to myself, but I can't help feeling secretly pleased. I wanted to make a good impression, and that's not a bad way to start. I stand and stretch, feeling satisfied for all of 2 minutes, before the knock on the open door brings me out of my reverie. I look over, my heart and stomach tumbling over themselves as I see exactly what I've been dreading this whole time. Damien stood right there. He only just knocked, but from the way he's leaning against the doorframe, one hip cocked invitingly and his arms crossed, I can't help but wonder how long he's been there. My eyes dart around the room, only confirming what I already know. Everyone else is gone. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not. The moment I look up, he saunters into the room, one eyebrow raised in a way that only reminds me how tempting he was at the bar that night. Somehow, I don't think he's here to talk about work. Damn it, why did I ever think he might just ignore this? Of course, the hot and powerful CEO/sex god is going to tackle this head on. That's what that kind of guy does. Ugh. Well, he says, and his deep voice has all the heat I was dreading but hoping to hear. I can't deny I'd hoped to see you again, Ava, but I didn't expect it to be here. I swallow hard. I really don't want to be having this conversation. I can't be having this conversation. He's my boss, the client. I need this job. Why did you leave? He asks, a small smirk playing around his mouth. It takes me a moment to realize what he's talking about. That morning, and my face turns red immediately. I'm pretty sure it's not the sweet, attractive kind of red either. I can't believe that he's talking about that here, at work, where I'm working for him. Oh, God. I start panicking that he's going to get rid of me because of that, because I left that morning, and I have to fight myself to be able to give any sort of answer. Because he's still looking at me, obviously waiting, with those mesmerizing green eyes, making me feel like a deer caught in headlights. Well, isn't that what happens? I thought it would be easier. I managed to get it out, even if just talking about it is twisting my stomach up in knots. I might have had one conversation with Vicky about not-so-tame things. That definitely doesn't mean I'm suddenly comfortable talking about sex, or the morning after with a stranger. Or worse, the guy I did it with. Or even worse, my new boss. I don't quite have the confidence to meet his gaze, but I try to tell myself that it's a reasonable answer. It was a reasonable thing to do. Surely that's understandable. Don't most guys do that? Disappear by the next morning? Maybe that's what some people do, he says, those eyes still hot and intoxicating when I dare to glance at them, and his smile widens as he continues. Personally, though, I prefer a nice morning after, the chance to wake up and wrap my arms around someone, have a nice leisurely breakfast, maybe a few other leisurely activities. The heat on my face only gets worse, I'm sure, and I try my best not to hear what he's saying. I don't want to picture it. I don't want to think about how nice that would have been. I don't want my body to start reacting to that idea the way it seems to want to, the way it already is, if I'm honest about the shiver of desire running down my spine. Oh, God. Please don't. It comes out before I can help it, and I'm not sure whether I'm talking to him or myself. Not here. I can't do this. I can't risk it. I shake my head, taking a step back, even though he hasn't tried to come any closer. Look, that night, it was a great time, but I swallow, forcing myself to look at him. And then I do the only thing I can think of. I tell him the truth. Look, I really need this job, okay? It's really important to me, and what happened, that won't change anything about the work, okay? I promise. I don't want it to change anything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left, and I'm sorry we ran into each other like this, I guess. But can we just forget about it, please? It's not the most coherent thing I've ever said, but at least I get it out. It probably makes me sound totally pathetic, but I need this job, and I need it to work even if Damien is the CEO we're reporting to, which means there can't be any of this when we're around the rest of my team. Or at all, Ava. There can't be any of this at all. It was one night, and you need to forget it. He's still looking at me, a deliberate gaze that doesn't hide his interest, but at least it looks like he's listening. God damn it, why can't he be as embarrassed as I am? Probably because that night together gave him nothing to be embarrassed about. I can't say I'll forget about it, he says after a moment, mouth still curling up in that dangerous smile before he gives a slight nod. But no, what happened that night won't affect the work we're doing here. You don't have to worry about that, Ava. I can still sense the heat coming from him, matching the barely contained desire buzzing under my skin. But I decide to trust the serious tone behind those words. I don't have much choice. I let out a deep breath and nod back. Thank you, sir. I add the last part in an attempt to redirect us to the professional. But the moment I say it, I can tell by the flare of his eyes and the answering pulse in my veins that it was a bad idea. Heat rises into my face again, and everything in me squirms awkwardly. I pick up my bag in a jagged motion, giving him an attempt at a respectful nod as I skirt around to get out of the room, trying to keep as much distance between us as possible, without making that too obvious. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work, just as I'm pretty sure it looks like I'm running away before he can say anything else. Hell, I know I'm running away. I didn't even pack up all the things I was working on, organize my workspace, or grab my laptop to take home in case inspiration hits me later tonight. I mean, we were told it's perfectly okay to leave anything in the room throughout this project, so I didn't have to do any of those things, but I was going to. Adrenaline is still pulsing through me as I leave the building. I can't shake the feeling of those hot, seductive eyes on me, the way they stir my blood and make me feel like he's going to devour me whole. I tell myself I should be relieved that we've talked about it now. This should clear the air now, right? It's done, isn't it? We agreed. We're just going to forget the whole thing. Or not quite forget, in his case. Damn it. But my job is safe. That's the most important thing. We can just be as normal as we can, mostly avoid each other, and at least now we have an understanding. I walk back to where I'm crashing on Vicky's couch, something she's offered indefinitely while I'm working in this downtown office, as her place is so much closer than my parents', and try very hard not to think about what he said, or what it might have been like if I'd stayed, or what might have happened if he hadn't turned out to be my boss. It doesn't work. Yeah, you're screwed, Ava. Still totally screwed. Only maybe not in the way I suddenly want to be.
Chapter 8. Damien. Ava walks past my office on the way to the room 2-Bit Designs is using, and despite every attempt not to notice, my eyes trace her path anyway. The pretty blouse with blue and yellow flowers that seems to bring out the colors of her hair and eyes, paired with a skirt that seems entirely too tight for her not interested stance. For someone who is so insistent that we forget anything ever happened, she's making it far too difficult with the outfits she keeps wearing. Then again, maybe this is what she usually wears to the office. It's certainly perfectly professional. It's just that it's also so appealing. Or maybe it's just that she's so appealing and that's why I can't stop noticing it all. It's why I get in early every morning, to be here when she first arrives and walks past my open office door, letting me have that initial glimpse of what she's chosen for today. Of course, I'm not about to admit that to anyone, not even myself. I'm getting in early for this deal. That's the reason. Ava's clothing choices are just a bonus. It had been a shock to see her again. Sat right in my boardroom only a week after that night together. And for a moment there, I hadn't been sure I could control myself. A moment there, and then the entire week since. If it had been hard to stop thinking about that night with her before, it's almost impossible now, despite it being so much more important now. Having a hot memory on my mind is one thing, but active fantasies about a woman who is basically working for me? I can't afford that right now, or at all. I know I shouldn't have approached her that day, but I couldn't hold back. I'd spent a week wanting to ask why she'd left before I even woke up, and wondering whether I'd find her again if I went back to that bar. I didn't go back, but not because I didn't want to or I wasn't going to at some point. I just wanted to get the initial stages of this deal underway first. Whatever I might have promised Katie about staying out of trouble, a repeat of that Saturday night wouldn't have broken it. Or at least, it wouldn't have before. The moment she turned out to be working for the agency I've hired to redesign my app, yeah, that has everything Katie wants to avoid written all over it. But I had to talk to her anyway. There was no way I could work with her right here in my office without even mentioning what had happened between us. I just wasn't expecting her to be so upset about it. Everything I remembered about her had been beautiful and hot and fun. The confident woman who'd demanded I undress and give her a proper view as I went down on her. The sexy girl who had giggled and laughed and moaned as we came together again and again. Instead, I was taken right back to those first glimpses I'd had of her, shy and vulnerable, but this time with an anxiousness I hadn't seen back then. Of course, this is a totally different environment, and I guess I'm the boss here, but I'd never expected that to make me feel like such a dick for approaching her. Though I probably was. It's probably all sorts of inappropriate. I can just imagine what Katie would say. And it pissed me off that she seemed so worried that something we'd done before I hired her company would affect her position here. Just what does she think of me? Except, of course, she doesn't know me. How would she know I'm not the kind of guy to let that affect things? And now, she's not going to know me either. I hate how I have to keep telling myself I'm not disappointed about that. It's not like I ever really expected to find her again anyway, but now that I have, knowing she's off limits is driving me crazy. Even throwing myself into this deal isn't distracting me the way it should. Not with her just around the corner to distract me right back in the other direction again. She is off limits, though. I know that. As amazing as she was that Saturday night, it's obvious that now she's here, she's nothing but uncomfortable with the simmering tension that I'm sure is still there. The last thing I want is to make her uncomfortable. And the last thing my company needs is a sexual harassment lawsuit, especially with this deal going on. I can just imagine the look on Katie's face. So for the week Ava has been working here, I've been avoiding her as best as I can and ignoring her when I can't. It feels nearly impossible to do that, and despite my best efforts, I still can't quite resist little things like this morning routine. I've never had a woman affect me like this before. But then, I've never had a woman I'm so attracted to working anywhere near me. Probably because they've always been work associates first, not lovers. "How's the proposal coming?" Katie's voice comes just before the knock on my open office door as she steps inside. Not for the first time in the last week, I'm relieved at Katie's interruption of my wandering thoughts. "It's good. We're almost there." I give her a smile, closing the folder in front of me and turning it around to face her. She opens it to flick through briefly, but I can tell she's only skimming it. With these things, she trusts my judgment. "Can I have a copy to look through before you send it over to their people?" I raise an eyebrow at that. "Don't I always pass it by you first?" Her eyes lift to meet mine, sparkling with amusement. "Sure, but sometimes I think you might forget these things if I didn't drop a reminder or two. Or 3 or 4. Exactly. I shake my head as she takes the seat opposite, giving me an easy smile. So how's the new project going? I'm trying not to interfere, but I can't deny how curious I am. I mean, this is the future of us, Damien. I give her a deliberate look. It's just a few graphics, Katie. What we are is everything behind the app. The purpose, the functionality, the platform that enables... You'll have to forgive a girl for being excited by pretty new graphics then? She grins at me. But they are going to be what everyone else will think we are, Damien. You might not like it, but looks matter. Involuntarily, my mind skips to Ava. Even a comment like that is enough for me to start thinking about how pretty she looked this morning. That alluring mix of confidence and hesitation when we spoke. The things she didn't quite say and the secrets lying under her skin. I start wondering what it is that's really drawing me to her so much. The looks, or... Are you sure I shouldn't be the one running this project? Katie's teasing brings me back. Just about. I'm not sure someone with such disinterest is the right person to judge what this agency produces. Who says anything about judging? I'm just going to go with what the hell they tell me to. I grin back. I'm all for leaving it to the experts when I don't have a clue myself. That's not too far from the truth either. Sure, I've kept close to what they're working on and producing, but while I'm more than happy to ask questions and assess how much thought has gone into their suggestions and designs, I'm definitely not going to start suggesting any content changes. I know when I don't know enough, and this is definitely one of those times. So you're saying the entire brand of the company we've built from the ground up is going to be decided by an outside agency who spent all of 2 weeks with us? She raises her eyebrow, but there's a sparkle in her eyes that tells me she's more amused than anything. Well, up until now, our whole brand has been based on my taste, so... She wrinkles her nose deliberately. Yeah, good point. I've seen where that's got us. Let's leave it to the experts. Besides, maybe it won't be just this one outside design agency. Oh? She looks up, curious at the sudden change in my tone. It's something I've been considering over the last week, but I'm surprised I'm saying anything before I've thought it through. I usually prefer to go to Katie with full plans that we can start implementing immediately. That way, I already have the answers to any concerns she might have. As we both know, I've always been the ideas and tech person, and she's always been the practical logistics one. But I've started now, so I follow through with the thought. I've been thinking about taking the 2-Bit Designs team with us to New York when we go to meet Prestige in person and start the negotiations. I lean forward as the half-formed thoughts in the back of my mind start taking shape. Since our design is Thompson's main problem with this whole deal, and we were already planning to take 2-Bit's initial redesigns with us anyway, what if we appear with the whole team, as a show of good faith? Ask for input from Prestige's design team too, and suggest they work on it together. That way, we'll have 2 great design teams working on our branding, and it will probably cater to the ego you said the man has. Katie stares at me for a long moment. That is actually a really good idea, she says slowly, her expression starting to light up. That could work really well, Damien. I nod, my smile gradually widening too. Sometimes talking about it is exactly what I need to work out the thoughts in the back of my mind. It would be expensive, though, Damien. She chews at the side of her mouth. The flights, accommodation, we'd probably have to give some sort of food allowance, too. I know, I agree. But we've got the funds available, and we've set aside enough to pursue this deal. It would be a good portion of that budget. We'd be betting a lot on all this working out, and no other major issues coming up that might be a better use of that money. I nod again. We would, but I think this would be worth it. It could be invaluable to have them over there with us for that week in New York. I watch her weighing it up for a minute. can almost see the wheels turning in her head, but eventually she nods, and the smile comes back. Yeah, I agree, Damien. It's a good idea. Let's do it. I grin. I'll talk to Tina about whether that will work for the team. Katie laughs as she stands up. Oh, I don't think you'll have a problem with that. Who's going to pass up a free trip to New York City? True. I'm pretty damn excited myself. I've never been before. Me neither. She grins at me. We'll have to take some time to... Oh no, we're there to work, Damien. She gives me the mom look she's obviously been perfecting, and I can't help but roll my eyes. The way she acts sometimes. You wouldn't think I was older than her. By a few months, sure, but it still counts. We can still have a little fun, you know? Come on, even you can't deny that you want to make the most of it. Maybe a little, she says, her smile growing wider. It has been a long time since I've been away from my boys, and all the responsibility that comes with them, adorable little terrors that they are. Exactly, I smile back, suddenly enthused by that idea. It will be great to have some time with Katie in New York, without the usual restraint her kids put on her. We can... I have to get to my 10 o'clock, she interrupts, giving me an arch look. And you have more to think about than the fun you want to have in New York. I make a point of grumbling as she turns to leave, but I'm already anticipating how good this trip is going to be. It takes effort not to turn my computer on and start browsing through the best places to go, the best sights to see, and what might be on Broadway while we're there. Katie is right. I do have to remember the main reason we're going over there. I just hope it goes smoothly enough that we'll have time to have a little fun, too. If not, though, maybe you'll go back. Maybe after this is done, you'll get the chance to see more of the East Coast. Or the rest of the states. Or hell, what about the world? Maybe that's why I'm feeling so restless at the moment, and so easily distracted. With everything I've seen of Emily's travels, it's hard not to think about life outside this little company I've started. I try to shake it off and focus on what I'm doing, but for the first time I actually start to consider what Katie said a week ago when she suggested I take some time off after this deal. It's too late for college for me, but something else? There might be something else I could do, just for a bit, until this restless feeling leaves me. I've worked on this company for 10 years. It probably makes sense that I'm starting to need a break. With that idea playing in the back of my mind, I head out of my office to find Tina. I wonder what Ava will think about a trip to New York City. I can't help the way my mind returns to her again. It's hard not to start thinking about the excitement of New York City, and what it will be like with the design team there too, with Ava there. There's an uneasy part of me that wonders whether that might have prompted more of this idea than I'd like. But it's a good idea. Even Katie agreed with that. This isn't about Ava. It's about the deal. It doesn't even make sense that I'm secretly pleased she'll be coming too. There will still be absolutely nothing between us, and I won't get to spend any more time with her there than I do here, which is to say, pretty much no time at all. I might go out and have a couple of fun nights while I'm there, but that won't be with the design team, and definitely not with Ava. If anything, she's just going to be an occasional distraction, which is not something I should want during the negotiations for this crucial deal. Yet, I'm still secretly pleased at the idea she might be coming along too.
Chapter 9. Ava. New York City? Are you kidding me? Vicky stares at me as I tell her, and I know I'm grinning stupidly. I can't believe it either. The whole team is going. For an entire week, Vicky. I'm almost jumping up and down with excitement, and it only takes another moment before she joins in, clutching at me as she squeals. I can't even. Oh my God, Ava. Seriously? Seriously. I pull her in for a quick hug and then spin away, feeling like I'm floating on air with my arms flung out. I have to be a little bit careful with that in her small living room, but I do it anyway. I can't believe it. New York City, Vicky. I've never been anywhere but the West Coast before. Me neither. Damn, I'm so jealous. Come on, come here. Tell me everything. She catches my hand and tries to pull me back toward the couch. I can't sit down. I'm too excited. This is the best project ever. She laughs, giving up and sitting down herself anyway, watching as I bounce around the room. I can't believe how much your luck has changed, girl. The first real work you get, and it takes you all the way to New York. She lets out another excited squeal and pulls her laptop over to her, firing it up. Hey, we need to work out exactly what you're going to do over there. How to make the most of all that time. Let's look up the best attractions, restaurants, shows. No, I interrupt, shaking my head with a slightly breathless laugh before we can get too carried away. I'm there to work, remember? It will be amazing just to be there, but I don't know if I'll have time for any of that. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm sure we'll do some things, Vicky, but it'll be with the whole team, so it will be just whatever they want to do. We'll be working. I mean, come on. Being given a trip like this with all expenses paid, we're going to have to make it worth Indivest's money somehow. All expenses paid? Her eyes light up again. Shit, Ava, this is crazy. Why don't my firm ever send me to fun places? You got to go to LA that one time. I've been to LA dozens of times already. I want to go to New York. Think you can sneak me in somehow? I could hide away in your bag and we could... I laugh, coming over to flop down beside her and fling my arm over her shoulder. Sure thing, Vix. Sure thing. She grins, then shakes her head again. I'm still going to make you a list of all the things I'd do if I were over there. You know. And I'm going to be so disappointed if you don't use it at least a little. Okay, I say, then smile all over again. I might make a list or two as well. I knew it! She pokes me, but doesn't try to reach for the laptop again. All expenses paid. Hey, do you know where you'll be staying? I shake my head. Some hotel, I think. We're all staying together. It's going to be so cool. I've never had that sort of team thing, you know? I know you do it all the time, team drinks and dinners, and only every few months. And believe me, they're boring as fuck. Who wants to spend their free time with a load of accountants? I laugh. Well, I do want to spend time with these guys. I want to be part of their team, a real part, not just a contractor. And I think that might actually work out, Vicky. It's kind of working already, actually. Yeah, I should hope so, considering I barely see you anymore, she says, her tone turning mock grumpy. You work later than me. Yeah, I know, but it's just for this project. I want to make a good impression. Besides, it gives you plenty of time to study for that exam, right? She rolls her eyes. Just what I want. I think we're going to be working with another team while we're out there, too, I say, my mind turning back to all the possibilities of this trip. I'll be able to make even more contacts in the industry, and this could really be the start of, hey, you better not move to New York City on me now. Visiting, sure, but I only just got you back home. We haven't even been out together more than once yet. I laugh, even as I force myself not to think back to that one night out together, the same way I have to every time it's mentioned. Why is it still so vivid, so appealing? I don't think there's much risk of me coming back with a job offer in New York City. Good, she says decisively, even though I know she doesn't really mean that. She'd be just as thrilled as me if I actually were to get a permanent job offer somewhere, even on the other side of the states. Hey, Vicky suddenly perks up again, and I can tell from the tone of her voice that what's coming is dangerous. Is he going to be in that hotel too? My stomach flips. That's the one thing I've been trying not to think about. I don't know. I try to make it nonchalant, shrugging. Probably. She nudges me far too obviously, giving me one of those looks. So hot sex guy is going to be staying in a hotel room just down the corridor from you. Damien, I correct. His name is Damien. I told you, we can't call him that anymore. And we are absolutely not having this conversation. How many times? He's my boss. My boss. Not hot sex guy, not any other name you want to give him. No. She draws the word out, shaking her head slowly. Tina's your boss, not him. At most, he is like your boss once removed. Definitely not the same thing. Totally means you can... No. I interrupt before she can finish that sentence, because I know exactly how she'd like to finish it. Far too explicitly, with far too many things that will only remind me of that stupid damn night. The one that was, for a few brief moments, the best night of my life. Until it came back to bite me as the worst stroke of luck ever, as well as an infuriating glimpse of what that sort of pleasure could be like, if only it wasn't so out of reach. None of that. I told you, you need to stop thinking about that. You mean you need to stop thinking about that, huh? She raises one eyebrow, smirking at me. You only object like this when you're trying not to think about it yourself. Ugh, I press my head back into the couch in frustration. And you're so not helping, Vix. Maybe because what I think is, I know what you think. I roll my eyes at her. I've heard more than enough about how much I need that kind of good sex in my life. After that night, I might even agree. But the sad reality is that actually getting it is totally impossible now. Besides, didn't I tell you? He's totally over the whole thing, so there isn't even a chance of it anymore. I've barely seen him since that first day. He's not interested. Exactly what I asked for, damn it. Mm-hmm. Vicky looks at me skeptically. If you're still interested, I'm pretty sure he is too, babe. Didn't you tell him to stay away? No, not like that. I don't know what I did. I ran away, that's for sure. I panicked and blurted out how much the job mattered to me, and that I basically didn't want anything to do with him. Then I ran away. Not my greatest moment. But it worked, right? It worked too well, even though that shouldn't be possible. I should be glad that I've easily avoided all that potential awkwardness, or worse, someone else finding out. In the couple of weeks since that conversation, whatever was there between Damien and I seems to have disappeared. He'll come by to talk to Tina. We've had the occasional big group meetings, presented some of our initial designs and recommendations, and nothing. No reaction, barely a glance. No hot eyes traveling over my body, no seductive comments in that deep tone, no appearing unexpectedly those few times I've stayed later than anyone else. Just for the work, of course. Definitely not in case he did come and find me. Damn it, Ava, you're such an idiot. Maybe he doesn't like rejection, Vicky chimes in, making me blink. He's a hotshot CEO, right? That's probably why he's avoiding you. I don't think that's... But a few late-night drinks, a little bit of conversation. Oh, I'm pretty sure he'll forget about that. Vicky, I exclaim, somewhere between a sigh and a laugh. There aren't going to be any late-night drinks or conversations or any of that. I told you, we're there to work. And I bet the CEO of Indivest is going to have better things to do in New York City than go out for drinks with his design agency. Oh, you'd be surprised how some of these corporate things can go. Not my point. Listen, just because I keep thinking about that night and it's outrageously inconvenient that he's right there in that office every day reminding me of it, doesn't mean anything. I'm not interested. He's not interested. That's a pretty definite non-starter. So we can stop talking about it. There's nothing to talk about, Vicky. She gives me that skeptical look again, but finally relents. We've had enough conversations like this already for her to know when it's the end. Damien might be a hot fantasy. He might be a hot fantasy I keep having, especially with Vicky to help me relive it. But that's all he is. Anything else becomes impossible when he became my boss. Nothing except the fact you're flying out to New York City on Monday. She pokes me with another grin, and my mood lightens immediately. Even without banging your boss, that's something to talk about. I laugh again, some of my earlier giddiness coming back to me as I think of it. Yeah, that's definitely something to talk about. God, I can't believe you're going to be out on Broadway while I'm stuck studying for this exam. She shakes her head again, squeezing my arm. You're going to have to tell me everything, Ava. Everything. I want to know about every last moment. Somehow, I don't think I'm going to get the chance to forget to do that. I'm pretty sure she's going to be texting me the whole time. And I can't wait to tell her all about it.
Chapter 10. Damien. Our plane lands into New York City at an ungodly hour of the morning, and by midday, Katie and I are already heading towards Manhattan for a meeting with Michael Thompson. If all goes well, the design team will be following us tomorrow to begin work with Prestige. Located on Wall Street in a plush high-rise with gleaming glass and metal everywhere, Prestige Trust's imposing building only reinforces what she's already told me about them. When we get to their floor, Their elegant green and gold embossed logo stands out to us from behind a dark wood reception desk. I can't see much further into the office space, but I'm already getting exactly the impression they want me to have. Old, distinguished, sophisticated. I glance over at Katie beside me, not sure whether I feel on edge because the superiority complex behind it irritates me, or because I actually do feel a little like a young upstart in the face of a business that's been around for so much longer than I've even been alive. Yeah, Katie was right. Not my kind of people at all. I shake it off easily enough, though. My usual charming smile making its appearance as I approach the reception desk to let them know about our appointment with Mr. Thompson. Apparently it says something that he's handling this initial meeting himself, and I know Katie's pleased about that. As far as I'm concerned, the less games we end up playing here, the better. I'm here to do business and make a deal that could bring huge benefit to both our companies, not to fuck around. We're led into a boardroom that makes mine seem the size of a small office, with a long marble table in the middle and large screens all along one wall. I quirk an eyebrow in Katie's direction, but don't say anything as the secretary who brought us here leaves. I'm not quite sure how many people you'd have to have in a meeting to fill this room, or what on earth you'd ever get done in that meeting, but I'm guessing that's not the point of the room. "Do you think we should take a seat?" Katie asks, and I can tell from the tone of her voice that she's nervous. I give her a quick smile. "Let's wait for Thompson to arrive. Don't worry, it'll all be fine." "I hope so." She chews at the side of her mouth, resting the folder she's carrying on the table to flick through it one last time. "I really do like these designs, Damien." I nod. They've done good work. Especially considering the timescales involved, being able to give me prototypes of the new design in time for this meeting is perfect. I think I'm lucky that Tina has been in the business for so long. She seems to understand exactly what's important here. Like Katie said, it's all about showing prestige, something that will convince them. It doesn't matter if it then takes a little longer to actually implement the change. "And I don't think anything was missing from the proposal we sent over, or the documents we've exchanged so far. I had a look last night and—" She trails off as I give her a shake of my head. I know she's just running through the mental list she's got, checking everything off to reassure herself, but we've been over this a dozen times already, and I'm acutely aware that we're in Prestige's office now. I wouldn't be surprised if there were cameras in here, and either way, Thompson could appear at any moment. I'd rather not give the impression we're worried about this meeting. I don't think I am, either. Despite the obvious luxury here and the fact that Thompson seems to want to keep us waiting, I'm getting that familiar buzz of adrenaline and interest. I'm looking forward to meeting him and to negotiating the game-changing deal for the company I've spent years building. I give her another reassuring smile, then start walking around the room, curious about all the different gadgets and the state-of-the-art technology. The door opens a few minutes later, and we both turn toward it as an older man walks in. His hair is gray and thinning, and the small round glasses on the top of his hooked nose give exactly the impression I was expecting. I have to stop myself from shooting a look over in Katie's direction at that. He's alone, and I have no idea whether that's supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing, but I walk toward him with a smile. "Mr. Thompson?" I ask. "I'm Damien Blake, and this is my partner, Katie Morgan. It's great to meet you." He nods, but he doesn't say anything as we shake hands and he takes a seat at the head of the table. Of course. I sit to the side with Katie beside me, and our documents in front of us. "I'm really glad you could meet with us in person today." He looks over at me. "I always assess these things in person. Prestige may be a large trust fund, but a deal of this scale deserves my personal attention." His tone is mild and I can't read his expression at all, so again, I have no idea how he intends that to come across. I just take it in stride, nodding. These things have never bothered me. Of course. I glance at the empty space in front of him, and that's the first thing that actually makes me pause before I raise my gaze to his again. Did you get a chance to look through the documents we sent over with our proposal for how this deal could work? If he hasn't, it will be a pain to take him through it all here, but I've dealt with worse before. It's the thought that he might have a reason for not bringing any of that along that concerns me. He nods, though, and I just wait as he draws out whatever he's about to say. Yes, I did, Mr. Blake. Please call me Damien. The slight narrowing of the eyes tells me he didn't appreciate the interruption, but screw it. Being called Mr. Blake only makes me think of my father. I looked at your documents, he continues brusquely, ignoring my comment. As far as I can tell, they all seem to be in order, but before we discuss that, I have to say, I have one major concern here. I nod again, my heart speeding up as excitement takes me. If it's one major concern, it's probably exactly what we're already dealing with, and I have to stop the wave of triumph that wants to surge through me. Not too fast, Damien. There's no doubt your technology is good. Somehow your simple household investing app seems to have stumbled on a way of executing trades that would be very useful to us. I have to fight the amused smile that wants to tug at my lips at the deliberate attempt to downplay what we've achieved. He's admitting he wants our tech. That's good enough for me. But from the serious way he's looking at me, I don't think he'd appreciate getting the impression I'm laughing at him. But I've had a look at your app. He continues when I don't react to the snub in his tone. And I have some serious concerns about your image and presentation. It's, for lack of a better word, basic, and that doesn't fit with our long-standing brand or history at all. I simply can't advertise the advantageous new execution platform to any of our customers when it looks like that. And even for our traders, having to use something so base. He doesn't quite shudder, but I think he wants to, and I have to stop myself from laughing again at how ridiculous this all is. Instead, I nod easily, and I try not to glance over at Katie, who would be at serious risk of shooting me an "I told you so" look if I did. Not that she doesn't deserve it. Yeah, thanks for saving my ass. Again. I completely agree, I say, and he blinks. The design we use at the moment, and indeed our whole branding, has needed updating for some time now. I'm sure you can understand that when we first started this app, we had to put our focus into more practical matters. But now that it's come this far, and with the potential of association with prestige trust in its future, it needs something a little more, well, distinctive. He's still looking slightly skeptical, and I wonder how many people he comes across that just agree with him automatically. According to Katie, who has her information from his underlings, it's what works, even if it does make me want to roll my eyes. It's something we've been working on for a while now, and while it's usually best to keep these redesigns confidential until they've been finalized, I brought along a few examples in case you were interested, I say, acting like this has been far more than a 2-week effort. To be fair, 2-Bit Designs' initial mock-ups are good enough that they don't look like 2 weeks' worth of work. I get the impression that's how these agencies work, though, using their expertise to speed up a process that would have taken us months internally. It's why they charge so damn much. I open the folder in front of me and slide the prototype designs over to Mr. Thompson, who glances down at them through the thin-rimmed glasses on his nose, and then picks them up for a closer look. That seems promising, at least. He doesn't say anything for a long moment, but I just lean back in the chair, content to wait. I know that Katie beside me isn't faring quite so well, but at least she's keeping the way her hands are fidgeting concealed under the table. I want to give her another reassuring glance, but we've worked out that silent communications don't work well in these meetings. It just distracts both of us, and here I need to be sharp. His mouth twists in consideration as he looks between the designs and back at me, but there's a hint of something more genuine in his eyes now. I get the sudden impression this meeting might have been designed as a brush-off, though I'm not sure what the hell would have been the point of that when we've come all this way, except as some stupid power game. But either way, I think we have his attention now.
"These look a lot more appropriate," he acknowledges, nodding. "I hadn't realized this was something you were already working on, but of course, considering the current state of your app, that only makes sense."
He seems to struggle with the word app, and I can't tell whether his obvious distaste is just put on for us or a genuine aversion. Surely he uses apps, though from what I've seen so far, I wouldn't put the hypocrisy past him. As much as he seems to be thinking through this now, I can still sense the hesitation in him too. So I pull out the trump card, grateful again for the idea of bringing 2-bit designs with us, regardless of the reason I thought of it. "We're using a design agency in our hometown of Fresno," I say, as if he won't have heard of them. Two can play this ridiculous acting game. 2-bit designs. So far, I'm very pleased with the initial designs they've created. But I'll also admit to my inexperience in this area. I know how strong your branding is, and how good the marketing team you have in-house must be, so I wondered whether it might be helpful to have them look these over. If you're willing, they could collaborate with our design agency for the new platform designs, since those will be a joint venture between us with both of our branding. He blinks again, and this time I can tell I really have surprised him. "We could fly them out tomorrow if you think it might be helpful." I sound a little too obsequious for my liking, but I'm also aware that it seems to be working, just like all my research said it would. Old important guys who own old important firms like deference, it seems. Idiots. It takes him a moment to respond, and I get an excited burst of adrenaline that always comes just before I secure a deal. Even before it's settled and done, some part of me recognizes when I've got him.
"I know 2-bit designs, actually. I like their work."
He seems to be dragging this out, as if he's surprised by the outcome of this meeting.
"And a collaboration could be a very good idea indeed."
I smile. "I'll have them join us out here tomorrow, then." He nods, pausing a moment longer before finally giving me what I want.
"I'm pleased with the obvious effort you're making for this deal, too. I'll have another look at the documents you sent over and get back to you with any queries my team might have."
And sold.
"Can I take these with me?"
He gestures to the designs in front of him. "Of course, and if you have any suggestions, I'll be sure to forward them to 2-bit designs." He nods again, then stands up without ceremony, bringing the meeting to a close. This time, when he holds out his hand to shake mine again, he does say something.
"It was good meeting you, Damien."
He turns to Katie, nodding.
"And Miss Morgan."
"Katie," she says with a smile, even though I get the impression he'd be more comfortable with formality, which is only confirmed when he doesn't offer his first name in return. He guides us back to the elevator, and we part with a promise to put our design teams in touch tomorrow and meet later in the week to work out some of the details of this deal. No doubt depending on the results that come from the design teams, but I'm not worried. Judging from 2-bit's work so far, I don't have anything to be worried about. Katie and I last all the way until we're out of the office and several hundred meters down the road before she finally turns and flings her arms around me. "Oh my God, Damien, oh my God, we did it! You did it, oh my God!" I laugh as I hug her back, just as thrilled myself and squeezing her tight. "We did," I breathe, the whole thing not quite settled in my stomach yet. Adrenaline still rocking through me, disbelief still at the edges of my mind. When I finally let go and pull back from her, grinning, I can't help teasing. "You're thrilled enough that you're not even going to say, 'I told you so,' or claim it was all down to you?" She laughs, shaking her head as she throws an arm around my waist and turns back to continue walking. "Nah, I'm not gonna lie, before today I thought I was the one who had done all the work for this, but damn, meetings like that always show me how much I need you." She shudders and I laugh, squeezing her close to me again. "He wasn't that bad. Just a bit of an ass." "Didn't you see the way he was looking at us? How skeptical he was when he came in? And my God, the things he said, I was surprised you didn't lose it." "When have I ever done that?" I say innocently enough, even though I'm sure there have been times, not for a while, I've gotten better at this deal-making thing over the years. But when I was younger. She gives me a sidelong look, shaking her head. "Well, I'm just glad you picked this time to keep it together and held your nerve." "He wasn't that bad," I repeat. Maybe. I don't know. When it comes to a deal this big, every little issue all seems so much worse." I nod. "That's always been the difference between us. For me, it just makes it more exciting. Playing with bigger stakes is more fun." "Come on," I say. "Want to get a drink to celebrate?" Katie stares at me, then bursts out laughing. "It's the middle of the day!" "Doesn't seem to be stopping them," I say, nodding to the group of professional-looking guys through the window of a nearby restaurant, engaged in animated conversation and obviously in the middle of a very nice meal, complete with cocktails and wine. Katie just raises an eyebrow at me. All right, drinks later, but this is our first time in NYC and we don't have any work to do until tomorrow. Let's explore at least. Maybe we can catch a show. What do you want to do first?" She laughs at my obvious enthusiasm, giving me another half hug. Okay. Let's explore. It is a day to celebrate. I'll give you that." She looks up at me, her grin matching my own, and I can't help my excitement as we walk down Wall Street together. Yeah, maybe I was right about the whole travel thing. I haven't done enough of this in my life. Score 1 for this trip.
Chapter 11. Ava. New York is amazing. I think it's the best trip I've ever been on in my life, and the city itself is only a part of that. At least half of it is that within the last few weeks, I've gone from working by myself on little jobs to collaborating with 2 professional design teams. Just that experience is incredible. And then being here, in a totally different place, with a nice hotel room and fancy meals every night. God, if this is how important business people live, maybe I did pick the wrong career. I'm lying on my stomach in my hotel room, poking around at my laptop to play with one of the ideas Amanda, from Prestige's design team, sent through today, trying to make it work with the designs we already have. It's a challenge that was nagging at me all day, and even now that I'm back here, I can't resist looking at it just one more time. It's amazing to have my own space here, too. I mean, sure, it's a hotel room, but it's mine. My parents aren't around the corner to ask if I want anything or fuss over me. Vicky isn't here to constantly distract me with questions and offloads about whatever is going on with her. It's not that I don't like any of that, but there's something about being back at home or crashing on Vicky's couch that makes it hard to focus on me sometimes. With Jackson, it might have been hard to share our little one-bed flat at times, but that felt more like mine, at least, and I hadn't noticed how much I'd missed it. But here, right now, I'm totally independent, in my own space, doing my own thing. A proper working professional. I didn't realize how much I've been craving that until I started working with 2-Bit Designs properly, and I really hope I get to continue that. There's a stupid part of me that's already dreading the end of this project, even though I know I should be focusing on all the experience I'm getting right now. It's pointless to think about what might happen after. I just never knew what it was like to have a permanent, consistent job. The security, the team, everything about it. Part of me wonders whether I ever should have tried to pursue this, whether I should have just gone for the normal office job like everyone else I know. It's a nagging voice I don't like, but it's there. I'm loving the design work more than I ever thought possible. But still, if it doesn't work out, if you don't get a job from this, are you really going to want to go back to trying to make it work as a freelancer? The flashing of my cell on the bedside table interrupts the thought, and I reach for it with a grateful sigh. Ava, you haven't answered any of my messages. Vicky's voice comes at me before I have a chance to say anything. What was I just thinking about her not being able to distract me here? It makes me smile ruefully. Not that I actually mind the distraction. Please tell me it's because you've gone out on a wild bender and you're living it up in New York City. I glance at my cell phone and see the notification for the 5 messages I hadn't noticed. I forgot that I put it on silent. Sorry, I've just been working on this tricky design. Her aggravated sigh comes back to me before I have a chance to finish. Ava! What? I say with a smile. I'm really enjoying it, Vix. It's amazing here. There, she interrupts dubiously. In your hotel room. Well, yeah. I look around. It's a pretty nice hotel room. Real fancy. Yeah, I know. You sent pics. What I haven't seen enough pics of is the actual city, and I'm starting to get terribly afraid that you're not going to do anything at all while you're there. We've done plenty, I laugh. I sent you some pictures of the Statue of Liberty, and Times Square, and, yeah, on Tuesday. Since then, you've been in your room working the whole time. You could be out exploring. Have you even looked at the list of cool places to go that I sent you? It's Thursday night, Ava. You're flying back in 2 days. I told you this was a work trip, Vicky. Indivest wouldn't have paid for us to come all this way if we were just going to spend the whole time partying. And really, I'm loving it. I never had this kind of experience before, and it's amazing work. I'm doing it because I want to. Can't you want to go out too? For me, if nothing else? The despair in her voice makes me smile. I know she's just putting it on just to push me. For some reason, Vicky has always seemed to worry that if she wasn't around, I wouldn't do anything at all. Come on, it's been great. I've been out plenty. I've had fancy dinners with the team every night. Lots of nice places, Vicky. We all went out on our first night here to see all the main attractions. And I'm making contacts with the whole new set of designers, doing work I absolutely love for the first time ever. Really, there's nothing more I could possibly want. She sighs, but I can feel her start to relent on the other end of the phone. As much as she likes to exclaim about all these things, she knows I'm not exactly like her. How's the exam prep going? I change the subject. Boring, she says, dismissing the attempt with one word. But, okay. If you promise me you're having some fun, right? I'm having the best time, I promise. I wouldn't want to go out on a crazy partying streak anyway. You know, no matter how good it might be in New York City. That sort of thing is fine for when I'm at home, but I'm trying to make a good impression here, remember? I'm not even drinking. I need to be able to do a good job. Vicky gasps. You're going out for all these fancy meals and you're not even drinking? I laugh. Fancy meals can be just as good without alcohol, you know. I don't think I've had more than half a glass of wine since I got here. I'd be too scared of saying something stupid and screwing things up. She groans on the other end of the phone. You know what? I think I might just stop trying to give you advice. I think you're too far gone for me. You've just never actually liked your job, I point out. Work isn't always just this tedious thing you have to get through to have fun. There's a pause, and for a moment I wonder whether that didn't come out in quite the same way our teasing banter usually does. But then she responds in the same way as always, and I relax again, wondering whether I'm starting to overthink things, even with Vicky now. All this trying to make a good impression is hard work sometimes. If you say so, she says in a deliberately skeptical tone, before changing the subject. To her favorite pet topic, of course. How about hot sex guy, then? Is he at all these fancy dinners? Please tell me you have some fun gossip for me there, at least. I laugh, shaking my head, even though she can't see it. Not much. He's been at one, but I'm mostly just out with the design team. I don't know where he and his business partner, Katie, I think her name is, I don't know where they get dinner. We are just an agency, you know, not exactly part of their company. Aw, her disappointed tone is obvious. I was hoping that maybe, a few after-dinner drinks as a team, a bit of conversation. I'm trying not to drink, remember? Oh, well, I'm sure you'd make an exception if he was offering. Well, he's not, I say, rolling my eyes. Nice fantasy, Vicky, but believe me, that ship has sailed. From what I've heard, he's having plenty of fun, and none of it's with me. Something I've been trying not to think about too much. If anyone is taking Vicky's advice about making the most of being in New York, I think it's Damien. Sure, from what I can tell, he's been working too. He's had more than a few meetings with Tina and George, the head of Prestige's marketing team, and we've seen him around enough, but we've all heard about the way he's been enjoying New York and the nights he's had. Vicky says, obviously catching on to that. Now that sounds like the fun gossip I was asking for. Why haven't I heard about this before then? Despite knowing where she's coming from, I can feel my expression twist. Yeah, I guess it's exactly what Vicky was looking for, but for some reason it just doesn't feel like the other casual gossip or stories we might laugh over together, which is probably why I haven't mentioned it before. Because there's not really all that much to say, I say instead, not quite wanting to admit any of that to her. Just rumors circulating about how late he's been out, whether or not he's a little hungover in the morning, and how much the New York girls are crazy for all that hot charm he has going on. It's all rumor, but considering some of the guys talking about it have actually seen him out, I'm pretty sure it's all true, too. Apparently, Damien likes to party. He's in New York for the first time, and he's found plenty of people to have fun with. I try to shrug it off. There's no reason for any of that to bother me. And, in fact, the more time I've spent at Indivest, the more I've heard about that side of him. It shouldn't surprise me either, considering how we met. No, nothing about this should be a problem. Vicky hums, obviously considering, and I wonder how many of those feelings she can pick up on, even from across the country. This is why I didn't want to talk about it. I bet none of those girls are you, though. Can't blame a guy for wanting to have a good time. But you know if he could, he'd be having it with you. My expression twists at the idea, and the ignorance of her casual comments. No, I mean it, Vicky. He's moved on. That one dinner he did come to, the only one where we could have had those after-dinner drinks you keep talking about, he totally ignored me the whole time. Let's just drop it, huh? I play with the comforter under me, feeling resigned to the whole thing. I mean, what did you expect anyway? Obviously, a guy nicknamed Hot Sex Guy is going to be some ridiculous playboy type. We had our one night, and he's done. It's as simple as that. And since he's now my boss, it's better this way anyway. He's far more interested in all the fun girls he can party with in New York, and that's fine. It's fine. I don't know why that's so hard to think about. It's probably just some silly, insecure part of me that's afraid of being so replaceable. Or the idea that the most amazing night of my life turned out to just be ordinary to someone else. I mean, I'm not sure what I ever expected when I went along with the one-night stand in the first place. That was why I didn't want to see him again. There's just an oversensitive part of me that's a little bit hurt that it meant nothing. That's all. It's obviously a silly desire to want to be special to someone you had a one-night stand with. Maybe that's why people warn against them. I sigh. None of this would have been a problem if I hadn't started working with him. If he wasn't around all the time like this, then I wouldn't be spending so much time wondering what he's thinking. He would just have been a nice memory, and my stupid brain, and my best friend, would never have had the chance to obsess. Or at least not in a bad way. Oh, Vicky says, and this time the disappointment sounds like something more than our usual banter, before she changes tones entirely. Well, he's a jerk then. The sudden change in attitude makes me laugh. Yeah, maybe he is. Thank God for Vicky. A hot, sexy jerk who I never wanted more than a night with anyway, I repeat for emphasis, and she laughs back at me. Well, okay then. I'll stop asking about him, babe, and we're just going to have to find you someone else when you get back here. I roll my eyes. You know, after all this, I might just focus on... The knock at my door interrupts before I can finish that thought. Oh, hang on. I've got to go. There's someone at the door. Talk tomorrow, okay? I hang up before she can answer, pushing my laptop aside and swinging my body off the bed. Coming, I call out in case they're about to disappear. A quick glance at the clock on the bedside table tells me it's after midnight, and I frown. Who on earth comes by at this time? I didn't order anything from room service, and while I've had a few visits from some of the design team, those definitely haven't been after midnight. As soon as I open the door, though, oh, damn. Ava. My name rolls from him, deep and sensual as his eyes lock with mine, and it's enough to take my breath from me as I stand there frozen with shock. My God, speak of the devil. Damien is looking right back at me, his eyes hot and dangerous and full of heat as they glide down my body, reminding me so much of that first night that for a moment I can't say anything. I swallow. Hi. What are you... I start the question, even though part of me knows exactly what he's doing here. I just don't want to think about that. I don't want to be right. There's too much inside me that's responding to that look, no matter how stupid I know it is. I feel like I'm drowning, totally out of my depth here. What the hell do you do when your boss shows up at your hotel room after midnight? The boss you had a crazy fling with and still desperately fancy. I can't stop thinking about you, Ava. His eyes are burning with intensity as he looks at me, the brilliant green there lit up with passion. This whole trip, I've been thinking about you, wanting to see you again. I've been out tonight, but all I wanted was to be here, to come and see you. Hot and cold shivers run down my spine at the words and the way the spoken thing between us is suddenly right there again. Hot tension that makes me want to step forward and closer toward him. I get the distant thought that Vicky was right after all, but it's drowned out by the crazy thumping of my heart in my ears, and I can't tell whether that's panic or anticipation. He shifts closer before I can work it out, leaning against the doorframe and reaching one hand out toward me as I struggle to fight through the mixture of shock, disbelief, and desire all clouding my mind. Then I catch the hint of alcohol on his breath as he leans in, and it's enough to make me take a step back before he can reach me, clearing some of that confusion. A quick glance shows me the way his pupils are dilated, and he's swaying just slightly against the doorframe. I put a little distance between us as I look at him, half afraid of what I could give into if I actually feel his touch against me again. And that would not be good. Not here, not like this. Not at all, Ava. The small, sensible part of my brain reminds me of that, but it's a part that seems to be getting smaller every day. Have you been drinking? I ask, my voice low and barely audible to my own ears, but enough to cut through this pent-up tension between us. Yes, he says, then pauses, his brow lowering in a delayed response as he shrugs. Not much. That's not what this is about. I can't stop thinking about that night, and knowing you're here, just down the corridor, all alone in your hotel room. I shake my head. I don't want to hear the end of that sentence, or to be given any more reminders about the exact same thing I've been trying not to think about. Damien, in the same hotel, in a room just a few doors along from me. You should go, I say, before that temptation has a chance to sink in. Damien, you shouldn't be here. Ava. He shifts forward again, just a little bit closer, and that brilliant green gaze rakes across my face. I can't ignore my own answering pulse of desire, but at least I'm fully aware that I can't afford to give in to it. Come on. For a brief moment, there's an overwhelming need to give in to him, to step forward into his arms, kiss him, and succumb to all the desires I've been trying to ignore ever since I started working at Indivest. My pussy already feels like it's throbbing and ready for him, aching with a need that only gets worse the longer he stands here, right in front of me, wanting me. But when I look back at him, I can't help seeing the glassy expression over the heat in his eyes, the slightly dazed look as he smiles just a little too wide, too open, and something just feels off. He's drunk, it's late, and it doesn't feel right for so many more reasons than the professional ones. It's obvious he's already been out to who knows how many bars and parties in New York City, and now he's here at the door to my hotel room. Everything Vicky and I were talking about comes back to me, and I suddenly wonder what else he's been up to tonight. I get an uncomfortable squirming feeling inside me, and I can't deny I just don't like it. This feels like a late-night booty call, and even though I'm sure that with him, something like that would be hot and sexy and probably mind-blowing as far as it goes, it just feels wrong. I might have enjoyed the one-night stand in totally different circumstances, but I don't like what this display says about what he thinks of me. That's enough to clear the last of my hesitation, and I shake my head firmly this time. Sorry, Damien. I'm not another one of those girls you can have fun with here in New York City. I'm here to work. No, he shakes his head. Ava, that's not. You're drunk, Damien. You're making stupid decisions, and you need to go back to your room, get some sleep, and then hopefully by morning we'll have forgotten this ever happened. But his expression is slow to shift, obviously confused, but it's enough that I can see some of the heady desire in his eyes receding, and the uncertainty taking its place. I shake my head again, reaching for the edge of the door. Good night, Damien. He takes a couple of steps back, still looking at me like he wants to say something, but it's slow to form, and I don't want to hear it. Good night, I say again before shutting the door. Yeah, I just shut the door in my boss's face. But hell, he kind of deserved it too, and if he remembers any of this, hopefully he'll remember that. I lock the door and then turn back to my room, leaning against the door and shaking slightly from the aftershock of what just happened, and all the conflicting emotions rushing through me. Oh my God, I can't believe he just did that. I can't believe I wanted. Oh, fuck. For just a brief moment, I was about to do it too, and I wasn't even drunk or revved up from whatever party he'd been at. I'd gone from lying on my bed, working and chatting to Vicky, to totally ready to jump into bed with my drunken boss just because he showed up at my room. What an idiot. I groan, running my hands through my hair. I don't know whether to be more pissed off at him for coming here, after whatever he's been up to tonight, thinking I'll be willing to just jump into bed with him, or at myself for almost doing exactly that. Vicky was right. He's a jerk. A playboy jerk who's arrogant enough to think that just because he's the CEO of this damn company and fucking fantastic in bed, he can do anything and have anyone he likes. I should just stay away from him. I should want to stay away from him. I end up flopping down on the bed, throwing my head back into the soft pillows and sighing. That's the problem. I don't feel like I want to do that at all. Even after all that, I can still feel the way his hot gaze roamed over my body. I can still feel all the things it stirred in me, all the responses I wanted to give. Part of me knows that if we'd gotten any closer, if I hadn't been quite so sober while he was so totally the opposite, it would have ended very differently. And that stupid part of me wishes it had. That I'd had another night of crazy hot sex and mind-blowing orgasms, and I'd finally satisfied some of the cravings I've felt whenever he's in the room. Damn it. I guess this is why people go for those asshole playboy types, right? They're just so damn good at sex. My skin still feels sensitized from just the idea of his touch. My core is still aching and empty and wanting the kind of satisfaction I've only ever had once. I idly wonder whether Vicky feels like this too sometimes, or whether she just goes after, and gets, enough good sex that she never finds herself aching for someone stupid and out of reach. My hand wanders over to my cell phone as I think it, curious what she'd say about the whole encounter, but then I hesitate. For some reason, I don't feel like telling Vicky. Instead, I close my eyes and wonder whether Damien is back in his room, doing exactly the same thing. I wonder how much of this he'll remember in the morning, and whether it will become another awkward thing between us, or we'll be able to pretend it never happened. And for me, it will just be pretending. He might be drunk enough to forget about tonight, but there's no way I'll be able to. Especially as I turn over and sigh again. Far too much of me is starting to wish I'd taken him up on the offer, as my mind drifts. even if he was drunk and probably a jerk, and it didn't feel right in so many ways. It would have given me some of what I'm craving, right? How is it you were fine with intermittent sex for all those years, and now, suddenly, you feel so starved for it?
Chapter 12. Damien. I wake up blearily the next morning, my head pounding and my mouth feeling like sandpaper, as images of the night before flash through my mind. I didn't. I groan as I half remember the night out, the different bars I'd tried, the couple of girls who had been so damn insistent on following along with me, how that had me heading back to the hotel, to the woman I hadn't been able to stop thinking about, and to that awkward conversation with Ava. Not really a conversation, more like a drunken come-on. Fuck. You fucking idiot. I rub a hand over my eyes, hoping that memory is wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's not. This week has been intense. The discussions with Thompson, the back and forth between Prestige and 2-Bit Designs that I've been in the middle of, exploring New York City for the first time, and having Ava a few doors away from me in the same hotel. So close, and so impossible. The tension and desire has been building all week, and last night, well, with all the drinks and excitement and adrenaline, last night was something I should have seen coming. I groan again, throwing my head back against the pillow and keeping my eyes tightly closed. I don't want to think about how the daylight is going to hit me when I open them, or when I have to go out there and face what a dick I was last night. I don't even want to consider what she thinks of me now. I can't remember it all, but the snatches of conversation that come back to me, my hazy confusion and botched attempts to reassure her that I wasn't just drunkenly trying to sleep with her, is enough to have my guts churning. I brought her all the way out here and then did that. Talk about a case for sexual harassment. Not that I'm really worried about that. No. All Ava is going to want after last night is to be as far away from me as possible. And that's what bothers me. Before I can start thinking about how I'm ever going to apologize for it all, my cell phone buzzes on the bedside table. I reach for it instinctively, used to checking it at all times of day and night, whatever condition I'm in. And right now I could use the distraction. It's hard to open my eyes and it hurts when I do, but I try to blink away the remnants of sleep, rubbing at them as my cell phone comes slowly into focus. Katie. Meeting at 9 a.m. Where the hell are you? I blink. Meeting at 9 a.m.? What the hell? We don't have anything until midday. Even hungover and half asleep, I know that. I checked. I would never have had so much to drink if I had an early meeting. Me. What? Meeting at 12 p.m. The response comes back almost before mine is sent. Katie. Do you even check email anymore? It got moved. You've got 30 minutes, dumbass. I stare at the message a moment too long, the hangover delaying the surge of adrenaline I should be feeling. Instead, I just get a slow sense of dread. I tab over to emails, and sure enough, there it is. One of our final negotiation meetings with Thompson, rescheduled to 9 a.m. Shit. Oh, fucking hell. No. My brain barely gets a chance to come up with the expletives before I'm forcing myself to roll out of bed on pure instinct alone. The thumping in my head only gets worse, but I ignore it as I try to get my sluggish body to move faster. A wave of nausea rolls through me, and I wonder what the hell I drank last night. I'm not usually this affected the morning after. The idle thought that I'm kind of glad Ava refused me so thoroughly flashes through my mind. I wouldn't have wanted to be with her in that state anyway. It wouldn't have been right. Not if, for fuck's sake, stop thinking about Ava. The internal growl doesn't do much to help me, but I stumble into the bathroom anyway and then into the shower. It's not until I turn it on that I realize I'm still in boxer shorts, and I tug them off as they get soaked through. The blast of warm water does nothing to wake me up, and it's not until I'm leaning against the tiled wall and letting it lull me that I realize it's not going to work. With a grimace, I turn the dial to cold, and then gasp at the sudden change in temperature. Goose pimples break out all along my skin, but I force myself to stand in it and try to wash off any remnants of last night. By the time I step back out, I almost feel human again, even if the pounding in my head has turned into a splitting, freezing kind of pain. A quick check of the clock speeds me up, and this time I'm actually awake enough to move a little faster. Even so, by the time I'm dressed and have everything together, I know it's going to be tight. Damn it. The hotel is close to the office, that was the point of it, but even so, crossing through Manhattan. I stop thinking about it and just concentrate on moving, something that, right now, actually does take all of my focus. By the time I get to the office, I'm running through the main things we need to discuss in my head, trying to remember all of my carefully constructed arguments, and fighting the turmoil in my stomach that tells me we're screwed. You've done harder things in worse circumstances before. You can do this one too. The look Katie gives me when I finally arrive doesn't do anything to boost my confidence. "Oh my God, Damien! You look awful!" She stares at me, obviously aghast. "Please, don't tell me you can come through now." Thompson's secretary comes over to us before Katie can finish her low-pitched comment, and instead, she just sends me an agitated look. I nod to the secretary, Julia, I think her name is, but don't say anything. Right now, I need all my limited brain power for the negotiation that's about to take place. Fucking hell, how did this get moved to 9 a.m.? The guy is a tyrant. I tell myself that, and it might even be true, but it's mostly bullshit. There's only one person to blame for the mess I'm in right now. Thompson is going to know the second he looks at you that... Katie is muttering to me as we walk through the office, her comments breaking off any time someone comes close enough to hear. Not helpful. "Nothing we can do about it now," I mutter back, sending her a frown that in no way matches her own. We get into the meeting a moment later, and any other private words we might have exchanged are delayed. Not ended, that's for certain. Just delayed, because I know this is something that Katie will continue later. I just wish it could be a few days later when my head won't hurt quite so much. God damn it, after all those lectures about exactly this happening as well. The next hour and a half is spent furiously trying to defend our position from a team that suddenly seems to be trying to screw us over. I don't know whether it's just my slightly altered state, interpreting things differently, but it feels like nothing the mostly amicable negotiations we've had over the last few days. Thompson doesn't even show up, and from the way things go, I finally have my answer. That's obviously a bad thing. Even worse, from the comments they're making, it's pretty easy to guess why the tone has changed. We're just looking for a little insurance in case this doesn't work out, or your team can't deliver. It's hard to guarantee anything with a company so young and still gaining experience. You can never quite tell with these things just how dedicated they really are, quickly followed by enough platitudes that they're just talking in general and about good business practice so that we can't openly take it personally, even if it is absolutely, definitely meant to be personal. I'm not quite sure how it all deteriorated so quickly. Even if, as Katie says, I don't look great today, there's no way Thompson would have already known to avoid the meeting, and all these comments and punitive clauses seem prepared. Not that it really matters. It doesn't change that it is happening, and that what I'd thought would be a meeting about a few final adjustments is turning into a fight to keep the deal alive. What it does do, though, is break through the hungover haze of my mind, the adrenaline and sudden challenge, spurring my brain into the action it would normally take, until, by the end of it, I feel mostly alive again. A small comfort, but it helps to know that I'm giving as good as I'm getting in the meeting, and they don't seem to expect that, either. Everything they've come up with was obviously prepared earlier, but I'm good at fighting in the moment, and they don't have enough good comebacks to throw things off too badly. It's a long, hard-fought meeting, and at the end of it, we're in a much worse position than when we started. But the deal is still on the table. Everything is still possible. It's a hard place to come back from, but not hopeless. Which means I'm going to do it. By God, I'm going to fix this. It doesn't change the way I can feel Katie fuming beside me throughout the whole meeting, and all her thoughts are obviously directed towards me. When we finally get out of there, she practically grabs me as we walk stiffly out of the building, almost as if she thinks I'm about to make a run for it. Which is tempting, but even though the meeting burst through the worst of my brain fog, it also totally wiped me out. I don't think I've felt so physically and mentally drained since Emily was going through her hormonal teenage stage. "We need to talk," she says brusquely, her eyes flashing at me. I don't object. If anything, I'm just surprised she waits until we get back to our hired office space to do it. It's only when the door closes behind her that her stiffly controlled posture changes at all. She rounds on me, the anger and frustration lighting up her face like a beacon as she pokes my chest. "Fucking hell, Damien! I told you! What the hell did I tell you?" She pokes me again, and I grab her hand before she can do it a third time, a little irritated. I screwed up, and I don't doubt I deserve some of this, but even I have my limits. She takes it back and shakes it off even though I barely held it, then glares at me and stalks to the other end of the room. "Why couldn't you listen? For once in your life, why couldn't you damn well listen?" "Katie," I take a breath. "I don't know how they knew about last night, but last night?" She raises an eyebrow, staring at me. "Oh, it's just last night, is it? You think I don't know that you've been drinking and partying every single night we've been here? You think they don't know that?" "What?" I still have a searing pain in my head, and it takes a moment for her words to get through. That whatever that meeting was, it was entirely targeted at you and your complete disregard for what we're supposed to be doing on this trip." I frown, knowing that I'm responding too slowly to keep up with her, and starting to get frustrated by the stream of anger coming in my direction. "Katie," I say again, firmly enough that she does actually pause to listen. "I've been working non-stop on all this, just like you. Meeting after intense meeting with everyone involved here, running between them and making sure everything works. It's high pressure, high intensity, and you can't deny it's damn hard work. Don't you dare accuse me of not pulling my weight here. I missed the change in time for one meeting, on an email sent at 11 p.m. the night before. It was one morning that I was running slightly late. One. I think the dozens of hours I've racked up should make up for that." She stares at me, the anger slowly replaced by something closer to disbelief. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about how hard you're working, Damien. It's about the image you're giving them. The young, hotshot tech CEO going wild with his new wealth. Can't you see what they think of that? The sort of people these guys are?" I let out a long breath, irritated. "I'm not going wild, Katie. It's my first time in NYC, and I've been making the most of it, that's all." "Damien," she grinds out, "even if I believe you on that, and looking at you right now, I'm not sure I do. None of that matters. It's not me you need to convince. It's them. And from what they see, you're doing exactly the sort of thing their prestigious firm wants to avoid any association with." I run a hand through my hair. Some nagging part of me knows that she's right about this, but it's frustrating as hell. Any other firm would be taking us out, encouraging all of this, expecting us to have a good time while we're here. "That's why the meeting went sour today," she continues, her tone relentless. "And now the whole deal is at risk, just because you couldn't listen to me and tone down this shit." "Okay," I say, finally acceding. She has a point, and I know it, even if I resent the whole thing. "Look, I'm sorry, Katie. Last night was a mistake, in so many more ways than she's thinking about." It's not just last night, she insists. No, okay, all of it then. I didn't think it would... I cut myself off, shaking my head. Well, I guess I was wrong. But I'm going to fix this, Katie. We're not screwed yet. No? She raises an eyebrow and I meet her skeptical gaze. No, I repeat, my voice firm. I've pulled off deals from worse positions than this. I screwed up, sure, but I'm going to work it out. She looks at me for a long moment, assessing, but I can see her tension start to shift, just a little. I take that as my cue and step closer, wrapping my arms around her. It's going to be all right, Katie. I'll fix it. I promise. I feel her melt into me, her forehead coming down to rest on my shoulder, and she sighs deeply. You sure about that, Damien? Yeah, I'm sure. And I am. Prestige Trust and Mr. Thompson might be bastards, but I can play their game. I already started in the meeting this morning, and that was while I was hungover and feeling half dead. The moment I get past that, well, the challenge will fire me up in the way it always does. No more nights out? She raises her head, squinting up at me doubtfully. Yeah. Okay. No more nights out. I agree, even if it is a little reluctant. I can't blame her for the request, and she's probably right about it too. At least I had a decent amount of fun in NYC in the last few nights. Who knows, maybe you can come back post-business deal sometime and have some more without all the pressure. She squeezes me tightly, and I return it before she pulls back. She might have been angry, but we both know this was what we really needed after a meeting like that. The simple reassurance and support. After lashing out at each other a little, anyway. It will be okay, Katie. Really. She nods. Okay. Just fix it, Damien. Get us out of this mess. Yes, ma'am, I say softly, then wink at her. After a decent nap and some terrible food, anyway. She gives an aggravated sigh, but I can see the way her lips twitch upwards. Back on even ground. Mostly, anyway. We leave it like that, neither of us entirely satisfied or at ease, but feeling slightly better to be back on the same side again. I'm still miserable as I make my way out of the office space into a cheap-looking cafe on the corner of the street, and not just because of the pain in my head and the lingering way my body aches from the hangover. The food manages to fix most of that, but it doesn't stop everything from hanging over me. Images of last night replaying over and over again in my mind and weighing me down. As bad as I feel about the meeting this morning and the argument with Katie, the thing that's really bothering me is what happened last night with Ava. I go back to the office and tell myself I'll spend the rest of the day working on a strategy for turning the deal around again. But all I really do is sit there and think about Ava. I wince every time I remember the way I approached her, how drunk I was and what she must have thought. That isn't me. I'm not like that. And I can't stand the idea of her thinking that I am. I want to talk to her, explain myself somehow. But I'm guessing the last thing she wants right now is to see any more of me. She probably wants me to stay as far away as possible. I'm not even sure I have an explanation to give her. I don't know what happened last night. I don't know how or why or anything. I mean, sure, I haven't been able to stop thinking about her on this trip, but so what? I have better control over myself than that. Or at least I thought I did. Damn it. With a sigh, I push the whole cringeworthy evening out of my mind and force myself to turn back to the work in front of me. I'm not going to bother Ava anymore. I'm going to do what the company I've built over the last 10 years needs me to do. That's what's important right now. I tell myself that for the rest of the day, but I'm not quite sure I ever believe it. Chapter 13. Damien. Despite every promise I made to myself throughout the day, by the evening I find myself standing outside Ava's door again. I've spent the whole day wanting to apologize, and once I finally gave up on work, there was nothing left to distract me from it. Not after I promised Katie I wouldn't go out anyway. I don't even know if Ava will be in this evening, but the uncomfortable churning in my gut tells me that I won't feel right unless I at least try. I cast an uneasy glance around as I stand there, far too aware of the people I've passed in the corridors to get here. The hotel is far more lively now than it was late last night, and I don't want to think about what might happen if anyone else sees me here. The last thing we need right now is for me to start another scandal. I knock quickly. Before I can tell myself it would be better to come back later. I might be more exposed this way, but I'm not going to appear on Ava's doorstep at midnight again. It's probably bad enough that I'm here at all. There's a pause for a moment or two, and I start to doubt whether she really is inside. But then the door swings open. The sweet face that appears in front of me immediately flickers with too many emotions to read, before settling into an obviously irritated frustration that she doesn't try to hide. I hold my hands up before she can say anything. I came to apologize for last night. I can't believe that after what happened, I couldn't just... Don't, she shakes her head, interrupting my stumbling explanation. Damn it, I'm usually more eloquent than this. I don't need an apology. I think I need to give you one. You didn't deserve that. What happened last night? I was an asshole, and I just want to explain. I see her look around the corridor behind me, her brow creased in concern. No doubt she's thinking exactly what I was a moment ago. Can I come in? I ask, the words leaving my mouth before I've thought about it. What? The incredulity in her voice echoes the one in the back of my mind. Yeah, sure, come to apologize for making inappropriate advances and then invite yourself into her hotel room, idiot. I glance around behind me again. Just to explain, I'm not sure it's a good idea to be... I trail off, not quite saying, out in the open, but knowing she hears it anyway. You don't need to, she starts to repeat, her hand on the door as she eyes me warily, those pretty blue eyes filled with hesitation. Please? I do. She gives the corridor behind me one last glance before finally huffing out a breath. Okay, fine. Just for a moment, then. She steps back, holding the door open, and I walk inside. My heart is beating hard in my chest, and the moment I enter her room, I feel strangely nervous, in a way I can't remember being for a long time. Thanks, I say, as she walks past me to where the narrow entrance opens up into the main area of the room. It's a nice hotel, and even the standard rooms have a couch and desk as well as the bed that takes up most of the space in front of me. I can't help the semi-curious glance around as I follow her, noticing how neat she's kept the room. There's barely any hint that someone is staying here at all, apart from the suitcase in the corner and her laptop and papers spread out over the bed. I snatch my eyes back before she notices me looking, feeling guilty about being here in her personal space after what happened last night. Ava turns back to me with her arms folded across her chest. I don't know what you want to say, but I'd prefer for us to just forget about it, okay? It was a drunken mistake. It doesn't matter. It was a drunken mistake, yes, but it does matter. I should have never come to you like that, at that time of night, in that state. I don't want you to think, that's not me, Ava. It's not something I think is okay. It's been hard to stop thinking about you ever since that other time, but that's no... She shakes her head, emotions I can't read flickering across her face again. Look, Damien, it's none of my business what you do or who you do it with, but not with me, okay? She looks awkward and uncomfortable, but she continues anyway. I don't want you to think that just because of that time, it's not something I do, okay? Just because it happened once doesn't mean I'm up for... No, wait, that's not what I think, I interrupt. That's not how it was either. I didn't come to her last night just because I thought she'd be up for a drunken fling. Though, God, considering the way I acted, I can't exactly blame her for the conclusion. She raises an eyebrow, her face flushed red with discomfort, but her eyes meeting mine with a challenge in them anyway. Well, why else would you leave your parties and all the girls you've been seeing to come back here, if not because you'd figured I'd be more willing to... She trails off, and I'm left staring at her, too shocked to respond. Wait, what? That's what she thinks? All the girls I've been seeing? Where the hell did that come from? That's not... I don't... As I said, it's none of my business what you do. I just don't want to be a part of it. That's all. She's obviously trying to be nonchalant about it, but I can see her distaste from the slight twist of her mouth. Ava, I'm not doing anything. I don't know why it's suddenly so important that she understand that, but it is. I need her to know. She shakes her head, the skeptical expression turning almost tolerant, in a resigned kind of way. We don't need to talk about it, but, well, it's common knowledge around here the way you spend your evenings. From the way she says it, I get the feeling she means more than just the bars and clubs I've been enjoying as I get to know some of NYC, and for a moment, I'm totally stunned. My God, is that what my reputation is? If that's what everyone's talking about, damn it. Katie was right. Maybe I deserve the shit from Prestige this morning. That thought doesn't distract me for long. Too much of my attention held by Ava in front of me, and I have a sudden flashback to last night, to something that had been nagging at me all day. Sorry, Damien. I'm not another one of those girls for you to have fun with here in New York. I'm here to work. Another one of those girls. The way she looked at me as she said it. The distaste, less well controlled then. The assumptions, obvious. My fumbled attempt to explain that it's not like that, as I'm trying to do now, with about as much success. I don't exactly know what's common knowledge, but there are no other girls, Ava. I didn't come here last night because I thought any of that. I shake my head, unable to help the intensity in my tone as I take a couple of steps closer, needing her to believe me for some reason. What we did, that time, it's not something I do either. The parties, the nights out, sure, but the rest of it? None of that has ever held much appeal for me. Not until that night with you. I lock eyes with her, watching her throat work, the swallow drawing my attention to the beautiful curve of her neck. What is it about this woman that has me so completely affected? I don't know, but I can't live with her thinking that about me. I shouldn't have come here last night, and I'm sorry, Ava, I really am, but I don't want you to think I was looking for some sort of casual hookup. I just can't stop thinking about you. That's all. I know I get it, we're working together now, and it's a bad idea, but telling myself that isn't the same as being able to do it. I can hear the heat at the edges of my voice, the hint of everything we had a few weeks ago, even though I'm trying not to let it happen. I didn't come here tonight for that. I just can't help myself around this woman. The way she's looking at me starts to shift, too. Some of the distaste and hardness in her expression, softening into the sweet face I've seen so many times in my mind since that night. Her tongue slips out to wet her lips as she looks at me, more confused than skeptical now, and my pulse jumps at the sight of it. Damn it. I should go before this gets any worse, but I don't want to leave her like this. Not until I know she believes me. But, I mean, you're out late every night. By yourself. Her voice is hesitant, but I know what she's saying. And you're not. I run a hand through my hair. How did this even happen? Have I really been out that much? Have I really been as wild as Katie claims? I just wanted to see some of New York City, I shrug, giving her a regretful smile. I've never been here before, and I didn't want to miss out on that. It wouldn't exactly have been professional to invite all my work colleagues along, so yeah, I went out alone. That doesn't mean I was looking for anything else. The irony of that thought suddenly occurs to me, and I let out a long breath. Not that going out by myself turned out to be all that professional either, it seems. Turns out everyone knew about it anyway, I say, more to myself than anything, as I walk toward the window at the other end of the room. The lights from the street below and the surrounding high-rise buildings glitter back at me, so that the night barely seems dark at all. I guess it was too much to hope I could have a little fun while I was out here, huh? There's silence for a moment, and then I feel Ava coming up behind me as I continue to look out at the night sky. I know I should leave. I've apologized. I've explained myself as best as I can, and I'm not sure there's much more I can say. I was a drunken idiot, but at least now Ava knows she wasn't just one more in a long string of girls. For some reason, that matters to me. I didn't mean it's not like everyone's talking about you or anything, she says from beside me, obviously slightly awkward. No one minds. It's not really anything to do with us. I didn't mean to make you feel like you couldn't. Prestige minds. It slips out before I can think about it, but then I glance over at her, one corner of my mouth curving in a slightly wry smile as I decide to tell her anyway. We got our asses handed to us in a meeting with them this morning. Your team might not care, but Prestige definitely don't like wild young CEOs. I got a lecture from Katie about that this morning. Oh. It's a quiet sound, and I sigh, shaking my head. It doesn't matter. Not something for you to worry about. It was my fault. I knew what they'd think, and I did it anyway. The lecture was only fair, even if I spent the whole time thinking that if anyone deserved a chance to lecture me, it'd be you. I catch the blush on her cheeks again, a few freckles standing out adorably, and I have to resist the urge to reach out toward her. You should go, Damien. Go before you ruin everything you just did to try to convince her you're not a total dick. I didn't want to lecture you. She closes her eyes, squeezes them tight for a moment, then turns back to the window. I just wanted to forget it ever happened. I feel another stab of guilt, and for a moment we just stand there, looking out over the city together. I'm sorry I came by and ruined that for you tonight, I say eventually. Shall we say it's forgotten now, then? If you're sure you're okay. She nods, and I step back, ready to go. I've taken up too much of her personal space and time as it is. Thanks for letting me come in and try to explain myself. I promise I won't bother you again. I'm halfway to the door when her voice comes from behind me. Why did you do it, then? She asks. If you knew it would cause problems with Prestige, couldn't you have just come back to NYC another time? I turn back toward her, my lips twisting into a small smile. Probably. I don't know. I shake my head again. That's what I should have done. But sometimes, I don't know. I've been feeling restless lately. There's so much I've missed out on already, it's hard to make myself wait until later or another time to do everything I want. What do you mean? Her brow furrows. It feels like I've spent my whole life working, one way or another, and I've never had a chance to just be me. That's one of the reasons I'm not interested in women when I go out. I'm still trying to work out what me is. She looks confused, And I know I'm not making much sense. I'm surprised I'm saying anything at all, or talking to her about this. It's not something I just tell people. But then, something about her makes me want to talk, to stay here and be with her, to tell her things about myself that I prefer to keep inside. I tilt my head at her, my smile turning wry as I remember something. I told you I wanted to be a football star that first night. I had a football scholarship and everything. That's what I was going to do, but I never got to go. Not for the football or to college. Yet I still work out and train like it might happen someday. It's stupid, but I don't think I've let go of those childhood dreams. Not yet. I see the question in her eyes and I answer it before she can ask, my voice turning softer. My parents died just after my graduation. I was 17, and my sister Emily was 11 at the time. We didn't have anyone else, so we were lucky as hell that I turned 18 before anyone could take her away. After that, there was no question of what I was doing with my life. She was the only thing that mattered. I started Indivest in my dad's old office, and we were lucky as hell again that it worked out, that I could make a living from home, raising her. Ava is staring at me with wide eyes, a look close to horror on her face. I can understand that. It was a pretty horrific time. Shit. Damien. I shrug. Things worked out better for us than they should have. So it's not something that can ever be okay, but it's okay, you know? She swallows. I don't know what I'd do if... Damn, sorry, Don't be. I prefer being able to say it, instead of it being this big thing people can't talk about. That's true, but I'm pretty sure it's got nothing to do with why I'm telling her. I don't like it being something I can't talk about, but that doesn't mean I go around telling everyone my life story. With Ava, though, it's different. I don't know why, but I want to share these things with her. And don't get me wrong, raising her for the last 10 years has been the best thing I've ever done. That and creating Indivest. But it's also meant there's a whole lot I didn't do, you know? The last few years that she's been away at college, it's just been a weird feeling. Some kind of need to catch up. When I look back at her, she's a few paces closer to me, and I can't help it. I take a couple of steps toward her as I smirk. So, these days, I'm spending a lot of time going out. Indivest has been an amazing thing to create, but I think doing the same thing for years and working so much, well, I meet her eyes and there's something else in them now, more than just heat and tension that's tempted me this whole time. I never knew, she says, then shakes her head. I mean, obviously, but I'm sorry about what I thought. I give her a small smile. After last night, I wouldn't be surprised by anything you thought. I deserved it. It's so hard not to reach out and smooth her hair back behind her ear, run my fingers down her neck, and slip them under the blouse she's wearing. Just to touch her, to feel her skin against mine again. I need to get rid of these thoughts before I do something that I'll regret, that we'll both regret. Or we won't regret nearly enough. I can't tear my gaze away from hers, though, or make myself step away. I was supposed to be leaving. Wasn't I leaving? What happened to that? She shifts, ever so slightly closer, and I can see her bite her lower lip as she does. Those soft blue eyes look up at me, and it's suddenly all too much. I reach forward, doing exactly what I've been picturing this whole time, my fingers spreading through her hair and running down her neck, feeling how soft and beautiful she is as I step up against her. Ava, I breathe, seeing her eyes widen and the way her breath hitches in her throat as she looks up at me. Her head tilts up, and before I know what either of us are doing, I'm kissing her again, melting into the softness of her lips and pressing against her with the urgency of several weeks' buildup of need. My hand wraps around her neck, supporting her as I pull her closer, and my tongue slips past her lips, tangling with hers until we're moaning against each other. Oh my God, this is what I need. I've never felt anything so strongly or surely as that. Heat rushing through my body and everything centering on the joining of our mouths. That one point of desperately needed contact. Her tongue is warm and perfect against mine as I explore her mouth, remembering just how good that feels while I discover her all over again. When we finally pull back for breath, the dazed expression on her face matches how I feel, the heat behind her eyes making me groan again. Ava. My breath whispers across her cheek as I lean forward, captured by those beautiful wide eyes, with the need for more sending heat through my whole body as I lower my mouth back down to brush against hers. We can't, she whispers back, but her head tilts up toward me anyway, and I can't resist the invitation. My mouth closes over hers, our lips joining together again, and all her protests seem to dissolve in that instant. Her lips melt against mine, and she steps into my chest, her arms wrapping around me and pulling us tightly together. Feeling her body soft and sweet against mine is enough to have my semi-hard cock stiffening instantly, and I growl into her mouth. She responds enthusiastically, even as my hands drop to her hips and pull her impossibly closer. And then we lose ourselves in it, kissing and touching wildly, passionately, in all the ways I've wanted to over the last few weeks. No more hesitation, no more doubt. Not that I ever had much anyway. In the heat of that kiss, there's no room for anything else. I run my hands up under her blouse, pulling it out of her skirt and groaning as I feel the soft skin underneath. She shudders under me, moaning in response, and I can feel her fingers splayed out over my back, roaming across it in the same way. I move us toward the bed without thinking about it, and she comes with me eagerly, her breath hitching in her throat and those shimmering blue eyes alive with a matching fire. God damn it, Ava, I mutter, before returning to her mouth, her neck, her throat, feeling the pulse there stuttering wildly. You have no idea how much I've wanted this. I nip the base of her throat and feel her gasp under my mouth, enough to make my cock pulse where it's pressing hard against my suit pants. I inhale the sweet scent of her in one deep breath, and then her knees are knocking back against the bed. I come up from my attentions long enough to look at her, unable to help the wolfish smile I know I'm wearing. She moans a little as she sees it, kissing me again as I press her down into the bed. She hooks her arms around my neck, kisses me deeply, and then wriggles out from under me to push her papers onto the floor. That makes me chuckle. But at least she manages to close the laptop before she leans over the side of the bed to place it on top. That gives me a delicious view of her ass, and I don't even try to resist. I crawl on top of her before she can move, hearing her yelp slightly as my hands work their way under the blouse again. Her head twists around, but before she can object, I'm kissing her again, the angle slightly awkward, but the need for it too great for us to care. My hands make their way under her body, the way she's pressing up against me to reach my mouth, providing perfect access to exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, Damien, she groans as my fingers splay over her bra, the material thin enough that I can feel her hard nipples poking through. The thought of that makes me growl, and I press closer to her as I tweak them, her breath coming harder as my hands explore. I've been thinking about you so much, I murmur in her ear, about this, about what I wanted to do to you. She shudders under me, moaning, and her ass comes up to rub against my crotch. For a crazy moment, I think I might lose control right then and there, my cock straining and aching for the woman under me. Ava. It comes out half strangled and she chuckles under me, the sound throaty and perfect. Me too. The words are just a breath, a whisper quiet enough that I'm not sure whether I imagined them. I draw my mouth back to her ear, nibbling it as she moans. What? I murmur, the breath playing around her ear and making her shudder. Her eyes scrunch tightly closed before she finally answers, only a little louder. I said, me too. A smile tugs my mouth, thrilled and unrelenting. Me too. What? I ask, even though I know the answer. I just want to hear her say it. She groans again as my hands squeeze her soft breasts, her ass bucking up against me. It's so hot I think I want to do it forever. I've been thinking about it too, she finally admits, and something in me soars to hear it. It satisfies all the primal urges inside me, and I lower my mouth to that sensitive spot she has, between her neck and shoulder, nipping and sucking as she moans. God, Damien. I laugh against her skin, bringing my hands around to unclasp her bra before they return to her chest. The silky material is still there, but it's loose enough that it's not hard to work my hands up underneath it, until they're holding her breasts instead. She gasps as my fingers brush across those full, hard nipples, and my mouth kisses along her neck. Her fingers clutch at the bed sheets below her, and I can't resist any longer. This feels so good, so right. And seeing her underneath me like this, moaning and bucking and responding so perfectly to everything I'm doing, it's too much. I reach back and hitch her skirt up. She gasps, but I don't stop until it's around her hips, and everything else is exposed to me too. For one brief moment, all I can do is stare. Her perfect ass, perky and tight and right there in front of me, the line of her thong going all the way through it. Fuck, I mutter, my hands simply caressing it for a moment. You're so fucking sexy, Ava, I can't even... She doesn't say anything, doesn't resist the way I'm touching her, just arches her back so her ass is pressed even further up toward me. It makes me growl to see it, and I slap it lightly, making her gasp again. I can almost feel the way her eyes widen and I grin, slapping the other side, and alternating a little before leaning forward and trailing kisses up her back. She's still wearing the blouse, but it's loose enough it's fallen forward, and her lower back is nicely exposed to me. Some distant, semi-amused part of me realizes that we haven't even stopped to take our clothes off, but I don't care about that right now. I just want to feel Ava. All of her. She moans as I run kisses up her spine, twisting her head back to look at me. I take the invitation and lean forward, our mouths sliding against each other again. This is such a bad idea, she murmurs into me, but she doesn't stop kissing. Or the best one I've had all week, I respond, nipping at her lip and bringing my hands back to her ass. I squeeze and stroke it, tracing the line of her thong with one finger all the way down. She moans, her mouth snatched from mine as she buries her head into the bed between her elbows. That makes me chuckle, until my gliding hand finally finds what I'm looking for, and I can feel just how wet she is. Oh, God. I can't help the groan, my mouth kissing at her neck as my cock presses hard against my pants. I stroke her through the thong, my fingers teasing and tempting as she rocks against me, her breath coming harder. It's one of the hottest things I think I've ever seen, but it's doing too much to me to tease her for long. Everything feels tight and desperate and ready, and I know I can't wait any longer. I pull her panties down over her hips with one quick motion, making her gasp as I expose that beautiful pussy to the air, right under me. They fall to her knees, and then I'm finally loosening my belt and pushing my own pants down. My cock springs straight up, hard and ready and full of pent-up desire. I groan with relief to be out of the tightness of my pants. But before I can do anything else, Ava is swaying backwards, her ass pressing up against me and thrusting a little, so that my cock slides along her slick entrance. I grip her hips tighter, muffling a curse as I try to hold on to my self-control. Fuck. Just the hint of her, how does she feel so damn good? She moans, so beautiful and expressive as she looks over her shoulder, those smoldering blue eyes always piercing through me. I want you, Damien. I want to feel you. The certainty in her voice is enough to have me thrusting forward before I've even thought about it, sliding against the outside of her pussy and teasing us both with the anticipation of everything we so desperately want. I can feel the tingle of it under my skin, like hot pinpricks, and I'm already hard and throbbing just from the thought of finally getting to do this again. I grip my thick cock to position myself, and it's only seeing it bare and flushed red that it suddenly occurs to me. Shit. The word comes out in one long breath, and Ava turns round to look at me, concerned, as I try to make myself pull away. Ava, I don't have... Of course I don't. I should have thought about that. I mean, no. Of course I shouldn't have thought about that. Bringing a condom to an apology for unwanted advances? Shit. That's the disadvantage of not being the sort of person who does this more often. I guess when you really want it to happen, you're not quite prepared. It seems to take her a moment to work out what I mean, but then her expression clears and she gives a half shrug. It's okay, I'm on the pill. It's fine, it's safe, she says, words spilling out as she presses back against me again. I just want you, Damien. Come on, just... please. The need is vibrating off her, and that word is enough to drive me over the edge. It's safe. It's okay. Oh, thank God. I position myself against her, every nerve on fire with anticipation and desire, before sinking deep inside her in one swift movement. It feels like all the breath comes out of her body as I do, my world lighting up with pleasure, and everything about her feeling so fucking good. God. I'm not sure whether I say it or she does. It doesn't matter. She's tight, but so wet and slick that it's easy to move inside her. She feels perfect in every way, and my hands grip her hips as I start thrusting hard. I can't help myself. This has been too long coming. From the way she's groaning and burying her head against the bed, I can tell it's what she needs, too. Fuck, Ava, I grunt, and she lets out a small whimper of sound beneath me. It's hot enough that my cock twitches inside her, my pace increasing as I lengthen my strokes so that I'm almost coming out of her with each one. The whole of my length sinks into her each time I thrust, stretching her pussy. I can tell what it's doing to her from the soft noises she makes with every stroke, the way she's bucking against me and clutching at the bed. It's an intoxicating sight, and seeing that, hearing her, and feeling the hot, wet tightness of her pussy, it has every part of me tightening up, my cock hard and throbbing and so ready. I lean forward, wrapping my hands around her breasts again as my hips thrust forward hard and fast. I squeeze tightly, my fingers stroking over her stiff nipples as her whole body writhes under me. Fuck, Damien. My name comes out as an expletive, followed by a continuous stream of sound as her body starts tightening under me. I can feel her approaching the edge, her breath drawing up tight within her, and I press into her even more urgently. My hands move faster too, wanting to draw it out of her, wanting to see and feel that, even more than I want the release that's surging and building within me. I want to hear her first. Fuck, 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 fuck! Her voice comes in whimpers and moans and little whines, punctuated by cursing that rises in volume as her breathing hitches and she gets closer to that edge. I think it's the sexiest thing I've ever heard. Come for me, Ava. I want to hear you. Damn, you're the sexiest thing I've ever... I run one hand down her stomach and over the hitched-up skirt as I murmur in her ear. Until it's hovering at the entrance I'm still pounding into. Her pussy is split wide and open for me, exposed, and I find her clit within moments. The instant I touch it, her body tenses, pressing back against me. I tease it, just very softly, and then everything in her explodes. Her whole body shudders under me, rocking back as she presses her mouth hard against the covers on the bed. I can still hear the high pitch of the muffled scream, and it makes my cock pulse and twitch within her. I keep going, thrusting in and out of her hard as her pussy spasms and trembles against me. It might be the best thing I've ever felt, and I know I can't hold back any longer, my thin control breaking with just how hot Ava is when she climaxes. I pull out until I'm right against her entrance again, then slam in with one smooth thrust, making her gasp under me, her head rearing back and her gorgeous throat exposed. I bury my mouth against her neck, kissing as I thrust again and again, and then heat and pleasure rolls up through me, every part of my body coming alive. My cock stiffens, warmth shooting into her as I keep thrusting and kissing and groaning with the power of it all. When I'm finally spent, my whole body relaxes with satisfaction and contentment, in a way it hasn't since the last time we did this. I groan and roll off her, pulling her into my arms and lying there with her back to my chest. I dip my head forward and inhale the sweet scent of her as we slowly get our breath back. Well, fuck, she mutters, the sound leaving her in a rush as she tips her head back to rest against my shoulder. I think you said that before, I said, chuckling softly. Not sure I'm gonna stop saying it. Her voice is low enough that I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to hear that, but my hand is already wandering back to her chest, running lightly over the breasts that fit perfectly in my hand, the best size. I kiss her neck again, and she sighs softly. We lie like that for a few minutes, and I'm caught up in how nice it feels to be right here with her, just lying together. Having mind-blowing sex and then curling against each other, it's a good way to be. I can sense the moment it changes, though, even before she speaks. Damien? The shift in her tone of voice makes it obvious what she's thinking, and I sigh, kissing her shoulder again. I should go, right? I murmur back to her. Her words from earlier come back to me, her initial protest, her comments about what a bad idea this would be. She nods, and I get an unexpected twinge of unease at those thoughts. She's right about all that, I get it, but... You don't regret this? I murmur again, running a finger along her arm, surprised that I'm even voicing the question. It's too insecure for me to ask it any other time, but for some reason, everything feels different here with Ava. She twists her head to look back at me, and I find myself completely caught in her gaze, and the look that passes between us there. There's worry there, concern, but also so much else. The simple acknowledgement of this thing between us, despite all our attempts to ignore it. No, she says it softly, and that's all I need to hear. The unease inside me settles down again, warm contentment returning. That's all that matters. Everything else, I won't think about that now. I'll go, I say again, leaning forward to brush my lips against hers again. Not too hard, not too long, just another taste before I leave. Anything more and I doubt I'll be able to make myself go. I slowly untangle myself from where we're lying together, and as soon as I stand up, I feel the loss of that connection. But I make myself continue anyway. I don't let myself think about how much I'd like to stay, or what could happen if we decided it would be easier for me to leave in the middle of the night, or in the morning. For all I know, she's got plans later tonight. Her colleagues might regularly stop by to talk to her. I don't know, and I don't ask. Anything could happen, and it isn't fair to her to risk it. I tuck my shirt back in and pull my belt tight again, running a hand through my hair. I'm sure I look a mess. If I meet anyone in the hallways on the short walk back to my own room, there's a good chance they'll be able to guess what I was just doing. But I don't care. It was worth it, so long as they don't know who with. I turn back before I leave, wanting to say something to her, feeling strange about just leaving, but I can't find the words. So I slip out and walk quietly back to my room, through blessedly empty hallways. I'm more relaxed and sated than I can ever remember being, and I sigh softly as I close the door to my own room behind me. All I can think about is that look we shared, the mutual acknowledgement, and everything it could mean.
Chapter 14. Ava. After that incredible but stupid but incredible night, I don't see Damien before we leave New York City in the afternoon. That's probably a good thing, as I figure I need some time to get my head around everything that happened, and to stop myself from jumping straight back into bed with him again. Right now, that's a very real risk. Damn it, Ava, you're so screwed. I think he and Katie were supposed to be leaving with us on the same flight, but Tina mentioned their trip had been extended for another few days. My mind immediately jumps to the issues they've been having with Prestige, but I don't tell anyone else about that, and I hope it's not the reason. Maybe he just decided to take some time to enjoy New York City. After everything he told me, I can't help feeling that he deserves the chance to do that. I try not to think about what he said too much. The idea of losing my parents at all, let alone that young, is enough to freak me out completely. But not just that. It makes me think about how he stepped up to raise his little sister, giving up his own dreams so she could have something resembling a normal life after they'd both been through so much. It's breathtakingly admirable, and even more impressive that he somehow made it work. But it's definitely not something I want to be thinking about. I always thought he was ridiculously hot. I've never denied how incredible he is in bed. But that makes me think things about him that are far more dangerous. The first couple of thoughts are bad enough alone, and it's even worse that I gave into more sex with him. I definitely can't add anything else in there. I text Vicky the next morning. I'm a little surprised that I've left it that long, but I spent most of the evening after he left lying in bed and daydreaming about what had just happened. There were a few intermittent thoughts that I should get back to work, but I didn't. For once, there was something more interesting than the latest design issue I was working on. Me. It happened again. Only Vicky would jump straight to the right conclusion with that brief message, and she doesn't disappoint me. Vicky. Oh my God! Vicky. When? What? How? Details, girl! I shake my head as I see the messages. Me. I'll tell you when I'm home. Back tonight. Vicky. What? Not fair. I don't respond for a few minutes, and when I next check my phone, she's obviously relented. Vicky. Okay. It'll be more fun in person anyway. That makes me smile, but the nausea that started earlier this morning is distracting me too much to respond. I thought it would have abated by now, but if anything, it seems to be building. Lying in bed, breathing slowly, to try to work through it, doesn't seem to be helping. At first, I thought it was just stress and anxiety about what happened last night and everything it might mean. But surprisingly, I don't feel all that worried about it. Mostly just warm and satisfied. I guess it hasn't caught up to me yet, though something obviously has, and the next moment sends me running to the bathroom, and by the time I make it out, I'm groaning and feeling far less happy and satisfied with myself. Damn it! Dodgy chicken? I groan. The day I fly home is really not the day I want to be hit by food poisoning. No such luck, though. The next few hours have me in an almost constant rotation between the bathroom and the bed, and I'm pissed when I have to bail on the sightseeing that our team had planned for our free Saturday morning in New York City. I send a message to Tina, the team manager. Me. Hi, Tina. I'm really sorry, but I don't think I can meet the team for sightseeing this morning. I think I ate something dodgy last night. Do you know whether everyone else is okay? I figure I should give them a heads up, in case anyone else comes down with something. A while later, as I'm lying panting on my bed and hoping that now I'm just dry heaving, it'll be the last of the bathroom trips, my cell phone goes off. Tina. I'm sorry to hear that, Ava. We hope you feel better soon. Everyone here is fine so far. Are you still going to be okay to make the flight this afternoon? I swallow as I read the message, but there's only one response in my mind. There's no way I'm wasting however much Indivest paid for the flight. Besides, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's probably settling down now. Some of the nausea seems to be easing at least. Me. Yes, I'm sure it will be fine. I'll let you know when I'm on my way to the airport. Tina. Great. Thanks, Ava. Hope you feel better. I smile slightly at the message. I like Tina. Considering everything Vicky has always said about bosses and managers, I was expecting the worst. But she really seems to care. About her work and about the people working for her. It makes me really hope I'll be able to continue working for her and 2-Bit Designs for a little longer. If that's really as rare as Vicky makes it sound, I can't help thinking how lucky I've been here. I don't want to think about leaving it all behind at the end. I toss the phone aside with a sigh and lean back into the overly large hotel pillows, letting them almost swallow me as I flick the TV on. At this time, my only choice is trashy daytime shows, but at least it provides a little comforting background noise as I try not to be too sad about not going sightseeing or spending time with the team I don't want to leave. At least you had amazing sex last night. At least there's that. Surprisingly enough, that actually makes me feel better, and I start to relax as the worst of the nausea passes, even if I probably spend more time daydreaming about last night than watching the TV in front of me. I don't trust myself with lunch, a decision that's immediately confirmed when I get to the airport and the smell of food there makes my stomach turn again. The flight home doesn't help either, but at least it's manageable enough that I only have to clutch the sick bag I keep by me for the whole journey. The rest of the team give me sympathetic looks and ask if there's anything they can do, trying to keep me engaged in conversation about what they did this morning, no doubt as an attempt to distract me. I respond as best I can, but all I really want is for the whole thing to be over. By the time we've landed and driven back to Fresno, I'm totally exhausted, and I give up on the idea of heading to Vicky's. Right now, a fun conversation about sex is the last thing I want, even if it was really good sex. Me. Sick as a dog, heading to Mom and Dad's. Sorry. Vicky. Aw, no. Need anything? Me. Just rest, I think. Talk soon. X. She doesn't give me a hard time about it. She might be keen for this kind of gossip, but she does know what really matters. I spend the next couple of days unashamedly taking advantage of how lovely Mom and Dad are when I'm ill. As soon as I get home, I head straight to bed, and as the nausea fades, I start hoping it was just a 24-hour case of bad chicken or something. That hope disappears as soon as I wake up the next morning, feeling just as bad as the day before. Another couple of hours starting between the bathroom and my bed leaves me cursing that last team meal that I'd loved at the time. I can't stomach any of the plain food Mom tries to get me to eat for lunch, even though I know I'm feeling weak because of it. But as the day progresses, I finally start to feel a bit better. I spend the afternoon talking to Mom and Dad, since I've been staying at Vicky's for a shorter commute into work and focusing entirely on this project. They haven't seen me for a while, and they're eager to hear all about my job and the trip to New York City. By the evening, I'm relieved that the worst of the sickness seems to have passed, and I'm determined to head back to Vicky's. "Are you sure you're well enough, sweetie?" Mom asks, looking at me with concern. I nod firmly. "Yeah, it was only some bad food in New York, Mom. I think it's over now. I feel fine." Though if I'm honest with myself, I'm not quite sure whether I'm actually feeling fine or I just want to be. I definitely still feel strange. Probably just because I haven't eaten much in the last couple of days. But if the enthusiasm I showed digging into a PB&J sandwich tonight was any indication, I'll get my strength back soon. Not that I'm going to admit any of that to Mom. She frowns. "You don't look fine, Ava. You're still slightly pale, and there are those bags under your eyes." I cut her off with a smile. "There are always bags under my eyes, according to you. It's because you work too hard, no doubt. All those late nights in New York probably didn't help either. And, well, I really think you should stay here for another couple of days, just to make sure." I shake my head again. "I need to work tomorrow, Mom. I want to. It's all going so well, but we're really in the middle of bringing it all together, and I don't want to miss that. Really, I'm fine." And there's a certain hotshot CEO who might be back at work tomorrow. I'm not sure that should be a good thing, but, well, I can't deny the way my stomach flutters at the thought. I probably shouldn't, but I want to see Damien again. "Well, if you're sure, it's not like I can stop you." Her mouth twists into a rueful smile, and she leans in to give me a hug. "Just make sure you come back here at the first sign you're still not feeling well." "I will," I promise, feeling a little guilty that I have no intention of doing that at all, but knowing she'll worry less this way. I head back to Vicky's to get settled in before work the next morning, and the concern on her face when she sees me gives me the sinking feeling that maybe Mom wasn't exaggerating about how I look. "Ava, hey, are you okay? You look awful," she says immediately. Yeah, I think so. Haven't been sick since this morning, so I think I'm fine now," I repeat. "Looks like it really took it out of you, huh?" She continues as she opens the door further, gesturing me inside. "Yeah, not the best way to end the trip," I say with a sigh, settling down on the couch that's been my home for the duration of this project so far. Apart from that blissful week in the hotel. I already miss it. "Well, maybe not, but how about your other end of the trip, huh?" She wriggles her eyebrows at me, and I can't help but laugh. "Yeah," I say again, and I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face, even while I'm still feeling weak. Seeing it makes her grin, but she sighs as she drops onto the couch beside me. "I guess we should probably talk about it another time. It seems less sexy when you've just been sick all day." I laugh, but truthfully, I'm a little relieved. I'm not sure I do quite feel up to an interrogation of Vicky's standard. "That's true. Another time, then." I wrap one arm around her shoulder, and we snuggle closer for a moment. "Sex in the City instead?" she offers, and I nod immediately. "How have you been?" I ask as she's setting it up. "The last week?" "Bored, mostly," she huffs. "Figured I should take the time you were gone to do some revision for this exam." "How's that going?" "It's going." Her nose wrinkles. Then she jumps up in excitement as the intro music starts playing. I don't press her any further, feeling more than content to curl up on the couch with my best friend until I start getting sleepy. Especially since all the guys somehow end up looking like Damien, and my mind starts drifting to my own Sex in the City. At least you'll get to see him tomorrow, and then... I don't manage to find an end to that thought before sleep takes me. Chapter 15. Ava. The moment I wake up the next morning, the nausea is back. I groan as I head to the bathroom, and not just because of the sickness. I really didn't want that to happen. I'm supposed to be working. I even texted Tina last night to let her know I'd be in today. You should go home, Vicky says with concern, sitting on the side of the bath and holding my hair back from my face as I crouch over the toilet. I give her a quick glance out of the corner of my eye, and the sight of the crisp professional dress she's wearing makes me groan again. You shouldn't be... I try to get out, in between breaths. The last thing she needs is vomit all over her nice work clothes. She tuts. It's fine. You need to go, Vicky. You'll be... I'm interrupted by yet another dry heave, but I continue after a gasp for breath. Late. I don't even have anything left to throw up anymore, damn it. I don't miss the way she glances at her watch, her tongue clicking against her teeth. I don't often see Vicky in professional mode, and in some ways it's reassuring. Sometimes I think she doesn't take her job seriously at all, even though I know she must be pretty good at it. I don't want to leave you here alone, Ava. I'll be fine. I wipe my forehead, kneeling back from the basin of the toilet as the worst of the nausea passes. Never eating chicken again. She laughs, shaking her head. Remind me to hit you up for a list of places you went in New York City so I can avoid them all, huh? I give her a weak smile. Go, I say again. She scowls at me. Promise you'll go home if it doesn't get better. Promise. I agree, even though, yet again, I don't mean it. If there's any chance of me being able to work... I don't believe you, she accuses, far more perceptive than Mom. You have to leave anyway, I point out, taking the paper she's handed over to me and wiping my mouth. Ugh, fine. I'll be back tonight. Do what you want, crazy woman, but try to text me occasionally so that I know you're still alive, I smile back, finally feeling like I've caught my breath. Yeah, that one I will do. She dashes out of the door, and I stay there for a few moments, trying to work out if the nausea really has gone, or if the relief is an illusion, the way it has been so many times over the last couple of days. When I finally think I've got it under control, I make my slow way back to the couch, noticing the barf bowl Vicky left there with a smile. It got that name from the party she held when we first moved in here, and went a little crazy with the freedom of having her own place. I hunted through all the fancy new things she'd bought for something that would work, and she was horrified the next day, wanting to throw it out, until I managed to convince her we might need it again. I flop down with a sigh and take a moment to let my stomach adjust to the movement before texting Tina to let her know I haven't quite shaken this thing yet. To distract myself, I text Vicky a still alive message too, but it doesn't amuse me the way I thought it would, and I end up closing my eyes in disappointment as I toss the phone back onto the table, trying not to overthink. I don't particularly succeed. If you're not there, you can't show them you're doing a good job. You'll be underperforming. Not turning up is not the impression you want to give. What if they forget about you? What if they don't believe you at all and just think you're making excuses? I know half of that isn't true, but that doesn't stop me worrying about it, and I get more and more miserable as the day goes on. The nausea fades again, and I almost consider going over to the office. But the way Tina shot down my suggestion of coming in if I felt better makes it obvious that this is just going to be a very unwanted day off. It's not until the afternoon that I get the bright idea of pulling my laptop over to try to do some work remotely. I can tell they're surprised when they see me come online, but I simply say I'm feeling better and start loading up some of the designs I've been working on. To my relief, I feel even better once I've started working, enough that I almost forget I was feeling sick at all. When Vicky gets in later that evening, that's exactly how she finds me, lying on the couch working, and I only notice her standing in the doorway when she huffs out a breath deliberately. Found a way to get to work anyway, huh? I look up at her, smiling automatically. Yeah, I'm so much better now. What a relief. I started feeling fine as soon as I started working, I tell her, half my attention still on the graphics in front of me. Why does that not surprise me? She rolls her eyes, but I can tell she's relieved. And here I was rushing home because you hadn't texted me all afternoon. That does make me look up, and I immediately feel guilty. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I look down at my screen again, biting my lip. She comes to lean against the couch, giving me an amused smile. It's all right. I just figured you were sleeping or something. She looks around. Have you eaten anything all day? I try to think, and I'm surprised when my stomach gives a pang of hunger in response. I might have had a few crackers. Ava, this is why you need to go home when you're ill. You're rubbish at taking care of yourself. I didn't know if I could stomach it. I try muttering. Well, do you want something now? I'd kill for a PB&J sandwich, I say, looking up with sudden enthusiasm. Yeah, that's a good idea. I start swinging my legs off the couch, but she pushes them back, rolling her eyes again. I'll make it. Last day of sick treatment. Take advantage, girl. I grin. Thanks, Vix. I'm out tonight, though, she calls back as she heads to the kitchen. Just came home to make sure you were all right and change. Oh, I call back, suddenly intrigued. You got a date? She comes back a few minutes later, plate in hand, and snorts at the interest in my expression. Yeah, not likely. Just dinner and drinks with a couple of friends from work. Interesting friends or boring friends? I ask. Sometimes she insists on calling people friends, even when she doesn't particularly like them. Interesting ones, she grins. We're thinking of going back to that club, you know. Think I can pick up the same sort of action you got? Course you can, though I glance around the apartment. I've tried to air it out and all, but you might want to go back to his place if you do. She laughs. Yeah, I already worked that one out, thanks. I dig into the PB&J sandwich as she tries on a dozen outfits in front of me, ignoring all of my opinions as the good-natured banter flies back and forth between us. You really do look better, Ava, she says after finally settling on a black dress with low-slung shoulders. A little tired, maybe, but you've got your sparkle back. Even more sparkle, actually. Must be all that sex I still need to hear about, huh? This time, the comment makes me blush. The way I keep thinking about that, I wouldn't be surprised if she can see it in my face. Maybe, I say, feeling unexpectedly shy about it all of a sudden. She laughs. Tomorrow, babe. You've got to tell me tomorrow. Will do. I smile again, but I'm too distracted by the thought of it to meet her gaze. Okay, gotta go. Good luck, I say, then call out as she disappears through the front door. Hopefully I won't see you until tomorrow. I finish the PB&J and then go hunting for another one. I don't know when they got so good. Maybe all the dining out in New York City has made me crave simpler food, or something like that. After that, I settle in for a little more work, just to make up for missing this morning, relieved at the thought I'll be going back in tomorrow. At least until I wake up the next morning, feeling damn nauseous again. What the fuck? I groan, even as I dart toward the bathroom. This is getting really fucking ridiculous now. I hesitate for the longest time over texting Tina, clinging to the hope that the nausea might suddenly disappear again. Until it gets to the time where, even if I left immediately, I'd still be late. I'm not sure what's worse, calling in sick again or being late. The latter just makes it seem like I don't care. Reluctantly, I send her yet another message saying I'm still sick. This time, the answer I get back doesn't make me feel any better at all. Tina, sorry to hear that, Ava. Are you sure you're okay? This thing sounds nasty. Do you think maybe you should get it checked out, just in case it's something else? I groan. Sure, because I definitely have the insurance for that. Some part of me wants to panic that she's going to start wanting proof I'm actually sick. What if she thinks I'm just trying to get out of work? I try to tell myself she won't think that way, but it's really hard to believe right now. It takes me a long time to work out what to send back. Me. Thanks, Tina. That's a good idea. If it continues, I'll definitely get it checked out. I'll try to come online later, too, if I start feeling better. Tina. Sure thing, but don't push yourself. We're doing okay here. I bite my lip when I get that response. I know I'm reading too much into it, but that just screams, it's okay, we've worked out we don't really need you. I feel more sick at the idea of that than I do from this stupid bug, and I spend most of the morning trying to get the nausea under control enough to get back to work. It's hard, but by the afternoon, and with another PB&J sandwich, which is all I seem to be eating at the moment, it starts to get better. until Vicky walks in to see me lying on the couch with my laptop again, and everything goes downhill from there. "You didn't go into work today?" she says in a very unimpressed tone, folding her arms as she looks at me from the doorway. It sounds stern, but the concern in her expression is obvious. "No," I grumble. Then my voice picks up as I start complaining. "I was sick again this morning. I can't believe it, Vicky. It's getting ridiculous. When have you ever heard of food poisoning lasting 4 days?" "I don't think I have," she says. Then her expression softens suddenly, becoming almost cautious. "Ava, you say no one else is sick?" "They don't seem to be." I sigh, biting my lip. "Do you think that makes it look like I'm faking or something? I'm really worried about what they're going to start thinking of me, and—" "Ava," Vicky interrupts, and there's something in her tone that immediately brings me up short. She comes to sit on the end of the couch, moving my feet over as she looks at me carefully. "Listen, don't take this the wrong way, but you've been sick every morning for the last 4 days, right?" "Yeah." "When was the last time you had your period?" "Oh," I wave a hand dismissively. "I use the pill to control." I freeze. I suddenly realize what she's talking about. "No," I say immediately. No, it's not that. It can't be. I just said I'm on the pill. And besides, that sex we had was a week ago. No one gets sick within a week. I mean, maybe it's not food poisoning, but it'll just be some kind of bug I picked up in New York." The denials roll off my tongue easily, my brain working overtime to find all the reasons why what she's implying is completely impossible. "And the first time?" she continues, holding my gaze. "Were you on the pill then?" "Yes," I say immediately. I've been on the pill for as long as I can remember, but I'm starting to panic anyway. Did I miss a couple of days? Could I have? Maybe. Did I stop being quite so careful about taking it after I split with Jackson? Is that even possible? Oh, God. I think... I qualify, my eyes starting to Vicky in slight panic. I mean, I'm sure I was. I have to have been. I can't. I'm starting to breathe faster now. It's a stupid thought. There's no way it's true. But if it is, oh, God, if it is... Okay, relax. Calm down, Ava, Vicky says, coming to sit beside me and wrapping one arm around my shoulder. For once, her eyes are serious as they meet mine, though it's not enough to still the tremor running through my body. There's only one way to be sure. I swallow hard. I can't be, Vicky. I can't. Let's just find out, okay? I swallow again, but I finally nod. I'll be back in 5, okay? Are you all right here? I nod again, although I'm not sure I am. She darts out the front door, and I'm left just staring after her, not wanting to think about what she's gone to get. I tell myself that it's just to make sure. It's just to confirm what I already know, that I can't possibly be pregnant. That would just be too much. I can't have screwed up in that many ways. Can I? Vicky bursts through the door, and I'm already out of my seat, nerves and anxiety racing through me, twisting my guts far worse than the nausea did. I think I feel that too, nausea, but I'm not sure if I'm imagining it now. I'm not sure if I'm imagining that place inside me where... Stop it, Ava. Here. She thrusts a bundle of things at me, slightly out of breath, and I glance down. 3 pregnancy tests. 3? You wouldn't believe it if it was just 1, she answers before I can ask. Whatever the result. Our eyes meet each other for a moment, both wide-eyed and obviously scared. Okay, I agree. Just so that we know it's not that. I take them, take a deep breath, and disappear into the bathroom. You want me in there too, babe? Vicky calls from outside the door, just as I'm slipping my jeans down my waist. She's seen far more than that before, but... No, I call back. Give me a minute. It takes me a while to use the damn things, my nerves making it impossible to relax enough. But after what feels like forever, I get what I need. I lay the damned things on the bathroom counter and wash my hands before I call out to Vicky. Okay, I don't even have to finish it before she's in there with me, staring at the line of tests I can't bear to look at. I hover there for about 30 seconds before I can't stand it anymore. I can't. I break away from her and rush back into the living room, pacing up and down as I try not to think. She comes back out to join me, the tests clutched in her hand, and I shake my head. This is stupid. I shouldn't be worried. This isn't going to be a thing, Vicky. I take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to convince myself. This whole thing will probably just be hilarious when they come back negative. We'll just laugh and you'll fucking kill me for putting you through it. She gives me a shaky grin. Yeah, that too, I say, laughing slightly, even if it does come out a little hysterical. Yeah, it's all going to be all right. I mean, I told you, it's just some sickness bug. Uh-huh. We look at each other for another few beats. How long has it been? I ask, after what seems like forever. A couple of minutes. She walks over, holding out the tests between us so that we can see the results, and this time I can't help but stare. See? I say, taking a deep breath. Nothing. Vicky chews her bottom lip. Let's just wait a little longer. I'm not sure it's been enough time to... Her voice trails off, and I follow her gaze back to the test, where a faint vertical line is slowly appearing, the symbol turning into a plus. Everything in me seems to freeze all at once, pure panic racing through me. No, I shake my head, my voice barely audible. No, it's wrong. It can't be, Vicky. It can't. The line only gets stronger, though, and then one by one, the other tests follow the same pattern. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, Vicky. I raise my wide, terrified eyes to my best friend, staring at her, as if she can fix this in the same way she's always managed to fix my problems before. As if this crazy situation might vanish somehow if I just don't let myself think about it, if I refuse to believe it. Ava, her voice is a soft murmur, and somehow it's enough to break through the dam of total disbelief within me. No! I sink to the couch with my head in my hands, my breathing going out of control as I try to understand the magnitude of what's just happened, everything within me roiling and tumbling nauseatingly. I can't. How did this happen, Vicky? I've had sex twice in the last half year. I've been taking the pill for years, and now, all of a sudden, oh my God, I look up at her as something suddenly occurs to me. Vicky, I wasn't trying to get pregnant. If it happened that first time, then I've been taking the pill for a month while I'm pregnant. What if that does something? What if that's not safe for what if... My hands drop subconsciously to my stomach as I look at her. She blinks at the sudden change in focus, then shakes her head. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't make them that way. I'm sure lots of people do that before they know they're pregnant, but I can't stop the out-of-control thoughts or the sudden worry. Okay. If you're not going to stop thinking about it, let's just look it up then. She whips out her phone, typing furiously, and after a moment raises her head to look at me. Are you on the mini pill? No, I don't think so. Then you're definitely all fine. See? They wouldn't make it not safe. And I mean, come on, Ava. Of all the things to be worrying about, I'd be more scared about how much wine I might have had without knowing. Her head raises to stare at me as she says it, and I freeze all over again. Oh, God, have I done that? Have I been drinking? Oh, shit, Ava, you were just in New York. Were you... Vicky hesitates, and I close my eyes as I try to think. No, I think I'm okay. After the crazy hangover you gave me, and then this job, I wanted to make a good impression. I didn't risk getting drunk, I think. I let out a slow breath, suddenly more grateful than I can say for my usual overcaution. Well, that, and being slightly worried what alcohol and being around Damien might lead to. Not that avoiding alcohol helped with that. Okay, good. She takes a deep breath and slowly lowers herself to perch on the coffee table in front of me. So, the slight change in tone makes me look up, something inside me tensing at the way she's looking at me. You're keeping it then? Her voice is quiet and more serious than I think I've ever heard her. What? Well, since you got so worried that you might have harmed it somehow, that wouldn't make sense if you were just going to... I blink, my hands clenching tighter around my stomach. I hadn't thought about that. I was just reacting. I stare at her, my mind spinning as it hits me again. I'm pregnant. It keeps doing that, even though I know now, even though we're talking about it and I'm thinking about it. Somehow it keeps hitting me over and over again. I don't know. But even as I say it, my mind is already charging ahead, adrenaline making it impossible not to think, and my thoughts spilling out as I do. I mean, I can't keep it, Vicky. I can barely take care of myself. I'm not ready. It's not right, not fair to the... I can't bring myself to say it. The idea of what's inside me now still far too much to say out loud. I wouldn't be able to give it what it needs. I'm already thinking about that. All the things it would need, the money and stability I just don't have. But I don't think... I swallow, knowing as I say it just how true it is. I couldn't just, do that. I don't think I could live with myself if I don't even say the words. I can't. I don't know what I'm going to do. I lower my head back into my hands again, my breath shuddering out of me. Vicky comes to sit beside me, rubbing my back in slow circles as I lean into her, tears pricking at my eyes. How did I screw this up too, Vicky? I don't have a boyfriend anymore. I don't know whether I'm even going to have a job after this project is over. I live with my parents and crash on your couch. I thought this was my low point. This was the worst I could fuck up. And now I get pregnant? Alone with no way to support it? No one to... It comes out as a sob, and I curl up against her as I finally start crying. The weight of just how badly I fucked up my life hitting me hard. I can't keep it. I say it again, and somehow that makes me cry even harder. And I can't. I'm going to have to put it up for adoption or something. I finally gasp. To a family that can actually give it what it needs. And that's not me. How can it be? How can I ever be good enough for a baby when this is what my life is like? Just one disaster after another. Okay, Vicky says, stroking my back and trying to soothe me. You'll work it out. Ava, we both will. It's a shock right now, but you're not alone with this. Whatever you decide to do, you've got me and your parents. I swivel to look at her as the thought of that suddenly rocks through me. Oh my God, Vicky, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I can't tell them. What? They've always been supportive, Ava. I know, I say, most of the sound catching in my throat. They've been lovely the last few months, but I can't tell them I've somehow screwed this up too. Not after everything else. I can just imagine what they'd think, and I can't bear it. The pity, the concern, the quiet realization that this is how their daughter has turned out, despite everything they've given me. And oh my God, they'd be heartbroken if I give it up. It's their grandchild. Fuck. Oh, Vicky, fuck. I can't tell them. All right, okay, babe, she says, her voice soft and warm, and more comforting than I can remember hearing it. Or maybe that's just because that's what I need to hear right now. You've got time, okay? You don't need to worry about everything at once. We'll just take it slow, and it will be all right, okay? I think I'm this close to hyperventilating, and only the thought that maybe that wouldn't be good for the baby growing inside me has me fighting to stay calm. I mean, how am I supposed to know what's good for it, or what I might do wrong? I'm not ready to be growing something inside me. That's too much responsibility, and I don't have a clue what I'm doing. I'm just going to screw it up. That's it. It's okay. Don't worry about all that now. I don't realize Vicky is still talking to me until the soothing sound of her voice starts getting through, my breathing slowly easing. She doesn't mention how impossible it's going to be not to see my parents for the next 9 months, or anyone else. Oh shit, everyone else. Vicky, I gasp suddenly. How am I going to? Everyone's going to know. I thought I was so close to making a good impression, to finally getting a job. But now I'm going to have to admit I'm single and pregnant and it's going to change everything. I squeeze my eyes shut tight, trying to massage the pounding pain that started throbbing in my head. Maybe, she starts, but I don't let her finish. Maybe I don't have to tell them, I answer for her, opening my eyes again. If I deal with the nausea myself, then this contract will finish before it's too obvious, and maybe I won't be offered a job until a little later, and I'll be able to, I don't know. That wasn't the maybe I was going to say, Vicky mutters, then sighs. Maybe they won't have such a problem with it, Ava. You keep saying how your manager is actually not an asshole. I shake my head emphatically. I don't know that being pregnant won't change that. This industry is too competitive, and if they think I can't work for a little while... No, Vicky, I can't tell them. I can see the worry in her eyes as she looks at me, and I know she doesn't agree. But she just doesn't get it. I can't let this derail the one good thing I might have in my life. I don't know how I'm going to work it out yet, but I've got to try at least. And Damien? She asks quietly. I close my eyes again. I don't want to think about that. I really, really don't. I groan softly. Oh, God, I can't. You have to tell him, she repeats in that same quiet voice. I know that, I do, but... You don't understand, I whisper. This is the last thing he wants, Vicky. He was just telling me how he's had to deal with responsibility all of his life. He's finally free of it, finally getting to live his own life, and he's going to hate me. And what if he wants me to get rid of it? The horror I feel at the thought of that takes away any last doubt. Whatever I do, I know I can't face getting rid of it. And I'd never be able to live with myself if I did. I might not be able to keep it myself. I'm just not capable right now. But I can't do that to it either. Another thought hits me, and I bite my lip. Oh, God, what if he thinks I did this deliberately or something? He's rich, Vicky, with his own business. What if he thinks I'm some crazy gold digger and... It doesn't matter, she says, and I'm surprised at how firm her voice is. It doesn't matter what he thinks or what he says or what he does. It's not up to him. But he needs to know, Ava. You know that. It's not right to keep it from him. I lean into her further, and her arms come back around me as we lower ourselves until we're lying on the couch together. I know, I whisper again. I just don't know how. And I'm scared, Vicky. I'm so scared. Shh, it's okay. I know. You have a little bit of time. You don't need to go announcing it tomorrow. You can think about it, at least. It'll take time to work out what you're going to do, but we can talk about it, okay? And we can keep talking about it until it's sorted. I take a deep breath, trying to believe her, and trying not to see the way Damien looked at me last week, and how that might change the moment he hears about this. We keep talking, and eventually Vicky eases some of the panic in me. I'm still tense, but after a while, I reluctantly agree that it's been enough of a shock that talking about it more tonight won't help. Instead, we agree to get takeout and watch trash TV until our eyes bleed, and I try to count my blessings. I have Vicky. Thank God for Vicky. I have parents who love and support me. I might have a job, maybe, that I might be able to keep, maybe. Somehow, just somehow, maybe that will be enough to get through this, one way or another, and work out what the hell I'm going to do. But I'm still scared. And as I snuggle with Vicky on the couch, I can't help wanting Damien to be there more than anything. Wanting him to tell me it's all going to be okay. Even though that's impossible. Even though he's the one that got me into this situation in the first place. Even though I know how bad it's going to be the moment he finds out about this.
Chapter 16. Damien. The day I get back from New York, Ava isn't at the office. She doesn't appear the next day either. And even though I know it's probably largely my own impatience, I start to get concerned. I wish I could simply ask after her, but after everything that happened between us, and what I'm hoping might continue happening between us, I know what she'd think of me drawing attention in that way. And yeah, I know it would be a bad idea, too. I don't even have her number to call and check that she's all right, Despite our 2 intense nights together and seeing her almost every day for a few weeks, we've never actually exchanged numbers, probably deliberately. I'm guessing she's just sick and will be back soon, but I wish I could see her anyway. I hope someone is looking after her. I hope she's not trying to avoid me again. It's an unfair thought, but it's still there at the edge of my mind. All her comments about not getting involved repeat in my mind endlessly, and I can't help wondering whether Friday night freaked her out more than I'd thought. I'd left that night with the hope that all those objections might have given way to something else. It felt like there was something different between us afterward. I still don't know what, but I thought we both wanted to find out. Now I'm left wondering. And it's frustrating me endlessly. It's a good thing Katie and I started smoothing things over with Prestige. Just about, with the extra time we had in New York. Or I just might be going crazy right now. I had to swallow my pride and kiss ass a bit, but predictably Thompson was very amenable to that. It might even have been what he really wanted. More than an advantage in the negotiations, the chance to watch a new money tech CEO defer to him. Not my favorite thing at all, but easing some of Katie's worry was worth the bitter aftertaste it left in my mouth. Now that I'm back home and out of the spotlight of their appraisal, it's a relief to get back to the actual work that needs to be done for the deal, instead of spending my time clashing with the people involved. Not to mention, with Ava's absence destroying my focus, I'm not sure how well I'd do if I'd had to meet with Thompson again right now. She doesn't make an appearance for the rest of the day, and when I see Tina leaving the office, my resolve almost breaks, but I don't ask. She'll be back tomorrow. You can talk tomorrow. You can see if that look in her eyes is still there. Then, I stay late at the office. But it's not until I get home that I get a distraction that actually works. Damien! The moment I walk in the door of the elegant Italian-style home I bought after Indivest started taking off, my sister's excited voice greets me. She jumps up from the couch in the large, open-plan living space and bounces across the rich wooden floor to fling her arms around me before I've even had a moment to blink. Emily! I grin. My own exclamation a little more surprised than hers as I wrap her up in a tight hug. I didn't know you were back. No? She steps back with an impish smile, green eyes twinkling at me. And here I thought my big bro was anxiously checking up on my every movement. I laugh, finally shrugging my jacket off and moving toward the kitchen at the end of the living space, glancing back over my shoulder at her. Yeah, I was, but after the first month, it seemed like you knew what you were doing, so I figured I'd leave you to it, and just enjoy reading about your adventures after the disasters involved had already passed. Far less stressful that way. I pull out the bottle of champagne I'd been reserving in the fridge and find a couple of glasses as Emily laughs behind me. It makes me smile to hear that from her again. I always forget how much I miss the mix of sweetness and sass that she does so well. Come on. I turn around to flourish the bottle of champagne. I might not have known exactly when you were coming back, but I was saving this for it anyway. Let's have a drink and then you can tell me everything, including all the parts you left out of your unrealistically positive blog. Oh! She comes over to me with a grin as I pop open the bottle and start pouring it out. Oh, that's perfect, bro. Ooh, do we have cheese, too? I've been craving cheese like mad, especially that fancy stuff you always get. She turns toward the refrigerator as I finish pouring the drinks, rummaging around through my cheese drawer while I watch with an indulgent smile, pulling out the different biscuits to go along with it. Normally, my drink of choice for cheese would be red wine or port, but Emily has always loved champagne. It's not exactly my thing, but I figure I can share a glass with her and then leave her to finish it while I move on to something a little less fizzy. We make up a little platter the same way we started doing during her last couple of years of high school, when all the teenage problems hit. I'd offered her chocolate and ice cream in the hormonal years before that. But when I'd tried that after she came home crying over a boy she liked who'd asked another girl out, she'd snapped at me that she wasn't a kid anymore, and these were adult problems now. So on a whim, I'd invited her to join me with my wine and cheese, but only if she could act like an adult about it. I don't think she even liked the wine the first few times we did it, but Emily is nothing if not stubborn. It took another couple of years before she admitted that she did actually still like chocolate and ice cream, and in the end, this became our thing. She'd come home, and we'd share a platter of cheese while she told me all about the drama that day in high school. I suppose I should have been grateful at the time that she was talking to me, but I can't say that's exactly how I felt. Teenage drama is stressful, and listening to it with no real way to help, getting infuriated at people who could be so careless with my sister's feelings, was probably one of the harder things I've done in my life. Oh God, I've missed this. She sinks back against the kitchen counter with an undeniably pleasurable groan as she takes a bite straight out of one of the cheeses. Emily? I shoot her a disparaging glance and she gives me an unrepentant smile. You'd do it too if you hadn't had this for months. Come on, tell me what you have been doing for the last few months then. I grab the platter while she picks up the glasses and bottle, and we take them over to the low table in front of the large, L-shaped couch. Once everything is arranged, we settle back into it to catch up. Emily opens her mouth, then pauses. Oh, wow. I don't even know where to start. How do I begin to tell you how cool the last few months have been? It's just so much. Start in the middle. What was your favorite part? Or even better, what was the worst? I want to hear the parts you don't want me to know about. Of course you do. She rolls her eyes at me, then grins, picking at the cheese. Well, okay, there was a time Gemma and I hitched a lift with a truck full of chickens. That was an interesting one. But there was really no other way to get to... It all spills out of her at once. Not the whole trip, or even anything slightly coherent, but just one memory and exciting adventure leading to another one, leading to those moments she was absolutely terrified and seconds away from trying to call me to bail her out. It only takes 20 minutes before I realize how damn relieved I am that this is how I'm hearing about it all, with her right in front of me, obviously safe and unharmed, while I silently plot never to let her leave the country again. Maybe I should have spent more time checking up on her after all. I can't deny how good it all sounds, though, or how her near disasters have obviously created some seriously funny stories. Stories I can admittedly only really appreciate because I already know they turn out okay. We get through all the cheese and go back for seconds, while I trade my champagne in for brandy. Emily has no problem keeping the rest of the bottle for herself, and I find myself thinking this is one of the best evenings I've had for a very long time. Apart from those nights with Ava, I don't think I've enjoyed myself like this since Emily was last home. I don't think she quite finishes telling me everything. I'm not entirely sure she'll ever manage that, but after a while she runs out of steam, the alcohol reducing us to a more mellow state as we nibble at the remains of the cheese and biscuits. It was amazing, Damien, she sighs contentedly, leaning back against the couch. I want to be back there already, or somewhere else. Oh, there's so much I want to see. I can't wait to work out my next trip. Wait, what? I ask, immediately alarmed. I just heard the sort of thing that happened on this trip. Your next trip? She catches my expression and laughs. Don't worry. The next thing on my list is to stick around and find myself a proper grown-up job, so I can pay for the next one myself. That wasn't what I was worried about, I mutter, which only makes her laugh again. Oh, it'll be fine, Damien. It was so much fun. Hey, maybe you should come with me. A brother-sister trip, how about that? See whether you can keep me out of trouble, right? Yeah, that sounds like my idea of a good time. I roll my eyes at her and she grins. Yeah, maybe not. But you should go yourself anyway, Damien. You'd love it. And honestly, I think you need to get out of Fresno for a bit yourself. You've been here your whole life.
I was in New York last week, I retort.
You were?
Her eyes light up.
Oh, wow. That's great. How was it? I didn't know you were on vacation.
Well, it was a business trip, I say wryly, interrupting that thought, and she lets out an aggravated sigh.
Damien.
Hey, it still counts. How can I complain when I get to go to places like that for work?
You can't complain about your job, sure, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't have anything else in your life.
She rolls her eyes at me.
You spend too much time working, especially now that things are okay. You do know I'm going to get a job now. I'll be all self-sufficient and everything. Nothing more for you to worry about.
I'm not sure I'll ever stop worrying about you entirely, Em. You're always going to be my baby sister. I give her a soft smile. She's right that she's all grown up, and I probably should shift my thinking from saving and making money for us to doing it for me now. She needs the space to do her own thing and look after herself. I always thought that would be some huge relief, too, giving up that responsibility. But, in some ways, I almost miss her relying on me.
Come on, though.
She leans forward to poke my knee.
At least tell me you had some fun while you were in New York. You didn't make it all about work, right?
I smile, and then, just like that, I'm suddenly thinking about Ava again. Yeah, I had some fun, too. Those images flashing through my mind must do something to my expression because Emily leans forward, giving me a curious look.
Oh? What happened?
I blink, bringing myself out of those thoughts as I try to shrug it off. Just some bars and clubs and places. It's a fun place, Em.
No, I want to know what put that look in your eye.
She grins at me, wriggling her eyebrows comically.
Did you meet someone? Did my chaste, uninterested in women brother finally find someone to intrigue him?
I'm not chaste, I mutter.
Sure,
Emily retorts, her voice heavy with sarcasm. Has it not occurred to you that maybe I just don't tell my baby sister about that sort of thing?
Sure it has, she says easily. But I always figured it was more likely you had nothing to tell because I've never seen you look like that before.
I grunt in frustration, wondering when Emily got observant like that. Just my luck.
So, is there really someone?
No, I say, then reconsider, my head tilting back to rest against the top of the couch. Well, maybe, I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Probably nothing? Sounds a lot like something, bro, Emily says, her voice full of sudden enthusiasm. I've wanted you to start dating someone for years.
I blink at that, looking over at her. You have?
Yeah. Always figured it wasn't good for you to only have me in your life. I mean, I've certainly never held back from getting together with someone.
Yeah, I know, I say, some of the wryness coming back to my voice. But then I shake my head. I never had time for dating him. You know that.
I know.
She nods, and for a brief moment her expression turns sad, before she comes out of it and gives me another grin.
But you do now.
I sigh. I don't even know how we're talking about this. I'm pretty sure I'm not talking about it. Why am I talking about it? It's a little more complicated than that, I say, not quite sure why I'm even admitting that. Maybe the lingering effect of the brandy is making me more mellow and contemplative. Either that, or my little sister has ways to get things out of me that no one else does.
Want to talk about it?
She asks, topping up my glass of brandy as she grins at me.
Oh, you can tell me everything, and this time I can finally be the one giving you advice.
I'm not sure my advice ever actually helped you, Em, I point out.
Oh, I don't know. You were dead right about... Who was it? Brad? Yeah, him. She shudders. Yeah, I laugh. But you didn't listen to me, did you? Well, maybe not, she admits, then smiles. But come on, it could be helpful. You always said that talking helps. Did I? I definitely don't remember that. Considering the number of times I really wished I could run away from some of those conversations, I somehow doubt it. More likely she got that from some self-help guru somewhere. I give her an amused look. It's not such a big deal, Em. Not all of this stuff has to be a big drama. I shake my head, resigned. We work together, that's all. Oh, she nods. Yeah, that's tricky. I tried to do that with the guy working at Starbucks with me at college. Not so good when it ended badly. Had to find another job and everything. I can't help smiling. This isn't the same situation at all, but Emily's attempts to relate lift my mood anyway. She's not going to be working with me forever, though, I say after a moment, surprised to find myself starting to voice the thought that's been at the back of my mind since that evening together in New York. Maybe Emily is right. Maybe I do just want to talk about Ava. And we had a moment in New York. I don't go into the details of that. Emily and I might be close, but there's no way I'm talking to my sister about the memories I have of that night. I don't know whether it could be anything more, or whether she even wants it to be. I continue. But I'm thinking of asking if she'd like to go out after she stops working for Indivest. It feels strange to say it out loud, and I can feel Emily's eyes on me as I do. But, in some ways, it's nice to have it out there. It makes it more real, like it might actually happen. Hey, that's not so complicated, she says, grinning at me. Yeah, do that, bro. What's stopping you? She hasn't been in work the last couple of days, I say, looking over at her in amusement. Oh, she laughs. Okay, I'm not sure I can help you with that one. Is she sick? Yeah, I think so. I'm avoiding asking after her. Emily nods deliberately. Oh, of course. Good plan. Might be too obvious otherwise. My kid sister. Always belated words of wisdom. Well, I can't help you with that, she says. But I'll be here to make sure you actually do it, bro. And in case it doesn't work out, I can help you with that too. The same way you always did for me, huh? I laugh at that, and don't ask why she seems to be assuming that's the more likely scenario. I don't want to know. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to react like a 16-year-old girl if she says no, Em. We don't know that, Emily says decisively. As far as I can tell, you've never actually asked someone out on a date. Or if you have, it's been infrequently enough that you've never really had to deal with rejection. You might so react like a 16-year-old girl. Infuriating brat. Overbearing prick. I give her a fond smile and finally start to gather up the empty glasses. I'm glad you're home, Em. Me too, she says, with a warm sigh, then grins again. I wouldn't want to miss this for the world.
Chapter 17. Ava. I go into work the next day, even though I still feel nauseous. Now that I know it's morning sickness, I can't bring myself to do anything else, even if it does feel like some unfairly bad form of morning sickness. Or maybe it's just knowing I'm pregnant that's making me feel even more sick. I try not to think about seeing Damien, spending the whole morning huddling in Two-Bit's project room and trying to manage the sickness without anyone noticing. I get a dozen comments about how ill I look, and Tina asks me twice whether I'm sure I feel well enough to be back. I don't know whether I feel relieved that they don't think I've been pulling a sickie, or worried that if this keeps up, they might guess what's really going on. I feel totally paranoid about anyone finding out. I have no idea what Two-Bit Designs thinks about accidental pregnancies when you're alone and single, but employable doesn't strike me as the first word they'd use. I try to focus on my work, but for once it's totally impossible. Between trying to manage the nausea, occasional trips to the bathroom, and thinking about what it means to be pregnant, I barely get anything done all morning. I keep glancing at the window to the hallway, too, filled with a weird mix of longing and dread at the idea of seeing Damien walk past. He doesn't, though, or if he does, I don't notice. That's a good thing, probably. I still haven't figured out a way to tell him, and here would be the worst place to do it. Not that I have any idea how it would be anywhere else. I'm not exactly going to suggest going somewhere together to tell him that. Arrgh! Ava? I look up abruptly as Alice breaks into my circular thoughts. Sorry, I just said we're thinking of heading out for lunch. Do you want to come? I finally notice the three of them, Alice, Frank, and Josh, the small group I've been working closely with, standing beside my desk. Oh, I immediately want to say yes. Any opportunity to spend more time with the team is a good thing. But my stomach churns queasily at the idea of food. The thought of stepping into one of the local sandwich bars, the smell of it hitting me. I can almost feel the bile rising in my throat. So instead, I give a weak shake of my head. No, it's okay. I'm not that hungry. I think I'll just stay here and keep working on this. But thanks. I get an obvious glance of concern from Alice, but she nods anyway. Do you want us to bring you anything back? I shake my head again. No, thanks. I'll be fine. I'll head out later if I need to. Okay, then. Her brow wrinkles. Are you sure you're okay to be here today? Yeah, of course. I try to sound reassuring, then shrug. It's past now, but it might take me a few days to find much interest in food again. You know how it is. Some of the concern in her expression smooths away, and she nods. Yeah, it's just the worst. Well, if we can do anything, do say. Thanks. This time my smile is a little stronger, and I start thinking how much I like this team. Maybe you should start talking to someone about other opportunities. Is it too soon? We don't know when this project will be finished yet. And also, you're pregnant. You're pregnant. You're pregnant. The words haven't seemed to stop echoing around in my head since I found out. My hand drops subconsciously to my stomach, and my mind turns to the little life growing there, almost before I can stop it. I'm pretty sure it's too early for me to notice anything except the nausea, but I'd swear I can feel it there inside me. My baby. I swallow at the idea and try to push it away. I can't keep this baby, not if I want what's best for it. Not if I want it to have a good, stable life with someone who can support it. It deserves that, so I can't go getting attached. Even as I have that thought, I start wondering about my parents. I guess what they'd say, what they'd do. They would want their grandchild, whatever that means. I can't blame them for that. If you really want this baby, they'd help you. But can I do that to them? Can I be one of those people who relies on their parents to support them for years? Or someone who could leave my parents to raise my child while trying to scrape together some way of supporting us both? Can they even afford it? Do they even have the energy? It's not fair. Ava, it's not fair to spring this on them, knowing that it won't give them the slightest choice. And it's not fair to keep it from them and take away that choice by force either. There are no good options, no good answers. As much as Vicky says we'll work something out, as great as she always is at fixing my problems, I think this one is too big even for her. Everything in my life has changed, just like that. How can one little thing, one careless moment, one scorching night of hot sex, how can that possibly change everything? I'm too distracted by the unrelenting thoughts to notice the room quieting as everyone gradually leaves to find lunch. It's not until a large presence walks into the room, tapping lightly on the open glass door as he passes, that I realize I'm all alone. And I look up to the sight I've been dreading all day. Damien. Right there, in all his powerful, handsome glory, and getting closer every moment. Oh, shit. I jump up from where I'm sat, suddenly feeling the need to be able to move, to escape, to run. "Damien," I say, hoping some of the alarm in my voice might just be taken for surprise. I take an involuntary step back, and he pauses, a frown creasing his brow. I have to fight not to drop a hand to my belly again, in that gesture that's quickly becoming instinctive. The last thing I want to be thinking about right now is that. "Ava," he says, and something in me warms at the way my name rolls from deep within his chest. It makes me think of what we were doing the last time we were together, and I have to fight the sudden flush. That was then. Now everything has changed. None of that matters anymore. "I was worried that you'd disappeared on me again for a moment there." His voice is light and sensual, his eyes lingering over me as he takes another step closer. This time, I don't move. I can't. I'm too frozen with the thought of the thing I have to tell him, the thing I can't possibly tell him, the thing that needs so much more time to work out how to tell him. I don't have to do it right now, do I? I wasn't planning on seeing him yet. It's not my fault he suddenly appeared. Now isn't the right time. I make that decision a split second before he steps further into the room and takes a good look at me. "Damn, you really do look sick, Ava." His voice becomes gentle, and he shakes his head. "I've been wanting to see you again since that night in New York, but are you sure you're okay to be here today?" He walks toward me, obviously wanting to check how I am for himself, and for a long moment I let him. Part of me just wants to be touched, to feel him against me again, to have that brief support, even if it's not really about carrying his child. I can pretend it is, right? Reality returns the moment his hand is reaching up toward me. I step back abruptly, shaking my head and looking behind him instinctively, checking the hallways visible from inside the room. "Damien." I bite my lip and watch the disappointment flash across his face as he glances over his shoulder and gets my point, his hand dropping to his side. He shouldn't even be in here with me, but I can't bring myself to tell him to leave. "Don't tell me this is going to be a repeat of the last conversation we had in this room. There's an amused tone to his voice, something warm and endearing as he teases me, and "I'm pregnant." It just comes out. That's not what I was going to say. I didn't want to say that. That's not the right way to say that. But it's the phrase that's been repeating in my mind since yesterday, that unrelenting beat somehow spilling over into reality. There's a long moment of silence as his expression turns to shock, those brilliant green eyes widening as his mouth forms a silent O. I think I see a dozen emotions flicker through his eyes, but I have no idea what any of them might be. Every second of silence weighs on me, the stupid little hope that's buried deep inside me, slowly starting to fade as he just stands there and stares. It's probably not even a long time, but it feels like an eternity to me, and I have no idea how to break it or what to say, how I can possibly soften the announcement I came right out with. What? He finally blinks, still staring wide-eyed and looking at me like I just grew another head. He shakes his own head, as if to clear it. "You said you were on the pill." The last of my silly hope. The one where he rushes to me, scoops me up in his arms, and tells me everything is going to be all right. Dies with those words. In its place, my frustration ignites into anger. At those words, at him, and at the small tone of accusation I can hear in his voice. How dare he? What does he think I am? Did he think I planned this any more than he did? I was, I say emphatically, my arms crossing over my chest and my eyes flashing with defiance. That time last week, which would have been too soon for anything to happen anyway. The time before, well, I don't think either of us were thinking about it. For once, the memory, the mention of that night together doesn't leave me hot and flustered. I wait another beat for him to say or do anything, but he just looks at me, disbelief lingering in his eyes. At least I hope it's disbelief, and not something closer to horror, the way I'm afraid it is. Yeah, This is going about as well as I thought it would. But it's okay, I say abruptly, my voice coming out as harsh. It's all too much. I can't stand to be here and face such an obvious rejection of the life growing inside me, the life we created together, any longer. You don't need to worry about it, okay? I don't want anything from you. That's not why. I just had to tell you, that's all. So don't worry about it. I'll work it out. I'm probably putting it up for adoption. So there. Now you know. I break off the stream of words that flow out of me, anger and hurt, and I don't give him a chance to say anything else. I doubt he even will. He's probably thrilled that I've given him an easy way out of this. Now all he's going to want is to stay as far away as he can. I rush past him, tears burning the corners of my eyes as I almost run out of the room. I'm breathing hard, and I curse myself for the wild emotions I can't seem to control. I manage to slow to a fast walk, at least, as I head for the elevator to take me downstairs and away from here. Away from this building. Away from him. How could he? How could he think? How could he react? I rub a hand over my stomach as I walk, feeling immeasurably sad for it. It doesn't deserve that. What did I bring you into? How am I ever going to make this right for you? Give you what you need? I manage to make it outside and around the corner before I burst into tears, big heaving sobs that take over my whole body. My poor baby. You're special, little one, I murmur to it, even though I know it can't hear me. You should be wanted. You deserve better. How could he act that way, like you're something I did to him? Anger floods through me again as I cry, but I don't have an outlet for it, my fists clenching and my nails digging into my palms. I sink down onto the first bench I find, burying my head in my hands and trying to get my breathing under control. I can't stop the tears. I'm vaguely aware that people are looking at me, or giving me sidelong glances before skirting around the madwoman crying on the street. But I don't care. Who gives a damn what anyone else thinks right now? I thought he was better than that, little one, I whisper softly, looking down at my stomach. I blink as if suddenly it hits me, and I realize why I'm so upset, why I feel so hurt and betrayed. Somehow, some part of me thought that it might be different, even though I was dreading it, even though every rational thought said it would go this way. Some treacherous part of me had this stupid hope, this crazy romantic dream. Damien is the kind of guy any woman would kill for. Sexy, passionate, and, well, rich. The only thing left to make him perfect is if he'd do anything for me. For us. For our unborn child. He could. It wouldn't even be that hard for him. He's wealthy enough that he could make all these problems disappear. He could make it possible for me to keep my child without feeling guilty every day about the life I might be denying him or her. I didn't realize until now just how much I've been hoping that might happen. I wanted so badly for him to make everything okay. I shake my head slowly, my breathing finally steadying as I bring myself back under control. It's just a stupid infatuation. That's what made you feel that way. You let yourself be captivated by hot sex and crazy chemistry, as if somehow that would translate into something else. My face is still wet with tears, and I'm sniffling, but I wipe them away as I realize that this disappointment is all on me. There was no reason to expect anything else from Damien. I know how much he wants the freedom of not being responsible for anyone else anymore. A baby is pretty much the exact opposite of that. After what he's been through, I'm not sure I can even blame him for it. Except that it's easier. Anger is easier than fear and sadness. Maybe I should blame him, I mutter to my unborn child, stroking my stomach softly. What he's already been through isn't your fault, little one, and he shouldn't have acted like I did this on purpose, like I deceived him or something. That is enough to make me angry again. I might be able to understand some of the way he reacted, maybe, but the idea he could think that of me? Screw him, I say, suddenly fierce, only half aware that I must seem like I'm sitting here talking to myself. I'm not really. Even if my baby can't hear me, We don't need him, little one. We'll figure it out together, you and me, just us. I stroke my stomach again and sigh, taking another few minutes to recover. It's lunchtime. Everyone will just assume I went out to get a slightly belated lunch. I said I was going to do that anyway. I've got a little time before I need to be back. I'm not sure it's quite enough time for the redness around my eyes and face to fade, but when I finally stand up, I tell myself that it is. And I try not to notice the flutter of anxiety in my stomach at the idea of walking back into the office and seeing Damien. I'm sure he'll be avoiding me now, but still, at least you hope he'll avoid you. The last thing I want is to face any of that again, or risk that sort of conversation being overheard by anyone else there. I was lucky enough that no one interrupted us as I was saying all those things. I'm not doing that again. Not there. Or anywhere. I try to think about work as I walk back, striving for the focus I had so easily only a few days ago, but I'm not sure it works. When I nervously step out of the elevator onto Indivest's floor, I glance around immediately. No Damien, thank God. I don't know whether I can handle another confrontation right now. The walk to our project room has me on edge and jumpy, but he's not even in his office as I pass by. And when I reach the room, I see a few of my usual team in there, with no sign of the aggravating CEO among them. I finally breathe a sigh of relief. I settle back behind my desk and try to relax, telling myself that if he does want to say anything else, he's not going to come in and do it amongst all these people. For once, my work is shoddy and all over the place, my mind constantly drifting, and I hope to God that no one notices. Hopefully I can fix it tomorrow, once I've calmed down a little, and the emotions from that encounter with Damien are a little less raw. There's no sign of Damien for the rest of the day, and the knowledge that he really has taken me at my word and left me alone with this slowly settles into my stomach. The moment I saw his reaction, I knew it would be that way. But that still doesn't stop the sad, sinking feeling that goes along with it. At least now I feel more resigned to it, I guess, and I know what to expect. It's enough to fuel my own determination. Yeah, just you and me, buddy. We don't need him. I mutter as the end of the day approaches and a few of the team start getting ready to go home. What? Frank looks over at me and I have to fight my sudden flush. Sorry, nothing, I mumble, staring furiously at my computer screen. Just talking to myself. Okay then, he chuckles, then gives me a deliberate look. Don't stay late tonight, huh? You need some time to recover if you're going to be any use to us here. I flush again, but I nod. I know it's not a comment about the state of my work today, but it's hard not to think that way. I won't, I mumble, turning back to what I was working on, which I realize I stopped paying attention to at least half an hour ago. I sigh, admitting that maybe he's right, even if not for the reasons he thinks. Tomorrow will be better. Today was just a shock, but now I guess I don't have to worry about telling Damien anymore. Taking Frank at his word, I say goodbye in the next few minutes and head home earlier than I have since I started on the project. The moment I open Vicky's front door, I'm surprised to hear her call out to me. She usually doesn't get home for another couple of hours. Ava, thank goodness you didn't pull some late-night stun on me again. She appears from the living room. I shake my head, my voice soft. I couldn't face it today. Her expression creases over with sympathy, and she comes forward to pull me into a hug. Yeah, me neither. I was worried about you, babe. And just like that, that's enough to release the fragile control I've been struggling to maintain all day. Oh, Vicky. I can't help it. I burst into tears. She pulls back to look at me with alarm. Ava, what happened? My breath trembles in and out of me as she leads me over to the couch, barely giving me a chance to drop my bag first. And then I tell her everything, about Damien and his reaction, and even about the way that for one brief moment I was hoping for something else. Ava, oh, babe, she says softly, shaking her head as she hugs me, and I slowly get over my tears. It's a little easier to do that this time, and I recover quicker, my breathing starting to ease as I squeeze my eyes shut and lean back against the couch. Maybe I got through the worst of it earlier, and now everything is starting to seem a little more numb. When Vicky pulls back to look at me, she's frowning. Well, he's a jerk then. A selfish, stupid jerk. And you don't need that. I give her a weak smile at the impassioned words, at her attempt, as always, to make it better. No, I say softly, reaching out to squeeze her hand. I don't. So as long as I've got you, Her frown turns into a smile. And you'll always have me, Ava. I let out a deep sigh and draw my knees up to my chest, rolling my head to look over at her. I just hope that this is the end of it. I hope he doesn't bother me anymore. I'm not sure I can deal with that. How much longer are you working there for? She asks, chewing at her lip. I shrug. It's hard to tell. The contract doesn't have an exact end date, just an estimated time. It's really when we get it all done, and when this other company they're working with, Prestige Trust, are happy with everything too. Maybe another couple of months. Her lips twist, but I shake my head. It's not like I want the job to end, Vix. I like it there. It's a good job. And if Damien ignores me, I shrug again. Well, let's be honest. I need the money too, especially now. I glance down at my stomach, and Vicky looks at me for a long moment. You mean you're thinking of keeping it after all? I suck in a long breath. No, not exactly. I still don't think I can, but I want the option, but I want to feel like there might be a way. But you don't need to decide right now, Vicky finishes for me, and I nod. Come on, I got you peanut butter ice cream. You seem to have finished all the jars of that stuff in the apartment, and since my usual offerings of wine or cocktails aren't going to work, I figured... I'm smiling before she finishes the sentence. Can we skip the trashy romantic films tonight, though? I don't think I can face that right now. She frowns. That is basically all we ever watch. What are you thinking? Maybe some horror flick? I suggest, to her entirely unconvinced expression. Might be good for me to be terrified by something that isn't my life right now. That makes her laugh, and she finally sighs. Okay, sure. Only because it's you. Thanks, Vicky. No problem, she says, as she leaves to find the ice cream. You're going to get through this, Ava. And who knows, maybe it'll work out better than you think. I wrap my hands around my stomach once she's gone. Some part of my brain still ticking away, trying to come up with a plan. I hope so, Vicky, I whisper, more to my stomach than to her. I really hope so.
Chapter 18. Damien. I froze the moment Ava told me, totally and completely. Nothing about it seemed real or possible or anything. I walked into that room thinking I was going to ask her out on a date, suggest to her that maybe after 2-Bit's contract with Indivest ends, we could see what might happen between us. That's the only thing I had on my mind, and I was looking forward to it. Then she said she was pregnant, and everything changed. My mind, lightning fast when it comes to business deals and work issues, just couldn't comprehend it. It couldn't keep up. All I could do was think how impossible it was. It took minutes after she left before I even turned around, tried calling after her, and she was long gone by then. After that, I took off. Not to find her, exactly. I just couldn't be in that room anymore. I couldn't be in the office anymore. I left without telling anyone that I was going. Not even Katie, despite the 2-hour meeting we were supposed to be having that afternoon. It didn't even occur to me as I walked out. I didn't pay any attention to where I was going as I walked, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Eventually I found a park and spent the next few hours walking around it while my mind kept spinning. Pregnant. With my child. The thought is enough to blow everything else out of my mind. The idea that something exists that's a part of me, right now, suddenly come into the world. We had sex Once, without protection. Once! What are the chances of something like that? It's almost miraculous. It takes me a long time to get over the shock, but when I do, images start flashing through my mind. Having a child, a baby, watching them grow, teaching them, playing with them. Shit. I didn't think I'd be able to picture that so clearly. I mean, a baby would change everything. My life, my work. The brief thoughts I'd had of going traveling like Emily, of finally taking some time off work to do something different, something for me, that would all be impossible. Instead of a life free from responsibility and constantly worrying about someone else, it would be inviting all that back into it, for far longer than it took Emily to grow up. Maybe even forever. I'd probably never stop worrying entirely about my child, no matter how old they were. So why can I imagine it so easily? A baby, a child, something I've created that's mine to care for. The strange energy building inside me doesn't feel like the adrenaline rush you get with fear. That fight or flight feeling I know so well. No, this feels a lot like excitement. I tell myself that's stupid, but I can't help it. This isn't something I expected. I couldn't have anticipated a baby. But that doesn't have to mean it's a bad thing. It takes a lot of time to accept that's how I really feel about it, but after a while, I can't deny it to myself. It might turn everything on its head, but I want this baby. And I want Ava too. A family. Sure, maybe that's getting ahead of myself, but it's still exactly what I'm picturing. I want them both. If I'm going to do this, I want to do it properly. And a baby needs a dad and a mom, together. The way my parents raised me, and what I wished I could have given Emily. The more I think about it, the more the excitement starts to build. I want to go on a date with Ava. Okay, this might be slightly more than that, but I would have wanted more eventually. I'm sure of it. Ava. Oh, God. I'm busy making all these plans for us in my head, and the way she ran out of the room finally hits me. I pictured the look on her face as I just stood there while she told me, and groan. Then I remembered the other thing she said, that she was going to give our baby up for adoption, and dismay hits me. The idea of someone else raising my child. No. Just no. Even if I hadn't been convinced, even if the idea was terrifying me the way it should be, that would have been enough to do it. I'm not having someone else raise my child. The poor kid never knowing me, wondering why I gave them up. Just no. I have to take several deep, calming breaths, and I realize how much my pacing around the park has sped up when I start getting glances from dog walkers I careen past. I force myself to stop, to stand still for a few moments and think it through properly. I didn't react well, I know that. But, I mean, what was I supposed to say? What do you say in a situation like that? I can't possibly process that kind of news so quickly. But from the way Ava looked at me, I know that whatever the right response was, I didn't give it. I screwed up. So I'm going to have to fix it. I'm going to have to convince her that this is a good thing, that we can do this together, and it is something I want with her. It feels crazy to want something so serious with a woman I've slept with twice and barely know, but I do. I knew that I wanted to go out with her, that I wanted more. Well, this is definitely more. I just have no idea how I'm going to convince her of any of that. Doesn't matter. You have to try. Eventually, finally determined to go and do just that, I start trying to work out where I am and how to get back to the office. It's late now, most of the afternoon disappearing in my endless circling thoughts, before they finally resolved into something real. I pull out my cell phone to use the GPS tracker to head back in the right direction, and notice the dozen missed calls and messages from Katie. Figures. I ignore them all, too intent on Ava, as I wish once again that I had her number. We really need to sort that, along with a million other things right now. Then again, I'm not sure this is a conversation I want to have over the phone. I just hope she's still there when I get back, working later than everyone else, as usual. It takes me another hour to walk back to the office, though, and by the time I get there, it's obvious the whole design team has left for the evening, but Katie hasn't. "Where the hell have you been?" she asks, rounding on me with a glare. Damn, she only uses that tone when she's more scared than pissed. "I'm sorry," I say, my breath leaving me as I work out Ava isn't here. I slump against the wall beside the darkened project room. "Are you okay? What's going on?" She gives me a searching glance, but for once I don't think I can answer. "You disappeared today. We were supposed to have that accounts meeting." "I know," I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "Personal emergency." I know that was the wrong thing to say the moment Katie gasps, looking at me in alarm. "Is Emily okay?" she asks quickly. I flush, feeling immediately guilty. Katie cares for Emily almost as much as I do. No, she's fine, nothing like that. Don't worry, it was just a personal thing." For once, I don't have an explanation. I'm not at all ready to tell her what this is about. Katie knows almost everything about me, but this, I don't know. It's not the thought of what she'd say about me sleeping with someone I work with and being careless enough to get them pregnant, or that Ava probably really doesn't want me to go around telling people. It's just that, right now, it's something between Ava and I, not anyone else. Her brow creases and she takes a step closer, her tone lowering as she looks at me with worry. "Damien, you look almost wild right now, and you've told me every personal emergency you've had since you were 10. Do you want to get a drink? Tell me what's going on?" I blink. This is the first time Katie has offered to go out for a drink with me without me badgering her for months. I let out a slow breath and squeeze her arm. "Thanks, but maybe eventually. I think I need to deal with this one on my own for a little bit." "You sure?" "Yeah, but thanks, Katie. I mean it." "Well, if you need some time or if there's anything I can do." I nod, and she accepts it, even if that concerned look stays on her face as I push myself up from the wall. I'm just going to sleep on it. Nothing else I can do, since Ava isn't here. It will have to wait until tomorrow, even if it's not something I want to wait another moment. Katie nods as I start walking away, and I sigh softly to myself. Who knows? Maybe sleeping on it will help you work out what the hell you're going to say when you see her again. The next morning, I'm at the office before anyone else, even the early morning cleaners. I can't help it. I couldn't sleep. All I can think about is seeing Ava again, talking to her about the baby, our baby. Our baby. It's still a crazy thought, but I'm already starting to smile thinking about it. Sure, it will change everything, but maybe that's what I need. It feels like my life has been the same for a very long time. As soon as other people start arriving, I watch the hallway opposite my desk, waiting for Ava to appear. I still don't know what I'm going to do when I see her, but if she's alone, maybe I can pull her into my office. Not for long, not long enough for anyone to notice. Just so that I can talk to her and get her to agree to a proper conversation somewhere else, or later when everyone has gone home. I know it's risky, and I'm pretty sure she'll hate that, but what else can I do? When I finally do see her, though, the idea dies before it was even half formed. She's surrounded by a group of people from the design team and walking quickly along. I still stand up at my desk, but she doesn't even glance in my direction, her head turned away from me and all her attention on what the man next to her is saying. For one crazy moment, I get a flash of jealousy as I wonder who he is. Except, of course, I know he's just a work colleague and that it's a stupid reaction. It's just that her attention is so decisively not on me, probably even deliberately. The group passes and I sink back into my chair with a sigh, trying to work out what I'm going to do if she's determined to ignore me. The last thing I want is to cause a scene. I come up with a dozen stupid ways to try to get her into my office without raising any suspicions. Not easy, when even knowing her name would be unusual. One of which even involves holding impromptu employee satisfaction interviews. I dismiss them all one by one until I'm left with the simplest thing I can think of: asking her to talk to me. I wait until lunchtime, and as I guessed, when she walks back past my office, she has her whole design team around her again, definitely avoiding me. I scrawl a quick note and stand up, hoping to find the project room as empty as it had been when I went looking for Ava yesterday. I glance around before I enter, but there's no one around, and thankfully no one inside. I've come by to talk to Ava enough times to know where she sits, and I walk quickly over to her desk, leaving the note folded just under her keyboard. She should notice it straight away, but to anyone else it could be just a scrap of paper with an idea she's had or something. That's about as safe as I can make it. I leave as quickly as I entered, and then spend the rest of the day waiting, as time passes excruciatingly slowly, until people gradually start to leave. When I think I've seen most of the design team walk past my office door, without Ava, which I hope is a good sign, I stand up and slowly make my way to another office, tucked away down several corridors. As I'd thought, the desks in this space are all empty, with most of our admin team leaving exactly on time. At the end is an office with only one full-sized window facing out onto the rest of the open-plan space. Maria, the head of our admin team, has been out on maternity leave for the last few months, leaving the room unoccupied. The two girls who are job-sharing her responsibilities use it for meetings occasionally, but otherwise no one wanted to take over her space. It will be there waiting for her when she's ready to come back, just as she left it. And it gives me a convenient place to ask Ava to meet me, away from the chance of anyone else seeing us, or hearing whatever happens in this conversation. I'm hoping it won't be too bad, but I don't know. I get the feeling I've really screwed up here, and, well, I have some strong opinions about my baby, too. I walk into the room, taking in the bright colors and pictures of flowers Maria has used to decorate, before turning and closing the blinds, bringing the automatic lights to life. Then I'm just left to pace up and down as I wait for Ava, hoping she'll come and hear me out. It's a generously sized office, but after I've done a couple of loops of it, it starts feeling smaller and smaller. If this doesn't work, you're going to have to find her after work one evening, or request the cell phone numbers of the whole team or something. Probably not entirely ethical, but this is your baby you're thinking about. The door opens behind me, and I spin around immediately to see Ava standing there, obviously wary. She steps inside and shuts the door behind her, but the expression on her face is all defiance and challenge, and the tilt of her hips combined with her folded arms make her look even more guarded. She still looks absolutely gorgeous, and now that I know about the baby, I can see the slight glow of it in her cheeks, something about it almost magnetic. Her eyes are still a little sunken and dark, I'm guessing from the sickness, but the color in them is as bright as ever. "Ava," I breathe, unable to help it. "What did you want to talk about?" she asks, cutting me off with an abrupt, reserved tone. "I'm sorry about yesterday," I say immediately, my eyes lingering on hers, wanting her to know just how sincere I am. It's hard to stop myself taking a step closer and reaching out to her. I want to gather her up in my arms and celebrate this moment, the child we created. But the distance between us makes that feel impossible right now. How I reacted. I take a deep breath. It was It doesn't matter, she says, barely glancing at me. As I said, you don't need to worry about it. I'd rather we just didn't talk about it anymore, and we can't not talk about it, I say, emphatic as some of the desperation slips out. Ava, that's my baby. She almost flinches and my stomach twists uncomfortably. Does she not want it to be my baby? Is there something about me that... She takes an obvious breath. And? And? What do you mean by and? It's my baby! A baby you wanted nothing to do with, that you were horrified even existed, so I wasn't horrified. I suck my breath in through my teeth. Ava, I was just shocked. It never occurred to me, and I know how much this screws up your life. All those fun plans you were making, right? So you don't need to worry about it, and, Ava, I want to worry about it. She pauses, the words that were spilling out of her suddenly drying up as she looks at me. What? I finally step closer to her, breathing an internal sigh of relief when she doesn't move away. Ava, listen. I know I didn't react, well, yesterday. But I mean, surely it was a shock to you too, right? I don't know what you wanted from me, but I can't believe that the moment you found out you were suddenly enthusiastic or eager or whatever you expected me to feel about it. I mean, you said yourself that you were... For some reason, I can't say the adoption word out loud. It's not like there's anything wrong with it, there shouldn't be, but it's my baby. I'm not sure I can even think about my baby being raised by someone else. I reach out to touch her arm, but she jerks back from me, crystal blue eyes glaring up into mine. I didn't start blaming you for it, though, she says, her breath shuddering out of her. I'm horrified to see the glimmer of tears in her eyes as she looks up at me, my stomach dropping at the sight. You acted like I'd done it on purpose, like I'd deliberately misled you about the pill, like I'm some kind of... like I wanted to use this somehow. I can't believe you thought that of me, that I was some kind of gold digger. I just stare at her, her words washing over me and leaving me chilled to my core. Until she said it, that thought had never even occurred to me, that she might have done this on purpose. My God, I mutter, shaking my head. No, Ava, This time, I don't care how she might react. There are tears at the corner of her eyes. She's almost shaking, and she just looks so very fragile that I step in and pull her into my arms. She's stiff at first. I can feel the resistance there. But once my arms are around her, something in her body relaxes, just very slightly. I can't help it. I lean down and inhale the gorgeous scent of her. Ava, no, I never thought. I close my eyes, squeezing tight for a moment as I breathe deeply. Yesterday comes back to me with absolute clarity, and it's suddenly so obvious why she thought that, why my response made her think that. I promise you, that never occurred to me. I shouldn't have questioned you. I shouldn't have reacted that way, but I was so confused. And that's what my mind does when I don't understand something. I just voice it out loud. I'm sorry, Ava. Really. She raises her head to look up at me, and the hesitancy I see in her eyes is almost painful. You didn't think that? No, I repeat again. No, Ava, I really didn't. Of course you didn't mean this to happen. Neither of us did. But that doesn't mean it has to be a bad thing, you know? She blinks. What? I take a breath, unable to contain the thoughts that have been running through my mind since yesterday. We can raise this baby together, Ava. I've wanted you since that first night together. And this baby, well, I want that too. Wait, what? Ava steps back from me, and I can see the doubt clouding her eyes as they meet mine. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Damien, you can't Yesterday, you could barely deal with the idea my baby existed, and now, what, you want to turn your life around to raise it? Together. Yes, I say, unperturbed. I've been thinking about it since you first told me, Ava, and you've been thinking about it for 1 day. And this is the conclusion you've reached. Just like that. The doubt in her voice becomes incredulous. Babies aren't just some sweet romantic notion, Damien. They're hard work and stress and chaos, too. And it's not like you can change your mind the moment you realize that. Don't get me wrong, I get it. Believe me, I do. There's something about this life I've created that makes me want... But no, I have to be real about this, and the truth is, it's not that simple. You think I don't know that? I raise an eyebrow at her and watch as she pauses, the flush slowly rising up her face as she obviously remembers what I've told her about raising Emily. I know exactly what it means when I say I want this baby, that I want you both. Okay, sure, maybe you do. Better than me, anyway. So why do you think we can just do this? We barely know each other, Damien! Ava takes a ragged breath, and I can see how much this conversation is affecting her. I just don't know whether that's a good thing or not. I don't know whether anything I'm saying or anything I want is getting through to her. I'm not going to pretend that there isn't something between us, but we've spent 2 nights together. Not even that. That's nothing. Not when you compare it to raising a baby. I can't risk what would happen if that something isn't enough. If tomorrow you realize this out-of-nowhere decision was the wrong one. I open my mouth to tell her that we'd work it out. That if everything between us fell apart, then we just have to be awesome co-parents instead. Because that's the only real option for me. But then I pause at what I see in her eyes. The distrust behind the fear and doubt. It hurts me to see it, but I can't deny I understand it. To her, this might look like a crazy overnight decision, an impulse that might not last more than a few days. After the way I responded yesterday, I can understand the mistrust. She's right in some ways. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know just how serious I am right now. So I stop. I seize on the other thing she admitted to. The attraction between us and the feelings that seem impossible after just 2 nights. The feelings that now have the weight of a baby attached to them too. Look, we don't have to make a decision about all of that now, okay? I understand you think this is impulsive and that I haven't thought it through. I mean every word I've said. But I don't mind taking the time to show you that, Ava. I reach forward again, my hand running down her arm as I step closer to enjoy that small contact. I won't lie that I want this baby, and I want to have it with you, but that doesn't have to be what this is about. Not right now. I lean down instinctively, brushing my lips over hers. It's a kiss spurred by passion and emotion that I can't contain, by a need to be close to her and show her something of what I feel. I don't intend it to be more than a light touch, but the moment I feel her lips against mine, it becomes more, the pressure increasing as her mouth softens under me. My simple expression of how I'm feeling becomes a passionate kiss, our mouths moving together in a way I've missed so much. When I pull back, I'm breathing harder than I intended, but every part of me is singing with desire. Come on a date with me, I murmur, my voice tinged with heat now. That's why I came looking for you yesterday. I wanted to ask you out before I found out about any of this. After that night in New York, that's what I wanted. Her brow wrinkles, but I continue before she can interrupt with what I know she's about to say. I was going to suggest a date after your contract ended with my company, but now... I glance down at her stomach. I can't see anything, of course, but that doesn't stop me imagining it. I don't want to wait that long. Come to my house, Friday night, and I'll cook dinner. No one will know. My eyes linger on hers, but there's no way I'm taking no for an answer here. I want to get to know you properly, Ava. I lean forward again, and her hands come to rest on my hips, our bodies almost brushing against each other now. We're having a baby together. I feel her tension at that comment, but she doesn't pull away from me. Damien, I can still hear the uncertainty in her voice. That's not exactly what we're doing. One date, I say again. No pressure. Let's just see what happens, Okay, she finally nods. One date. She steps back, and when she looks up at me, her expression is more thoughtful than it was before. I smile, and after a moment, she matches it. I should go. She glances over her shoulder, biting her lip. I don't want to keep doing this here. I nod, then pull out my cell phone at the reminder. I've wanted your number for weeks, I say, amusement tinging my voice. It'll save me sneaking around, leaving notes on your desk. That almost gave me a heart attack, she murmurs, but I'm still smiling. So? Okay. She recites her number, and I finally get to save it into my phone, before calling her to make sure she has mine, too. I'll see you on Friday, I say softly, and she nods again. Friday. It's barely a word on her lips, but it's there, and there's something about the look in her eyes that has my heart beating faster. She disappears, and I'm left looking at my phone. Finally. I'm not sure what it is about a simple phone number, but it makes what we're doing seem real, instead of the loose fantasy of 2 amazing nights. Friday. Ava and her baby. Friday. My smile grows as I look out toward the darkened office floor and think of our date. The first step to getting exactly what I want from this. I'll make sure of that.
Chapter 19. Ava. That was your parents again, Vicky says, coming out of the kitchen with an exasperated breath. When I don't say anything, she just looks at me. Don't you want to know what they said? I can guess, I sigh. Well, I'll tell you anyway. They were calling me to check you're still alive, as they keep doing, because they haven't been able to get a hold of you since you've been sick. When was the last time you spoke to them? Last weekend, when I got back from New York, I admit, wincing. What did you say? That you were working, as always. But seriously, Ava, you need to call them back. They're worried about you. I know, it's just... I bite my lip. I don't know what to say. Tell them what's going on, maybe? She raises an eyebrow at me, picking up the curling tongs she left on the coffee table when her home phone rang. I can't, Vicky. Not when everything is still so uncertain. Not until I know what I'm going to do. You know they wouldn't mind that, Ava. They'd want to help. Just for once, I don't want to need their help. I don't want to bring them another disaster for them to fix. For once in my life, I'd like to show them I've worked it out and I've got a plan. She gives me a dubious look, and even though I know she's probably right, and my parents won't care about any of that, I care about it. And I don't know what to think right now. Damien is confusing me enough. I don't want to deal with more people and opinions and all of that until I've worked out what I think. After a moment, Vicky just sighs. We've had this conversation several times now. She knows it's not going to go anywhere. You should call them back at least. Let them know you're okay and not puking your guts up anymore. I am still puking my guts up, I mutter. It's not quite as bad as it was at the beginning of the week, but still, it's not exactly what I'd like to wake up to each morning. I've spent a lot of time looking up how long morning sickness is supposed to last. Well, that you're okay then. I know, I say, then hesitate all over again, looking at Vicky for support. But I'm not sure I can right now. I mean, the moment I started talking to Damien, it all just came out. I couldn't help it. What if I do the same thing on the phone to Mom? How can I risk that? Vicky sighs again, gesturing me to sit down on the chair she's dragged in from the kitchen. All right, but I think you need to work this out sooner rather than later. They're just going to keep calling. That's one disadvantage of overly caring parents, being an only child and having a close-knit family. They worry. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. She shrugs, her free hand starting to play with my hair and making it bounce a little. You know I'll cover for you as long as you want, just like I did back at 16 when you wanted to sneak off to the park with Jackson. But I'm just saying, we all know how that ended up. A surprised laugh bursts out of me at that. I'm not sure that was your fault, I say, twisting around to grin at her. She swats me back into place before separating my hair and starting to wrap it around the curler. You know, I say, as the familiar heat right next to my face keeps me still for once. I haven't thought about Jackson I can't even remember the last time. Good, Vicky laughs. So you're saying the best way to get over someone is to get pregnant with another guy's baby? That makes me laugh again, even though it shouldn't be funny. Well, going on a hot date with said baby daddy probably doesn't hurt either, Vicky adds, especially when he's sexy and rich, and the baby-making process was so very fun. Vicky, I protest, but I can hear how much she's enjoying the idea. Aw, come on. Can't I get a little bit excited when the father of your baby suddenly wants to date you? Shouldn't it be me getting excited? Yes, it should, she agrees, then pokes me. Don't tell me you're not. Well, I try to sound calm and measured, but the truth is the butterflies left my stomach hours ago, and now they're fluttering all over my body. Excited is a bit of an understatement. I might have no idea what to make of tonight's date, but my body certainly knows how it wants to react. The way it reacted when Damien told me how much he wanted this baby, and me. It's crazy. I haven't even heard from him since then, so as far as I know, he might have changed his mind about that again. But, my God, it was sexy and tempting, far too tempting. I can still remember just how much I wanted that when I first told him, how I wanted him to sweep me into his arms and tell me that this would work out. But now I'm glad he didn't. It showed me that it was just a fantasy, and how fragile fantasies can be. Ava? I blink. Sorry, what was that? I was asking what you think. These curls are a little bigger than we usually go, but I like them. She was playing with the curl down the side of my face, holding a mirror up for me, and I smile as I see it. Whatever you think, Vix. Really, you're better at this than me. She sighs wistfully. Yeah, I've had my whole life to wish I had hair like this to play with. You're going to look gorgeous tonight. I promise you. I bite my lip. I don't want it to look like I've gone to this huge effort, though, Vicky. I don't want him to think I'm desperate or something. He might have promised me that the gold digger thing had never occurred to him, but it's hard for me not to get it out of my head anyway. I wasn't going to do anything for tonight, just find a nice dress and get a bus to the address he texted me. But Vicky absolutely insisted on doing my hair and driving me over, so we compromised on Vicky doing my hair and driving me over. It won't. It will be perfect, babe. Just the right amount. Uh-huh. There's silence for a few minutes as Vicky continues working around my hair, creating beautiful curls that bounce when I move my head. She is good at this. Ava, she eventually says, if Damien wants to raise this baby with you, doesn't that count as having a plan now? Something to tell your parents? I mean, it isn't a disaster anymore, is it? I sigh, wanting to shake my head, but thinking better of it with the tongs so close to my ear. He said that once, Vicky, after one day of thinking about it. How do I know he means it? That it will last? We haven't even been on one date yet. But it's promising, isn't it? The hope in her voice is so close to the one growing steadily in my chest, despite all my efforts not to get carried away, and it's painful to hear. I don't know whether I want to think about that. It's just as likely to go wrong. But she's right. It is promising. I can't deny that. It's far more promising than if he'd decided to ignore me for the rest of this contract. The things he said still repeat in my mind, his voice appearing at the most unexpected times, the passion there, the intensity. I'm scared to hope, Vicky, I finally admit, my voice quiet enough that I'm not even sure she can hear me. I don't want to think I can have something that I can't. It feels like every day the baby becomes a bigger part of me. I know I can't possibly feel it inside me already, but I can definitely imagine it. And I can imagine it outside me, too. The future Damien painted so clearly for me. The one that might still be a total illusion. It's hard enough to think about giving up my baby as it is, but to have to face it after hoping for... I can't do that. I know I can't. I can't let myself. "Oh, Ava," Vicky says softly, one hand squeezing my shoulder. "You know, even without him, you still don't have to..." "Don't," it comes out choked. "I can't. Don't." She falls quiet again, and I manage to take a few deep breaths. God damn it. The last thing I need is to start crying just before my first date with the father of my baby. But that's why I can't tell her how hard the idea of giving my baby up really is. I can't tell her, or my parents, or Damien, or anyone. I know they'd never let me do it if they thought I felt this way, even if it's what's best for my baby. "It's okay, you know. We don't have to talk about it," Vicky says, squeezing my shoulder again. "We won't, I promise. But I have to say this one thing first. If it's what you wanted, you'd be an amazing mom, Ava. Your kid would be lucky to have you. I can't let you think anything else." "Vicky..." I barely get it out before I have to stop speaking altogether, squeezing my eyes tightly shut. I have to try to block out everything she just said. I can't take it right now. I really can't. "I'm done," she says, and I feel more than see her raising her hands in surrender. I just had to say it. She goes back to my hair, and a few moments later starts humming some vaguely familiar tune. By the time she's done with my hair, I'm mostly back under control, some of the tension from the momentous decisions I have to make slowly easing again. For now. Not that seeing Damien later is going to make it any easier, but it will mean I'm seeing Damien. That's enough to send a small thrill through me anyway, and I bring my attention back to the nicer parts of this evening as I finish getting ready, Vicky hurrying me along. "I want to see what your rich, sexy CEO's house looks like already," she gushes. Just like that, it feels like she's back to her usual self, free of the seriousness of her recent advice. "Is that why you're insisting on driving me?" I laugh, letting some of the intensity of our conversation go. "That, and you can't possibly take the bus to a hot date. Ava, I mean, come on, girl," she says, then grins. "Besides, this way I know where you are, in case you go missing for days on end and I need to come rescue you. I mean, I'll give you a day or two to indulge in all that sexy rich guy passion, but if I don't hear from you after that, I tell you, I'm coming for you." I roll my eyes at her. "We're not going to..." "You said that last time." She winks at me, and I laugh. "Mm-hmm." I make a non-committal noise as I take a last look in the mirror, trying to ignore the nerves that seem to want to burst out of my chest. I don't know why this feels like such a big deal, but it does. "Okay," I take a deep breath. "I'm ready." "Let's go then," Vicky lets out an excited squeal. Her attitude is more than a little infectious, and by the time we're pulling out of the basement parking lot for her apartment complex, I'm feeling slightly giddy myself. "Oh my God," Vicky whispers beside me as she pulls up outside the address Damien gave me, echoing my own reaction to the sight of his house. There's a long drive leading down to it, but I absolutely refuse to let Vicky drive down there. I didn't think this would be the big deal she was making it out to be. Who really cares what someone's house looks like, right? It's not like I haven't seen plenty of nice houses before, but I guess I've never really stopped to look. There's something about Damien's house that's just elegant. It doesn't scream wealth and power in the gaudy way that a lot of modern expensive houses do. Instead, the subtle Italian style and classical arches create a beautiful building that only hints at those things. "Ava," Vicky clutches at my leg. "You're not going to screw this up, right?" "Yeah, thanks, Vicky. That's what I want to be thinking about right now." "I'm just saying." She looks back at the house. "That place is gorgeous." "That's not why I'm here," I remind her, and then I remind myself again. The last thing I need is to get distracted by how pretty everything is, here in the nice part of downtown. "Yeah, but doesn't hurt, right?" I nudge her. "If this all gets screwed up, then it was just never meant to happen, okay? I'm not expecting anything." I refuse to acknowledge her comment about me screwing it up. I don't need to think about that right now. Mm-hmm. She obviously doesn't believe that last part, but she doesn't press any further, turning back to look at the long driveway. So, are you going? Yes, I am, I say, still not moving. I take a moment and breathe deeply before I finally work up the courage to open the door. See you later, Vicky. Or not. She winks at me again, and it gives me one last smile before I slip out of the car and start walking toward the house. Then I'm on my own, and I never thought I'd feel intimidated by a building, but weirdly, right now, I do. The building and the line of sturdy trees leading down to it, the nice gravel path, and all the things that are so far removed from my life living on my best friend's couch. I mean, my parents have a nice enough house, or at least I thought they did, before I really looked at something like this one. But right now, all I can think about is the fact I just came from my best friend's couch. And I was going to get the bus. It shouldn't matter, but suddenly I'm secretly glad Vicky insisted on driving. I try to enjoy the walk down the nice driveway, but it gives me entirely too much time to think about what's waiting for me at the end of it. Damien, a date, whatever that might mean. My hand goes to my stomach automatically, and I tell myself that these surroundings might be nice, but none of them really matter. And truthfully, they're not what I want from Damien. No, what you want is far more difficult. The door opens before I reach it, revealing Damien standing there in jeans and a crisp white shirt that fits him perfectly, leaving nothing to the imagination. Any other thought vanishes at the sight, as heat goes straight to my core. I realize I've never seen him out of a suit before, and there's something about the way those jeans sculpt his body that makes me want to reach out and touch, or maybe it's just something about him. Hey, I say, slightly breathless as I look up at him from the bottom of the steps. Hey. His voice is deeper, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement as he watches me look him over. Before I can work out what I'm doing, I've climbed the 3 steps between us, and I'm right up against him. I tug his mouth down to mine until it's right where I want it, and he's kissing me again, firm and strong and warm. I linger there for a long moment before finally pulling back, still inhaling the heady musk that's all Damien. Damn it, I missed that. I might not like to think about that too hard, but right now I can't exactly deny it. Is that how you start all your first dates? He asks, the amusement deeper, even if it's a little heated now as his brilliant green eyes sparkle at me. I laugh, my hand falling from the back of his neck and stroking against his stubble as it does. The tension and nerves I'd had moments before seem to slide off me as I step back to look at him again. His house might be beautiful, but I'm far too distracted by how gorgeous he is to care about that anymore. It seemed right for this one. I don't tell him that this is the second first date I've ever had. I won't argue with that, he murmurs before stepping back and gesturing me inside. But if you do it again, I can't promise to stop there, and it would be a shame to waste dinner. He says that, but he's looking at me like he'd much rather devour me instead. I'm not sure I'd mind. He reaches out to touch me before I can finish the thought, his hand caressing the side of my neck and sending a shiver of heat down my spine. I'd like to do this properly, Ava. Let's spend some time getting to know each other tonight. His hand withdraws, and I come back to myself enough to hear what he's saying, and to think about the reason I came here tonight. As hot as it would be to repeat our other nights together, that's not what this was for. What is it about this guy that makes it so impossible to keep my hands off him? I nod, knowing I'm blushing slightly, but refusing to be embarrassed by my interest. He leads me into the house, and I get to admire it again, this time from the inside. It's warmly decorated, with dark hardwood floors and cream colors, and despite the size, it feels at least a little bit lived in. I'd wondered from the outside whether it was going to be one of those pristine, never-touched kind of places, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see the photos and little ornaments around the place. They're the kind of thing that make me want to linger, to ask questions, but Damien doesn't wait, and I follow him through into an open-plan living and kitchen area. It's bigger than the whole of my parents' ground floor, and that's saying something, but it doesn't feel empty or minimal. Your home is lovely, I say with real feeling. Whoever chose all this really made it feel warm. He turns back to me with a smile, holding 2 wine glasses. The lights are dimmed, and there's some sort of calming classical music playing in the background. Yeah, this is really, really nice. The guy knows how to pull together a date. Emily put it together, he says, the pleasure in his voice obvious. She was studying interior design and wanted a chance to practice, so... He shrugs, and I smile again, suddenly wanting to know more about his sister, and to know more about Damien. We've barely talked, and there's so much I don't know, but I feel strangely close to him anyway. Maybe having a baby with someone does that to you, or insanely hot sex, or both. It's not until he hands me the wine glass that I blink, looking at it dubiously. Damien, he knows I'm pregnant. It's a non-alcoholic sparkling wine. I know you can't have the real thing, but I figured I'd find something nice to drink with you. Oh, thank you. My expression clears and I smile up at him. To us, and wherever this may go. He raises his glass to tap it against mine, but I don't miss the way his eyes flick down to my stomach. I flush slightly, already knowing exactly where he said he wants this to go, but I'm glad that he doesn't say it in so many words. I don't want this to turn into another discussion about our baby already. It hardly seems like a first date thing to talk about having kids together, even if we've already skipped to the actually being pregnant part. I take a sip of the sparkling drink. Hey, this is really nice. It's better than some of the real wines Vicky has made me try, actually, and I start wondering whether I could slip it to her in place of the real thing. It would certainly help with some of the hangovers that nights out with her usually induce. You don't have to sound so surprised, he says, amused, then walks around the other side of the kitchen island. Dinner is almost ready. I'm just going to throw together a salad. Do you want any help? No, just relax. I take him at his word, having no problem hopping up onto one of the bar stools and just watching him as he moves around the kitchen. I've only ever seen him at work, or, I guess, that one time at the bar, and I find I like this a lot more. It feels somehow warmer. Not to mention it's hot watching him work. His large hands reaching for different vegetables, and the smooth, unconscious grace he has as he chops them into small pieces, like it's something he's done 1,000,000 times before. So you cook then? I ask, a small smile playing around my lips. He glances up at me, not pausing in the chopping and tossing at all. That surprises you? He asks before grinning. Please don't tell me you're one of those people whose idea of cooking is the microwave. No, I'll have you know I'm perfectly competent too. I laugh, shaking my head. My mom never would have allowed otherwise, and by the time I went off to college, the idea of living on beans and rice was alien. Good. Then maybe next time we can cook together. I smile. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Being wined and dined like this is nice, but there's something appealing about the idea of being in a kitchen with Damien and messing around with food, as my mom would put it. Next time, Of course, he says easily, and there's a sparkle in his eyes that makes me want to smile, even as I wonder whether I should object to the arrogance. Okay, let's eat. He gestures me to the elegantly laid table set between the kitchen island and the cream-colored living area. It's got fancy cutlery and candles and everything, and I have to hide a smile at how strange this all feels as I sit down. Having dinner with the father of my child in this amazing setting, none of it quite feels real. It's like some wonderful fantasy I'll wake up from eventually. He sets the salad down on the table, bringing out another bottle of the sparkling non-wine drink before pulling something that smells deliciously like lasagna out of the oven. Oh, I don't hide my interest as he dishes up a couple of plates, adding a generous amount of garlic bread before bringing them over. That smells amazing. I love lasagna. He grins, and I look down at the somewhat intimidating portion in front of me. Just how much do you think I eat? I laugh as he sits down opposite me, lighting the candle in between us. It's sweet and slightly silly romantic, but I kind of like it. "You're eating for two now," he points out. "I had to make sure there was enough for the baby as well." I roll my eyes at him. I was wondering how long he'd be able to go without mentioning the baby. Not long. Though I can't entirely blame him for that. It feels like my little one is all I've thought about ever since I found out. "It's a baby," I retort. "Not a fully grown adult. I don't think it needs these kind of portions." "Come on, isn't half the point of pregnancy to be able to eat whatever you want and have an excuse for getting fat?" I burst out laughing. I don't think I've ever had a guy voice that opinion. "That's what Katie always said about it anyway." "Vicky says much the same," I mutter, still amused as I finally lean in to try a bite. "Oh, wow, Damien. This is amazing. You're a seriously good cook. Maybe I will eat it all." He laughs, reaching across to take my hand for a moment. And despite my interest in using that hand to eat more of the lasagna, I let him. The warm glow in his eyes tells me how pleased he is with my reaction, and for a moment we just look at each other. It might be a pretty weird situation that got us here, but for some reason, it doesn't feel that way. Maybe he's right. Maybe this is what we would have done all along, eventually. He squeezes my hand before letting go, then finally starts eating himself. "If I could have taken you out, we would have gone to my favorite restaurant in Fresno. This tiny little Italian place with just a few tables and the best damn food in the whole city. I thought I'd try and give you a little taste of that, even if I can't quite live up to Roberto's cooking." "This seems like a pretty good attempt," I say, appreciating the hearty food immensely. "I'm not so sure I'd be able to tell the difference." "You'll see." His eyes sparkle at me. "When I do take you out there, you'll see." "When? You're just full of plans." "Oh, I haven't even gotten started." Somehow, I believe that. I don't know whether I should say something about making all of these plans without me, way too prematurely as well, but I don't. I think I like it. We continue eating some of the best food I've had in a long time. Sorry, Vicky. And I'm surprised at how easily and smoothly the conversation flows. I probably shouldn't be. It's not like we've had any problems talking to each other in the time we have spent together. I just thought it might be awkward for some reason, however attracted to him I am. He tells me about Emily and all of the travels she's been on recently, as well as what it's like to adjust to having her back again. Everything he says makes it obvious how much he cares for her, and I can't help picturing how affectionate he'd be as a father. Yeah, it's not just him thinking about the baby. He also tells me more about Katie. I hadn't realized how close they are, or how much history they share, and all the frustrating false starts he had in trying to make a success out of Indivest. In turn, I talk up my design work and how I struggled through college to get experience, picking up freelance commissions while I studied, just so I could have some sort of chance in the industry when I left. I don't quite admit it's only recently that started working out for me. By the time I'm so full, I can't manage another bite. There's still almost a third of the lasagna left on my plate, and I shake my head at Damien's idea of appropriate portion sizes. I sit back in the chair, feeling warm and content, as there's a small lull in our conversation. Something about good food and good company just makes it so easy to relax. Eventually, though, he looks up at me with something deeper in his expression. "I want to ask you something," he says softly, his eyes lingering on mine in a way that sends a tingle of alertness back through me. I ask, feeling a little cautious. He leans forward to take my hand, and I let him, enjoying the way his larger hand fits around mine, the warm touch of our skin together. "Why do you want to give this baby up for adoption?" he says, the serious green depths of his eyes capturing mine. I hesitate, feeling like I want to pull back suddenly, but he turns my hand over, his thumb stroking the palm in small circles. "I just want to understand, Ava, to know what you're thinking. That's all." I take a deep breath. He deserves an explanation. I know that. It's just hard to admit it all, to tell him things about me and my life that, if I'm honest with myself, I'm a little ashamed of. "I mean, if you don't want children." "It's not that. I say immediately before I can stop myself. The comment only makes it more obvious that I have to explain. It's not that at all. I glance to the side, breaking eye contact as I bite my lip and try to find the right words. I don't want him to think less of me, to know, but he has to know. That's the only way he's going to understand. It's not that, it's not the right time. He just continues looking at me, not trying to interrupt with an argument, so I continue. I can't give this baby the kind of life it deserves, I admit, the words feeling bitter in my throat even as I say them. I can't support it. I don't have a stable job, and if I keep the baby, what little chance I have at getting one will probably disappear. But I can tell he doesn't want to interrupt, but he's obviously confused. What's wrong with your job? 2-Bit seems like a decent company to work for, and you seem to be doing well there. I shake my head and he trails off, waiting for me as I hesitate for a moment. I'm not entirely sure what 2-Bit expect, but I don't think they'd be pleased about me telling a client that the team he hired isn't entirely permanent employees. But then, they'd probably be even less pleased about me sleeping with him and getting pregnant. So screw it. This isn't about business, and besides, using contractors is fairly standard practice. I'm not a permanent employee. 2-Bit contracted me for this project because of the size of the team you needed. But after it's over, well, I don't have an ongoing contract. I take a deep breath and meet his gaze again. It's why this job is so important to me. I am, hoping that when it's done, they might offer me a more permanent position, if I make a good impression. It's part of the reason I was so scared about anyone finding out about. I gesture broadly between us, realizing as I do that our relationship now includes the baby as well. God, it feels like there are so many things I'm trying to keep secret. It's exhausting. Before that, I mainly did freelance work. They liked a couple of the pieces I'd done for them before, so they put me on the list of people to contact when they need additional support. But this is the first project I've had from them since. I really need it to be a success. It's the only real chance I have to get into the industry I've wanted to work in all my life. And with a baby, he murmurs, and I'm not sure I like the sympathy in his eyes. If I'm taking time out to care for a newborn baby, I doubt very much they're going to offer me a permanent position, or that I'd be able to take it. I say, then pause, though that's not quite it, though. It's not like I want to give up my baby to have a chance at this job. That doesn't feel right. Truthfully, if it came down to a choice between the job and my baby, I'm not at all sure I would pick the job I've wanted all my life. But it's more that it feels like a catch-22. Without the job, I can't support the baby. With the baby, I can't get the job. So I have nothing to offer it. I won't be able to give it the time and attention it deserves if I'm scrambling trying to make ends meet with freelance work and part-time jobs. I can't offer stability or security or anything. I'm barely managing my own life as it is. It's so hard to actually admit that, to say it out loud to someone whose opinion suddenly feels very important to me. But it's the truth, and there's some part of me that's relieved to have it out there. I can't have a baby right now, I say again, shaking my head, even though the idea of that makes my heart throb. It's not fair to it. Damien hasn't stopped stroking my hand this whole time, and the comfort of that warms me, even as I'm forced to think again about what the future means. You wouldn't be alone, though. His voice comes as a gentle murmur. You'd have my support, too. You both would, and I'd give you whatever you need. How can you possibly know that? I ask, aggravated, pulling my hand back from his as my gaze rises to his face again. It's been lovely tonight, but it's just one date. What happens if this doesn't work out between us? I don't want to be one of those couples who end up hating each other because they felt they had to get together for the baby. I couldn't do that, and I couldn't do it to my baby either. We wouldn't, he says, and the certainty in his voice is enough to make me pause in my frustration. If it doesn't work out between us, it doesn't work out. We won't force it. But I trust you to be willing and friendly enough about it to find a way to co-parent with me for our baby's sake, if nothing else. It's hard to wrap my mind around anything he's saying, The idea of negotiating how this is going to work, how we might raise a child together, it's just too much. You don't know me, I point out. How does he know what he can trust me to do? I know enough. The depth of sincerity in his eyes pulls me back in. I know that you're hardworking and determined, that you care about what you do, and that you're passionate about it all. I know you're sweet and sexy and thoughtful, and you want to do what's right. I know enough, Ava. I stare at him, feeling the flush spread over my face as I hear the passion behind his words. I've never had anyone talk to me like that. I haven't known you long, and I haven't spent much time with you. Not nearly as much as I would have liked before having a child together. I know that. But some things you don't need all that time to be able to see. His voice is soft, but almost mesmerizing, and he raises an eyebrow at me. How about you? What do you know about me? I blink, caught up enough in what he was saying that I don't expect the sudden question, and I have to take a sip from my wine glass to give me a moment to think. When I feel like I can think again, I try to disperse some of the intensity that's built up between us during this conversation. Just the positive things, huh? He chuckles. Oh, I can think of a few other things, if you like. You're also infuriatingly stubborn, and not nearly as amenable as you should be to doing what I'd like. That makes me snort in outrage. Oh, really? My eyes flash at him, but I can't help the amusement in them. So, what I know about you then? Well, you're arrogant, absolutely determined to get your own way, and persistent to the point of madness. I'm not hearing anything bad. He smirks at me, and I roll my eyes at him. He reaches over to take my hand again, leaning forward. Ava, he says, his voice more serious again. Do you trust me? I hold his gaze for a long time. That's what it all comes down to, isn't it? Trust. I feel warm as I think of it, a heat coming up from deep inside me that wants to say yes, that somehow feels that I could trust the man in front of me with anything, even my baby's future, our baby. But as I open my mouth, I find myself frozen. The risk of what might happen if I'm wrong, if my trust is wrong, it's just too high to contemplate. All the things that could go wrong spiral through my mind. Can I really gamble on this feeling with my baby's future? I don't know, I finally say, even though disappointment rocks through me as I do. Why can't I do it? Why can't I take the leap and just believe him when he says it's all going to work out? He nods slowly, then squeezes my hand with a small smile. I'm glad you're honest about it. His thumb caresses my knuckles again before he leans back in his chair. I'll show you that you can, Ava. I promise. I nod, my face heating as I feel slightly awkward. He's being lovely and kind and generous, and I feel like I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I don't feel like I'm giving him what he deserves in return. But for the record, he adds more casually, making me glance up from my thoughts. If you do decide that your only option is to give our baby up for adoption, I'm the one that's going to adopt it. I stare at him for a moment, my mouth opening but not making any noise. Oh my God, somehow I'd never thought about that. A slow smile spreads across his face as he sees my expression. And, of course, you'll be able to see it whenever you want and be as involved as you'd like in our lives. I pause, then squint at him suspiciously as a slow feeling spreads across my chest. That sounds an awful lot like what you were suggesting we do anyway. His smile widens, and then he shrugs, with a bit more legalese added. It's my baby too, Ava, and I have a right to be able to raise it. I can hear the determination in his voice, and besides, I can't really argue with him about that. I wouldn't even want to. If anything, the idea gives me a kind of warmth and reassurance that I don't think I've had since I first found out I was pregnant. I still sigh, though, looking at him, and somehow knowing that one way or another he's going to get whatever he wants. I imagine he always does. Maybe I should just accept his idea of how this will go right now. Don't you ever think about what could go wrong? I ask him quietly. I believe anything can work out if you put the time and effort into it. If you do it with the best intentions. I've had to my whole life, or I would have given up a long time ago. There's power in the way we think, Ava, in what we believe might happen. He meets my eyes, intent and sincere. Do you ever think about what could go right? I swallow, the moment lingering between us as everything I've always heard about myself comes back to me. Everything Vicky is always telling me about, how much I overthink and worry unnecessarily. How many times she told me to just live a little. It's true, I know that, but I've never been able to stop my overactive mind from worrying. No, I say honestly. No, not really, but maybe I'd like to. He smiles and stands up to come around to where I'm sitting, leaning against the edge of the table and stroking one of my curls back from my face. I look forward to showing you then. He tugs me closer, and I move willingly, standing up to step into the small gap between his thighs and lean against his firm chest. My hands drop to his sides as he tilts my head in toward his, our mouths meeting again. I can taste the hint of deeply flavored lasagna and just a little bit of sugar from the sweet sparkling drink he found, as well as his own unique taste. I moan softly, shifting forwards until I can feel his whole body against mine, his other arm wrapping around me and bringing me closer. This time, the kiss isn't demanding or desperate or fast. It's a slow, steady exploration that fits the discussion we were just having. It almost feels like a promise, like a hint of things to come. And despite myself, despite the crazy analysis my brain likes to do at every opportunity, I find myself believing that promise. Thank you for dinner, I murmur softly when we finally part, holding his gaze with my own. You're welcome. I love the feel of his hands on my skin, the way he touches my face and neck and hair, sending tingles of anticipation and heat straight through me. I find myself aching with longing for him, for the kind of night we've only had twice, and for so much more. For what I thought was developing between us only a week ago, before it got complicated. You know, you never took me on a tour of the house, I say, not hiding the suggestion behind it, and he chuckles. I didn't. He leans in to kiss me again. Quite deliberately. I think I know what would happen once we found a certain room. And? I ask, not seeing any problem whatsoever. It's not like Vicky was expecting me back tonight anyway. And I told you, I want to do this properly. His gaze lingers on mine, full of warmth and so much more, even as I start to frown. This isn't properly? He shakes his head. This was about getting to know you, Ava. Slowly. It's different. Not like those other nights. I think back to the only other time we've spent together, the mind-blowing fun that it was. And, reluctantly, I get it. I don't want to feel like everything else tonight was just a prelude to sex either. Let me drive you home, he says after a few moments, and then take you out again soon. I smile. By take me out, you mean invite me back here, right? He smiles too. Right. At least until you're ready to shout about this to the world. I don't care what they think at work. You know that. I shake my head. I do. I need this job too much. And I can see he really understands that now, in a way he didn't before. The moment this contract ends, then I take you out for real. He gives me a sudden grin. Maybe I'll try and speed up the project. I groan. Great. Everyone will be thrilled. See, this is why dating the boss is a bad idea. Oh, but there are so many reasons why it's a great idea. I'll show you. He leans in to nuzzle at my ear, then down my neck, kissing and making me gasp and shiver in response. Damien, say it's a great idea, he murmurs against my skin. I moan, and I can't help it. Something about his expectant attitude mixed with the easy humor between us has heat coursing through me. I press a little closer against his hips, making him suck in a breath too. It's a damn bad idea, I mutter, but there are some upsides. He laughs, raising his sparkling gaze to meet mine. I'll take that. I think if I don't, this might not be the slow first date I was intending. He straightens, nudging me back, and after kissing for a whole lot longer, I reluctantly let him take me back to Vicky's. We hold hands the whole way back, resting them over the center console, and I barely even notice his sleek black Mercedes. I'm too absorbed in him. When he pulls up, we make out there in the car, in the middle of the street, like two teenagers, and I love every moment of it. I don't want to let him go, or say goodbye to anything about this evening. I'll see you again soon, Ava, he murmurs. You can count on it. I kiss him goodbye one more time, then leave just before my body threatens to combust until it gets more. I feel him watching me as I walk up the steps toward the apartment building, and despite everything I've told myself, despite all my attempts not to dive into something unlikely and crazy, I feel the hope I've been trying to avoid start to bloom in my chest, spreading through me like wildfire, uncontrollable and wild.
Chapter 20. Damien. I've got a surprise for you, I say, as Ava approaches me in the parking lot under Indivest's office building. I think meeting down here might be enough of a surprise, Ava says, looking around nervously. It's the Monday after our first date, and I can understand Ava's concern about meeting so close to the office. But it seemed ridiculous to suggest we both go home separately and then find a way to meet up. The only other person who uses this is Katie, and she left an hour ago, I say, reassuring her. Come on, there's somewhere I want to take you. The idea of getting out of here seems to perk her up at least, and I smile to myself as we head to my car. Okay, this one time, but let's not meet here again, all right? Okay, I agree easily. I'm hoping that after today, we'll have somewhere else to meet anyway. She gets into the car, and I run my eyes up and down the cute blouse and tight skirt she's wearing, even as I wonder how much longer she's going to be able to keep that up. I have no idea how long it takes for the pregnancy to start to show, but I can't deny I'm looking forward to it, even though I know she's slightly terrified of anyone noticing. There's just something about the idea of seeing my baby start to appear in her belly, being able to touch and feel it, that warms me right through to my core. Something else suddenly occurs to me and I look over at her with alarm. Ava? Yes? She frowns at my expression. When are you supposed to go to your first scan? Do you know? I have no idea when these things are meant to happen, but I suddenly hope I haven't missed it. I want to be there. For everything. In a couple of weeks, I think, she says, but her voice is quiet, and she doesn't look at me. Ava? She shrugs, staring out the window. I'm working on it, okay? What do you need to... I cut the question off as it suddenly occurs to me. If she's not a permanent employee with 2-bit designs, and she's mainly been doing freelance work, I can't help wondering what the state of her health insurance is, if she has any. My stomach drops as I contemplate the idea of trying to have a baby without that. My baby. Well, that's something I'm going to fix. I know that for certain, but I don't say it or push her any further. I saw how hard it was for her to admit that she doesn't have a permanent job, and I can imagine how stressed she must be about that, and probably about money in general. I get the feeling she's ashamed about it, and that's the last thing I want to make her feel. If anything, I admire her for trying, for working so hard to get into the industry she loves so much. And she's almost there. I can feel that, as much as she can. I remember all too well how stressful it was for me when I was trying to start my own business and keep up with all the expenses of raising an 11-year-old kid. I was lucky that the life insurance money from my parents didn't run out before Indivest took off, but it was a close thing. Okay, I finish, simply, instead of saying any of what I'm thinking, and I start the car. We're silent as I navigate through the streets of downtown Fresno, but it's comfortable, and I start wondering what she'll think of my surprise. With things like this, it's hard to tell, and I've already run up against Ava's fierce pride and determination a few times. I hope she doesn't take it the wrong way. Either way, I'm going to convince her. This is what's best for the baby, and for her. When I drove her home on Friday, she admitted she was living with a friend at the moment, crashing between her parents' house and her friend's couch. No doubt because she didn't have the stable income to feel comfortable trying to rent somewhere. It gave me another burst of understanding about why she was so reluctant to bring a baby into her life. And then a moment of horror at thinking what living like that might be doing to my unborn child. I spent the rest of the weekend looking for something better, and I'm pretty sure I've found it. We stop outside an apartment building in a relatively nice area of downtown. It's slightly quieter here, away from some of the bustle of the restaurants, stores, and businesses, but with a grocery conveniently located around the corner. Yeah, I did my research. Ava shoots me a quizzical look as I pull up and get out of the car, but she follows me anyway. Where are we? Still downtown, I say. About 20 minutes walk from the office. She looks around, obviously still puzzled, as that doesn't answer what we're doing here. I want to show you something. I smile at her, taking her hand and swiping a key fob at the entrance to the building. We walk into a well-appointed concierge and a professional-looking man behind the desk. He nods at us, and I give him an easy smile before I lead Ava along the hallway and to the elevator. Ava is looking more and more curious and keeps glancing over at me. I can't help the way my smile starts widening in anticipation. I can't wait to see what she thinks, and how she might react. I just hope it's going to be in a good way. I take her hand again as the elevator door pings open, and walk her down to the end of the hall. On this floor, there are only a couple of apartments, and the entrance to the one I picked out is at the very end. I pull the keys out and unlock the door, pushing it open for her to enter ahead of me. She gives me another uncertain look, but follows my gesture, and I come in behind her. So, are you going to tell me where we are? She asks, glancing around. And what we're doing here? I step up to her, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her into me before leaning down to brush my lips against hers. I deepen the kiss just long enough that her eyes start dilating, and then I pull back. Have a look around, Ava. Tell me what you think. I murmur against her ear. She glances around again, paying a little more attention this time. She still gives me another confused look over her shoulder, but she walks forward into the main area of the apartment without asking anything else, her curiosity leading her forward. Oh, it's lovely, she says, looking back at me with a smile as she comes out into the open-plan living space. It's furnished and decorated with soft blues and creams. The room's split between living and dining space by a large L-shaped couch that faces the huge glass window opposite us. The window covers almost the whole wall, facing out over Fresno and further. The day clear enough that the mountains in the distance seem so close you could almost touch them. The table to the left of the couch is a light pine, and beyond it, there's a hatch that goes through to the kitchen. I'm not sure Ava notices that, though. She's moved straight to the window, looking out over the city with a soft sigh. It's a beautiful apartment, Damien. She glances back over her shoulder at me with a smile. Why, though? Are you thinking of getting another place? I'm not sure quite why you'd need it. Your house is already so close to the office. I step up behind her, sweeping her vibrant blonde hair back from her neck and leaning down to kiss it, distracting her. She turns away from the window toward me, and my arms wrap around her. Some silly part of my ego pleased to see I can be even more appealing than the gorgeous view outside. I raise my mouth to her lips and kiss her again. That's not what this is about, or why I brought her here, but I just can't seem to keep my hands off her. I spent the whole weekend fantasizing about having her underneath me, writhing and crying out my name. And when I wasn't thinking about that, I was thinking about our baby and the future we might have together. Yeah, I've got this bad. It might have been a mistake not to give her that grand tour of my place on Friday. That might have sated some of this single-minded need, though with the way I feel right now, I'm not sure it would have been enough. I'm not sure anything would be. When I finally withdraw, her eyes are big and heated with the same kind of desire that I know is reflected in mine. I can taste her on my lips, feel her soft body against me, and it's almost enough that I forget why I'm here. Almost. It's for you, I finally murmur, keeping my gaze locked on hers. It's yours, if you want it. Her eyes go wide, some of the haze from the kiss clearing as she shifts back, just a little, to look at the whole of my face. What? I rented it this weekend, I say gently. After you mentioned that you'd been sleeping on your friend's couch. I know that you've been fine with that so far, but I thought maybe you could do with something like this, with a bit of space. Both of you. My hands drop to her waist, my thumbs stroking over her stomach very carefully. It's still hard to believe there's a little life in there now. She blinks up at me, and I can see her struggle to process it, to work out what this means, or how to react. I wish she wouldn't even try, that she didn't have to think about it or worry about it and she could just take it as it's meant. Easily, simply, with nothing more to it. Just a little help, for her and our baby. Damien, She takes a breath and looks around again, like she's seeing the place for the first time. She bites her lip, and I can see from her expression just how much she wants it. How tempted she is by everything she sees around her. Hope flares within me, even as she continues hesitantly. I don't know if I can, it feels like too much. I lean forward and kiss her again, my hands caressing her sides and sweeping around to her ass, pulling her a little closer to me. She doesn't resist, letting herself sink into my body, and I can read the confusion on her face. Please, I murmur, my mouth over hers. For our baby. It will be good for both of you. It doesn't mean anything, Ava. I just want you to have a space of your own. Nothing more than that. Her eyes linger on mine for a long moment before she breaks the contact to look around again. She seems a little stunned, and when she looks back at me, I can see the disbelief there. Really? She breathes. All this? All this, I say again. Take it, Ava. Let me help. Her hands dig into my hips, and I see her close her eyes as she gives one sharp nod. Okay. It comes out like a held breath finally being released, her eyes opening again. Okay, yes. It's too much, but it's wonderful, Damien. I don't know what to say. She blinks, and the glimmering of moisture there stirs something deep within me. You don't have to say anything. I don't know how to thank you. She shakes her head, her eyes darting around, seemingly unsure whether they want to be looking at me or at the apartment again. Don't. You don't need to. This isn't like that. I give her a soft smile. I don't want her to feel indebted to me. I don't want her worrying about this. Not at all. Her lips twist, and I can see she doesn't like that idea, so I interrupt before she can say so. Okay. I reach up, stroking her cheek gently. Then just say thank you, and then it'll be done, and we'll leave it at that. Her wide eyes meet mine, and she gives a small half nod. Okay, she whispers, leaning forward to brush her mouth over mine. Thank you, Damien. I smile, then kiss her back, more forcefully as she moans against me. That seems to be enough for the last of her reservations to disappear, and I cup her ass while our tongues tangle together, tasting and exploring every part of her mouth. My cock twitches with interest, pushing up against the confines of my suit pants and pressing into her stomach. She wriggles a little as she feels it, one of her hands coming up to run through my hair as we kiss. I can't get enough of her, and when we part, we're both breathless and smiling stupidly at each other. She laughs, the light sound going right through me, and then gives me a quick grin. Come on, I want to see it all. She grabs my hand, and even as I groan at the sudden loss of her body next to mine, part of me is thrilled at seeing her excited reaction. We walk through the apartment as Ava opens doors and looks into different rooms, investigating the kitchen and bathroom before finally finding the bedroom. I pay more attention to the expression on her face than the rooms themselves, her obvious thrill and excitement making me feel warm all over. I haven't felt this way in a long time, being able to do something so nice for someone I care about and watching how happy it makes her. It makes me want to do more, to find other things that might excite her and give her everything she's ever wanted. The strength of the feeling surprises me, but it's a warm tingle that spreads through my body as I see the effect all of this has on her. It's exactly what I was hoping for. It's so nice, Damien. Really, she says as she turns to me, looking up with beautiful, sparkling eyes. I love it. How did you know what to pick? I have good taste, I say with a smirk, and she rolls her eyes at me, before stepping close again and tilting her head up to kiss me. I meet it with all the passion of this wonderful, good feeling flowing through me, taking her head in my hands and bringing her closer so I can explore every part of her soft, warm mouth. She moans under me, her body sinking into mine, and her hands wrapping tightly around me. My hand drops to her back, stroking down her body and bringing her into my hard chest. The sweet softness of every curve she has makes my cock start to swell again, the pressure increasing as we barely break the kiss to breathe. Nothing has ever felt as good as this. Being with Ava, kissing her, making her happy. It's all I want. God, Damien, she murmurs against me, nibbling on my bottom lip before gently breaking the kiss to look up at me, breathless and wide-eyed, her body still just as close to mine. I can taste her sweet, floral scent on the air, and it seems to fill my senses. She fills my senses. Everything about her. So, she says, slightly breathy with the hint of a smile on her lips. Do you think this counts as a second date? And if it does, well, I'd say waiting until the second date is more than slow enough for us to be doing this properly. Don't you think? She glances deliberately over at the bed, and I finally catch her meaning. My gaze sharpens as I look back at her, feeling her shift oh so temptingly against the bulge in my pants. I give her a slow smile. Oh, I think I could be convinced that the second date is a good time to move on to more than just kissing. The way this is going, I'm not sure I have enough control to wait until another date. She matches my smile, and when she leans forward to kiss me again, I can't resist any longer. My hands move down to her ass, touching and squeezing while she moans, and then I lift her up against me in one quick motion. She gasps, her eyes flying open as her legs come around me and I start walking us over to the bed. She keeps her mouth on mine, leaning down to kiss me as I hold her up, her arms around my shoulders. God, Damien, I love how strong you are, she murmurs against my mouth, her voice deep and throaty as it seems to work its way inside me. It feels like you can just throw me around. I raise an eyebrow, too tempted by that to ignore the suggestion, and then I toss her onto the bed. She lets out a surprised squeal, then laughs as I jump on after her, barely kicking my shoes off as I do. "Hey, we're going to mess up my nice new bed," she objects, laughing, as I move her onto her back and pin her hands above her head. "I'll buy you a new one," I say, barely paying any attention as I start running kisses from her mouth all the way down her throat and right into the tempting neckline of her blouse. She laughs, but it's got a deep tone to it, and I can tell from the hitched way she's breathing that this is turning her on. "You can't just do that every time."
"Every time I want to fuck you so badly I destroy something?"
I growl, and watch her eyes widen at my language. She blushes deeply, but she also starts wriggling against me, the tone of her voice changing. "Damien?" She sounds needy now, distracted by what I'm doing to her and perfect in every way. Living up to my words, I reach down and grab the top of her blouse, pulling it apart in one easy movement, the material ripping as buttons fly off. She gasps, reaching for it, but I grab her arms in one hand and pin them back above her head, lowering myself to kiss and suck and nibble all the way down her front. Her muted objection turns into something else, and she bucks against me as my teeth close around her nipple, through the silken material of her black and white bra. She gasps and whimpers a little bit, but I slowly stroke it with my tongue, holding it still there while the rest of her body tries to convulse around me. I don't think I've ever felt this rough in my life, or so driven by the need to see and hear her react to me. It's hot and perfect, and I don't want to stop for a moment.
"Hold on to the top of the bed."
I raise my eyes to meet hers, my voice deep and rough. I let go of her hands and wait as I watch her considering it. I give her a slow smile.
"I want this hand. For other things,"
I say deliberately, using it to caress the skin below her wrist.
"But if I have to use it to keep your hands where I want them, well, I guess we'll just have to miss out on what else it could be doing."
She swallows, her eyes wide and blown with desire as she finally gives me a small nod, moving her hands to clutch onto the wooden bars of the headboard. It stretches her out below me, her whole body beautifully proportioned and curved as her beautiful breasts arch upward. It might be one of the sexiest things I've ever seen, my cock straining hard against the tight restriction of my pants as I look at her. I stroke her bare stomach, the torn blouse falling away from it as my hands move around to her sides, gliding over her warm, soft skin, until I'm underneath her and can reach around to unclasp her bra. I pull it away, and her gorgeous breasts spill out, making me groan at the sight. "Not going to rip everything, then?" she asks me, amusement not quite able to mask the need in her voice.
"I could, if you prefer,"
I offer, chuckling as I move my hands down to her skirt and start to tug it over her hips, the material tight and clingy. She writhes under me, my touch close enough to tease her a little, then gasps as the skirt starts to meet resistance, her wide eyes jumping to meet mine. "Zip, side," she gasps, and there's a hint of pleading in her voice that goes straight through me. Like she actually thinks I might rip all her clothes off. As tempting as that is, I really like this skirt. I grin at her and reach around for the zip, tugging it open before pulling the skirt off. She wriggles around to help me, as best she can with her hands still clasped to the headboard, and then she's almost totally naked before me, just skimpy black panties remaining on her slightly flushed skin.
"Fucking hell,"
I mutter, my demanding poise slipping as I just take her in.
"You're so goddamn sexy, Ava."
She moans, wriggling under me, and I can tell she wants to be touched. As if I could resist a moment longer anyway. I shift over her, taking her breasts in my hands, and bringing my mouth down over them as she gasps and bucks up into me, wrapping her legs around my hips. That's not quite the same as having her still and available beneath me, but my God, they feel good. I groan a little and my hands tighten on her breasts, kneading them as I suck on her tits. She whimpers and cries out under me, her legs running up and down my own as I move one hand down her body, teasing and caressing over her stomach. The fingers of my other hand glide over her nipple, playing and teasing as I suck on the other. And it's obvious what this is starting to do to her. The moment my hand reaches her panties, caressing along the top of them, she sucks in a deep breath. "Damien." I grin, but I don't look up from the soft breast in front of me. All my attention on the little sounds of need she makes with every stroke of my tongue and glide of my fingers. Her legs drop back to the bed, presumably to give me better access, and I chuckle against her skin as I take the invitation. My hand plays around the outside of the panties, moving down to the place she really wants me to be. And as I start stroking there, it's obvious just how wet her panties are. I grin, moving from those teasing strokes to pressing up against her pussy as she arches under me, crying out, "Damien! Fuck, Damien!" I stroke harder through the panties, the material slick between us as it drives her crazy with need. "I want to feel you," she insists, pressing up against me, her whole body moving. I brush a kiss against the side of her breast, then flick my tongue over her nipple as I finally give her what she wants. My fingers slipping under the panties and stroking up against the inner lips of her pussy. She shudders at the touch, her body thrusting up against me desperately, and it's almost too much to take. My cock feels ready to burst, and I think I'm harder than I've ever been at the sight of Ava like this. "God damn it, girl," I mutter, before finally slipping a couple of fingers deep inside her. "Fuck yes!" she cries out, and it sounds so good that I stop teasing her and give her exactly what she wants. My mouth goes back to sucking at her tits, my fingers thrusting in and out of her while my thumb curls around her clit, alternating hard and soft touches. "Damien, Damien, Damien." My name sounds so fucking good like that. Her voice breathy as she bucks against my hand, clinging onto the headboard for dear life. I think she's forgotten she's holding on at all, so distracted by all the things I'm doing to her body. But I get a thrill out of knowing she's doing that for me, so I can have her exactly where I want her. She's so slick and warm, my cock aching for it as my fingers start stretching that inner part of her, making small sucking noises as they slip in and out. I lean up to take her mouth in mine and she moans against it, kissing me back with a feverish passion as my other hand caresses her soft breasts, wanting to touch every part of her. "You're so hot," I mutter just above her mouth, barely able to contain myself as she writhes against me. "Damien," she breathes hard. "I need more. Please, Damien." My cock throbs hard at the tone of her voice, and I know that if she keeps this up, I won't be able to resist much longer. Hell, I might not even be able to control myself now. I want her so damn badly, and all this teasing. It's not just her it's affecting. I can feel her trembling on the edge, almost ready to explode, and just like that, I know exactly what I want. I withdraw, my hand slipping out of her as her eyes suddenly flare open, looking at me in shock as her hips thrust up into the air helplessly. "Fuck!" I lean down to nip at her bottom lip, kissing her deeply. "You wanted more, baby. That's exactly what I'm going to give you." I raise myself up so that I'm kneeling over her, and then I slowly start undoing the buttons on my shirt. Her eyes follow my hands, wild and hot as she breathes heavily below me. I'm not sure what it is, but something about that makes me feel almost primal. Kneeling over her while I slowly take my shirt off, thinking about exactly what I'm going to do to her. It feels like she's mine. All mine. Maybe it's because she's carrying my baby. It's like she's a part of me now. The moment the thought occurs to me, I love everything about it. and I lean down to kiss her, pulling my shirt off and tossing it aside. "You're mine, Ava," I tell her, my voice hot and deep against her lips. "All mine. You're carrying my baby, and both of you are mine." She shudders under me, not objecting to the sentiment as her hips thrust up again, grinding against the rock-hard cock in my pants and making it impossible to follow that line of thought anymore. I undo my belt faster than I think I ever have, pulling my pants down and shimmying out of them from my position over her. Then we're suddenly skin to skin again, every barrier between us gone, except one. I tug her panties down her legs, and it's all I can do to not rip those too, but the tiny material is easy to remove. And then I'm on top of her again. I hold her hips, pulling them up from the bed as I position myself, already imagining just how perfect it's going to feel inside her. She's still shuddering and moaning, and obviously desperate for it, wanting for the climax she was so close to only moments before. And I don't hesitate. I thrust straight into her, in one hard motion that has her eyes flying open and her knuckles turning white on the bedpost. I groan as I sink in deep, her pussy tight and perfect and so damn good. "Fucking hell, Ava!" Her voice is almost a whimper now, but she rises up to meet me as I thrust hard and fast immediately. I need her too much. After this, after how damn hot she's been tonight, I can't wait another moment. Damien, Whatever she was about to say is lost as she suddenly bucks against me, throwing her head back to scream as my cock finally takes her over the edge she was so desperate for. It's so fast, and it's exactly what I pictured, entering her to the sound of her screaming, crying out for me, while her whole pussy tightens around me. I can feel it spasming and fluttering as I continue thrusting hard, taking her through the orgasm and building it higher. It seems to go on and on forever, and I can feel my own need building, the sound and sight of her too much for me to contain much longer. And as she starts to come down from her climax, I reach down to tease her clit again, my other hand stroking across her breast. She gasps, then moans, then writhes against me as I fill her hard again and again, until I feel her contract around me once more, flying over the edge with her whole body convulsing under me. It's the sexiest sight, and the look of utter bliss on her face is just... oh, fuck. My own climax roars through me with an intensity that takes me by surprise, my cock pulsing and throbbing as I grab her hips and thrust deep inside her, releasing and filling her with my seed. The same seed that made the little one inside her. The thought comes to me unbidden, and even in the middle of the pleasure suffusing my body, I find myself smiling. We're both shaking a little when I finally collapse against her, rolling her into my arms and wiping a stray clump of damp hair from her forehead. I lean in to kiss her gently, her mouth soft against mine as she sighs quietly, relaxed and supple in my arms. She wraps her arms around my shoulders, and I realize I was so lost in what we just did together that I'm not even sure when she stopped gripping the headboard. "You're gorgeous, Ava. Perfect." She nuzzles closer and kisses me again. "Tell me again why it would have been a bad idea to do that on our first date?" She murmurs into my ear, her voice warm. I chuckle softly, kissing her neck and stroking her back with one hand. Maybe I was wrong about that. "Well, I guess our second date will have to make up for it then." I lean back enough to raise an eyebrow at her. I think it just did. She gives me a lazy, decadent smile as she runs a finger down my chest, blue eyes sparkling as they meet my gaze. But this is only the first room that we've properly explored together." She leans in to kiss me again, and I start thinking that maybe at some point during that I might have died and gone to heaven. It was certainly earth-shattering enough, and I can't believe she's seriously suggesting. It's a big place, Damien. We've still got plenty more to go. Okay. Yes. This must be what heaven is like.
Chapter 21. Ava. I lean back against the shiny new kitchen counter and watch as Vicky darts from place to place, opening and peering into every cupboard and drawer she can find. Oh my God! She hasn't stopped repeating that the whole time she's been here. It's like every space she investigates contains some kind of divine revelation. Then again, I'm not sure I can blame her. Oh my God, Ava! She finally spins toward me, and her eyes are the same saucer size they were when I first told her about this. Seriously? Seriously, I confirm, secretly pleased that she's so blown away by this. It makes me feel calmer in comparison, like I can almost touch solid ground again. My God, wow! She shakes her head, coming to stand opposite me. I can't believe it, Ava. I follow her glance around the high-end, totally impossible apartment, and I feel exactly the same way. I know, I breathe. I can't either. It's insane, isn't it? Just completely, we've got to be dreaming, right? She bites her lip. I'm not sure we both can be dreaming together, Ava, so either you're dreaming or I'm dreaming. Yeah, one of those. Gotta be, because I still don't believe this is actually happening, I say, feeling like I really am in some dream world right now. Everything is too hazy and wonderful for real life. She nods again, then gets another burst of excitement and rushes back into the living area. Is all this stuff yours too? She asks, flouncing onto the elegant cream couch. I shake my head as I follow, giving her a little half-smile. None of it is mine, Vicky, I remind her. I'm not even sure whether this place was furnished or this was all Damien. But either way, it's either his or theirs. Whoever they are. I really know nothing about this contract. Somehow it didn't occur to me to ask when he showed me around the place. Well, it's yours for now, she grins at me. Yeah, I come and sit down opposite her. With a fancy L-shaped couch, it turns out you can do that. Yeah, I guess it is. I can't believe it, she says again, then whistles long and low. You have got to be the luckiest woman around, Ava. Seriously, you get pregnant by some random guy, and this is what it turns into? Hell, maybe I should try that. Don't, I say immediately. Not a good idea, Vicky. Wasn't even an idea. Her eyes drop to my stomach, a small light coming into her eyes, even though there's still nothing to see there, thankfully. Well, sort of thankfully. There's a part of me that's already tried to imagine what I might look like when my baby starts to show. It's all okay now, huh? She asks with a smile, her head tilting back against the couch. Guess I didn't need to help you with it after all. I bite my lip, looking around at the apartment again for a moment. It feels unreal. Everything feels unreal. Which doesn't exactly strike me as a great basis for assuming everything is going to be just fine now. Well, she catches the hesitation in my voice, and her head comes right back up again, to look straight at me. Ava, please don't tell me you're not sure if it's going to work out now that you have a guy who wants to provide and care for both you and your baby, who wants to be a part of your lives, hell, who wants to date you. This is as close to having a baby the normal relationship way as you could possibly get. I pick at one of the cushions on the couch. Yeah, I mean, I know that. If that's all true. If it stays true. You think it won't? She asks, looking over at me with concern. Well, no, not exactly. It wouldn't be fair on Damien to say that. In the week that he's known about this, he's been nothing but consistent. But that still doesn't mean I'm ready to bet my whole future on a week of positive signs. It's more that I just don't know. How can I, when he's only known I'm pregnant for a week? None of it quite feels real. Not real enough that I'm ready to rely on it anyway. I look over at her, expecting to see the familiar exasperation on her face, followed by more than one comment about not overthinking things. But instead, there's just a gentle amusement in her eyes, and the kind of intrinsic understanding that only comes from a lifetime of friendship. When do you think he'll have you convinced? Vicky asks, giving me a knowing smile. Maybe when he's still around after dealing with his first diaper? Or the first time the baby spews on him? Or after not sleeping for a year? Yeah, I smile, the image of those things warming me as much as her lightly teasing tone. That would probably help. Or how about when you're 90, looking back on your life, and realize he stuck with you all that time? Think you'd still have some tiny doubt there? I laugh. Nah, I think I'd believe him then. And I'll be the first to say, I told you so. Or my haunting ghost will, anyway. You don't think you'd stick around just to say it in person? To 90? She laughs. Hell no. I've got none of those wholesome family and meaningful work things you've got going on. Me? I'm going to live fast and die young. I shoot her a look, sensing something in her expression that isn't quite as playful as her words. That's a pretty defeatist attitude. You've got years. Maybe it's what I want, she retorts before I can finish, the interruption lapsing us into silence. Eventually, though, she looks back at me with a more contemplative expression. But Ava, you are thinking about keeping the baby now, even if you aren't sure about all this yet. She waves her hand around us to indicate this, and I bite my lip. After a moment, I slowly nod. It's not something I've said out loud yet. Damien hasn't asked again, but I think the possibility of doing anything else has slowly narrowed until it doesn't exist at all. Somehow, within a week, Damien has changed everything. My life, my mindset, my future. Just like you wished he would. I don't know exactly how things are going to go between Damien and I say slowly. But I want my baby. I have from the beginning. Even if it doesn't work out quite this well, there's enough here that I think we'll figure something out. I'm not quite sure about how yet, but for once I'm willing to just wait and see. Besides, after Damien announced his intention to adopt our baby if I insisted on going that route, well, trying to do anything else just started to seem pointless. Vicky smiles at me, her expression almost beaming. I'm glad, Ava. I really am. I don't think it would have been as easy to give it up as you thought. I didn't think it would be easy at all. But I don't say that. It feels a bit like cheating, you know? I look around again, shaking my head. What? I don't know. It's just, a few weeks ago I had nothing, and now all of a sudden I have all this. Things are easy, just like that. It almost feels like I've cheated somehow. Like life isn't supposed to work that way. Ava, Vicky says, her voice firm. That is absolutely not how life works. Don't even think it. Life is always unfair. If it's unfair to your advantage for once, for God's sake, don't ask questions. Embrace it, girl. I laugh at the outraged expression on her face. Yeah, I know that. I trail off. I'm not sure I can really explain it in a way Vicky would understand. I mean, she's right. It is a stupid way to feel. But, you know, I never claimed not to be stupid. It's not like it's a problem. It's a weird feeling. Having all these problems suddenly disappear without doing anything myself. No striving or struggling or pain or difficulty. I shake my head. It just doesn't feel real, I finally say again. I think I'll be repeating that for a while. Maybe even forever. The best relationship should feel like impossible good fortune, Vicky points out. That's how it always works in movies. I laugh again. Okay, you have a point. Maybe I can take that. She nods haughtily before the act fades after a few moments, and she looks back at me thoughtfully. You are hopeful, though, about you and Damien? She asks, with enough wistfulness in her voice for both of us. Yes, I say, and it comes out softly. Yes, I am. I don't even hesitate. I don't think I could. As hard as all this might be to believe, when I'm with him, everything just feels right. I don't question things nearly so much. And the way he talks, it's impossible not to believe everything he says, all his good intentions. Vicky's laugh distracts me, and I glance up. Yep, okay, that's my answer. Girl, you have it bad. I blush. What? Away with the fairies, just like that. He must really be something special, huh? She says, then rolls her eyes and looks around. Okay, well, I guess all this already tells me that. But it's good to know it's not just the apartment that's holding your interest. Vicky, I scowl at her. I'm not like that. No, of course not. But I mean, come on. It's at least a tiny bit the apartment, right? I laugh again, giving up. Sometimes it's hard to convince Vicky that the way she's feeling right now isn't the way everyone else feels, and she really likes this apartment. I do too, of course, but that's definitely not what I'm thinking about when my mind drifts to Damien. Do you think you'd get to keep this place if it didn't work out between you? She continues, grinning as she looks around again. I guess that's too much to hope for, right? Who knows? I shake my head, laughing a little. For once, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll deal with it if it happens. Until then, I'll enjoy it however long it lasts. Vicky looks back at me, seeming both surprised and pleased. Well, I'll drink to that. Oh, we need to celebrate this. She jumps up off the couch, almost bouncing back to the kitchen as I smile to myself, watching through the hatch as she starts searching through the fancy-looking appliances. Yeah, I'll enjoy this while it lasts. For a moment there, I wasn't sure I was going to. I wasn't sure I could deal with accepting this. I don't know whether it was the thought of owing Damien so much, or that feeling of cheating life, but it almost overwhelmed me. It helps that it was for our baby, too. I can't imagine ever refusing something that benefits my little one. But even so, it's a lot. I'm still not entirely sure I know how to deal with it. But the temptation was too much. I've spent a long time living between my parents' house and Vicky's apartment, and that week in New York was enough to show me how much I've missed my own space. The thought of having that again, even if it only turns out to be for a little while, well, I couldn't say no. It's been far too long since I've had a place that's mine, and I'm not sure Damien knows what this has given me. But I do. The excitement of truly being able to make it my own rushes through me, and I can't wait to move in here properly. Hey, Ava, Vicky calls over her shoulder. You're still going to come and visit me, right? I blink, looking back over to the kitchen, where Vicky seems to be getting more exasperated with each cupboard she tries. I stand up from the couch and walk over to help her out. What? You're not just going to disappear, are you? It's been fun having you around, you know? I still want trash TV and movie nights sometimes, girl. Yeah, of course, I say, confused. She gives me a slightly skeptical glance. I'm just saying, last time you got into a relationship, I didn't see you for months at a time. I was in a different city, Vicky, I say, lightly amused. Not at first you weren't, she mutters, then shakes her head, turning around to face me fully and folding her arms. You'll still come by? I'll still see you all the time, I say, firmly now, and step forward to pull her into a hug. I love your place, Vicky. And hey, we can have movie nights here now, too. I'm quite excited at the idea of being able to invite people to my own place. That makes her smile again, the expression slowly spreading across her face. Oh yeah, that'll be cool. This could be a perfect party house. Ah, Vicky. Though not right now it isn't, she says, rolling her eyes in the direction of the kitchen. I couldn't find a drop of alcohol. No champagne or wine or anything. This place might look high class, but I'm telling you, there are certain fundamentals. Well, I am pregnant, Vicky, I say, laughing. Sure, but I'm not. And I tell you, it'll be a long time before I start toasting with orange juice, girl. Well, maybe. The sound of a key turning in the door interrupts us, and we both glance over at the same time. I feel heat start rising in my cheeks, which is stupid, and definitely not helped by the way Vicky looks at me. Ooh, is that him? She stage whispers to me. Yeah, I mutter. Shut up. The morning after Damien showed me the apartment, he offered me both keys, and in an impulsive gesture, I'd told him to keep one. I'm not sure why exactly, but despite all of my excitement of having a place of my own, some part of me likes the idea of him being able to stop by when he wants. Hey, he calls out, even before he's fully opened the door. Hey, Vicky calls back with her usual enthusiasm, and he stops just inside the doorway, looking over at us. I have to stop myself from smiling at his expression. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was interrupting. It's fine, I say with a smile, gesturing him over. Damien, this is my best friend, Vicky, and vice versa. Vicky is already very obviously looking him over, her eyes running up and down his body as she shoots me blatant looks of approval. Damien's mouth curves into a small smirk, and he raises an eyebrow at her. Like what you see? Vicky, totally unashamed at being called out, grins back easily. Oh, yes, I can see why Ava likes you. Well, between all that and this apartment, at least. I, on the other hand, want to bury my face in my hands at the sudden wave of mortification. I'm used to Vicky's comments, but even so, it doesn't stop the twinge of embarrassment that goes along with them. Damien just laughs. I'm glad you approve. You should be. My approval isn't so easy to come by, she smirks. It's good to meet you. With everything I've heard, it feels like it's been a long time coming. Oh my God, and it just gets worse. Stop, Vicky, just stop. Damien glances at me, obviously amused, and I know I'm bright red. I also know he can't say the same thing about Vicky at all. I'm pretty sure I've only mentioned her in offhand comments, if at all. It's not like Damien and I have had much time to talk about anything yet. Well, I think I'm looking forward to getting to know you already, he says, smiling at her with that sexy look he gets when he's amused, something I'm not even sure he's aware of. Whether it's deliberate or not, it works on Vicky. That and his willingness to give her the attention she loves. And I have to stop myself from laughing as I see the way she almost melts. Ooh, this would be perfect. She turns to look at me with a grin. Hey, Ava, maybe we can do the double date thing. I mean, I'm not dating anyone, but I'm sure I could find someone to take along to a double date. And hey, maybe we could... I roll my eyes at her, cutting her off before she can get started on all these plans. Vicky, I say firmly, we're still not exactly being open about this whole thing yet. My job? Yes, I know. But after that, it will be amazing, I'm telling you. She looks back at him with a grin. We're going to have fun. I don't point out that not so long after the job situation is resolved, I'm going to have a newborn to care for. It's impossible to reason with Vicky when she's got an idea in her mind. Uh-huh, I say instead, non-committal. Anyway, she says suddenly, looking between us again, I should probably leave you guys to it. I don't miss the suggestive glance she gives me, and I fight the urge to roll my eyes at her again. I was the one that interrupted, Damien starts, but she shakes her head with a shrug. Nah, I should probably get back anyway. That's definitely a lie. I'm pretty sure she was going to stay for the rest of the evening, but I don't mention that. When she wants to, Vicky can be an awesome wingwoman. She steps up closer to Damien first, though, giving him another look up and down. Just don't screw over my friend, she says, or I'll screw you over. Vicky! I want to groan, but Damien just smiles. I promise, you have nothing to worry about. Hey guys, are you done talking about me like I'm not here yet? I grumble, and Vicky shoots me another grin. See you later, babe. I'm still shaking my head as she grabs her bag and walks out through the front door. When I finally bring myself to meet Damien's eyes, I'm not sure whether I'm about to burst out laughing or spontaneously combust from embarrassment. So that was Vicky. He laughs and comes closer to me, the way I wanted the instant I saw him, even if it wouldn't have been so appropriate in front of Vicky. He wraps his arms around me and leans down to brush his lips against mine. I like her, he says with a grin, and I shake my head. She's lovely, honestly. She's just always an experience. He laughs again. That seems like a good way to describe her. He squeezes my shoulder, his arms warm as they meet mine. I'm glad you have someone like that in your life, Ava. Someone to look out for you. He leans down to kiss me more deeply, our mouths joining as I sigh softly, and the red-hot embarrassment disappears just like that. Someone else, that is. You've got me for that now, too. I pull back so I can look at him, a small smile on my mouth. Please don't tell me you're going to start acting like that, too. He laughs softly, one thumb stroking my cheek. I think I have other ways of looking out for you in mind. That thought warms me even more, and I press forward into his chest, my head resting against his shoulder as the feeling of being held and supported surrounds me. It still surprises me how much easier it is to just feel happy when there's so much less to worry about. That's what I came to talk about, actually. He steps back and reaches down to pick up the briefcase he brought, opening it to pull out several groups of papers and put them on the counter behind us. I can't help myself. I laugh, stepping closer again and setting my hands on his sides. "See? I still don't know you at all," I quip. "Here, I thought you came by to have a good time with me, and it turns out you were thinking about paperwork." His hands drop down to my hips, pulling me into him for another kiss. "Boring things first. Then we can have a good time. I kiss him, wriggling deliberately against him as I do. I can already feel his interested response hardening against my stomach, and it makes me smile wickedly. I'm not sure what he's done to me to bring all this out, but around him I feel more sexual than I've ever known. And after having all that dry up for far too long in my last relationship, I'm determined to act on every naughty impulse I have. "Ava," he murmurs, his voice heating. "Yes," I say, innocently enough. "You wanted to talk about paperwork, right?" I don't stop moving my hips just a little bit against him, and he growls in my ear. I grin. I don't know why I'm constantly horny at the moment, but I figure I'll make the most of it. "Yes," he finally grinds out, stepping back from me. "It's important, Ava." I sigh dramatically and turn around with a flourish to glance down at the somewhat incomprehensible-looking documents. He steps up right behind me, almost pinning me to the kitchen counter, so I know he hasn't been able to shake what I was doing quite so easily. His lips graze my neck, and I shudder slightly, my legs parting as I feel moisture start to gather there in anticipation. Damn, who knew I liked the idea of that position so much? "Ava?" I have no idea what he just said. "I've arranged to put you, and our baby, on my health insurance here." He taps one of the sets of papers, and... Wait, what? I spin around to face him, finding myself suddenly tucked tightly in between his chest and the counter. It's a lovely, secure feeling, but everything I was just thinking disappears in an instant as what he just says registers. "It's for the best, Ava. For our baby. I have good insurance, and you need that. You can't risk having a baby without..." "No, I know," I interrupt, holding up a hand to stall him. I just... Wait a moment. I blink rapidly, my stomach flip-flopping as I try to process what this means. It's the one thing I've still been worrying about, searching desperately for something I might be able to afford that would make me feel safe enough, and... "Really?" I whisper, looking up at him. "Yes, really." He's looking at me as if this should be obvious. "Is something wrong?" I bite my lip and have to fight the sudden tears that want to appear at the edge of my eyes as I shake my head. "No, just... it's something I've been worrying about since I found out, and... well, I didn't know what to do. I can't believe it's just... sorted." He gives me a confused glance. "Why didn't you just ask me? That other day when I was driving you here, I thought you didn't want me to help." I blink, shaking my head again. "No, I didn't think about it." I don't know why I didn't. I should have. Isn't it obvious? Of course he has good insurance. I could have asked. Hell, my backup plan was to ask my parents whether they could get something on their insurance. Why didn't I think about Damien? He's still looking at me strangely, and I give a slow shrug. I guess I'm just not used to having someone to ask. I'm used to doing things for myself. He strokes my cheek again. "Well, I hope you get used to having me around sooner rather than later. I don't want you worrying about these things. I don't want you worrying about anything. You don't need to." I laugh at that. The idea of worrying about nothing is far too foreign to seem real. When he starts to frown at that, I stop, raising my hand to his chest. "We'll see," I say, then correct myself. "I mean, I'll try, okay?" "Okay." He gives a slow nod. "So, do I need to sign something?" I ask, glancing over my shoulder at the forms on the counter. "Yes, I'll show you where. And I was going to say, once you do, we should book that scan." "Yeah," I breathe, smiling at the very idea as I turn around to face the forms again. Before, it was something I was worrying about, but now, well, now I can just enjoy it. We can just enjoy it. I glance back over my shoulder. You'll come, right? He raises an eyebrow at me. You wouldn't be able to stop me. My mouth curves as I think how very true that probably is. We'll get to see our baby for the first time. Together, I say softly, leaning back into him. His arms come around my chest and he nods against my head. I can feel the smile in his words. I can't wait, Ava. I'm so excited by all of this. I think I could burst. I laugh. I felt like it's been stressful and hard for so long, even though I've only known I'm pregnant for a few weeks. But now I'm finally starting to get to that point. Now I can just relax and enjoy it with Damien. I'm keeping the baby, I say, probably belatedly, but even though it's become so obvious to me, I haven't actually told him yet. Obviously. I twist my head around to look at him, scowling at the smug tone to his voice. Dick? But kiss him anyway. A quick touch that becomes something more within the space of a heartbeat. My neck is twisted, and it's an awkward angle, but our tongues meet with sudden intensity and need. I moan into his mouth, reaching to grip his hand on the counter and squeeze it hard as he starts grinding against my ass. I get wet again within moments. So, we're done with the paperwork, right? I breathe. I haven't even signed anything yet, but that can wait, I'm sure. Not quite, he says, withdrawing reluctantly. I can't believe it, the dick. One more thing, he says, tapping the other document on the counter, even though the last thing I'm interested in is turning to face it. The lease for this apartment. I've had them transfer it into your name and take me out of it completely. It's all paid for the next 12 months, so you can do what you like with... What? Once again, his casual announcement manages to pull me out of some very nice fantasies. Things that wouldn't have been fantasies if we discontinued for a few moments more. Sorry, what? The place is yours for the next 12 months, whatever happens. He confirms, and I turn around to look at him properly, even pushing him away enough that the nearness of his body can't distract me from what he's saying. I'm just staring at him, so he continues slowly, taking one of my hands. I didn't want the apartment to be part of this, or to influence anything, one way or another. You're right that we need to get to know each other and work things out. This shouldn't be part of that. This way, it's entirely separate from us, and we'll both know that you're with me because you want to be, and not for any other reason. I just blink at him. I'm not sure I've made it past paid for the next 12 months yet. I'm always going to take care of our baby, Ava, he says softly, stroking my cheek gently. This covers 12 months, and I'm hoping that will be enough time for you to believe me when I say this is all going to work out. I'm hoping by the end of that, we might not need this place anymore. But I promise you, I'll always take care of you. Both of you. I can't help it. This time the tears do slip over the edge of my eyes. I step forward and wrap my arms around him, squeezing hard as I try to understand what this means. Having a place of my own, not having to worry, for a whole year. I look up at him as it slowly, very slowly, starts to sink in. This is actually real, isn't it? I say, my voice barely audible. It's really happening. He nods with a smile so tender, I think my heart might break, as he leans down to brush his lips over mine. It's real, Ava. I promise you. It's all real, and it's all yours. I gasp, a sob ripping out of me. Just the one, as I bury myself in his chest. How did this ever happen to me? How did I get so lucky? He holds me like that for a while, kissing the top of my head and squeezing me tight against him, until I think his arms might be the best place in the whole world. Eventually, I get myself together enough to sign the contracts. He suggests I read through them all first, but I dismiss that with a comment about trusting him. That's true, of course, but I'm also pretty sure I wouldn't understand a word of it, and I have no intention of admitting that to him. "There," he says, once I've signed the areas he's pointed to, turning me back around to face him. "Now, I believe we were in the middle of—" My cell phone starts buzzing in my pocket, cutting him off. I pull back enough to reach it, taking it out, and grimacing as soon as I see who it is. "Mom." I sigh, placing it on the counter and shifting awkwardly, trying not to think about it too much. Or about the other missed calls I've had this week that I've avoided with quick follow-up messages. With everything that's going on, and all the things I haven't told them yet, I haven't been able to face talking to my parents. "You're not going to take it?" I shake my head. "Not right now, no." "I think we can wait another few minutes, Ava." He gives me a heated smile that slowly fades as he catches my expression. "Hey, what's wrong?" "Nothing." I shrug, not at all sure that I want to talk about it. He gives me a look, his hands resting on my shoulders. "Ava, you suddenly look worried again, which is something I just told you I wanted to take care of. At least tell me what's bothering you." I can't help it. The way his hands are gently massaging me loosens some of the tension in my shoulders, and as the cell phone stops vibrating, I admit it. I haven't told them yet. They don't know about—" "You think they'll disapprove?" he asks, his voice gentle. "No," I say immediately, shaking my head. "No, they won't. If anything, they'll probably be thrilled at the idea of having a grandchild. But it's just, well, it feels like I've been relying on them far too much recently. I didn't want to go to them and ask for more help. I wanted to wait until I'd sorted it myself, until I had some kind of plan and something to show them." He nods slowly, then gives me a small smile. "Well, you have some of that now, right?" "Yeah," I sigh. "It's true, and especially now that I've decided to keep the baby, I should talk to them. I know I do. It's just, I think I've been avoiding it too long, and, well, it's stupid, but all of this feels so new that it's still hard to believe myself, never mind trying to say it out loud to someone else." I trail off, knowing how stupid that sounds. But I think some part of me has been afraid that the very act of telling my parents will make everything disappear and slam me back to reality. I don't want him to think I don't trust him, because more than ever, I'm starting to think I do. It's just... "I know what you mean, and sneaking around like this doesn't help either. It's hard for something to feel real when no one else knows about it. But it is real, Ava. It's the best thing I've ever felt, and I'm so ready to start shouting about it to the world." "But," I blink at him, "what about your deal? Surely that would be too much for your super conservative trust fund to accept. Getting an employee pregnant, and when we're barely even together." He's mentioned the issues he's having with them enough times that I thought keeping it quiet was for both of us. But he just shrugs. "Maybe. I'm not sure I care anymore. I'd rather be able to tell everyone that I'm going to be a daddy, and if I can't find a way to convince Prestige how amazing that is, well, screw them." I stare at him, and I think he must see some of the sudden alarm on my face, because he quickly adds, "But I understand why we need to keep it quiet, Ava. Really. I know it's not the same for you, and that's okay. I can wait until the end of this project. I just wanted you to know how much I'm looking forward to it when it does end." I nod, starting to breathe normally again. I'm still not ready to be known as the girl who slept with one of the clients and got pregnant. Not at all. Even if being pregnant and having a baby might slow things down, I still want a chance at the career I've spent my life so far working for. "But you know," Damien murmurs, drawing my attention back to him, "I've been thinking about it, and, well, I was going to ask if you wanted to meet Emily, my sister. I might not be able to tell the world about us, but I'd like to introduce you to the other most important person in my life." I swallow suddenly. I know exactly what this means to him, just how important his sister is, and I can't quite form words as I nod. "Yes," I say after a moment. "Yes, Damien. I'd love that. I want to meet her. He smiles, suddenly seeming radiant after the serious tone to our conversation, and he leans in to kiss me. This might have happened quickly, Ava, but it's real. I promise you that. What we have here, it's only a matter of time before everyone knows. The way he's looking at me, and everything he's said and done today, it's like every little doubt I have is being washed away, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but him and me and the endless possibility of our future together. Very slowly, I nod. I don't know how, but something about him makes it impossible to believe anything else.
Chapter 22. Damien. Okay, I think we're about done then. As much as we can be, anyway. Katie sighs, leaning back in her chair and tapping the table with one finger. I've got to say, though, I don't like all this waiting around. I smile at her, amused. Katie always gets impatient when things aren't finalized, but she's got nothing more to work on herself. I have it on good authority that the design team is working at an exceptional pace. I think it's only fair that they need a couple of months to get it all up and running. They've finished all the prototypes, and now they're working with my team of programmers to implement it all. Usually the prototypes would be enough to complete a deal like this, but, as usual, Prestige have insisted on making things difficult. I don't tell Katie exactly where my good authority comes from, or that, this time, I'm secretly as impatient for it to be done as she is. Usually I'm calm enough that I don't mind deals progressing slowly, or waiting for work to be done, but this time, well, I have my own reasons to want 2-Bit to finish as quickly as possible. I think it's partly because Prestige have gone quiet on us. It makes me nervous. I'd rather them quiet than getting in the way and raising unnecessary issues, I point out, laughing. Don't worry, Katie. I think they'll be blown away by the end result. She chews at her bottom lip for a moment, but finally gives in and relaxes back into the chair. I hope so, Damien. I hope you're right. I usually am, I reassure her easily. The best thing we can do now is to continue as usual and forget about it until they finish. Easy for you to say, she mutters, shaking her head. I wish I had your ability to not worry about it, though this one is impressive even for you. With a deal this size, I would have thought you'd be a little more nervous. I shrug, but I can't help the smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. This time I have something else to think about. Something that's far more absorbing than the deal with Prestige, however much that might be worth for my company. Truthfully, I'm finding it hard to give my company even the small amount of attention it requires at the moment. Most of the time, I'm too distracted thinking about Ava. I keep fantasizing about the life we might have together and what it will be like when our baby comes along. This deal just can't compare to any of that. When I look up, I find Katie smiling at me. What? I don't know. You just seem different recently. Happier. She gives me a fond look. I was starting to get a little worried, but I think Emily coming home has been really good for you. I hesitate, suddenly wanting to tell her, the same urge I've had so many times. Katie is my best friend, and it feels strange to have this huge part of my life that she knows nothing about. I can't remember the last time it's been that way between us. But I stop myself before I say anything, as I have every time. I can't wait to tell her, but right now it's not fair to Ava. If Katie didn't work here, it would be different, but I don't want Ava to have to deal with someone else in the office knowing. Not to mention what she'll say to me about getting one of our sort of employees pregnant. So it has to wait, for now. Yeah, maybe, I say, not wanting to directly lie to her. But you do know she's not always going to be around, right? The concern comes back into Katie's eyes. I know she's staying with you for now, but she has her own life to lead, too. You're not going to be able to take care of her forever. No, not her, but Ava, my baby. I blink, as that suddenly occurs to me. I've spent my whole life looking out for Emily, and when she left for college, I thought I finally had some of the freedom I was craving. That's why I started going out so much.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
At least, that's what I thought. But maybe it wasn't the thought of freedom driving me after all. Maybe I was just trying to fill the gap Emily left when she was gone. As I look over at Katie, I suddenly wonder whether that's what she's been thinking this whole time. I know, I say softly, wanting more than ever to tell her about Ava, but I shake myself and settle for a half measure instead. But I was thinking, maybe after this deal is over, I'll do what you suggested. I could take some time out, maybe find something for myself. The smile Katie gives me could light up the room, and she reaches over to squeeze my arm. That sounds great, Damien. Really, it sounds great. I think you should. This place can manage fine without you. I nod, smiling back, and feeling a little guilty that I'm not telling her I've already found something, someone, to give me meaning again. A family. Maybe that's what I was missing. Did Emily finally convince you to go traveling then? She grins, and I laugh. I don't think I've heard anything else from my sister since she got back. She still has some way to go on that one, I admit. Though I wonder whether Ava would want to, at some point. It's almost strange that my thoughts seem to have shifted from what I might want to do to what we might want to do, together. It's strange in a good way, though. I like it. Talking of which, I add, if we're done here, I have a dinner date with my sister to get to. Katie grins again. Of course you do. You know, Damien, if you take some time off, maybe you'll finally find someone other than your sister or me to date. I laugh. I can't help it. And I hope it covers the smile that's trying to shine brightly out of me. Maybe I will, Katie. Maybe I will. You know, this is a lot quicker than I thought you'd suggest, bro. Emily flicks her hair over her shoulders and takes one last look in the oven-turned mirror. Do I look okay? I laugh at her. Emily, Ava isn't going to care what you look like. The answer is yes, bro. It's always yes. God, I'm going to need to give you lessons if you're going to actually date someone. You're clueless. Thanks, I say dryly, but I'm secretly pleased by the light-hearted banter. Anything to distract me from the butterflies in my stomach right now, or how much I want this to go well. I tell myself there's no reason why the two most important people in my life shouldn't like each other, but still, you never know, right? So, you must really like her then. What? I ask, struggling to follow my sister's mile-a-minute thought pattern. To want me to meet her so quickly. I mean, no offense, but I'm surprised you didn't scare her off with the whole meeting the family idea a few weeks after you started dating. As I said, we clearly need to talk, bro. There are so many things you need to know about. Emily, I'm 7 years older than you. I know more than enough about dating. She gives me a skeptical look, but finally lets it drop with a roll of her eyes. So? She asks. So what? Do you like her? I'm starting to regret this with every passing moment. Somehow, when I suggested it, I had this image in my head of my sister being awesome. I don't know what I was thinking. Of course I like her, Em. I wouldn't be dating her otherwise. Yeah, but is she special? Is she the one? I sigh dramatically, hoping that maybe she'll get all of these comments out before Ava arrives. Well, any other day I'd probably give her a lecture on the mathematical probability of the one, but there's too much tugging at my chest right now to feel like any of that. Yeah, I think she might be, I finally admit, to Emily's wide-eyed excitement. So don't screw this up, okay? Be nice tonight. I'm always nice. The doorbell rings at just that moment, and I give my sister one last warning look before walking toward the door. Thank goodness she at least has enough sense not to try to follow me. I open the door and my breath leaves me all at once. I would have thought seeing Ava more often now might have lessened the effect of it, but no. Every time. You look gorgeous, I say with a smile, leaning down to kiss her. It goes on a little bit longer than a casual hello kiss should, and by the time I step back, we're both breathing a little harder, and her lipstick is slightly smudged. I'm sure that means there's some on me, but I don't think I care at all. Have I mentioned I love your hair like this? I murmur, reaching up to touch the curls bouncing over her shoulders. She's wearing a beautiful midnight blue dress, with sleeves off to the side of her shoulders, leaving a neckline that I just want to mark with nibbles and kisses and... Thanks. Vicky did it. I've got to be honest, I'm useless with hair. She smiles up at me, eyes sparkling, and for a brief moment I consider forgetting this whole evening and whisking her away somewhere else. Anywhere we could be alone. Someplace we could go out and be ourselves and not have to worry about bumping into anyone who might know us. Give her my compliments, then, I say, just standing there for a moment, enjoying the sight of her. She glances over my shoulder as I don't move, giving me a questioning look. Right, we're meant to be having dinner with my sister. Listen, I say, glancing over my shoulder and lowering my voice briefly. You know that when I met Vicky, you said she could be an experience? Yeah. Well, my sister might be one too, just so you know. Ava just laughs, leaning in to kiss me again. Sounds perfect, then. I smile, feeling warm all over again, and offer her my arm. She giggles as she takes it, and I guess it is a slightly old-fashioned gesture, but I don't care. I just want her close to me. When we step into the open living space, Emily is sitting on one of the kitchen counters, and she perks up as soon as she sees us. I was starting to wonder if you'd got lost, bro. She grins at me, jumping down from the counter and walking over as I groan inwardly. Not that I minded. I mean, if you two would rather I just... Emily! I interrupt, trying to ignore the way Ava is suppressing a laugh next to me. This is Ava. Ava, this is my sister, Emily. Just remember, she's family, so I didn't actually choose her. It's lovely to meet you, Ava says, smiling at Emily, though it wobbles a bit with her attempt to keep a straight face. Thanks. Emily shoots me a look before grinning back at Ava. And it's good to meet you, too. Honestly, Damien hasn't dated in so long, and I don't think I've ever been introduced to anyone. I wonder why, I mutter. So this is pretty cool. The doorbell rings again, and Emily looks up, bouncing on her toes. Ooh, food, I'll get it. That was pretty great timing, don't you think? She throws the comment over her shoulder, already heading in the direction of the door, and I take the moment to turn to Ava with a groan. I'm sorry. Ava stops trying to control herself, laughing as she steps in to give me a quick hug. I love her, she says, gasping slightly between little bursts of laughter. You do? I ask, skeptically. I mean, I'm not even sure that I love her, right at this moment. She reminds me of Vicky back when we were in college. I consider that for a moment, thinking back to my brief encounter with Ava's best friend, and I can see what she means. It's here! Emily calls from behind us, walking past with steaming bags of food. The smell instantly makes me hungry, enough that I think I can forget about everything that just happened, in the hope that the rest of the evening has a little more food in it and a little less chatter from Emily. I was going to cook, I explain to Ava as we walk over to the table that Emily is already laying containers of food onto. But my little sister here insisted that we had to have this pasta tonight. It's the best, she says with a big grin at Ava. I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. Your cooking is pretty good, but you don't always get the pasta right. Sometimes it's just a little too soft, and this place we know is simply amazing. I've been missing it for, feels like forever. She tucks the bags away somewhere behind her and starts opening containers. I've been away for the last few months, she adds with a brief glance in Ava's direction, explaining. So I've spent the last week catching up on all the takeout I've been craving, and oh, God, do you smell that? You're going to love it. Trust me. I don't even try to interrupt the flow of words that pour out of her. Was she always like this? I don't remember quite this much talking before she went away, but maybe I just forgot about it over the months I didn't see her. That or traveling has made her more confident and given her an awful lot more to say. I take the moment she pauses for breath to gesture at the table. Go ahead, I tell her, amused. Let's all sit down and start, shall we? Oh, yes, good idea. Emily takes me at my word, and as she starts helping herself to the various different pastas she insisted on ordering so that Ava could try everything, there's finally a long enough silence for someone else to speak. Damien mentioned you've been traveling for a while, Ava says, with a genuine smile as she looks at my sister. Whereabouts did you go? That's all it takes to set her off again, and she eagerly describes her experiences traveling while Ava and I start eating. I don't think my sister even realizes that she barely touches the food she was so excited for, too caught up in talking about it all, and I can't help smiling a little to myself. At least, that's the one thing that makes this easy. With Emily around, it's not like we're ever going to struggle to make conversation. Ava is obviously enjoying it too, listening with a smile on her face and asking questions about one part or another. The slight wistfulness in her expression makes me think back to my earlier curiosity about whether we might travel together sometime. Emily seems to notice it too. Either that, or she's still caught up in recommending travel to everyone she meets. "Have you been anywhere?" she asks, looking over at Ava after finishing a fun little story about being sold tickets for a sturdy ferry to get to an island and ending up on a fishing trawler, one that I hadn't heard yet. It makes me wonder how many stories like that are going to come out over the years. Ava shakes her head with a little smile. "No, I've barely even been out of California. The furthest I've gone is New York, and that was only the other month." Emily's gaze flicks over to me for just a moment, and I know she's thinking of my comments about that trip. I keep my face carefully blank, and Emily takes the hint, barely pausing before picking up where she left off. "Would you like to go? You should definitely go. Hey, you should both go together." She looks between us with a grin. "I mean, I had a whole lot of fun by myself, but there were times I thought it would have been nice to have someone to share the whole thing with." Ava laughs softly. "It's a nice idea." "Aw, come on. Why not?" Emily picks up on the dismissal immediately. "Now is probably not quite the right time." She shakes her head with a small smile. "Maybe eventually, though." Emily huffs out a breath. "That's what everyone says, and why they never do it. What's wrong with now?" Ava gives me a quick glance, and for a moment the air feels heavy with the secret we have, our baby on both our minds. "I'm working on a project that I hope will turn into longer-term employment. Not exactly the best time to disappear, huh?" she says calmly enough, and I feel a slight churning in my gut at the small lie. I don't like it, not with the people closest to me, but I also know that introducing Ava to my sister as the woman I accidentally got pregnant is far too much all at once. I have no idea what my sister would think of me suddenly having a baby, but I'd rather she get to know Ava a little bit first. Well, maybe," Emily says, considering, and she gives me a slightly cautious look before venturing the next question. "So what are you working on? Is it fun, at least?" She knows that Ava is working with me and that it's made a few things difficult, so I guess she's not sure whether it's an okay thing to talk about. I give her a slight nod, shrugging. Ava knows that I've told her that, and besides, it would be pretty hard to get to know Ava without talking to her about work. She's too passionate about it for that. Emily's silent question reassures me, though, and I guess that for all her excited enthusiasm and slightly inappropriate comments, at least she wants to make sure Ava is comfortable. It's just me she doesn't have any problem embarrassing. Little sisters, Not that I can bring myself to mind too much. As long as Ava's enjoying herself, I guess Emily can say what she likes. "It's so much fun," Ava grins, then starts explaining about the design work she's doing on my app. She doesn't have any problem mentioning that it's my app either, and Emily relaxes just a bit, then gets drawn into the conversation on design, asking all about where Ava studied and the different aspects she's interested in. Ava suddenly remembers Emily's own background in interior design, and that's where I lose them. I end up leaning back, eating far more than either of them do as I watch the animated conversation about concepts I can vaguely picture, but have absolutely no opinion about. I don't mind that, though. If anything, it's amazing to see the two people I care most about getting on so well, they seem to forget I'm here at all. I guess that counts as a success, right? By the time we get to the end of dessert, Emily is sighing with satisfaction, and leaning back in her chair with a beaming smile. And I don't think it's because of the tiramisu. Or not just the tiramisu. "This is so nice," she says. "I'm so glad I got to meet you." "Me too," Ava replies warmly. "It's been a lovely evening." "I've always wanted a sister," Emily says suddenly, grinning and sending a small glance in my direction. "I mean, Damien's great and all, but girls are just different, you know? Do you have any sisters?" No siblings at all, actually." "Oh, then this is perfect for both of us. We both get a sister now." She leans forward to squeeze Ava's hand excitedly, and Ava laughs, shaking her head as she looks over at me. "Okay, now I see the resemblance." I raise an eyebrow at that. "You both jump straight into things, when really, we've only just started dating," she says, her smile teasing, but she squeezes Emily's hand back. "But yes, I'd like that. I'd like to have a sister, too." Emily smiles back, and something about it tugs at my heart. Family. That's what it feels like. And I'm starting to think that maybe that's the only thing that's ever mattered to me.
Chapter 23. Ava. I fidget as I sit in my parents' living room, my nerves building now that I'm finally doing this. After the last couple of weeks with Damien, there's no doubt I've got a plan now, and my parents deserve to know what's going on. I'm regretting asking to talk to them like this, though. Sitting on this armchair with Mom and Dad, watching carefully from the couch opposite, takes me back to almost every other family discussion we've had. The times they tried to warn me about alcohol or cigarettes or sex. Awkward conversations at the best of times. Only this one is worse, because I was the one to suggest it. I just wanted to do this properly and show them that I'm taking it seriously. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Mom looks over at me, a small frown of concern and concentration on her face. "You know we're here for you, whatever you want to talk about. Has something happened at work?" Dad looks similarly worried, and I can see them exchange a couple of glances. All because I don't know quite how to say, "I'm pregnant." It doesn't help that I've waited so long. I know that, but this time I'm determined not to just blurt it out. I take a deep breath. "I know. I'm sorry that I haven't been around for a while, and I haven't been in touch much. I've just been trying to sort things out. I wanted to tell you properly." I look up to meet their eyes, and finally manage a little smile as the idea of what I'm about to say rises up through me. This is good news, and I'm suddenly so glad that I waited until I could truly feel that. "I'm pregnant." Mom blinks at me, her expression briefly owl-like, while Dad just stares. But I continue before they can say anything, before they can worry. It was unexpected, but actually, I'm really thrilled. It just takes a little time to work things out. Everything it means, and... Wait, Mom interrupts, that frown line slightly deeper as she gives me a cautious look. I didn't know you were seeing anyone, sweetie." I can hear the question there, and the concern behind it, and I can't help the sudden lightness inside me as I think of Damien. "Well, it's been quite new, and obviously this is a whole lot faster than we were expecting things to go, but we're working it out, and I think it's going to be okay." "He's going to do the right thing by you, then?" Dad's deeper voice rumbles from the other end of the couch, and I can feel myself start to flush. I'm pretty sure he means get married, and the idea of that, there's only so much crazy life changes I can take right now. "He wants this baby," I say instead, "and we're going to work it out together. We're still taking it slow, getting to know each other, dating, but, well, I think eventually..." I trail off, not quite able to say it out loud. It feels like if I do, that the whole thing might still vanish in front of my eyes. But, well, deep inside, I really mean it when I say I'm hopeful. It's crazy, but it feels like things are going to work out. and I'm so glad that I'm coming here to talk about that instead of arriving with another life crisis for my parents to deal with. How long have you known, sweetheart? Mom asks softly. Why didn't you tell us? It's a lot to try and deal with by yourself. We would have helped. I know. I do know that. I take a deep breath. I wanted to deal with this one myself. It feels like lately, all I've come to you with are problems and dramatic life changes. You've helped me pick up the pieces every time. I'll always be grateful for that. But this is my baby, and, well, I needed to feel I could be responsible myself. I think Mom still looks a little bit hurt, but she's nodding anyway. I think she understands. I keep seeing her eyes flick to my stomach, too, where my hand is resting in the instinctive, protective gesture that's quickly become a habit. So, you're really... She breathes softly, and I watch as the color starts to come back to her face. And it's all okay? I nod, barely able to believe it myself. It's all okay, I think. So, we can just... She glances over at my dad, the first hint of a smile on her lips. We're going to be grandparents? Now the smile that's been building inside me really does shine, the nerves and anxiety falling away as I get to enjoy everything having a baby should be about. You're going to be grandparents, I say, still half awed myself. And I'm going to be a mom. That's still a slightly terrifying thought, but there's no denying how much it excites me too. And Damien is going to be a dad. Mom rushes forward all of a sudden, pulling me up from the armchair and wrapping her arms around me. I don't believe it, she breathes again. Really? Really. I feel like laughing suddenly, as all the built-up pressure of trying to keep this from them finally releases. Brian, Mom says to Dad over my shoulder. Oh my God, Brian, a baby! And suddenly my dad is laughing and joining in with the rib-crushing hug, pulling us both toward him. He kisses the top of my head, shaking his own in disbelief. My little girl, I can't even believe you're old enough for something like this. I laugh back. Yeah, me neither, Dad. I don't feel old enough. So, how long have you known? How far along are you? And the father, what's he like? When do we get to meet him? Ava, we need to know everything. The questions suddenly start flowing out of Mom, and I spend the rest of the afternoon answering them, chatting excitedly with her about everything I might ever need to know about babies. I feel bad that I waited so long to tell them, but this way, they get to find out they're going to be grandparents in the way they really deserve, sharing the joy and excitement with me without worrying about all the details. They never have to know that I was considering giving the baby up entirely. This feels so much better than the conversation we would have been having a few weeks ago. And no matter what Vicky might think about me waiting to tell them, it still feels like the right choice to me. I'm glad I could give them this much. When the questions come around to Damien, I don't exactly admit he's my boss, but I tell them we work together, and it's complicated at the moment. But after this project, it will be fine. They don't seem particularly concerned about that. I think they're just thrilled that he exists, and we're doing this together. Hell, I can't blame them. I'm thrilled enough about that myself. By the time I eventually head back to my new apartment, after promising to invite them over and introduce them to Damien at some point, I feel happier than I can ever remember being. For once, it seems like something in my life is going right. I know there's still a lot to work out, especially with my job, but I've started thinking it will work out, and that's better than things have been for a long time. I get off the bus with the suitcase I've taken from my parents' place, wondering whether I should have accepted their suggestion that I stay over, or the offer of a ride back. Definitely the ride back. Maybe I really should think about Damien's offer to find me a car of some sort. I guess I'm going to need one. But I'm so used to walking and taking buses that it seemed like an extravagance, and I'm trying to be careful how many luxuries I start enjoying all at once. It still feels like too much at times. I'm definitely enjoying the new apartment, though, enough that I couldn't resist heading back tonight, and it'll be closer for work tomorrow morning, too. It's closer to Damien as well. That's been a perk we've been enjoying since I moved in. I'm half thinking about texting to ask whether he's free tonight as I cross the road, nearly bumping into someone coming the other way as I try to maneuver with my suitcase. Oh, sorry. Ava? I blink, looking up at the face in front of me as shock rolls through my whole body. I know that voice. Jackson? I say, my mouth dropping as I take a step back to look at him. Being too close just feels weird. What are you doing here? His face is written in shock too, but it closes off almost immediately, replaced by a now familiar condescension. This is my hometown too, remember? I do visit. You didn't much when we were together. Oh. I glance around, feeling awkward. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to ask about his parents or what the etiquette is, but these days he feels so much like my past that it's unnerving seeing him right here in front of me again, like a distant memory suddenly sharp and vivid and alive. I'd rather just leave, but the moment I think that, he gives me a quick glance up and down. I guess you moved back in with your parents, huh? Is that where you're living now? The mock sympathy there grinds on my nerves, and I feel my back stiffen. It's none of his damn business. Your business still not going quite the way you'd hoped? He continues, and behind the thin attempt at sympathy, there's also a very clear, glad I got out when I did vibe that makes something in my gut churn. I spent so long being distraught about the way he dumped me, and why everything he thought about me and my life. The sudden reminder is the last thing I want. Actually, I start, thinking of the awesome new job I have and the great apartment I'm living in. But then I stop myself. I blink as I realize that it really doesn't matter. I don't care what he thinks anymore. I have no interest in telling him anything. I shrug instead. You know what? Never mind. Hope you have a good time at home, Jackson. See? I can be civil. I can refuse to lower myself to trying to one-up him after our breakup. Go you, Ava. I move to step past him, his gaze narrowing as I do, and his eyes flick down to the suitcase I'm wheeling along beside me. Moving, are you, Ava? His face twists, and for the first time it seems ugly to me, as he takes a dramatic breath. Oh God, I hope your parents haven't kicked you out. Don't tell me they got tired of waiting for you to actually make something of yourself, too. I stop where I am, turning to stare at him. What the hell? He said some pretty harsh things when he broke up with me, things that Vicky will never forgive him for. But I was willing to put that down to the emotion and stress of ending such a long-term relationship. Everyone can be mean sometimes, when emotions are involved and we feel defensive or guilty. I'm sure I said a few things myself. But now? This isn't a heat-of-the-moment difficult breakup thing. This is just... I don't even know what it is. Did I really date someone who could say that to me now? Someone willing to hurt me so long after our breakup just to make himself feel better? Did I really spend so long struggling to get over him? I struggle to form the words, too stunned to think of a response. Who acts like that? No, actually, I say woodenly, my voice calmer than I feel inside. I'm living around here now. He glances around very obviously, the skepticism clear in his expression. Really? You? This is a fairly nice area of town for you, isn't it? I shrug again, just wanting to leave, but refusing to give him the satisfaction of watching me storm off in response to his comments. They're petty and stupid, but I don't want him to think he's getting to me. I don't even think he is. If anything, he seems like a joke himself. Unless... He smirks suddenly. Don't tell me you've tricked someone else into supporting you already. I recoil, the unexpected words hitting me hard. Everything else he said has been outrageous. But that? Oh, damn, you have, he says, grinning maliciously as he looks me over. Wow, girl, that didn't take you long. Makes me feel slightly better about falling for the act for all those years. But still, poor guy. He shakes his head sadly, and I want to be able to say something. I really do. I want to be able to ignore those words, to stop them going so deep and tapping into every fear and insecurity I have. But 7 years together, he knows exactly what to say. I'm still trying to stammer a response when he starts walking past, shrugging and whistling slightly to himself, obviously satisfied now that he's had the effect he wanted. Good luck with that dead-end career of yours, anyway. For his sake, I hope you actually make it one day. See you around, Ava. Screw you, Jackson. What finally comes out isn't pithy or original or anything. And it's too late, too, after he's already behind me and barely even there to rage against. But damn, I've never been good at comebacks, and I bite my lip hard as I force myself to start walking, to act like nothing he said got to me, even though I want to shove a fist against my mouth and bite down hard to try and contain the tears I feel prickling at the edges of my eyes. No, Ava. It's not true. None of it is true. He's just being a dick. Vicky was right. He was being deliberately hurtful when he broke it off. All those things he said. He was trying to hurt you. He's a jerk. Ignore him. He's wrong. He's wrong. The words eat at me anyway. I don't think they're true. I haven't tricked Damien into anything. I mean, sure, I got pregnant with his child, but that was an accident. And I'm walking so fast that by the time I get to the apartment building, it almost feels like I'm running. I have to make myself stop and pause for a moment before I walk inside and head straight for the elevator. I can't even bring myself to glance over at the nice man from the concierge. Most of the time, we'd exchange a casual greeting or a little joke. But right now, I can't even face myself. I breathe heavily as I retreat into the elevator, the shiny luxury of it all twisting the knife deeper. Jackson's right about that. I'd never be able to afford this myself. This apartment is all Damien. I thought I was okay with that. I am okay with that. But damn, what if he's right? I try to cut off the spiraling thoughts. Just stop thinking about it. As I finally get into my apartment, my suitcase tripping me up awkwardly until I throw it off me and stumble into the living room. I collapse onto the couch, already reaching for my cell phone. He's wrong. I know he is. I know better than to let some stupid, hurtful comments get to me. But it's a shock, and I dial Vicky's number immediately. I just need someone to tell me that Jackson's a dick, and Damien isn't like that. He doesn't feel the same way, and he's not going to suddenly abandon me if I'm not as successful as I hope. Because, damn it, the way my life seems to go, success is the last thing I can count on. Vicky, I choke out, emotions overwhelming me as she picks up. Hi, Ava. Her voice is a little distracted, but I barely notice as everything starts tumbling out of me. Vicky, I just saw Jackson. He was here, right here. And he said, That's what you're calling about? She interrupts, no emotion in her tone, or at least nothing I would have expected from an announcement like that. It throws me momentarily, and I repeat myself with even greater emphasis, trying to explain. Yes, he was right here, outside my apartment, and... I'm sorry, Ava, I really don't have time for this right now. I blink, pulled up short by the blunt disinterest in her tone. What? I'm busy. But, sorry, I have to go. Wait, Vicky, what's wrong? Vicky is never like this. Never. She's always there. What's wrong? Her voice is a little incredulous, but at least there's some emotion back in it. I frown, clutching the phone to me as my heart races out of control in my chest. I'm just tired of all this. That's what's wrong. I blink furiously, the tears I thought I had under control slipping down my cheeks at her sharp tone. What do you mean? What do I mean? She repeats, obviously irritated. I mean, when was the last time you called me to talk about anything other than how perfect your life is right now, Ava? When did you last come to visit me because you wanted to see how I am? It's always about you. Your dramas, your issues, your problems. Then the moment they clear up, the moment your white knight swoops in and rescues you from the life you've spent months complaining to me about, then we barely see each other. I'm tired of it. I'm not interested anymore. I start, but I don't have anything to say. For the second time tonight, I'm at a total loss for words. I've got an exam tomorrow. That's why I'm busy, which you would have known if you'd talked to me at all this week. And I'm probably going to fail, because I spent the last 3 months focused on your life instead of my own. When was the last time you even asked how that was going? Ugh, never mind. As I said, I don't have time for another evening full of drama tonight. I have to go. She hangs up, just like that. The line goes dead, and I'm left staring at the phone in horror. This time, I do put my fist against my mouth, barely breathing as I try to process it all. Vicky has never, she's always been there for me. Always. I don't try to fight the tears that slip down my cheeks as I tuck my legs under me and start rocking on the couch, struggling to breathe. It's always about you. Your dramas, your issues, your problems. Don't tell me you've tricked someone else into supporting you. Poor guy. Poor guy, poor guy, poor guy. Jackson's stupid comments hit me hard, but he's a dick. I didn't believe them. Not really. I didn't think what he said about me was actually true. I just needed to hear that from someone else as well. But Vicky, my best friend, everything she said drives straight into me, twists me up from the inside, and I cry out as it confirms everything Jackson insinuated. Everything he thought about me. Everything he said when we broke up. How could Vicky say all that? I collapse against the couch, sobbing and broken, desolate that I've managed to drive away the one person who has always been there for me. First Jackson, now Vicky, then Damien. She's right. It's always been about me, and how I seem to ruin everything I touch. I'm such a bitch. Selfish, careless, insensitive. Poor guy. Poor Vicky. Poor Damien.
Chapter 24. Damien. I walk into the apartment with a smile and a bouquet of flowers. I've been avoiding buying them because I don't want anyone asking questions, but I've also wanted Ava to have them ever since she moved into this apartment, and I know she's talking to her parents today, so I stop the moment I hear the wailing further inside. The flowers fall to the floor as I rush forward, my mind spinning at a mile-a-minute pace as I try to think what might be wrong. Not the baby. Please, not the baby. Don't be the baby. Ava? I call out, the concern punctuating my voice, making it sharper. I don't get a response, but I find her on the couch a few moments later. Ava, what's wrong? What's happened? I rush over to the couch, sinking to the ground to try to see the face she's hiding under her riotous hair and behind her arms. She's curled into the couch with her arms around her knees, and my heart twists at the sight of her. Hey, it's okay, I'm here. I reach out to her shoulder, but she twists away from me, the rejection there feeling physically painful as I try to work out what's going on. What's wrong? I murmur again. Ava, please look at me. Has something happened? I reach out again, unable to stop myself as her body shakes with sobbing. All I want is to do something, to find out what's caused this and fix it somehow. I can't bear to see her so distraught. I lever myself onto the couch and then pull her over to me, gathering her up in my arms. No, she tries to fight me briefly, but there's no strength in her, and I ignore the attempt. I'm here, Ava. I'm here for you. I'm not leaving. I don't know what's wrong. Hell, I don't even know if it might be me. But whatever it is, we're going to deal with it together. We're a family now. She might not have realized it yet, but we are. I hold her against me until she stops trying to get away, even if she's still shaking her head and mumbling no, and she ends up tucked into a ball on my lap, her body collapsed against my chest and my arms around her. I rub her back the way I wanted to before, simply repeating that I'm here and we're going to deal with this. My heart is beating hard in my chest, and I've got hot and cold chills running through me as I try not to let my mind spin out of control, imagining what's gone wrong here. Whatever it is, we'll sort it. Together. After a few moments, her body relaxes against me a little bit, though she's still mumbling, no, into my chest. I kiss her forehead, then all along the top of her head, wanting nothing more than to make her feel better somehow. Did something happen with your parents? I ask at last, murmuring softly. I can't help the part of me that's still trying to work it out, that desperately wants to understand what's going on. She shakes her head, squeezing her arms tightly around me in a gesture that makes me feel a little bit better. Maybe it's not me that caused this then. No, she says after a moment, hiccuping slightly around the sobs. Not them. Who? I ask, feeling some of the urgency in my voice as the need to know overwhelms me. She shudders in my arms, finally looking up at me. The pain and hurt I see there breaks my heart, and all I want to do is clutch her to me and tell her that I'm never letting her go again, and that I want to hurt whoever did this just as much as they've hurt her. She sobs again, clinging to me, but what finally comes out isn't any kind of explanation. Do you hate me? What? I stare at her in disbelief. Where the hell did that come from? Do you think, am I just using you? What? I repeat again, confusion numbing me as I stare down at the head tucked against my chest. Then my whole body goes cold. Who said that, Ava? She shakes her head, still gasping through small sobs as she tries to talk. It's stupid, but, look at me. I had nothing, and now you have to support me, and... Ava, I say firmly, pulling her even closer to me and wrapping my arms tight around her. I want to give you everything. I want you to have everything. You mean more than I can ever say. You're the most amazing, beautiful woman I've ever known, and you're carrying my baby. Exactly! It comes out of her as a wail. You don't have a choice now, and... I shake my head, partly to resist the urge to shake her. Where has all this come from, Ava? What's going on? You don't understand! She gives into another wave of sobs, and despite the solid ball of tension in my gut at everything she's saying, I go back to stroking her back and trying to comfort her. What don't I understand? You don't get it. I'm no one special. I'm a screw-up. I have been all my life, and now look at you. You're the CEO of a billion-dollar company. You raised your sister despite everything. I couldn't even deal with hearing I was pregnant, but you fixed that too because that's what you do. You've succeeded at everything, and I've succeeded at nothing, and I won't, Damien. That's not what I do. I just ruin things, and I'll ruin this, and you'll hate me because I'll never get that job, and I'll just be here for you to support while you're working, and... She dissolves into tears again, and I'm trying to comfort her, but I'm so shell-shocked by everything she's saying that I'm not sure I'm doing a good job at all. No. Ava. I don't even know what to say. I can't explain how everything she's just said is so totally different from what I think and feel that I can't even comprehend it. I love you. The words spill out before I can think better of them. They've been there on the tip of my tongue for weeks, since the moment I found out Ava was pregnant, or maybe even the moment she turned up in my office, a week after our one-night stand. Yeah, crazy. That's why I haven't said it. Ava is spooked enough by how fast everything is going without adding that to the mix, but damn, after what she just said, it's the only thing I can think. I love you, Ava, and I don't care who you are or what you do. You're special, and you're mine, and you're having my baby. That's all I want. You and my baby. I love you both, and I think you're perfect. It's stupid and cliché, but I do. I've been addicted since the moment I first saw you, and now that I know you better, I know you're everything for me. She's blinking up at me, shocked enough that she actually seems to be listening. And so I just continue. Because even if it scares her away, I need her to know. I need her to believe me. I don't know what happened today to make her think all those awful things, but I need to make sure that nothing ever makes her believe any of that again. Nothing you do could ever make me hate you, Ava. I want to support you with whatever you want to do, the way a partner should. That's what matters to me. Not whatever challenges we might face or how things work out in the end. Hell, if you decided you wanted to spend your time at home making babies and raising our children instead, there's an old-fashioned part of me that would be thrilled about it. But I know how important your career is to you, and I have nothing but admiration for the way you've stuck with it and how close you are to cracking it. I don't know what will happen with this job, but if it's not this one, it will be another one. Because you're damn good at what you do, Ava, and you care about it. I know from running my own business, that's the only thing that really matters. That passion. I take a deep breath, feeling like I've just run a marathon, but I can see her looking at me, listening to me. And her big blue eyes are filled with so much emotion that it takes my breath away. I can't help it. I lean down and kiss her, tilting her chin up to mine and bringing our mouths together. Her lips taste salty, but warm and perfect against mine, and I deepen the kiss instinctively. I just want her to believe me. I want to show her everything I've just said is true. When I finally withdraw after slowly teasing some life back into her lips and tongue, there are still tears at the edge of her eyes, but her expression has changed. The doubt there shifting into something closer to awe. Before that makes me too uncomfortable, I push a damp lock of hair back behind her ear and ask gently, "So, are you going to tell me what happened, Ava? What made you think all those crazy things?" Her breath shudders out of her in one long exhalation, her head tucking into my chest as I put my arms back around her. At least the sobbing has subsided, and she seems to hear what I'm saying now. I just hope she trusts me enough for my words to get through to her. That's all I want. Eventually, she answers me. "My ex dumped me after 9 years because he was too frustrated with supporting my dead-end career," she says, her voice turning bitter with that phrase. "He thought I was just using it as an excuse to be lazy. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but I bumped into him today, and he said some things, and it just..." She shakes her head, and I have to stop myself from the way I want to react, fury rolling through me. Her ex. Her ex is the one who said all that? I have a sudden urge to meet the guy just to tell him what I think of him right now, maybe with my fists. "He's an idiot, then," I say immediately, trying to control my voice enough that it doesn't come out as harsh as I'm feeling. "And a total asshole if that's the way he's going to act." "That's what Vicky always said. She suddenly dissolves into tears again, and I look down at her, startled. "Ava, what?" She clutches at me, sobbing, and I'm left stroking her hair and holding her close while I wait for her to recover. When the sobbing finally starts to subside again, she looks up at me, and she looks just about as miserable as she did when I first saw her. The knot in my gut tightens again. "Ava." "It wasn't him. Not really," she says, gasping slightly as she tries to get her breathing back under control. "I don't care what he thinks anymore. I didn't really believe him, didn't want to. I just wanted a little reassurance, but then Vicky... She takes a deep breath, obviously still struggling to talk, and something sinks within me. An idiot ex is one thing, but if this is about her friend... What happened with Vicky? "She hates me," Ava bursts out, withdrawing from me enough to wrap her arms around herself. Hey, I say, shaking my head as I wrap my arms around her and pull her close to me again. I've met Vicky. I can't imagine her hating many people, and it's obvious how much she cares about Ava. And she was right. I've been so... She takes a big, gulping breath. She's always been there for me, and she's sick of it. That's what she said. She's done with all the drama and my stupid, chaotic, impossible life, and... Ava squeezes her eyes tightly closed, rocking herself in my arms, and my heart goes out to her as I see the way she's beating herself up. She made me think he was right. How could she do that? How could she say all of that if she didn't hate me? Ava continues, the words flowing out of her like a dam that's finally broken. I used Jackson, I guess, and I used Vicky, and now I'm using you, and... You're not using me, I say firmly. Ava, you've known her forever. I can't believe she meant any of that. Why not, though? It's true. You're friends. You've always been there for each other. She's always been there for me, Ava retorts. But she's never needed me. Not like that. She's got her life together. She's always so great. I've never really been there for her. I stroke her back, feeling like all I can do is comfort her and listen as she goes through it. I want so much to help her, but I don't know what I can say. With her ex, it's easy. I can hate her ex. I can feel like walking right up to him and setting him straight. But her best friend? I don't hate Vicky any more than Ava does, or any more than Vicky hates Ava. She's always been there for me, Ava moans again, tucking her head into my chest and breathing in little gasps. And I know I have you now, and I'll be all right because that's perfect, but... You do have me, I murmur, and you will be all right, Ava. Always. There's a long moment of silence, the stillness almost unnerving after how upset she was. But I savor the way she leans into me, and her breathing slowly calms. It's still punctuated with little sobs and hiccups, but it seems like being close to me is slowly starting to relax her. I hope so. I ache with how much I want to make this better, but I know this isn't something I can fix. All I can do is be here for her. I guess she doesn't have anyone else, Ava says eventually, her voice small and sad. I nod against the top of her head, and finally voice the thought that's been on my mind the whole time. Maybe she needs you more than you think, I say gently. Ava looks up at me with those big, beautiful eyes, and the disbelief there tugs at something inside me. How does she not realize the effect she has on everyone else? I stroke her cheek, leaning in to kiss her softly. Maybe everyone needs you more than you think, I murmur against her mouth. I can't tell you how much I do. I love you, Ava. She takes a slow breath, and I watch as some of the doubt in her gaze starts to fade. I still don't think she fully believes it, and the uncertainty there is something I swear to myself I'm going to wash away bit by bit, but at least she's considering it. I love you too, she finally says, her voice soft. I pause, too surprised to respond. I might have said it recklessly earlier, but I hadn't expected to hear it back. Not yet. I'd decided it was far too early to say it myself, and I'm much more impulsive than Ava. But she leans forward, kissing me in a way that turns deep within moments, intense and passionate and hot enough that my body starts to respond despite everything else that's going on. She wraps her arms around my neck as she does, shifting so that she's straddling my lap, and I pull her closer to me. I love you, Damien, she says again, leaning back enough to meet my eyes with her bright, shiny gaze. I think I've known that for a while, too. I still can't believe it, but I'm grinning like an idiot, the joy of it beaming out of every part of me. I love you, Ava. And I love our little one. I can't wait for our baby. And I can't wait for our future together. All of it. She bites her bottom lip, but she nods too, and the trust in her expression warms me from the inside out. Me too. And, I say softly, stroking her face again, you'll fix this thing with Vicky, I know you will. You both mean too much to each other for it to be any other way. She hesitates, and the worry in her eyes is obvious, but then she finally nods, and it tugs at my heart to see her put her faith in what I know to be true, even if she can't see it yet. Yeah, she says, the words sighing out of her in one long breath as her whole body relaxes into me. We'll fix it.
Chapter 25. Ava. I stand outside Vicky's apartment holding peanut butter cookie ice cream, my heart in my throat as I knock on the door. I still have my key, of course, but right now the idea of letting myself into Vicky's apartment feels impossible. Eating ice cream together after an exam has been a tradition of ours for years, and peanut butter cookie is her favorite. But I still don't know whether she'll answer. I'm a couple of days too late for this to be just after her exam, but it took this long to work up the courage to come here and face the possibility of rejection. And I didn't know whether turning up too soon might just make things worse. I can't deal with the idea of anything happening to our friendship. I know I have Damien now, and that, along with my baby, has been the best thing to ever happen to me. But I don't think I would have made it here without Vicky, and I don't know how I'll cope in the future if she's not at my side. It feels like it takes a long time before I hear footsteps on the other side of the door, and then there's an even longer pause, where the door very obviously doesn't open. I know she's staring at me through the peephole, and I raise a hand in a small wave, giving her a slightly hopeful smile. Please, I mouth. I wait again, and then finally she opens the door. It's not wide enough for me to come in, but I can see her now. She's wearing baggy pants and a long sweatshirt. Her hair is a mess, and it looks like she's been crying. It's close to the worst I've ever seen her, and it feels like my heart is breaking all over again. Vicky has always been bubbly and fun and totally unconcerned about the world. Even after a bad day, when she might come home and start venting to me in her usual high-spirited fashion, it's never really occurred to me that she could be unhappy. I've missed you, I say simply. It's been the only thing on my mind for the last few days. She gives me a dubious glance. Why would you? You've got everything you ever wanted now, right? I shake my head immediately. I don't have you, Vicky. I can't stand not having you. Well, then, I guess I've got to do something about that, right? Because we can't have you unhappy. That's not what I meant. You know it isn't, I say, feeling stuck. Why can I never say anything right? Do I? I look at Vicky, feeling lost and confused as I stand there. I'm not used to her looking or talking like this at all, and I have no idea what to say. Instead, I hold out the ice cream between us, a peace offering. Please, can we just talk? I glance down at the ice cream, then add hopefully, I brought peanut butter cookie. She looks at me for a long moment, but I can tell she's as unhappy as me about all this, and eventually she lets out a long sigh and turns away from the door, heading inside. I take that as the best invitation I'm going to get and follow after her. She walks into the living area and folds herself into the couch immediately, still frowning in my direction. I notice the empty tubs of ice cream on the table in front of her, and she follows my gaze. For a brief moment, some of the irritation seems to clear from her gaze, and she shrugs. The store was out of peanut butter cookie, she grumbles, and I half smile as I set it down on the table. I take the other end of the couch, but instead of cuddling up together like usual, this time we're careful not to touch, which isn't entirely easy as I sink into the old leather. So what did you want to talk about? Vicky asks as she opens the tub of ice cream and dives in with the spoon she was using before. She doesn't suggest we share it the way we normally do, but with my stomach tied in knots, I'm not sure I want ice cream anyway. I give her a long look, trying to resist the urge to come out with the obvious, that I want to talk about what the hell is going on here. What's wrong? What happened? All of it. Eventually I sigh and settle back against the couch, letting it pull me in the way it usually does. I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I start, kicking off my shoes and tucking my feet up against my chest as I look over at my best friend. You were right. I always come to you when something goes wrong, and for me, something seems to go wrong a lot. I never thought about it, and you never seemed unhappy about it, Vix, or like you needed something else from me. It always felt like you had everything exactly how you wanted it. I've spent years wishing for that kind of confidence, so it never occurred to me that you might need me to be there for you too, okay? I realize as I'm speaking that it's exactly what Damien was saying. The discussion I had with him comes back to me as I try to talk to Vicky, to let her know that I'm here for her in the same way she's always been there for me. I'm sorry about that, I say again. It was stupid, and you're right, it was selfish of me. But I never thought. I sigh deeply. I should have thought. That was my fault. It just always seemed impossible to me that Vicky needed it. But I'm here now, okay? I continue, still trying to get through to her. And I don't know what's going on with you or what's made you so upset, and I really hope it wasn't me. But I just want to listen for a bit, okay? I just want you to talk to me. I'm your best friend, Vicky. I've known you my whole life, and I can't stand the idea of you being unhappy. There's a long pause, but I keep looking over at her anyway, waiting for something, anything. This can't be the end of our friendship. It can't. She stopped eating ice cream at some point while I was talking, and now she's just staring into the tub, hitting the inside with the spoon over and over again. When she finally glances over, there are fresh tears in her eyes, and she shakes her head. I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen Vicky cry, and at least one of those was from happiness. The sight of it rocks me, like the foundations of my whole world are crumbling. I lean forward without thinking, the thought that she might not want me to not even occurring to me as I wrap one arm around her shoulder. Vicky, please. We've been friends for longer than I can even remember. Let's not stop now. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. What's upset you so much? Why do you care, Ava? You've got Damien now. You've got a baby, a whole life. Why does it even matter? You're my best friend, I say emphatically. None of those things are the same as you. But it's all different now. Everything has changed for you, and I'm still exactly the same. What do you mean? She lets out a long breath, and I can feel something in her crack, some of the hardness and disinterest slipping away from her. You've got everything now, don't you see? It was okay when we were both in the same place, just getting by, struggling with things that weren't quite working out. But now, you've suddenly got it all. You've got an amazing guy, a baby on the way, a beautiful apartment, a job lined up for you. I don't quite know how, but within a few months, your whole life, you've just got everything. She shakes her head, and I can see the frustration in her tear-bright eyes. It's not like I resent it. I want that for you. Really, I do. I've always thought you deserved better than you've had. But just because I'm happy that you've got it all, that doesn't mean it doesn't change things. And it doesn't stop me from wondering where on earth I went wrong. I've got a job I don't like, and I always thought that was okay, because at least it pays the bills and lets me live a life I enjoy. But now I'm looking at it, and I don't know whether I can stand the thought of doing it for the rest of my life. I've never had a long-term relationship, and I'm about as far away from having a baby as I could ever possibly be. But you've never wanted a baby, I interrupt, unable to stop myself. I've never heard Vicky talking about wanting any of these things, ever. I didn't, and I don't, I think. But you being pregnant, it just makes me think about everything I don't have. And if I did want a baby, what chance do I have? I've dated dozens of guys from clubs and bars, and nothing has happened. None of it's worked out for me. I mean, I always figured I was having fun and something would come along, but you meet one guy, one, and you get it all. He's perfect, and you're dating him, and you're going to have a baby together, and what's wrong with me? It bursts out of her, and she grits her teeth, staring intently at the other end of the apartment in a visible effort to hold back the tears, breathing hard as her fists clench and unclench. That's one of the reasons I don't see her cry. While I can't control my emotions in the slightest, Vicky has never let them get the better of her. Not the negative ones, anyway. Nothing is wrong with you, I say immediately. Yeah? Her head spins around to me, suddenly angry. Then why does nothing I do work? Why don't I have a boyfriend, or a future, or anything? Vicky, I'm sitting there stunned. I know I should be saying something, helping in some way, but I just can't believe it. I've never seen or heard any of this. Whenever Vicky talks about guys, it's always been dismissive. All her advice has ever been is to have a little fun and not take anything too seriously. I didn't know you wanted any of that. I don't know what I want, she cries, the words bursting out of her in one breath. But I don't want you to disappear now you've got everything. We were meant to figure it out together, Ava. And now, I don't know. Vicky, I say again, pulling her closer to me. I don't care if she's angry, upset, and fights it. Right now, it's exactly what she needs. I'm not going to disappear. And, yeah? Then where have you been for the last week? Her gaze narrows at me. You said you'd still come over, but I've barely heard anything from you. You didn't even text me. Guilt spreads through me, and my eyes slide away from hers as I think about it. It's not like I didn't want to come and see her, but with sorting out the new apartment, meeting Damien's sister, telling my parents, there's just been a lot going on. And, yeah, maybe now that I think about it, a decent amount of my messaging time goes into flirty exchanges with Damien. All those comments she made when she came over, about going to see her, about not disappearing, I thought she just made them flippantly, just our usual teasing. But now, shit, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, I say. It's been a crazy week, but, well, that's no excuse. I didn't mean to let it all distract me, Vicky. Really. I was always going to come and see you. Every other crazy week I've had, she's been the first person to know all about it, and I can suddenly see what she means, why she's so upset about all this, and it hits me hard. Look, you're right, I finally sigh. Things probably have changed a bit. There are some differences now. But you know, they've changed at other times too, and it hasn't always been a bad thing. I think things always change. What doesn't change is that we're best friends, and you're still just as important to me as you were before. And it's not like I've got everything figured out now either. It's just that there's different things to think about. Like, how do I make sure this relationship doesn't disintegrate the same way my last one did? And also, the baby. How the hell do I look after a baby? It might be exciting, but it's also kind of terrifying, Vicky. I don't want to try and do it without you around to look out for me. I pause to see her looking at me, actually listening to what I'm saying, and it gives me a small amount of hope that this is going to be all right. And, well, I want to be there for you too. I want to help you figure your stuff out, and, hey, by the time you get to babies and boyfriends, maybe after watching all my mistakes, you'll be a pro at it, huh? She purses her lips, and I can see her thinking it over. I know she wants to take the peace offering I'm suggesting, but I also understand for the first time how hard this is for her, and I feel terrible that I made it even harder by being so thoughtless about the whole thing. You know, it would make me feel better if I could help you out for once, I add, giving her a small smile. I always thought you were perfect. I always kind of wanted to be you, Vix. It's only fair that I get a chance to feel like I can support you too. After a long moment, Vicky sighs, and she finally leans into me the way I've been hoping she would. "Okay," she says in a grudging tone that I know she doesn't really mean. It's just hard to let go of so many intense emotions. "Okay, maybe we can do that." I smile and hug her closer, before reaching to steal the spoon from the tub of ice cream she's still holding and taking a bite. "Hey," she says half-heartedly. "I need it," I retort. "Having you mad at me was one of the most distressing things I've been through recently." She grunts, but there's a smile behind it, and I think she's slowly starting to get over that storm of emotions. Probably out of exhaustion as well, if nothing else. After a few minutes, she speaks again. "I always liked being the strong one, Ava," she admits. "I kind of liked it that you relied on me while I didn't need anybody. Or, I guess I didn't think I needed anybody." "Yeah, I think I knew that." I laugh slightly, then nudge her. "But you'll still be exactly who you were. Wanting to change a few things about life doesn't mean there's something wrong with you, you know? You're still Vicky, and no doubt you'll do the life-changing with the same bubbly enthusiasm you always have for everything." I see the smile start at the corner of her mouth, slowly growing into something real. "You think?" "Yeah, of course." I take another bite of the ice cream, regretting how much of it has already been eaten without me. "You could have saved me some of this, you know." I glance meaningfully at it, and she follows the direction of my gaze. "We could get some more," she suggests, and something inside me finally relaxes. "Things are okay then?" I ask, just to make sure. I'm not good at unspoken things. Unless it's right out there, my mind is just going to worry over it. "Yeah," she nods. "Things are okay." "Good." "I'm sorry about everything I said," she adds. "And getting mad at you, I didn't really mean it. I was just upset." I nod. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you." "I will be now, I promise." She nods, smiling almost shyly at me. It's weird, this. We never fight, so I don't really know what to do now. It all seems a little more fragile between us, a little tenuous. Then some of the spark comes back into Vicky's expression, and she gives me a sly look, an echo of the usual wicked smile on her face. "So, does Damien have any hot billionaire friends?" I laughed suddenly, as much with relief as anything else. I didn't realize what an effect Vicky's attitude could have on me until it dropped so badly. And I'm more grateful than I can say to have the Vicky I know back. "I don't know," I say slowly. "I guess I could ask him to make some." "Yes," she nods. "Do that." I toss the empty tub of ice cream back onto the table and look at her. "Shall we go to the store and find some more ice cream before we start plotting ways to find you your next victim? I mean, boyfriend?" She grins at me. "Yes, let's do that. Though, maybe not ice cream. I think I've started to feel a little bit sick." "I'm still getting ice cream." "Fine, I'll get chocolate." "That won't help." "Sure it will. And chips." I roll my eyes. "Maybe we can find a new movie. You know, Damien doesn't even like romantic comedies." "What?" "I know. Apparently sci-fi is more his thing." Vicky shudders. "Okay, definitely a movie. You're going to need some serious girl time if that's what you're dealing with." I grin as we walk out arm in arm, everything finally returning to normality again, until it's hard to believe just how stressed and miserable I was only an hour earlier. Always. Chapter 26. Ava. The next month passes faster than I can believe, especially knowing I've got a baby on the way. I work hard at finding a good balance between spending time with Damien, Vicky, and my parents, all while frantically trying to figure out what I need to do to prepare for the baby. It's probably the best time of my life. I finally feel like an adult, with a direction and purpose and everything. But it's still damn scary. The moment I have my first scan, though, I'm totally gone, lost and overcome and utterly helpless. I don't know how it's possible to love someone that's just a speck on a screen quite so much, but I do. It's immediately obvious that I never could have given this up, and all the stress and anxiety over that decision suddenly seems stupid. It wouldn't have mattered if I didn't have anything else. I'd want this baby, and I would have found a way to make it work. I would have given up anything I needed to. I finally understand the depth of Damien's reaction and how he could be so certain so quickly. I guess raising Emily meant he understood that a whole lot earlier than me. I couldn't believe he almost didn't want to know the sex either, but I firmly overruled him on that. I wasn't calling our baby it a moment longer. Then, of course, he freaked out the moment he heard we're going to have a boy. Apparently all that time with Emily has left him with absolutely no idea how to raise a boy. It doesn't seem to occur to him that he was once a boy, so at least he has that. But I don't mind. I don't have any idea how to raise a boy either, so at least we're on the same level now. Mom and Dad are thrilled enough about it that I'm starting to suspect they wanted me to be a boy. But really, I'm just pleased to have everyone I care about as excited as I am. I couldn't ask for anything more. The only thing that brings it down is feeling like we still have to keep this a secret. Not with any of the people closest to us, except Katie, who I feel increasingly bad about. But even so, we can't walk comfortably around Fresno together, or go out casually to one of the restaurants Damien wants to take me to. Not yet. And it's so difficult at work, seeing him there out of the corner of my eye, having him come into the project room to talk to Tina or the team as a whole, and being unable to react, having my mind stray to just how good it felt to be under him the night before, or what he looks like naked, or the beautiful baby boy we have growing inside me, and acting like I'm feeling nothing at all. It's impossible. We avoid each other, but that's just as hard. Being so close to him all day and unable to do anything about it, fantasizing about what might happen when I get home, and resisting the urge to message him with those thoughts because I just know it will make the day unbearable. Ugh. I can tell it's wearing on both of us, and every day I wonder whether we're going to be able to keep it up until the end of this project. It's so close now, and we've made it work for so long. But the longer it goes on, the more I feel so done with the secrecy. Even though I've worked for years to get this far with my career, and it would be stupid to throw it all away, part of me wants to anyway. I still love my work, but it's hard to care so deeply about it when I have a baby on the way. I just want everyone to know, and I want to be with Damien properly. I want to be the family we keep talking about. When Tina asks to talk to me privately, though, I still freeze up in total panic. Just because I keep fantasizing about suddenly revealing it to everyone doesn't mean I'm ready for it to happen. And I know that I'm starting to show now, too. It would be impossible not to notice, with the way Damien keeps rubbing his hands over my stomach, the way he grins at it and kisses me, and yeah, all of that. It's not just him either. I'm doing it too. I wake up in the morning and look in the full-length mirror opposite my bed, rubbing my stomach and imagining I can see how it's getting bigger. And then I panic and try to work out the best clothes to cover it with. Ugh. Those conflicting emotions are really driving me crazy. I'm still not very big. I'm only just past 3 months along, the very start of my second trimester, but it's there. I can see it, and it feels like the whole world must know. The moment the door closes behind Tina and she comes around to talk to me, I'm sure she knows. Ava, there were a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. I nod nervously, trying to smile and act like this is perfectly normal. Never mind that she's never requested to speak to me privately before. The first is, well, I know you haven't said anything, and you're not obligated to in any way, but I wanted to let you know that if there's anything going on that we could help or support with, I would be more than happy to make any accommodations you need. Your work has been very good, but if there's anything that would make it easier for you, at the moment, I hope you'd let me know. The way she holds my gaze tells me exactly what she means, even if she isn't coming out and saying it. She knows. I'm semi-frozen as I sit there, and it takes everything I have not to raise a hand to my stomach. You don't need to say anything, but I wanted you to know that. She glances down to my stomach anyway, and gives me a soft smile. My first was a total pain to carry, and, well, it would have helped if some of the people around me had understood just a little bit of that. "Oh," I say, feeling like I need to say something, but so surprised at that unexpected announcement that nothing comes out of me at all. I know this project is wrapping up now, and will probably be finishing within the next few weeks, so it might be irrelevant to tell you all that now, but I wanted to let you know anyway. I would have said earlier, but I wasn't entirely sure. I wanted to wait until I was. Is it that obvious?" I ask, feeling like I'm holding my breath. She gives me a sympathetic look. "Yes, I'm sorry if you didn't want anyone to know, but it is." "Oh." I thought Damien and my family and Vicky had just been exclaiming over how great I looked because they knew. I still thought I was quite small. "But you don't need to worry about what it means for working here on this project, especially as a contractor." "Right, yes, a contractor." "About that," I say, startling myself as it comes out of me. I've been looking for the right moment to suggest this for the last month, and while this doesn't really feel like the right moment, not with me rooted to the ground in shock and semi-awkwardness, it does feel at least like a moment. "I wanted to ask," I trail off, trying to build the courage that's failed me for weeks now, but with Tina there, looking at me sympathetically and seeming to understand, it's not as hard as I think. I wonder whether everything that's happening to me might be starting to give me a little more confidence. I mean, if I can bring a child into this world, I can ask about a job, right? "I've really enjoyed working with you and the whole team at 2-Bit Designs." I start taking a breath. It's exactly the kind of work I've always wanted to do, and I know I'm on the list of potential contractors, but, well, I wanted to ask whether there might be a more permanent position available, and if something does become available, whether I'd be able to put myself forward. She looks at me for a long moment, nodding slowly. "I was thinking of recommending something similar," she finally says, and I feel like my heart might leap right out of my chest. "Your work has been on par with the rest of the team. You're obviously committed, and you've got experience with the way we work now. I don't know if there's anything available at the moment, but I'm also thinking that you might not mind if you have to wait, say, 15 months or so." I nod, my breath catching in my throat as I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. I've always admired Tina, but I think my estimation has just jumped up a dozen notches. I was terrified of her finding out that I'm pregnant, but now it's impossible to believe how well that might work out for me. I can't even say anything as I stare at her, amazed and incredulous, and wanting it so badly that I'm scared I'll somehow ruin it all if I open my mouth again. Luckily, she doesn't seem to need me to, nodding to herself a moment later. "Okay, well, I'll look out for something, Ava. I'll let you know." "Thank you," I breathe, and for one stupid moment I think I'm going to cry. Damn pregnancy hormones. I can't blame that on hormones, right? It's definitely not me being utterly pathetic at the thought of finally getting my dream job. Definitely not. "Thank you," I say again, trying not to sound choked up about it. I really appreciate that." She gives me a small smile and nods. "There was one other thing." "Oh, yes, right. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pay the slightest attention to anything else, but damn. Yes? You know we're flying out to New York again at the end of the month to present the new system to Prestige?" I nod. I know more about that than I probably should, actually, as much as Damien and I try to avoid talking about work. "I'd like you to be one of the people to present the new system and explain some of our design choices at the meeting." I blink at her, stunned once again. "Me?" I don't realize I asked that out loud until she chuckles. "Yes, you. Some of those design choices were based on ideas you had, and you have a good grasp of the system. I think it would be helpful to give you a more active role in that meeting. For everyone." I work out a second later that she's doing this as much for me as she is for the team or the project. It would be another thing that would help put me forward for a more permanent job with 2-Bit. I really don't know what to say to that. How can I ever explain what that kind of support means to me? So I find myself nodding along mutely. Yes, I finally managed to get out, forcing myself to get over the shock and respond sensibly. Yes, that would be perfect. She smiles at me. Okay then, that's sorted. And I meant what I said too. If you need any support, I hope you would let me know. I nod. It seems a silly thing to give her in return for everything that's just happened, but I agree anyway. Yes, I will. I promise. Good. Start preparing for New York then. With that, she ends the impromptu meeting, but the feeling of it stays with me all day, everything she said replaying over and over again in my head. I know I'm grinning from ear to ear when I get back to my desk, and I get more than a few looks, but I couldn't contain it even if I wanted to. It's all I can do not to run straight to Damien's office and tell him everything. But if there's one way to lose every opportunity I've just been given, it would be that. Tina might have been more supportive than I'd ever guessed about me being pregnant. Another reason why I'm so keen to work for Two-Bit and her again. But I'm pretty sure that would change if she knew it was our client's baby, and that I'd started actively dating him during this project. She's a good woman, and she seems to have strong moral standards, all of which I'm probably breaking, even if I never meant to. So instead, I text Vicky back and forth all day and only let Damien know that I have something important to tell him after work. If I say any more than that, I know I won't be able to stop it all from spilling out. I think we both leave early that day. So what's this exciting news? He smiles at me as he walks into my apartment, only half an hour after I get there. Tina just asked me to be part of the presentation in New York. I grin at him, running up and flinging myself into his arms, barely giving him a chance to push the door closed with his foot before he has to catch me. She wants me to explain some of our design decisions to Prestige, and she wants to give me a job. He looks at me, a grin of his own starting to spread across his face. A job? You got it? Yes, well, no, not exactly. Not yet. But she's going to help me, and she even suggested that she'd try to find something for me in 15 months' time. You know what that means? You know how perfect that is? Can you believe it? Wait, she knows? He pulls back to look at me, shocked. Probably partly because I'm not totally freaking out about that. Yeah. That I'm pregnant anyway. She was really good about it, actually. Apparently it's obvious. I frown, glancing down at my little baby bump and rubbing it softly. Damien's arms still around me. Did you know it was obvious? No one told me. It's been obvious to me for a long time, he says, his voice a little rough with affection as he raises my chin and kisses me deeply. I laugh into his mouth, the kiss fluctuating between intense and purely joyful. Yeah, well, me too, but I figured that was just because we knew. I was careful. You can't hide it, he murmurs, his eyes shining as he looks at me. You're glowing, Ava. I think anyone could see it on you. Now you tell me that, I grumble, and he laughs, one thumb stroking along my jaw. She doesn't know he's yours, though, obviously. Obviously, he murmurs again, then sighs, leaning in to kiss my forehead. I wish she did, Ava. I wish everyone knew. I swallow slightly. Yeah, me too, Damien. I want that more than anything. I can't wait until this project is over. I've got so much I want to do with you both. I lean into his body, wrapping my arms around his firm chest as I nod. It's so close now. Just this trip to New York, and then those last couple of weeks to wrap up the project. We'll make it, I say softly. And then you'll have that job you always dreamed of, he says, echoing the thought in my mind. That's worth a few more weeks. Just a few more. I nod. I really can't believe it, I whisper again. It's perfect, too. It would mean I can stay at home for a while, take care of our baby. I was worried I'd lose everything I gained in this job. But since Tina knows, she's going to help you out. I can hear the smile in his voice. You did it, Ava. I'm so proud of you. Well, not quite yet, I say, blushing. I won't know for certain for ages. I think you'll have more than enough to occupy you in that time, he says, eyes sparkling at me, and I smile back. I'm sure I will. I lean forward to kiss him, and he steps back, taking me with him, and letting his back fall against the door. The sudden closeness sends a spark of heat through me, and I start getting interested in a lot more than just kissing. I guess this means you're definitely coming to New York then, he says, sounding resigned. I was always coming to New York. Well, that's one of the few things we've argued about in the last couple of weeks, or debated, as Damien likes to call it. Are you sure you're going to be up for it? He asks, his eyes concerned as they skip over my face. And that's why they never turn into real arguments. How can I be mad when I know he just wants to make sure I'm okay? I'm fine, I say definitively. I feel great, actually. Much better than I did a month ago. I'm pregnant, Damien, not an invalid. I can manage a little trip to the other side of the country. I promise. You'll be careful? And take it easy? Yes, I say, resigned to it. I'll take it easy. He nuzzles at my mouth, nibbling my lower lip and starting a pool of heat simmering in my stomach. I'm going to hate not being able to take care of you myself, he murmurs, being so close to you and unable to see you properly. I know. It's the one thing I'm dreading about this trip, not getting to have moments like this for a whole week. I don't think we can risk the late-night hotel visits again, as much as I might want to. Plus, this trip is going to be intense. We'll be busy. Not that those things make it any easier. Are you sure you don't want me to get us 2 rooms next to each other? Connecting doors? I laugh softly, my core squirming pleasantly at the idea. I wish. But no, Damien, none of that. We can last a week. Can we? Yes, I say again, determined. Now that I've got this chance, I really don't want to ruin it. He sighs. Okay then, I guess you're just going to have to distract me from the whole thing. Oh, am I? He twists us both around suddenly, so that I'm the one pressed against the door, his whole impressive presence surrounding me. I moan softly, leaning in as he cups the back of my neck and brings my mouth up to his. Okay, yes, distraction.
Chapter 27. Damien. What's up with you today? Katie reaches over to flick me on the shoulder. Huh? I say, still slightly distracted by Ava walking down the hallway outside the conference room we're in. You keep looking at that girl. Katie follows my gaze, then rolls her eyes at me. Come on, Damien. This isn't the time for you to get distracted by a pretty face. Just leave it a few more days. We're almost there now. I'm not, I say, too preoccupied to continue. Does she look okay today? Is she starting to waddle a little bit? Isn't it too early for that? Damn it. I've barely seen her all week, and the dozen messages she sends to reassure me that she's fine aren't enough to really know. Katie glances over her shoulder again, then smirks at me. Or are you getting broody? I blink as that finally brings my attention back. What? Well, I've never known you to chase after a pregnant woman before, she laughs. Not that I can imagine you being broody either. Honestly, I think this deal is making us both crazy. What's so crazy about me getting broody? I ask, the question slipping out before I can think about it. She just laughs some more. Damien, you haven't had a serious relationship in, well, ever? I think suddenly wanting children might be getting a little ahead of yourself. Hell, it took years of talking for Neil and I to get to that point. Not everyone waits and plans the perfect time for it, you know. Shit, that came out of nowhere. I'm not sure why I'm suddenly feeling so defensive about it either, except that this is probably the closest Katie and I have come to talking about it, and I don't like her dismissing the thought of me having a baby. Not that she would actually dismiss it if she knew. She wouldn't judge me, but somehow right now I feel judged anyway. I know it's just me. I'm not really thinking right at the moment. All I can think about is Ava and how much I miss holding her close. Sure they don't, Katie says easily. But most people at least have a willing partner. She grins at me, still teasing, and I try to give her a small smile back. I'm not being fair to her, I know, but damn, there's too much on my mind right now. Maybe I should go and talk to Ava, just to make sure everything is definitely okay. Come on, Damien, a few more days, we can do this, she sighs, obviously giving up on lifting me out of my weird mood and tapping the papers in front of us instead. Let's go over this presentation again, huh? I glance at it, barely able to remember what the key points are. Okay, I finally agree, dragging my eyes away from the empty space where Ava was. Yeah, okay. Right now, that's probably a good idea. Whatever else is on my mind, I still need to make it through this week, ideally without screwing up everything we've been working on for the last few months. I get it, you know. Katie leans forward, squeezing my hand and wrinkling her nose as she lowers her voice. I can't wait to be done and get away from all these snobs, too. It'll be a relief when this is finally over. Yeah, I say, with real feeling. I can't wait for the end of all this. I'm not talking about the deal either. As important as that is, I'm not sure how much I care anymore. I mean, it might be nice to have a little more security now that I have a baby on the way, but I don't really need it. I just want all the secrets to end. I want my family, and I want to be open about it. I want to see Ava walk past and be able to walk up to her and ask how she is, to sweep her into my arms and kiss her the way she deserves to be kissed. Damien! I look up at Katie again. Focus! Right. Yes. This presentation. A few hours later, we're all in one of the larger conference rooms. 2-Bit Designs, Prestige, and us, about to demo the design changes we've made to the platform we're building. I should be excited. Usually the end of a project, when everything comes together, is my favorite part. But instead, all my energy is focused on not looking at Ava, which is much harder than I think it should be. Katie and I make our way through the introduction, highlighting the main decisions we've made and a few high-level points that relate to the deal we've put together with them. The deal that, after today, should finally be signed and done. It doesn't take long, and we don't get many questions, which is good because I'm not sure whether I can give the lightning-fast responses expected of me right now. Then the design team takes our place. Tina starting up the demo alongside the Prestige design team and explaining a few of the key concepts they've based their work on. I'll be honest, I largely zone out. And since Ava is standing up there with them, I finally have an excuse to look at her. I don't want to distract her. I know how important this presentation is, but I can't help looking just a little. Hopefully not enough that she notices, and for once, I don't think she does. She looks nervous, and I think she's too focused on the idea that everyone is about to look at her to worry about me. You'll be great, Ava. You'll smash it. I send the thought in her direction, wishing she could hear me, and wishing I'd been able to do more than just text her my encouragement. She's obviously breathing fast, her beautiful breasts rising and falling quickly, and I wish I could help her relax and reassure her that it's all going to be fine. Maybe I should have talked her through it beforehand and helped her with a few practice runs. I can understand why she's nervous, but those nerves can be a thrill, too. They always are for me. I should have made sure I showed her that. Damn it, I'm good at this. Why didn't she ask me to help? Another member of the team takes over from Tina, and someone else starts clicking through the program in line with his comments. I try to listen and try to watch Thompson for his reaction, but I know I'm just waiting for Ava's moment to shine. She's going to be perfect, no matter what she's worrying about right now. Everyone's going to be blown away. Who wouldn't? When her colleague, damn it, I can't even remember his name, and he only just introduced himself, hands over to her. I try not to make my sudden burst of energy too obvious, but I'm pretty sure I lean forward in anticipation. Come on, baby, you can do this. You're going to be amazing. I can't wait to see it. She steps forward with a sheet of paper in her hands. But if she's doing this the way everyone else has, I doubt she'll refer to it. She looks over at Thompson for a moment, and I can see the shine of sweat on her forehead as her breathing gets even faster. She starts, and I try not to wince as it comes out shaky. No, don't freeze up. You can do this, Ava. You can. She clears her throat, blinks, and obviously tries to recover. I can see Tina's concerned gaze out of the corner of my eye, but all my attention is on Ava. I'm sorry, she says, and there's something very wrong with her voice. She's almost hyperventilating now, and just as I'm about to stand up and say something, she takes an unbalanced step forward, clutching her chest. Her expression creases with pain, and then she collapses entirely, slumping to the floor. Ava? I breathe, more to myself than to anyone else, and then I'm up in a heartbeat. Ava! I burst out of my chair, and it goes spinning away behind me as voices seem to erupt from everywhere. I can't understand any of them. I'm too terrified as I rush forwards, falling to my knees beside her. Ava! What's going on? What's wrong? I'm talking to her even though she's clearly unconscious, and I raise my head to call out, Call an ambulance! God damn it, someone do something! I don't even wait for a reply. I grab my own phone and I'm dialing the number faster than I can think about it, my heart rate shooting through the roof. Ava, please be okay. You have to be okay. I'm stroking her forehead as the call connects. Hello? I need an ambulance. Ava just collapsed. She's pregnant, she was breathing fast, and then she clutched her chest, and now she's unconscious, and... The operator interrupts, asking where we are, and I curse myself for an idiot as I give the address. She promises me that someone is on the way, then asks me about her vital signs. Her vital signs? Of course. Why am I such an idiot? Why did I never take a first aid course? I'm going to need it for the baby. Oh God, please let the baby be okay. Please don't say this is because of the baby. I try to stop the terror rolling through me as I feel for her pulse. She's still breathing, I say. Her pulse, it's so fast. It's racing. What's happening to her? Is she going to be okay? The woman on the other end of the phone can't give me an answer to that, of course, but I want her to. I want that so desperately. Instead, she promises me that she'll pass the information on and the ambulance will be here in a few minutes. A few minutes. Hang on, baby, I say, stroking her cheek with one hand while my other lies on her stomach. I don't feel the baby. I mean, I've never felt the baby before, either. My son hasn't started moving yet. But I still don't feel the baby. And I know I'm starting to panic. I'm hyperventilating myself. And I just want something to do. Some way to make this better. It's going to be okay, I say to the beautiful woman next to me who can't hear a word, and probably to myself too. You're going to be okay. Please be okay. Please let my little boy be okay. Please, God. Someone is touching my shoulder. Other people are gathered around. There are questions being asked, and people saying things. I don't hear any of it. The white noise in my head is too loud, drowning out everything else. I shake the hand off me, too focused on Ava to let myself be distracted by anyone else, and I stay there talking to her until the ambulance crew finally arrive. Only then do I back away, letting them do what they need to. I tell them everything I know, which feels like nothing at all, and I want to ask them what's going on, but I don't want to distract them. Ava needs them more than I do right now. Still, when they lift her onto a stretcher and start to leave, I rush out with them. Someone calls out behind me, but I don't hear the words. I know I'm leaving the meeting in the chaos of this whole situation, the mess I caused, for Katie to deal with. If I could think about anything other than Ava right now, I'd probably feel bad, but I don't. None of that seems to matter at all. I'm coming with you, I tell them, as we all bundle into the elevator. I need to be with her. One of them glances at me, but they're too busy taking measurements and repeating readings to respond. and I don't interrupt again. When we get down to the ambulance and I start to enter after her, I finally get a real look. "Who are you?" "I'm the baby's father," I breathe, the words feeling painful to say. "Please." I see a brief expression of sympathy, and somehow that only makes it worse, before the man nods. "Sit there and don't get in the way." I nod, taking the seat he points to, and then all I can do is stare at Ava as we race away, and the two paramedics in the back with me move around and murmur things to each other. I don't remember any of the ride, or how we get to the hospital, until we're suddenly there and Ava is being taken away by an emergency team. Someone else approaches me and I cling on to that. "What's happening? What's wrong?" "Can you come with me and answer a few questions, please?" "What about—" "They're going to do all they can for her now. We'll know more soon, and someone will be out to talk to you when we do. Until then, the best thing you can do is give us all the information you have." I'm still staring at where Ava disappeared, but I let myself be led away. I don't even notice the forms I fill out, searching blindly for the insurance information I carry on me, and being thankful, once again, that I insisted on putting Ava on my health insurance. All I can think about is Ava, unconscious and pale, with her heart rate out of control. I just want to know what's wrong. I just want to know she's going to be okay. When I'm finally done, the woman leads me over to a waiting room and says someone will come and find me with information when they can. Then I just have to sit there, waiting, thinking about Ava and my baby. Praying, even though I've never done that before in my life. I have no idea how long passes before someone comes by, and I look up with hope and fear, only to see Katie there. She comes to sit next to me, her face a pale expression of concern. "What's going on, Damien?" she asks quietly. I swallow. "That's my baby. I love her. I love them both." I meet her eyes and see a dozen emotions flick through them as she looks at me, all the fallout of those simple words. But right now, none of that matters, and we both know it. She grips my hand in hers, squeezing tightly and taking a deep breath. "She's going to be okay, Damien. They're both going to be okay." She sits there with me the whole time, and she doesn't let go for a moment.
Chapter 28. Ava. I open my eyes blearily, every part of me feeling fuzzy and painful. I don't really hear the groan that leaves my lips, but the blurry figure beside me reacts instantly. "Ava, Ava, I'm here." I finally feel the hand in mine, but nothing seems quite right, and I'm confused. What happened? What's going on? "It's okay. You're awake. You're awake. Everything is going to be okay. I promise." I'm awake? Was I asleep? "What?" I try to speak, but it comes out as a rasp, my mouth parched and dry. "Here." A straw appears in front of me, and Damien guides it into my mouth, letting me drink until everything feels less scratchy. I cough a little while he removes it, and then I try again, finally able to focus on him. "What happened?" I look around, still confused, and the moment it becomes clear I'm in hospital, I freeze. "My baby?" I gasp immediately, staring at him in horror as my hand goes to my stomach. "He's okay," Damien says softly. "He's fine. They told me that much at least. You're going to be okay, Ava. Thank God, you're going to be okay." He strokes my hair back from my head, and I blink away the sudden tears. If anything had happened. "What happened?" I ask again. "You collapsed," he said softly. "They brought you here and had to do a procedure immediately. Something about a clot. But you're okay now, and our baby is fine." "Are you sure?" I ask weakly, feeling desperate and a little bit exhausted. "I'm sure. That's what they told me." He leans down, kissing me gently, and I can feel the stubble on his unshaven chin as his lips meet mine. How long have you been here?" I ask, taking in his haggard appearance. There are dark bags under his eyes, and everything about his usually handsome, sophisticated image looks crumpled. "Overnight," he says softly, pulling the chair nearer to my bed. "I couldn't leave you, Ava. I don't ever want to leave you. Not ever again." I get the feeling there's something he's not telling me, something behind that look in his eyes. But I feel so tired, and I'm hurting, and I'm not sure I understand any of this. I can't even really remember. "Why did I collapse?" I finally ask. Something to do with a clot. I think they removed it. I'm sorry, Ava, the doctors will be able to say more. I didn't hear much beyond you being okay, our baby being okay." I can hear the emotion in his voice, the way he chokes up, and I suddenly get swept by the same feeling, gripping his hand hard. "We're going to be okay?" I ask, feeling fragile and more unsure than I've ever felt in my life. "We will," he says almost fiercely. "I promise." I don't know how he can know that, how he can make that promise. Everything suddenly seems so vulnerable. The future we'd made so many assumptions about, so risky and uncertain. But somehow, I believe him anyway. Something about Damien just makes me feel like everything will happen the way he says it will. "I'll see whether I can find a doctor," he says after a little while. I can see the strain in him, and I nod, more grateful than I can say that he's here with me. I think I drift in and out a little as he disappears, and the next thing I know, he's standing there with another, more austere-looking man with glasses and graying hair. "Ava?" Damien asks, and I can hear the worry in his voice. "I'm here," I say, slightly drowsy. Where else would I be? I blink, trying to focus on the doctor as I ask the same question again. "What happened?" He stands beside my bed, checks the chart there briefly, and then nods at me. "You had a pulmonary embolism. It's a blood clot that developed within your body and moved to your lungs, causing a blockage there. It made it hard to breathe, and your heart was working overtime to try and deal with the lack of blood flow. Blood clots aren't uncommon in pregnant women, and the risk of pulmonary embolism is much higher, but it usually gets caught earlier. Typically, we treat it with blood thinners and monitor you for a while, but yours was acute enough that we had to operate to remove it." My head spins as I try to process all the complicated information, but he's still explaining. "The surgery went well, but we'll need to keep you in to recover until we're sure everything is okay. We'll also need to run a few tests to see if there are any other clots we need to worry about, and we'll start you on regular injections to thin your blood. After that, it will just be monitoring you more closely for the duration of your pregnancy." "My baby?" That's the only thing I can think about right now. I think I understand what he's saying about me, but he hasn't said anything about my baby. "We had to give you generalized anesthetic because we didn't want to risk any harm to your baby. That's why you're probably still feeling a bit out of it now. But your baby is fine. You have nothing to worry about there." I finally let out a deep sigh, something inside me relaxing. Damien had already told me that, but until the doctor said it, I'm not sure I fully believed it. I close my eyes in relief, and when I open them again, the doctor is gone. I don't think I remember more than half of what he said, but the one thing that sticks with me is the only important part. My baby is okay. "Hey," Damien's voice beside me is gentle and a lot less fatigued. My eyes flick over to him, my head still not wanting to move much, and I give a small smile. "My baby's going to be okay," I tell him, just so I can say it out loud. "Yeah, he'll be just fine," he agrees, reaching out to squeeze my hand. I sigh softly, the contact relaxing me. "I'm glad you're here," I say softly. "Me too." He strokes my hair back from my head again, and I wince to think how dirty it must be right now. It shouldn't matter, but it's hard to be around Damien and not want to feel at least a little bit sexy. And right now, that's the furthest from how I feel. "You're going to need to stay here for a while, Ava. They won't say quite how long. I've called your parents and Vicky. They're all flying in tomorrow." He gives me a wry smile. "So is my sister. she insisted. I laughed slightly. So everyone is going to be here? Everyone. He nods, and then his smile fades as he hesitates over something, coming closer to me and taking my hand again. Ava, I need to tell you. The first thought that comes into my mind is my baby, that something has happened, and for some reason no one has told me yet, and everyone knows now. I wasn't exactly subtle when you collapsed at the office. I blink. The major panic that had started racing through me, disappearing as quickly as it began. Oh? I'm sorry, he offers, looking at me with concern. I try to remember what happened. I'm not exactly sure. The meeting slowly comes back to me. All those high-powered people sitting in a room waiting for our demo. The presentation we'd been working on for so long. I was excited, I think, and scared, and my heart was pounding so fast in my chest. Did I at least give a good presentation? I ask hopefully. Well, it was memorable. I groan, closing my eyes and letting my head sink into the pillow. Maybe it's a good thing I don't remember it exactly. Are you okay? I think about it, trying to work out my answer to that question. I feel like I should have some gut-wrenching worry going through me right now. Questions and thoughts about the future. Panic about what the hell I'm supposed to do now that I've ruined my one chance at this job. But for a moment, for several moments that keep coming back to me, I thought something had happened to my baby. My baby is fine. Compared to that, does anything else really matter? It doesn't feel like anything could possibly hurt me in the same way. Ava? Yeah, I say slowly. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Then it occurs to me that I'm not the only one that might be upset over this, and my eyes open again to look at Damien. The deal? I ask. He just shrugs. I don't know. Katie's dealing with all that. If I'm honest, I think she'd rather have me out of the way right now, and since I have no interest in being anywhere but right here with you, that works out fine. I don't care what they think, Ava, really. I hope it works out, more for Katie's sake than anyone. She deserves it. But whatever happens, we'll be okay, and Indivest will be okay too. I nod slowly. Okay then. I don't know about 2-bit or anything like that, he finally admits. I just shake my head. It's okay. We'll see. He leans in to kiss me, and even though I feel kind of disgusting and a mess, I'm still worried about these blood clots and my baby. For a brief moment, it distracts me, and then for much longer than a brief moment, too. Over the next few days, everyone comes to visit me in hospital. I don't know for sure, but I think Damien arranged a hotel for everyone. Not that I know when, considering how often I wake up to see him at my bedside. I tell him he should go back and get more rest, but secretly I love it. There's something comforting about him simply being there, especially after the whole week where we could barely talk to each other. Katie comes to see me too, and even though I think she and Damien still have a few things to work out, I'm excited to get to know her as Damien's friend instead of the joint partner of the firm I'm working for. She's obviously curious too, and we start the beginnings of tentative conversation. By the end of the week, she also seems to have found a way to rescue Damien's business deal. I don't know how exactly. I guess that part of it is that Prestige have invested too much into the deal by now, in time and money, for them to really kick up a fuss about Damien dating and getting a semi-employee pregnant, despite their apparent morals. The other part is probably that when they did object, Katie fired back something about Damien doing the right thing by me and settling down to raise a family, finally taming the wild party nature they'd criticized the whole time. The moment she mentions that, Damien splutters, and I almost do the same. That's the second time someone has mentioned him doing the right thing. You told them we were going to get married? I ask, incredulous. Well, you are, aren't you? Katie gives Damien a pointed look. And besides, I'd say it's true. You did tame all that wild partying. Katie, Damien looks at her in exasperation, but I can't help smiling. Well, I add, I think that part might be true. He makes an irritated noise, but I think he's secretly pleased, just like I am. He never wanted any of that nearly as much as he wants the family we've created together. And they get their deal. That's the most important thing. For rescuing that and fixing his mess, I think Katie is allowed a few liberties. Besides, I'm too excited about the idea of having a friend who knows something about babies and children to mind what else she says. That's what I really want to start talking to her about. Unfortunately, by the end of the week, and getting to the end of my patience with being stuck in hospital, it becomes apparent it hasn't worked out so well for me. I get an overly formal email from Tina that makes it obvious. She states that she and 2-Bit Designs understand I won't be available for the last couple of weeks of the project, that they hope I make a full recovery and that I'll continue to be paid until the end of my contract in 2 weeks' time. That's it. Nothing personal, no hint of understanding about the situation or suggestion that we talk further or anything. It's a total contrast to the conversation we had earlier. I sigh as I push the laptop away. But I'm not really surprised. I knew what would happen if they found out. Dating a client is bad enough, and probably grounds for dismissal if I were fully employed by them. So getting pregnant by one? That's probably the epitome of unprofessional behavior. Vicky is far more outraged than I am. That's typical. Of course the already rich male CEO gets away with it, and the poor girl he took advantage of doesn't. No offense. She adds that last line with a look in Damien's direction. None taken? Great. She turns back to me. This is awful, Ava. We need to do something about it. It's not right. You did great work for that company, and now they're just going to go and what? Treat you like dirt? Scum. They're total scum. It's okay, Vicky, I say. Really, it's not okay. I'm going to do something about it, Ava. I tell you. We need to find a lawyer and work out what your rights are. This is unfair dismissal, and I won't take it. It's not even dismissal, I try to point out. They don't employ me. I don't have any... She's out the door before I can even finish the sentence, and I sigh softly to myself, looking over at a slightly bewildered Damien. Is she... She'll be fine, I say, shaking my head. She just has to try and do something to feel better about a situation. That's all. Something I can sympathize with all too well. Listen, Ava, I've been thinking about this. He comes over to sit on the edge of my bed. I'm really sorry about what happened, but you're great at what you do. They know it, even if they're being assholes about it, and I know it too. It's okay, Damien. I don't need the reassurance. No, that's not what I meant. I was just going to say, how about you come and work for Indivest? We don't have any in-house design specialists, and although it was great to use an agency for a complete design overhaul, it would be good for the company to have someone who could do the day-to-day things we might consider. I blink at him, suddenly confused. That's not what I was expecting. Not at all. You don't have to work it out now, but I wanted to suggest it to give you a chance to think about it if you wanted to. Okay, I finally say. Thank you. I don't know, but... That's okay. He smiles, leaning forward to kiss me. I know all the reasons why you might not want to. I don't mind. It's not that. I frown, trying to work out my reaction myself. It's just, I don't know what I think about any of it. Right now, I don't mind about 2-Bit. All I want is to get through the rest of this pregnancy without any more complications and deliver a healthy baby boy. That's what matters. He nods, his hand reaching down to rest on my stomach with a small smile. Yeah, that's what matters. I take his hand. I hope I can work. I hope I can have the career I want eventually. But if it takes a little while longer, that's okay, you know? What I really want is this. My family. The smile that lights up his face makes something inside me glow, and I pull him into me, even if we're not supposed to be doing that. My family, he breathes. That's what I want, I repeat. To be a family with you. He grins, kissing me deeply before replying. And for everyone to know you're mine. Epilogue. Ava. Breathe. Just breathe. Damien repeats next to me, wiping the sweat from my forehead as I scream. I am fucking breathing. What the hell does he think I'm doing? I want to yell it at him, but I don't have the breath or energy for it as I push with all my strength, panting. Besides, right now, not breathing is sounding more and more attractive. Then I might finally pass out and all this will be over. Push, the midwife encourages me, standing at the other end of the bed. I love you, Ava, Damien continues beside me. You're breaking my hand, but I love you anyway. And you're going to be the best mom in the world. And I think this is the best moment of my entire life. And I want to tell him to shut up. It is definitely not the best moment of my entire life. And even though I love him too, right now, I kind of hate him as well. He's the bastard that did this to me. Ah! I push again, the wave of pain sweeping through me with that contraction. And I try to tell myself this was what I wanted. Only a few hours ago, this was what I wanted more than anything else. Stupid, crazy woman. How the hell did I ever think a baby would fit inside me? And then come out? That's a fucking stupid idea, and right now, I'm cursing whoever had it in the first place. Ah! I scream as the next one hits me, almost right on top of the first, clenching Damien's hand hard and pushing like my life depends on it. Right now, I think it probably does. I can see the head, the midwife says excitedly. You're almost there. You're doing so well. I can barely hear her, though from the way Damien tugs at my hand, I can tell he's torn between going to see the baby's head and staying here with me. The damn guy better stay with me. If you... I try to say, but then suddenly I'm pushing again, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, and I'm never doing it again, and... It's over. It's like a dam breaks inside me, everything tumbling out as the crazy pain and difficulty eases back to a dull throbbing. And then the best sound in the world fills my ears. I hear him. My baby. Tears are running down my cheeks. I'm not sure when that happened or why, probably from the pain, but right now it's from pure emotion as I reach for the crying little baby I can hear. My whole body feels weak and slightly destroyed, but I need this. My baby. Ava, he's perfect, Damien says, his voice filled with the kind of joy I don't think I've ever heard. I want it too. I want my baby. It seems like it takes an eternity for them to get him from one end of me to the other. But then he's there, wrapped in cloth, with his face screwed up as he looks at me, little arms and legs waving. My heart breaks, and then reforms, and then breaks all over again, until I know he's changed it completely. As much as I thought I loved him, as much as I thought he was everything to me the whole time he was growing inside me, that was nothing, not compared to what I feel right now. I touch him, in awe and with a slight fear that I might break him somehow, and Damien comes to stand beside me, one hand on my shoulder, and the other one on the bundle in my arms. Damien, I breathe, totally forgetting that I had hated him a second ago. Damien, we made this. We created him. I can't believe it. I love you, Ava, Damien says, crouching down beside us both. I love you, and I love our son, more than life itself. I smile over at him, tears at the edges of my eyes as I lean down to kiss our little boy's head, rocking him gently in my arms. Hello, little Matthew. Hello, little baby. Look where we are. I'm your mommy. Did you know that? And this is your daddy. I twist a little so that Matthew can see his daddy, and one of his little fists hits me in the cheek. I laugh, wanting to hug him tighter, squeeze him to me, and never let go, but I am still too scared I might break him. Do you want to hold him? I ask softly, and Damien nods. I think he's too choked up to say anything. I carefully pass Matthew over, and then get to watch as Damien really experiences his little boy for the first time. "Matthew," he murmurs, his voice so warm and tender that I think my heart might burst. We spent a little while discussing names, but it was always obvious to me what it was going to be. Matthew, just like his grandfather, Damien's father. I'm still sorry he'll never get to meet his grandparents on his father's side, but I already know we're going to do everything we can to tell him all about them. It takes me a moment to notice that everyone else in the room has disappeared, and it's just us now, the three of us. I reach out and grab one of Damien's hands, squeezing it tightly as he sits down beside me, laughing with a pure delight that I've never heard before. Look, he's so tiny. Look at his little hands, his fingers." I grin, nuzzling into Damien and resting a hand on the cloth Matthew is wrapped in. "We did it, Damien. Look, we're a family now." He smiles at me, and that's exactly what I see shining in his eyes. I look around at everyone fussing over my new baby boy and smile softly. I think my cheeks are ready to fall off from smiling, but I still can't help it. I'm a little exhausted, and it's a little bit loud, but I have everyone I love around me, and things couldn't be any more perfect. "It's wonderful, isn't it?" Damien murmurs from where he's sitting behind me on the hospital bed, letting me lean against him. I nod. All these people, all here because of him. Vicky and Emily are laughing and giggling over Matthew on one side of the room, with my parents talking to Katie on the other. We brought all these people together. Matthew did too, and it's an amazing feeling to have. Damien takes my hand in his, resting it between us, and I look down to the glittering ring there, sighing with a kind of contentment I never knew was possible. He proposed a few months earlier, on a short trip to Canada, that he insists is just the start of all the traveling we're going to do together after my pregnancy, at the very top of a mountain. Okay, if I'm honest, it was a very big hill, but by the time we'd walked halfway up, it felt like a mountain. Enough that I was so close to using the pregnancy excuse to abandon the hiking idea entirely. I'm glad I didn't. The view was worth it. And the sight of Damien on one knee, well, that was even better. We haven't started talking about the wedding yet. With Matthew on the way, there's been too many other things to talk about. But he promised we'd have it sorted within the year. Yeah, that's right. Somehow he thinks we're going to go traveling and have a wedding in the same year that our baby is born. No one ever claimed he's not ambitious. But the crazy thing is, I've started believing him. Somehow, with Damien around, it's impossible to think that things aren't going to work out. I mean, after all, hasn't he proven that so far? This concludes Accidental Baby by Lara Swann. Narrated by Heather Costa and Brandon Utah. Copyright 2019 by Lara Swann. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lara Swann and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.